Chapter 1. Wang Feng felt as though he had been ensnared in an interminable dream, one so extensive that he could no longer discern the boundary between reality and illusion. In this reverie, he was no longer a 30-something man, unaccomplished and overweight, but rather a formidable athlete, commanding respect and admiration. He embarked on his journey in long-distance running, and by the age of 16, he had also taken up bodybuilding, sprinting, and triathlons, evolving into a versatile sportsman. His interest in football blossomed later on, and at 17, Wang Feng resolved to rescue the men's national team, joining a football squad with unwavering determination, aspiring to lead the team to greatness. However, football is inherently a team sport, requiring the synergy of 11 players. Wang Feng ultimately came to the profound realization that no matter how exceptional his individual prowess was, it could not uplift a group of underperformers. Thus, he withdrew from football and transitioned to collegiate basketball. It must be said, Wang Feng possessed a remarkable talent for basketball. He quickly made a name for himself in the collegiate league, showcasing his nimble footwork, solid basketball skills, and noticeable physical attributes, swiftly rising to stardom in the amateur basketball scene. Those who witnessed his matches could attest to his astonishing speed and endurance. He could effortlessly breach defenses, scoring amidst throngs of opponents as though he were slicing through vegetables. Such prowess warranted a grander stage in the basketball arena. Consequently, he garnered the attention of scouts from provincial teams, the BA, and the NBA, all eager to discover the next draft prodigy following the illustrious Yao Ming. At this pivotal juncture in his life, influenced by the fervor surrounding the NBA, Wang Feng resolutely decided to emulate Yao Ming and announced his participation in the 2003 NBA draft, emerging as another dazzling basketball talent. Yet, the professional scouts harbored reservations about Wang Feng's prospects in professional basketball, particularly since 2003 was heralded as a monumental draft year, dubbed the Super Platinum Generation, following the Diamond Generation of '84 and the Golden Generation of '96. This illustrious class included basketball luminaries such as LeBron James, often referred to as the second-best player in history, Carmelo Anthony, known as Melo, Dwayne Wade, The Flash, and Chris Bosh, the Dragon King. Although they were all rookies yet to enter the league, their reputations had already begun to flourish in the United States, drawing attention akin to that of all-star players. Especially noteworthy were LeBron James and Carmelo Anthony, whose names were already etched into the memories of league executives despite not being in the NBA. As a result, Wang Feng's participation in this year's draft was met with skepticism from basketball professionals in the United States. A student player yet to reach 18 and an East Asian with average athletic talent, scouts unanimously believed he should first spend at least 2 years in the AA League to accumulate honors and refine his skills, thereby altering perceptions of his abilities. Only then could Wang Feng hope to improve his draft position. Of course, these so-called professional scouts ultimately faced a rude awakening. No one anticipated that upon entering the NBA pinnacle of global basketball, Wang Feng would once again astonish the world, delivering a superstar performance in his rookie season and being named Rookie of the Year, leaving many basketball veterans in awe. Yet, this was not the most astonishing revelation. The most remarkable aspect was that Wang Feng's basketball skills evolved year after year. Initially, he was merely proficient in three-point shooting, but soon he developed a repertoire of dazzling techniques, including isolation plays, unorthodox shooting styles, unstoppable drives, and mesmerizing passes. He became a chameleon of the basketball court. Of course, all of this was yet to unfold, as Wang Feng was abruptly awakened from his dreamlike state by a voice both unfamiliar and familiar. "Hey, Wang Feng, wake up! Clear your head. This is the NBA draft. Don't fall asleep." As the urgent voice resonated, Wang Feng felt someone shaking his shoulder. When he finally stirred from his slumber, bleary-eyed and bewildered, he beheld a familiar yet slightly foreign face, one that sparked a sudden realization. Could it be? This was indeed the visage of his father in his youth. Had he been reborn? Or had he traversed time? Xiao Feng, focus. This is the 2003 NBA draft in America, and numerous media outlets are watching. In such a significant moment, at your age, how could you possibly sleep? NBA? Draft. Wang Feng found himself engulfed in confusion. This was undoubtedly a time travel phenomenon. As he grappled with his bewilderment, a torrent of energy and information surged into his body and mind. This influx was reshaping Wang Feng's physical attributes and cognitive abilities. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of reality. This was no dream. While he was still processing the astonishing turn of events, an electronic voice, a staple of time-traveling narratives, chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host Wang Feng, on successfully traversing back to 2003 and activating system number 1234 of the Development Bureau. This system is the Basketball God System, designed to transform you into the next generation of basketball deities. I am the system sprite, Xiao Xiao, delighted to assist you. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the initial skill package, Kai's 3-point skill package. The Curry-style 3-point shooting skill boasts a high success rate, extended range, and rapid release, merging numerous advantages into one. Host, you are indeed fortunate. Your initial skill package grants you the 3-point prowess of the historical king of three-pointers. The Basketball God System? Kai's 3-point skill package. Stephen Curry, an emblem of the new generation of basketball superstars, had perfected the art of 3-point shooting, ushering in the era of the 3-point revolution. Armed with Stephen Curry's skill package, Wang Feng felt confident in his ability to establish himself in the NBA. Perhaps having read countless time travel novels made this occurrence less jarring for Wang Feng. He had a high acceptance level for the system, a quintessential feature of time travel tales. Especially as he sensed the changes occurring within his body, he reveled in the experience. I have grown stronger. I have become taller. I have also rejuvenated by over a decade. Where could one find such a fortuitous occurrence? Without further ado, Wang Feng delved straight into the matter. Xiao Xiao, why did the Development Bureau choose me? Master, that is a secret. However, the Development Bureau selects hosts through meticulous scrutiny. Each individual bound to a system is a prodigy. From this perspective, you are indeed recognized as a prodigy by the Development Bureau. Listening to Xiao Xiao's words was like hearing a profound truth. Although he did not receive the answer he sought, Wang Feng was not overly concerned, for such matters were becoming increasingly commonplace. He had never encountered a system that enslaved its host, so he momentarily set aside his guard. Xiao Xiao, how can I become a basketball god? What efforts must I exert? What functions does the Basketball God System possess? Generally, past systems were inclined towards a farming model, requiring little effort from the host's signet features, god-level selections, and effortless invincibility from start. These systems exemplified the farming genre. Wang Feng particularly disliked task-oriented systems, where one had to complete an endless series of missions, facing obliteration for failure reeked of enslavement. With an innate understanding of Wang Feng's intentions, the system sprite Xiao Xiao promptly explained. This system is the Basketball God System, also known as the Chameleon God System, a super versatile auxiliary system that guides the host to gradually evolve into a true basketball god, one who dominates the basketball realm through personal abilities rather than relying solely on system skills. This system will not feature mindless functions such as sign-ins or god-level selections, nor will it pose threats to the host's safety. However, to stimulate the host's ambition, this system will implement a reward and punishment mechanism. For every basketball game won, the system will randomly reward the host with corresponding basketball skill packages and item cards. Conversely, losses will result in the retrieval of the host's skill packages. If the master is diligent, he might even experience extraordinary basketball skills akin to those in Kuriko's basketball, slam dunk, or kung fu basketball. But if the master remains complacent, he risks regressing into the same unaccomplished, overweight man he once was in his previous life. Master, surely you do not wish to face disappointment again. To encourage this time traveler's ambition, such a reward and punishment mechanism had indeed been thoughtfully devised. Though somewhat displeased internally, Wang Feng recognized that as a human, and especially as a man, he must seize this second chance to live a life of peak achievement. While he may not have been exceptionally skilled in amateur basketball, his mid-range shooting was quite precise. However, as a fervent basketball enthusiast, The opportunity to immerse oneself in the realm of professional basketball is indeed a fulfillment of one's existence. Wang Feng gently patted his sleep-laden visage, rallying his spirits as he declared, "Xiao Xiao, I wholeheartedly accept this challenge." Upon hearing Wang Feng's resolute response, the system sprite Xiao Xiao was filled with exhilaration. Given your confidence, let's establish a modest yet achievable goal. Lead the team to secure a three-peat championship, clinch the FP, and forge a dynasty team. Wang Feng, however, was immediately disheartened by this proposition. "Xiao Xiao, do we not agree to refrain from imposing burdens on the host? We have yet to step foot in the NBA, and you expect me to accomplish a three-peat? Such a task is beyond my capabilities. It is essential to recognize that without formidable teammates and effective management, even the legendary Michael Jordan, the deity of basketball, could only secure 6 championships in his professional career, failing to reach the finals in 9 other seasons, unless one were to ride on the coattails of others. Regrettably, since the dawn of the 21st century, aside from the illustrious Lakers O'Neal and Kobe duo achieving a three-peat, no other team has accomplished this feat. The closest contenders were the Picara Heat and the Meteoric Warriors. Both teams once had the potential to achieve a three-peat, but, due to various circumstances, fell short of the ultimate pinnacle. Thus, this seemingly modest goal presents an epic challenge for Wang Feng, who lacks absolute confidence in its attainability. Seeing Wang Feng's reluctance, the system sprite Xiao Xiao quickly reassured him. "Master, there's no need for haste. This is merely an accomplishment, not a task. Achieving it will yield rewards, while failure will not threaten the host's safety. This is a venture that bears no risk and only rewards." Encouraged by Xiao Xiao's words, Wang Feng temporarily set aside his reservations. "That sounds splendid. I have no intention of becoming anyone's task slave." At that moment, Wang Feng's father again called out to him. "Xiao Feng, NBA Commissioner David Stern is already on stage. The 2003 NBA Draft is about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, as well as the viewers tuning in, welcome to the hallowed grounds of Madison Square Garden in New York, where the thrilling 2003 NBA Draft officially begins. This year's draft is a star-studded affair, featuring not only numerous celebrities from the entertainment industry, but also an array of basketball Hall of Famers. The day's protagonists are the potential superstars hailed by countless media outlets and fans as the Super Platinum Generation. Since the Diamond Generation of 1984 and the Golden Generation of 1996, this new generation of rookies has garnered unprecedented attention. I believe we will witness the rise of many superstars from this cohort. Without further ado, let us welcome the Super Rookies. Welcome, LeBron James, the son of Akron, Ohio. Welcome, the Serbian basketball prodigy, Darko Milicic. Each rookie was introduced in turn, and soon Wang Feng joined the throng of newcomers entering the draft venue. Naturally, given Wang Feng's current static talent and ability, he was not deemed worthy of the high-ranking rookie assembly, commonly referred to as the Green Room. Wang Feng and his father could only await in the general rookie area. This arrangement left the typically proud Wang Feng feeling quite disgruntled as he glared enviously at the rookies in the Green Room, silently vowing, "One day, I shall surpass all of you so-called prodigies." After making his silent oath, Wang Feng immersed himself in exploring the system's functionalities. At present, his greatest reliance was on the basketball god system. "Xiao Xiao, I wish to know, with my current basketball prowess and physical attributes, is it conceivable for me to defeat the rookies of the 2003 generation, particularly prodigies like LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh?" The system sprite Xiao Xiao, wishing to preserve Wang Feng's self-esteem, yet unwilling to utter falsehoods, replied candidly, "Master, with your current basketball skills, you are certainly not comparable to professional athletes. Even with the addition of Kao's three-point shooting skill set, you would barely qualify to establish a foothold in the NBA. After all, your static physical attributes are not as formidable as they may appear. However, with the system's physical enhancements, your physical capabilities have reached the standard of a professional basketball player. To put it plainly, your current basketball combat effectiveness can only barely secure a spot in a professional team's regular rotation, unable even to stabilize as a starting player. Regular rotation players? These individuals occupy a position between substitutes and starters, enjoying consistent playing time while occasionally starting to provide rest for the primary players. Not too shabby, Wang Feng has accepted the current setup. After all, he began his journey as a mere salted fish. Adopting a relaxed mindset, Wang Feng inquired, Xiao Xiao, do you have specific static physical talent data and basketball skill rankings? Indeed, my esteemed master, responded the system sprite Xiao Xiao, as she showcased a holographic representation of Wang Feng's various physical talent data and basketball skill classifications within his mind. Name, Wang Feng. Gender, male. Age, 17 years and 363 days. Height, 1.93 meters, after modification 1.98 meters, wingspan, 2 meters, after modification 2.22 meters, weight, 85 kilograms, after modification 98 kilograms, body fat percentage, 18, after modification 7, IQ, 99, after modification 124, basketball IQ, 39, after modification 130, static basketball talent attributes, strength, 67, after modification 88, maximum value 150, speed, 29, after modification 89, maximum value 150, agility, 49, after modification 100, maximum value 150, jumping, 54, after modification 98, maximum value 150, balance, 79, after modification 99, maximum value 150, stamina, 90, after modification 99, maximum value 150, explosiveness, 70, after modification 110, maximum value 150, post-modification personal physical talent, A. Exceptional. 1 in a million offensive basketball talent attributes, ball handling, 18, after modification 50, maximum value 150, passing ability, 30, after modification 70, maximum value 150, breaking ability, 59, after modification 79, maximum value 150, mid-range shooting ability, 60, after modification 89, maximum value 150, long-range shooting ability, 17, after acquiring Curry's 3-point skill package 140, maximum value 150, drawing fouls ability, 19, after modification 30, maximum value 120, free throw ability, 30, after modification 50, maximum value 100, personal offensive talent is categorized into 8 levels, SSS, SS, S, A, B, D, E. The comprehensive evaluation of the host S offensive talent is B, overall assessment, a commendable regular rotation player, possessing precise 3-point shooting skills sufficient to establish a foothold in the NBA. When unleashed, his 3-point shooting can decimate opponents and secure victories in critical moments. Defensive basketball talent attributes, stealing ability, 10, after modification 25, maximum value 100, blocking ability, 25, after modification 59. Maximum value 100, one-on-one defense ability, 1, after modification 11, maximum value 100, offensive rebounding ability, 35, after modification 59. Maximum value 100, defensive rebounding ability, 55, after modification 70, maximum value 100, personal defensive talent comprehensive evaluation, D, overall assessment. Possesses commendable offensive and defensive rebounding capabilities. Yet defense is severely lacking and requires immediate enhancement. Host skill package, Curry's 3-point skill package, skill level, SSS, host equipment card package, none. After meticulously reviewing these specific data points, Wang Feng gained a deeper understanding of his offensive and defensive talents. Offense is acceptable, but defense is severely lacking. This is Wang Feng's self-assessment of his current abilities. Xiao Xiao, how should I enhance my practical skills next? Should I participate in games to earn rewards, or should I diligently practice basketball techniques? Naturally, diligent practice is essential. Only through training during the summer heat and winter chill can one truly grow formidable and become a veritable basketball deity. Curse it. I thought having a system would provide a shortcut. I initially believed that with the basketball god system, I could easily defeat the likes of Kobe Bryant and LeBron James. But now it seems, with my current abilities, I might not even stand a chance against rookie LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony, Dwayne Wade, or Chris Bosh. When we meet on the court, who will dominate whom remains uncertain. Hey, Xiao Feng, the president has just announced your name. You have been selected as the 24th pick in the first round by the Detroit Pistons. Hurry up and claim your exclusive rookie cap. In Wang Feng's father's eyes, he might have simply been too tired and fell asleep. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng immediately emerged from his immersive experience, rubbing his sleep-laden face. He had indeed heard the draft results announced by David Stern and could hardly believe he had become a rookie for the Detroit Pistons. Larry Brown, that fellow, is notorious as a rookie killer. Even the second pick of the 2003 draft, Darko Milicic, fell victim to him. Alas, the days ahead will not be easy. Wang Feng, somewhat dazed, ascended the podium. Upon encountering the still youthful David Stern, he engaged in a perfunctory handshake. Then, he delivered a declaration that astonished all present. "I am Wang Feng from the distant land of China, and my English name is King. I apologize. I dozed off due to jet lag and am unaware of which team selected me. Could someone enlighten me?" As he spoke, Wang Feng directed the microphone towards the audience, causing the Detroit Pistons general manager, Joe Dumars, and the newly appointed head coach, Larry Brown, to wear expressions of dismay. What the hell? This kid seems still half asleep. To dare slumber on such a momentous occasion is truly a rare talent. David Stern had exerted considerable effort to promote the NBA's growth in China, which led to the emergence of Yao Ming as the first overall pick in 2002. To further amplify the league's influence, Stern instructed teams to prioritize selecting Chinese rookies, ensuring lucrative prospects. This time, he subtly encouraged Joe Dumars to seize the opportunity and select Wang Feng with the 24th pick in the first round. However, even so, Wang Feng's performance left David Stern visibly perturbed, casting an air of embarrassment. The young man certainly did not make things easy. Thus, Stern graciously reminded Wang Feng, "King, you were selected as the 24th pick by the Detroit Pistons in the first round. Please share your thoughts on this honor." Upon hearing this, Wang Feng ceased his idle chatter and boldly proclaimed statements that would leave the world in astonishment. "I extend my gratitude to the Detroit Pistons and to Mr. Joe Dumars for selecting me. However, I must declare that those general managers who chose not to draft me with their previous 23 picks will come to regret their decision. Just as you lamented missing out on Michael Jordan in his time, you have overlooked the basketball deity of this generation, and I shall outshine every rookie standing in my path." With that, Wang Feng exited, leaving a multitude of astonished faces in his wake. Such audacious bravado from a young newcomer. How daring to compare oneself to the legendary Michael Jordan. Joe Dumars felt a twinge of regret. How had he recruited such a brash individual, offending others before even stepping onto the court? How would trades be negotiated in the future? He now questioned his decision to heed the subtle hints from NBA Commissioner David Stern. Wang Feng's father was equally astonished by his son's demeanor. This young man had undergone a transformation, exhibiting such remarkable confidence. Could it be that Liang Suiping had bestowed him with this courage? Nonetheless, Wang Feng's bold actions successfully captured the attention of the team's head coach, Larry Brown. This young man from the Hua family possesses a certain intriguing quality. Larry Brown has little regard for timid, shy players who shy away from confrontation. Rather, he favors those who exhibit strong personalities and are unafraid to engage in conflict. For instance, his former protege, Allen Iverson, while diminutive in stature, possessed a vibrant spirit and an indomitable fighting spirit, characteristics that are essential for attaining superstar status. Regrettably, Iverson's exuberance proved too overwhelming even for the esteemed coach, ultimately leading to their parting of ways. Nevertheless, Larry Brown continues to appreciate such players. Presently, the 24th pick, Wang Feng has begun to manifest such potential. Unafraid of confrontation and brimming with personality, he is a vital piece in the construction of a formidable team. It remains to be seen whether his talent can indeed match his aspirations. At this moment, Wang Feng finds himself in a fortuitous predicament. Although perceived by the world as an arrogant individual, he has nevertheless successfully captured the attention of the head coach of the Pistons. The young flower cultivator boldly claims to stand shoulder to shoulder with the basketball deity, Michael Jordan. The Pistons' 2003 first-round, 24th overall draft pick, Wang Feng, has declared his intention to outshine all his fellow rookies from the same draft class. Media outlets in the United States have fervently reported on Wang Feng's drowsiness during the draft event and his audacious proclamation upon being selected, inciting a wave of condemnation. Meanwhile, domestic media outlets have expressed mixed sentiments. Will the newcomer Wang Feng, as he enters the NBA, become the next Yao Ming? Humility and prudence are traditional virtues of the flower cultivators, yet Wang Feng appears to lack these qualities. Basketball is a competitive sport that does not require gentleness or modesty. Various opinions from the flower cultivator media abound, with praise and criticism in equal measure. However, Wang Feng remains unfazed by these so-called news reports. After the collective photo session at the rookie press conference, he promptly returned to exploring the myriad functions of the system. Yesterday, at the rookie press conference, Wang Feng encountered the first-round draft picks of 2003. The top pick, LeBron James, is indeed adept at socializing, quickly forging a bond with the third pick, Carmelo Anthony. The fourth pick, Chris Bosh of the Raptors, and Dwayne Wade of the Heat, thus forming an initial tight-knit circle. In truth, Wang Feng is aware that LeBron James and Carmelo Anthony have known each other for quite some time, sharing a profound camaraderie. Wang Feng could not help but acknowledge that LeBron James' fraternal connections have undeniably provided a substantial boost to his personal career. However, in Wang Feng's heart, these rookies had already transformed into mere resources for his own advancement. As he cast his gaze upon future luminaries such as LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh, his eyes suddenly functioned like a scanner, perceiving them as a collection of various basketball skill sets and item cards. LeBron James passing skill set, SS rank. LeBron James 48-minute super stamina card. LeBron James classic moment 45-15-5 item duplication card. The Flash, Dwayne Wade's lightning fast breakthrough skill set, SS rank. Dwayne Wade's lightning quick steal skill set, SSS rank. Dwayne Wade's ironclad block skill set, SS rank. Carmelo Anthony's stop and pop jump shot skill set, S rank. Chris Bosh's post-up skill set, a rank, and Chris Bosh's mid-range shooting skill set, a rank. Such an abundance of skill sets and item cards left Wang Feng pondering whether defeating them would yield these coveted rewards. With these enhancements, he felt that invincibility was within his grasp. Moreover, he harbored a peculiar sensation that while others engaged in basketball, he was singularly focused on slaying monsters and leveling up. My master, once you officially compete against them, if you emerge victorious, you shall obtain random skill sets and item cards. Of course, losing the match would mean relinquishing a skill set or item card. Are the skill sets and item cards I lose also random? Wang Feng inquired further. Indeed. They are random, which may result in a profound transformation of your basketball style should you lose a core skill set. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng was instantly engulfed by a sense of urgency. Indeed, there was no room for complacency if he did not enhance his personal basketball prowess. He would ultimately find himself with nothing. With this realization, Wang Feng immediately immersed himself in rigorous basketball training, for the Team S trial and intra-squad competitions were fast approaching. It was only through excelling in the Detroit Pistons trials and scrimmages that he could leave a lasting impression on the new head coach, Larry Brown. In the NBA, a team's head coach possesses the power to determine the trajectory of a rookie's career. If a player does not fit into the coach's developmental plan and tactical framework, they risk being marginalized, deprived of the necessary nurturing to blossom into a star. This principle also applies to established stars, should their playing style clash with the coach's strategy. They too may find themselves sidelined. However, superstars can compel team executives to dismiss a coach, thereby shaping a team's tactics around their unique skills. LeBron James exemplifies this phenomenon with his ability to command a system tailored to his strengths. On the morning of June 25th, Wang Feng, accompanied by his father and agent, Lian Ing, arrived at the Detroit Pistons training facility. Although the United States is recognized as a global superpower, Detroit, often referred to as the Motor City, found itself in the Rust Belt, grappling with economic challenges where the fan base predominantly comprised factory workers. Basketball emerged as one of their few forms of entertainment, thus cultivating a solid foundation of support among the local fans. However, due to the entertainment preferences of the factory workers, there was a strong inclination towards a straightforward and aggressive style of play, which the Pistons embraced. The team's key players often presented themselves as large, imposing figures. In the NBA, demonstrating strength earns respect, while showing weakness invites exploitation. The culture of the United States reverberated with the ethos of the strong prevailing while the weak languish. As soon as Wang Feng entered the Pistons' dedicated training facility, he overheard a group of free agents and undrafted rookies orchestrating a trial game. Only through outstanding performance could one secure an invitation to the Summer League. Excelling there would further the opportunity to sign a short-term minimum salary contract with the Pistons. Quick, quick, quick. Screen and roll. Pass. Open shot. Shoot. An older player, bewildered by the commands of his own team's point guard, was left disoriented amidst the frenetic pace of the game. Wang Feng observed the group of players striving for a contract and couldn't he help but feel a sense of relief regarding his selection. Regardless of the circumstances, joining the Pistons as a first-round rookie would undoubtedly secure him a lucrative rookie contract in the $1 million range. Whether it would be a 3-1 team option contract or a 2-2 contract with a player option in the second year, The total value would surpass $10 million. Such wealth seemed remarkably easy to acquire. Little Fong, as of today, you have just turned 18 and are now eligible to sign contracts. Be vigilant later and heed your agent's advice to secure the most favorable rookie contract possible. I understand. Dad, you need not worry. I will certainly secure the rookie contract with the Pistons. By then, our family will be millionaires. Though he spoke confidently, Wang Feng was acutely aware that, given his current rate of development, it would be prudent to aim for a 2-2 rookie contract, ideally negotiating a player option for the third year. This would afford him greater control, as he had no intention of remaining with the Pistons indefinitely. The New York Knicks, Los Angeles Lakers, Boston Celtics, and Miami Heat were the teams he envisioned as his ideal destinations. The Lakers and Celtics were two of the NBA's most storied franchises, and every player aspired to make their mark there. While the Knicks had a reputation as a star graveyard, Wang Feng believed that with his foresight, he could leverage ownership to construct a dynasty around himself. The allure of the Miami Heat lay in its pleasant climate and picturesque scenery, making it a splendid vacation spot. However, the current NBA lacked the Rose Rule. Otherwise, his second contract could have been a maximum deal that accounted for 30% of the team's salary cap. The triggering conditions included 1. Being selected to the All-NBA team twice during the rookie contract, regardless of the first, second, or third team. 2. Making the All-Star starting lineup twice. 3. Winning the regular season MVP. Meeting any one of these criteria could activate the rule. As Wang Feng contemplated this, he suddenly realized that if he could secure both the MVP and Finals MVP in his first season, he might establish what could be termed the Wang Feng rule. Creating a historical record in the NBA would certainly be commendable. After all, why not pursue both fame and fortune? It was particularly fortuitous that the Pistons were the champions of the 2003-2004 season, with Finals MVP Chauncey Billups averaging only 21 points per game. With determination, he could very well seize the Finals MVP. The Pistons finished the regular season with a record of 54 wins and 28 losses, securing the third seed in the Eastern Conference. His most formidable rivals were the Indiana Pacers and the Minnesota Timberwolves, with the regular season MVP that year being Kevin Garnett. If he could surpass the Pacers' impressive record of 61 wins and 21 losses while sweeping the Timberwolves during the regular season, coupled with an outstanding individual performance, it would place him in a favorable position, given David Stern's eagerness to penetrate the Chinese market and cultivate a successor to Michael Jordan. Wang Feng stood a good chance of clinching both the regular season MVP and Finals MVP in his inaugural season. With his proficiency in three-point shooting akin to that of Stephen Curry, and with favorable circumstances aligned, he could potentially eclipse Lakers legend Magic Johnson and achieve the remarkable feat of securing the scoring title, championship, MVP, and Finals MVP all in his first season. Wang Feng, lost in his thoughts, became increasingly exhilarated to the point of not hearing Dakamilika's greeting. At this moment, Dakamilik had yet to be worn down by Larry Brown. He remained a spirited young man. Undeterred by being overlooked, he mustered the courage to approach Wang Feng once more. "Hey, King, your performance at the draft was truly impressive." Upon hearing someone call him King, Wang Feng immediately lifted his head and was met with the sight of a tall and imposing young man. "Ah, is that not our esteemed runner-up, Darko Milicic? He is indeed a prodigious rookie, endowed with remarkable talent that surpasses the likes of Carmelo Anthony, Chris Bosh, and Dwayne Wade." As he gazed at the extraordinarily gifted Milicic, a bold idea flickered through Wang Feng's mind. "Oh, my dear Xiao Xiao, if I were to triumph over the exceptionally talented Milicic in an internal competition, would I not be rewarded with a skill package and item cards?" "Certainly. According to the system's assessment, Milicic is indeed a prodigy, possessing static abilities that even eclipse those of superstars like Carmelo Anthony, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh. It is no wonder he was chosen as the second overall pick of the illustrious 2003 draft class. However, he ultimately failed to develop, securing only the title of the fastest rookie to win a championship that year, without any other significant achievements to his name. Therefore, my esteemed master, defeating Milicic may not yield any skill packages and could potentially result in merely inconsequential item cards. Are you certain you wish to devote your precious first opportunity to Milicic?" Upon hearing the teasing words of the system sprite, Xiao Xiao, Wang Feng was immediately incensed. "Xiao Xiao, you clever little sprite, do you dare to challenge me? What nonsense about a precious first opportunity? This is about leveling up and acquiring equipment, not a frivolous dalliance. Of course, I will pick the softest fruit to squeeze. Just tell me, does the internal competition count as an official match, and can I obtain equipment from it?" Sensing her master's urgency, the system sprite Xiao Xiao ceased her jesting and officially announced her first task as a system sprite. Ding! Congratulations, Master Wang Feng, for triggering a temporary task. Task details: defeat the 2003 draft's second overall pick, Darko Milicic, in a one-on-one duel, with a reward of 1 lottery chance upon victory. Ding! Congratulations, Master Wang Feng, for triggering another temporary task. Task details: officially defeat the team of Darko Milicic in the internal competition, with rewards including a static talent enhancement card for Milicic and a boxing technique from him. Master, I must reiterate, the issuance of these temporary tasks is not intended to enslave you, but to facilitate your growth. Please do not harbor any resistance. Wang Feng certainly does not harbor a mindset of servitude. As long as there are rewards that facilitate his rapid growth, engaging in certain systematic tasks is entirely acceptable. Wang Feng merely wishes to avoid being reduced to a mere automaton, executing system tasks without thought. Engaging in system tasks occasionally to earn rewards is certainly agreeable. I can comprehend the rationale behind the reward lottery opportunities in the static talent enhancement card of Darko Milicic. However, the significance of Milicic's boxing skills eludes me. Does the system intend for him to shine during the infamous brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills, showcasing his boxing prowess to take down Ron Artest of the Pacers? Alas, Master, Milicic's later career development is rather lackluster, with virtually no accomplishments in the mid to late stages, leading to the meager array of item cards the system can extract from him. As for the boxing skills, they stem from Milicic's post-retirement career as a boxer, which is why the system has begrudgingly transformed his boxing abilities into an item card. How unfortunate for Milicic. After struggling in the NBA, he swiftly transitioned to a boxing career in his homeland. It appears he possesses considerable athletic talent. If basketball eludes him, he can still excel in boxing. Acquiring Milicic's boxing skills may well render him one of the most formidable players in the NBA. The mere thought of the 2004 to 2005 season and the brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills fills Wang Feng with anticipation. At that time, he may very well unleash his prowess, knocking out several Pacers players in succession. The mere contemplation of such a scenario is exhilarating. Wang Feng approached Darko Milicic with a warm smile. "Oh, my dear Darko, seeing you is akin to reuniting with a brother. You appear so tall and formidable. Having been selected as the second overall pick in the 2003 draft, you must excel at basketball. As fortune would have it, I too possess a modicum of basketball skills. Since the team's general manager, Mr. Joe Dumars, has yet to arrive, shall we engage in a friendly exchange of skills?" Darko Milicic, having triumphed over all competitors in his homeland, was naturally eager to encounter skilled players from other nations. However, he harbored some doubts about the capabilities of players emerging from the vast basketball desert of China. Observing Wang Feng's physique, he could hardly deem him a top-tier player, as his innate talents seemed markedly inferior. Nevertheless, Darko, known for his amiable disposition, bore no disdain towards Wang Feng and, embodying the spirit of camaraderie through sport, graciously agreed to Wang Feng's proposal. "Of course, my friend, I would be delighted to participate. How shall we compete?" With Darko's consent, Wang Feng had successfully ensnared him in his scheme. Wang Feng was overjoyed upon hearing that Darko Milicic allowed him to choose the format of their match. "Fantastic, Darko. Since you are willing to engage, let us settle this with a contest of 3-point shots in a team game. The loser must acknowledge the victor as the elder brother and carry their bag professionally for an entire year. What do you think of such a wager?" Darko Milicic, noticing Wang Feng's slight frame and recognizing his considerable static talent compared to his own, felt a deep admiration for Wang Feng's audacity in proposing such a bet. With a friendly clap, Darko Milicic responded amiably, "No problem, my brother." Wang Feng, brimming with excitement, joyfully proclaimed, "Let us commence our contest with 3-point shots," aiming to achieve 20 successful baskets as the hallmark of victory. Should one make consecutive shots, they may continue. However, a missed attempt will result in a change of possession. Do you have any objections to this rule? Darko Milicic, of course, had none. "King, if I were to make 20 consecutive 3-pointers, wouldn't that leave you with no chance?" "Darko, do not be deceived by my physique. When it comes to 3-point shooting, I dare say there is no one in the entire NBA who can rival me." Indeed, Wang Feng, equipped with Stephen Curry's 3-point skill set, possessed such unwavering confidence. Darko Milicic, witnessing Wang Feng's self-assurance, was reminded of the legendary Reggie Miller, the quintessential deity of 3-point shooting. Before the emergence of Ray Allen, Klay Thompson, and Stephen Curry, Reggie Miller reigned supreme as the contemporary god of the 3-pointer. Both Dako Milicic and Wang Feng made their way to the training facility to engage in a one-on-one three-point shooting contest. Upon entering the arena, Wang Feng's demeanor underwent a transformation. He became composed and focused, resembling a reaper poised to wield his scythe. Dako, as the second overall pick, you may go first. Should you succeed in making 20 consecutive three-pointers, I shall graciously concede. Dako Milicic, not one to shy away, was accustomed to playing the forward position. Though his three-point shooting was relatively average, he received the basketball from his agent and addressed Wang Feng, then allow me to take the first shot. With that, Dako Milicic released the ball, sending it soaring through the air. His considerable height, being a power forward and center, afforded him a high release point, resulting in a shooting form that appeared rather unorthodox. Nevertheless, the fact that he had made it to the NBA indicated that Dako Milicic possessed a certain degree of shooting talent, although his execution may have lacked finesse. The basketball found its way into the hoop in a rather ungraceful manner. Ultimately, in the realm of basketball, scoring is paramount. The means by which one scores is of lesser significance. Wang Feng would choose the pragmatic success of an unsightly shot over a beautifully executed miss any day. 1. Dako Milicic silently counted to himself. Wang Feng maintained an expression of calm indifference, doubting that Dako Milicic could score 20 consecutive points. However, fate played a small jest upon him. Perhaps the first basket instilled confidence in Dako Milicic, who subsequently adjusted his shooting posture multiple times, greatly enhancing his accuracy. Remarkably, he succeeded in making 3 consecutive three-pointers. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Feng felt a twinge of anxiety. It is impossible, absolutely impossible. You are merely Darko Milicic, not Nikola Jokic. How could one possess such shooting finesse? Unbeknownst to Wang Feng, throughout the training of professional NBA players, even those occupying the center position typically achieve a shooting accuracy of around 90% when unguarded. Take, for instance, Dwight Howard, a center often characterized by his rugged persona, who frequently demonstrates commendable accuracy during his three-point shooting practice. Yet, when it comes to official matches, Howard resorts to dunking, shying away from attempts at shooting. Oh, Umadba. Jade Emperor, God, I implore you, please do not allow Darko Milicic to sink 20 consecutive three-pointers. Perhaps Wang Feng's fervent prayers bore fruit. For after Milicic successfully netted 8 three-pointers in a row, his 9th attempt saw his release points soar too high, striking the upper edge of the backboard. This spectacle nearly sent Wang Feng into fits of laughter. Such antics were reminiscent of Russell Westbrook during his time with the Lakers, averaging a shot that grazed the top of the backboard. As Darko Milicic observed the amused Wang Feng, he quipped, "It's your turn now, King. At last. It was my moment to shine. Darko, your shooting touch is commendable. However, regrettably, you shall have no further opportunities to shoot." With that, Wang Feng seized a basketball and strode purposefully to the center circle of the court. Wang Feng intended to attempt a three-point shot from the center circle. In his recollection, the long-distance three-pointer from this spot was essentially the signature move of Stephen Curry, who consistently made several such remarkable shots in every game. Dwayne Wade, along with his agent and the staff of the Pistons arena, looked on in bewilderment at Wang Feng's decision to approach the center circle. Only Wang Feng's father displayed an expression of disbelief, exclaiming, "Little Feng, you can't possibly be thinking of shooting a three-pointer from the center circle, can you?" Upon the utterance of Wang Feng's father, all present were left astounded. To attempt a three-point shot from the center circle was utterly preposterous. Indeed, his audacity remained as unwavering as ever. Not even Michael Jordan would dare to be so brash. Just as the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, the Detroit Pistons general manager Joe Dumars, head coach Larry Brown, and 3 assistant coaches fortuitously arrived at the training facility. They witnessed firsthand this audacious display of Wang Feng's bravado. Wang Feng assumed his shooting stance and confidently proclaimed to Darko Milicic and everyone present, "Darko, esteemed spectators, allow me to demonstrate the artistry of a Curry-esque three-pointer." Curry-esque three-pointer? Who is Curry? Is it Del Curry, or perhaps Eddie Curry? A question arose in the minds of Joe Dumars, Larry Brown, and all those in attendance. Who exactly is Curry? Is the three-pointer truly impressive? Could it possibly surpass the prowess of Reggie Miller? Wang Feng paid no heed to the peculiar notions of others as he immersed himself in executing the extraordinary long-range three-pointer, a feat that only Stephen Curry could masterfully wield as a standard weapon in his arsenal. Wang Feng turned back, facing the hoop, and with a slight lift of his toes, he released a three-pointer. To be candid, his shooting form bore a resemblance to that of women's basketball. While this style may lack the picturesque elegance of Kobe Bryant's fadeaway jumper, It proved to be remarkably effective, characterized by rapid release, stable trajectory, and formidable resistance to interference. Joe Dumars, once a legendary star for the Pistons, furrowed his brow at Wang Feng's peculiar shooting technique. He was on the verge of expressing that it resembled a woman's shot, but before he could articulate his thoughts, Wang Feng's shot swished through the net with a satisfying sound. Witnessing this, Dumars swiftly altered his statement, exclaiming, "This kid's shooting is absolutely spot on." Just after uttering those words, Wang Feng continued to shoot with that same form, making consecutive baskets at an increasingly rapid pace. It was exhilarating to sink three-pointers. Especially from such a long distance, the sense of achievement was unparalleled, rivaling that of a spectacular dunk over an opponent or a crucial block. In that moment, Wang Feng felt as if he were possessed by the spirit of Curry, realizing he was not battling alone. Darko Milicic was taken aback by the sheer ferocity of Wang Feng's three-point shooting. After so many attempts, his shooting form remained impeccably consistent, almost superhuman. Wang Feng regarded this three-point shooting contest as a battle for the title of All-Star Three-Point King. He completed all 23-point shots in one breath, successfully scoring with each attempt. After finishing, he surveyed his surroundings, filled with ambition and satisfaction. With 20 consecutive three-pointers, including some from remarkable distances, he triumphantly declared, "I have won this one-on-one challenge. It's time to distribute the reward for the task." The system sprite, Xiao Xiao, was equally astonished by the remarkable synergy between Wang Feng and Curry's three-point skill set, as Wang Feng displayed an invincible stance from his very first shot. Prompted by Wang Feng, Xiao Xiao quickly regained her composure and proceeded to issue the system task reward. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on completing the task of defeating Darko Milicic. You have earned a chance to draw from the lottery. Would you like to use it now? Wang Feng is presently occupied and has no time to participate in the lottery, for General Manager Joe Dumars and Head Coach Larry Brown have approached him. Let's put that aside for now. We shall discuss it later. As they walk, General Manager Joe Dumars and Head Coach Larry Brown applaud. What a sharp three-pointer. Truly magnificent. King, I knew I was not mistaken. You have not disappointed me. In recent days, General Manager Joe Dumars has become the subject of ridicule among basketball fans across America, with numerous television networks and sports news outlets crafting jests at his expense. Some allege that Dumars has tarnished his legacy by selecting a brash rookie from China, who is endowed with mediocre talent, using a hard-won first-round draft pick. Others assert that Wang Feng is the most audacious rookie in history, daring to compare himself to the basketball deity Michael Jordan, a boldness that borders on folly. Additionally, some have directed their criticism towards the Pistons, lamenting that they have acquired the failed coach Larry Brown, who recently parted ways with the 76ers, and have squandered the opportunity to draft superstars like Carmelo Anthony, Chris Bosh, and Dwayne Wade, opting instead for the lackluster selections of Darko Milicic and Wang Feng. They predict that the Pistons will endure one of the most significant debacles in their history this season. Nonetheless, Wang Feng's emergence has stirred the otherwise tranquil off-season into a tempest of excitement. Fortunately, Wang Feng has begun to win over Joe Dumars and Larry Brown with his performance. Dumars harbors a premonition that selecting Wang Feng with the 24th overall pick might turn out to be a masterstroke in his career. Thus, he is resolute in offering Wang Feng a rookie contract, ideally a 3-1 deal with the final year being a team option. Meanwhile, Larry Brown is already strategizing the construction of the Pistons' tactical framework for the new season. With a sharpshooter like Wang Feng on the roster, the Pistons' tactical system and spatial dynamics will experience significant enhancement. Indeed, Larry Brown is now contemplating the integration of Wang Feng into the Pistons' strategic framework. Upon hearing the commendation from General Manager Joe Dumars, Wang Feng promptly responded, "Of course, Joe. Since you have chosen me, I shall repay your faith with my performance." Joe Dumars remained non-committal. His foremost responsibility was to finalize the rookie contracts for Darko Milicic and Wang Feng. Meanwhile, on the other side of the training facility, a group of aspiring free agents and undrafted players tirelessly pursued their dreams. Thus, Joe Dumars delegated the selection task to head coach Larry Brown. "Coach Larry, I have decided to sign Darko Milicic and Wang Feng. As for the others, I leave the recommendations to you, and I will make the final decisions." This arrangement suited Larry Brown perfectly. As a former failure in Philadelphia, he was eager to prove himself. This season, he was determined to demonstrate that, even in the absence of superstars like Allen Iverson, he could cultivate a championship-caliber team that excelled in teamwork. The humiliation brought by Allen Iverson was an indelible mark on Larry Brown's memory. I, Larry Brown, will dismantle the era of superstar basketball. Mark my words. Not a problem, Joe. You may attend to your matters, he replied, pulling a stern face and addressing the players. All players, gather for the rookie training camp. With that, Larry Brown strode out decisively. Joe Dumas wasted no time either. He invited the agents of Darko Milicic and Wang Feng into the general manager's office to discuss the intricacies of the rookie contracts, including financial terms and duration. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Feng promptly approached his agent, Lian Ing, and imparted his counsel, saying, "Old Lian, you must remember that I can only remain with the Pistons for 2 years. Detroit is not my ideal location. It would be best if you could secure a 2-2 rookie contract for me, ideally with a player option for the first year." Although Lianing was eager to inquire about the reasoning behind this, as an agent, he felt compelled to adhere to his client's wishes. "No problem, little Wang. You are now a superstar. In our homeland, your name is almost on par with the legendary Yao Ming. You are my priority, and I will certainly strive to obtain that player option for you." With Lian Ying's assurance, Wang Feng chose not to elaborate further. "Dad, you should accompany Agent Lian. I will head to the Pistons rookie training camp for now." Old Wang had no objections. "Go ahead, my son, you have my support." Upon hearing the response, Wang Feng immediately sprinted back to the rookie training camp. At that moment, Larry Brown was delivering a speech, his tone exceedingly stern, exuding an aura that was not to be trifled with. To play for the Pistons, there are 3 principles: toughness, toughness, and once again, unyielding toughness. The feeble cannot find their footing within the Pistons. Therefore, during the upcoming intra-squad scrimmage, you must showcase both your skills and your tenacity. Those lacking in either prowess or grit shall find themselves unceremoniously dismissed from the Pistons training camp, for the slots here are invaluable and cannot accommodate the inept. Wang Feng did not seek the limelight, quietly blending into the crowd, patiently waiting for the opportune moment to claim his reward for triumphing in the duel against Darko Milicic. "Xiao, I wish to utilize my chance for a draw," he declared. "Master, the lottery is currently in progress. Please do not leave midway." Upon Xiao's words, a dazzling lottery wheel manifested in Wang Feng's mind. This wheel consisted of 12 prize sections, and upon viewing the rewards, Wang Feng was utterly astonished. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed. The prizes on the lottery wheel were all intricately related to basketball. 1. Klay Thompson's 3-point shooting skill package, skill level, SS2. Tracy McGrady's 35 seconds, 13 points classic moment replication card, when the main team is behind. This card enables scoring 13 points within 35 seconds with a 100 shooting accuracy. 3. Michael Jordan's Back to the Basket skill package, skill level, SSS 4. Allen Iverson's Speed Burst skill package, skill level, SSS 5. Tracy McGrady's Stop and Pop shooting skill package, skill level, S6. LeBron James 48-minute stamina card. This card allows for continuous high-intensity play for 48 minutes. 7. Kobe Bryant's fadeaway jump shot skill package, skill level, SS 8. Kuriko's basketball, Eamon Daikie's unconventional shooting skill package, skill level, none, 9. Kuriko's basketball, Kaiser Yoda's imitation skill package, skill level, none, 10. Slam dunk, Dongfang Xiang's 3-style skill package, skill level, none, 11. White chocolate Jason Williams passing skill package, skill level, SS 12. Dwayne Wade's lightning steel skill package, skill level, S. After perusing these 12 prizes, Wang Feng felt an exhilarating surge of excitement, especially upon discovering the near-fantastical skill packages among them. He was left speechless. Xiao, are you certain the system is not jesting with me? The skill packages from Kuriko's basketball and slam dunk have appeared. Am I destined to engage in a basketball realm of immortality? Master, you are overthinking it. The skill packages from film and television do not necessarily apply to the real world. However, while Kuriko's basketball may seem fantastical, it can be considered documentary-like. As for Dongfang Xiang's 3 styles, simply regard it as a performance in a slam dunk contest, Xiao clarified. With this explanation, Wang Feng ceased his pondering. The notion that Kuriko's basketball was akin to a documentary was almost laughable. The concepts of unconventional shooting, variable acceleration, the scorching shot, the disappearing shot, the eye of the heavenly emperor, and the zone mode were more fantastical than he could fathom. Xiao, let us proceed with the draw. If I randomly select even one of these 12 prizes, combined with Curry's 3-point prowess, I shall surely shine in the NBA. Wang Feng seemed to perceive the beckoning of the scoring champion, the MVP, and the coveted championship title. As Wang Feng's voice faded, the lottery wheel began to spin. With each rotation, the wheel accelerated to such a speed that Wang Feng could no longer discern the prizes inscribed upon it. Oh, divine system! May you bless me with the fortune of a European monarch. Let me draw the most exquisite skill package. As Wang Feng uttered his prayer, the system's lottery event reached its conclusion. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have drawn the white chocolate Jason Williams passing skill package. Skill level, SS. The passing style is extraordinarily flamboyant. With one player in possession, the entire team is on edge. By the heavens, I actually drew this skill package. It seems the system intends for me to develop into a point guard. Indeed, with the Curry-esque three-point prowess, coupled with this remarkably elegant passing skill package, I could surely claim the title of point guard for myself. Yet, Wang Feng found himself in a predicament. The Pistons' point guard was Chauncey Billups, a master of control. With him on the court, the Pistons' offense flowed seamlessly, without a hint of disorder. During the Pistons' championship season, Chauncey Billups was the core of their ball control. Richard Hamilton served as the offensive nucleus, while Ben Wallace and Rasheed Wallace anchored the defense. Competing for the point guard position against Chauncey Billups would indeed be a formidable challenge for me. Nonetheless, to seize the FP, it was imperative to overshadow Billups. With this thought in mind, Wang Feng felt emboldened against any competition. Equip the white chocolate Jason Williams passing skill package. Understood, Master. With that, a surge of Jason Williams' passing skills and basketball style was transferred into Wang Feng's muscle memory. Is this the playing style of white chocolate Jason Williams? No flair. No basketball. No elegance. No basketball. An absolutely superstar style. After all, isn't the allure of basketball what captivates the audience? The mere thought of his imminent dazzling performance made Wang Feng chuckle uncontrollably. However, this laughter did not go unnoticed, drawing the ire of Larry Brown, who was in the midst of addressing the team. Hey, rookie, what are you laughing at? Darko Milicic promptly shook Wang Feng awake, who, realizing all eyes were upon him, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, admitting fault was not in Wang Feng's nature. Coach, allow me to clarify. Let me explain. I just heard your insights on team-building philosophy and your understanding of the Pistons' tactical system. I felt that we have a strong chance of winning the championship this season. And that thought compelled me to laugh. Now it was Larry Brown's turn to chuckle. This kid must still be half asleep. When did I mention anything about team-building philosophy or tactical systems? I was merely instilling a single principle in these rookies: to be tough, to confront, to defend. Where is there any tactical system or team-building philosophy? Tell me, what tactical system and team-building philosophy did I just articulate? Upon hearing this, Wang Feng felt a surge of anxiety. He had been preoccupied with the lottery and had scarcely paid attention to what Larry Brown had said regarding team-building philosophy and tactical systems. However, based on Wang Feng's understanding of championship teams throughout history, the Detroit Pistons of the 2003 to 2004 season emerged as a veritable dark horse. Their roster paled in comparison to the so-called Four Horsemen of the Los Angeles Lakers, yet they triumphed almost effortlessly, humiliating the Lakers and leaving the peak Shaquille O'Neal, the ascending Kobe Bryant, the defensive stalwart Gary Payton, and the mailman Karl Malone utterly disgraced. From Wang Feng's perspective, the Detroit Pistons succeeded by virtue of their collective basketball prowess and tenacious defense, overcoming the seemingly invincible star-studded Lakers. Coach Larry, each member of our Pistons is a talent. Our team-building philosophy naturally revolves around playing team basketball. As for the tactical system, we'll establish Chauncey Billups as the playmaking cornerstone, designate Richard Hamilton as the offensive focal point, and appoint Ben Wallace as the defensive linchpin, while also incorporating several sharpshooters. With such a configuration, our team would be nearly flawless. Winning the championship would be merely within our grasp. Larry Brown, the head coach, could scarcely believe his ears. This young man's vision for team construction and tactical arrangement aligned perfectly with his own. This lad was undoubtedly a genius. However, amidst his excitement, Larry Brown understood the necessity of maintaining composure to uphold his authority as the head coach. "You are quite intriguing," he remarked, his expression shifting to seriousness as he announced. "We will now engage in an inter-squad scrimmage. All players present must participate. If you wish to remain with the Pistons, showcase your skills and toughness. King, Darko Milicic, you too must join as well. Do not presume that your rookie contracts guarantee your positions." Wang Feng was contemplating the opportunity to organize an internal competition when Larry Brown unexpectedly announced it ahead of time. There was no longer a need for him to exert effort in concocting excuses to face Darko Milicic. It was indeed a fortuitous turn of events, akin to receiving a pillow just as one feels drowsy. What a delightful surprise. Wang Feng immediately approached Coach Larry Brown, stating, "Coach Larry, since we are to engage in competition, let us conduct it in accordance with the formal NBA standards. The players on site should be divided into red and white teams. With Daco and myself belonging to different squads, only then can we truly gauge our capabilities." Larry Brown did not oppose this notion, replying, "Very well, young king. I hope your skills can match your eloquence." During the Detroit Pistons rookie training camp, a novel selection method was adopted, eschewing physical fitness assessments and static talent evaluations. Instead, participants were organized into several small groups for competition. Throughout the matches, individual performances would be appraised by Coach Larry Brown and his 3 assistant coaches, with the highest scorers retained and the lower scorers eliminated. This selection process could be deemed rather ruthless, as athletes capable of playing professional basketball typically possess commendable static talents. The Pistons' disregard for physical testing and static abilities rendered this approach exceptionally harsh for them. Nonetheless, it is worth noting that even the already chosen rookies, Daco Milicic and Wang Feng, were to endure this selection trial, indicating that Coach Larry Brown meant business. The red and white teams were swiftly organized, and to Wang Feng's surprise, Coach Brown arranged for 4 squads, including contracted starting players from the Pistons, to participate, beyond the starting lineup. All other contracted players also took part in this significant inter-squad contest. The undrafted players and free agents formed 2 teams for competition, while Wang Feng and Daco Milicic joined the remaining 2 teams to engage in this remarkable face-off. Wang Feng joined the team coached temporarily by Chauncey Billups, the main player of the Pistons, known as the Red Team. Darko Milicic became part of the White Team, which is under the temporary guidance of Richard Hamilton, the esteemed scorer from the Pistons. Larry Brown is serving as the temporary referee. The teams have been divided, and the match is scheduled for 48 minutes. Conducted in accordance with official game standards. You are all players of NBA caliber, and I trust that you will showcase your unique styles during the game. With that said, the rosters for both the red and white teams have been announced. Upon examining the roster of the white team, Wang Feng immediately sensed that Larry Brown, this old fellow, was deliberately attempting to challenge him. The lineup for the white team featured center, Darko Milicic, power forward, Mehmet Okur, small forward, Derek Coleman, point guard, Darvin Ham, and shooting guard, Richie Palting. Notably, Mehmet Okur is a potential All-Star player, having been selected as a reserve for the NBA All-Star Game in 2007, and has been a formidable opponent for Yao Ming, having consistently outperformed the Houston Rockets during his tenure with the Utah Jazz. Conversely, the roster of the red team consisted of cast-offs from the Pistons. Center, Eldon Campbell, power forward, Ronald, small forward, Terrence, point guard, Lindsey Hunter, and shooting guard, Wang Feng. Indeed, Wang Feng, endowed with the 3-point prowess reminiscent of Stephen Curry and the passing finesse akin to Jason Williams, found himself positioned as the shooting guard. This was a daunting task. This lineup seemed intent on exhausting him. Despite his grievances, in order to fulfill the system's objectives, he had to press on. As both teams' starting players took the court, the temporary coaches began to infuse their players with motivational speeches, essentially proclaiming their superiority and encouraging them to dominate their opponents. The makeshift referee, Larry Brown, signaled for the players to take their positions and prepare for the tip-off. The players quickly fell into a competitive rhythm, with the atmosphere charged with anticipation. As Larry Brown tossed the basketball into the air, the match officially commenced. Darko Milicic, the second overall pick from the 2003 draft, showcased his remarkable static athleticism and explosive reaction time. He leaped effortlessly, leaving Eldon Campbell behind. With swift precision, Milicic deftly passed the ball to the white team's power forward, Mehmet Okur. Despite his towering stature, Okur displayed remarkable agility. With a convincing feint, he left Ronald, the red team's power forward, in his wake. After a couple of dribbles, he executed a smooth turnaround hook shot, penetrating the red team's interior defense and sending the basketball through the hoop. Okur scored the first 2 points for the white team. This seamless display of skill exemplified the qualities of an all-star caliber big man. Larry Brown, observing as the temporary referee, took note of Okur's movements. Impressive post-play indeed. It appeared that Ben Wallace could serve as a stalwart defender, while Mehmet Okur would act as the offensive powerhouse in the paint. Wang Feng keenly observed Mehmet Okur's offensive tactics, his emotions swirling in complexity. It appeared that my first opponent would be quite formidable. I had initially thought I would face the human victor, Sagard Dakamilikic, but to my astonishment, my greatest rival turned out to be the Rockets' nemesis, Mehmet Okur. The mere thought of the red team's lineup, with myself as the sole standout amidst a collection of lesser talents, left Wang Feng feeling quite perplexed, as none seemed capable of rising to the occasion. It seems I must take charge and strive for a swift resolution. Possessing the three-point prowess reminiscent of Stephen Curry and the passing finesse of white chocolate Jason Williams, Wang Feng naturally felt compelled to spearhead the offensive. However, given his current subpar defensive capabilities, he lacked the ability to shoulder such defensive responsibilities. As a shooting guard, Wang Feng naturally relied on his nimble movements. However, he sought to simplify matters. Upon the red team's possession, he directly leaned against Richie Bolden, signaling for the ball. Yet, the red team's point guard, Lin Hunter, blatantly disregarded Wang Feng's request for the ball. In his mind, he thought, "You are merely an Asian player, a rookie at that. What gives you the right to demand the ball? Do you possess the requisite skill?" Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken, for he had no desire to disrupt the non-existent unity within the team. Upon witnessing his request for the ball being disregarded, Wang Feng was instantly consumed by ire. "Oh, what the hell? How could they ignore me?" Lin Hunter advanced with the ball, while the others hastened forward, leaving Wang Feng alone in the backcourt, feeling the chill of neglect. After maneuvering the ball into the front court, Lin Hunter deftly dribbled twice to evade Darwin Ham, creating a vast opening. Daka Milisai rushed to provide assistance, inadvertently leaving Ronald, the power forward of the red team, wide open. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hunter executed a flamboyant no-look pass, directing the ball to Ronald. Upon receiving the pass, Ronald was elated, for typically, he only grazed the court during garbage time after a victory was secured. With a powerful leap, he prepared to unleash a one-handed dunk, only to be thwarted by the astute Mehmet Okur, who read his intentions with precision. "You shall not succeed." Mehmet Okur emerged from the side, swatting Ronald's seemingly assured dunk into the backcourt. What a solid rejection. Wang Feng, who had just reached the midcourt, was taken aback. Just as he finished his astonishment, the deflected basketball soared towards the backcourt. Upon seeing it, Wang Feng couldn't help but smile. "Ah, luck is on my side. The ball comes to me." The basketball landed precisely at the midcourt, and without a moment's hesitation, Wang Feng seized it, channeling the spirit of Stephen Curry, executing a lightning-fast dribble before launching a shot that arched gracefully through the air. After Wang Feng completed his shot, he elegantly turned away without a glance, retreating to his defensive position. Such nonchalance, like the wind, is a constant companion to me. How audacious his demeanor is. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Wang Feng's long-range three-pointer pierced the net like a guided missile. 3-2, what a splendid shot. Observing Wang Feng return to defense immediately after his shot, the Tipperary referee Larry Brown could not help but express his admiration. Initially, Larry Brown believed the white team would secure victory, especially given their roster that included the second overall pick from the 2003 draft, Darko Milei, along with a powerhouse like Mehmet Okur. Their overall strength appeared superior to that of the red team. However, judging by Wang Feng's competitive form, the outcome of this match was far from certain. As anticipated by Larry Brown, the white team's overall prowess proved to be formidable, with a balanced offensive and defensive strategy. Conversely, the red team, composed of cast-offs from the Pistons, struggled offensively and exhibited numerous defensive lapses. Were it not for Wang Feng's extraordinary three-point shooting, the red team would have faced annihilation by the end of the first quarter. With a score of 18-10, the red team trailed by 8 points, all of which were attributed to Wang Feng's efforts. Recognizing the issue at hand, the red team's interim coach Chauncey Billups called for a brief timeout. If they were to prevail, the ball must be entrusted to Wang Feng. This was precisely the strategy that Chauncey Billups wished to convey. The red team's roster lacked the strength of the white team, and their synergy appeared inferior as well. Yet, one undeniable truth remained. The red team could only hope for victory through superstar basketball. In contrast, team basketball would inevitably lead to their downfall, given their comparative weaknesses. However, the question loomed, could a superstar's stamina endure the entirety of the game? The greatest drawback of employing a superstar-centric strategy lies in the potential decline of the star's performance or susceptibility to injury, which could cause the team to regress from a top-tier contender to a mere average team. Thus, relying on a superstar entails significant risk. Nevertheless, throughout NBA history, championship-winning teams have predominantly embraced this superstar model. Instances of underdog teams, like the 2004 Pistons sweeping the formidable Fabulous Four Lakers 4-1 in the finals, are exceedingly rare. Consequently, while Chauncey Billups may not endorse the concept of stacking superstars, the current circumstances compelled him to adopt this approach. He resolved to position Wang Feng as the tactical core of the red team, maximizing his ball handling opportunities and playing a style centered around superstar basketball. With other players existing solely to support his offensive efforts, Chauncey Billups summoned Wang Feng and earnestly instructed him, "King, you are the sole player on our team capable of scoring. I will ensure that others collaborate with you, making you the focal point of our offensive strategy. I hope your three-point shooting remains consistent. Only then do we stand a chance of winning this game." Observing the gravity in Chauncey Billups' tone, Wang Feng responded with equal seriousness, "No problem. My three-point shooting will not disappoint you." Wang Feng never anticipated that he would become the lifeline of the red team. "Alas, I find myself in a challenging predicament. This group is far too fragile, unable to withstand any pressure. It appears that only by exerting my utmost effort can we hope to achieve victory." As the match progresses, it is now the white team's turn to attack. The interline demolitions expert, Mehmet Okur, is an indomitable force. Even the formidable duo of the red team's center, Eldon Campbell, and power forward, Ronald, cannot thwart Mehmet Okur's offensive prowess. The white team's point guard, Darwin Ham, lofts a high pass, delivering the basketball to the ever-prepared Mehmet Okur. Upon receiving the ball, Eldon Campbell and Ronald swiftly move to double team, leaving Dakamilisai completely exposed. With a graceful spin, Mehmet Okur deftly passes the ball to Dakamilisai. Unopposed, Dakamilisai takes a quick stride toward the basket, executing an elegant two-handed slam dunk. Wang Feng observed the dismal performance of his team's interior defense and couldn't help but shake his head in dismay. When it was the red team's turn to attack, Wang Feng boldly extended his hand for the ball, intent on usurping the responsibilities of the point guard, Lin Shi Hunter. This time, center Eldon Campbell dared not deny Wang Feng the ball. He promptly passed the basketball to him. Upon receiving the basketball, Wang Feng seemed to embody the essence of Curry, his body awakening with an extraordinary sense of agility and positional awareness. Wang Feng moved like a swift swordfish, executing tactical maneuvers with grace amidst the defensive formation of the white team. The white team's shooting guard, Richie Balding, found himself utterly unable to keep pace with Wang Feng's speed. Despite his solid defensive experience, which he hoped would impede Wang Feng's advance, he was effortlessly outmaneuvered by a cross-step dribble followed by a swift change of direction, leaving Balding off balance. Wang Feng surged forward, reaching the formidable defensive barrier of the white team's center, Dakamilisai, who intended to step in for support. However, to his astonishment, Wang Feng leaned back and executed a beautifully arched fadeaway jumper. Wang Feng's movements were remarkably fluid and graceful, and his mid-range shot found its mark with exquisite precision. After scoring, he was elated, gazing incredulously at his left hand, exclaiming, "It's back. My mid-range shot has returned." Indeed, in an alternate reality, Wang Feng was also a man passionate about basketball. Although his dribbling skills were lacking and three-point shooting was not his forte, his nearly indefensible mid-range jumper once made him the leading scorer on his class basketball team. His primary role involved receiving the ball and executing mid-range shots, serving as a finisher. Following this attempt, Wang Feng felt his shooting touch was still intact. It seemed as if his mid-range shot was brushing against the very edge of the basket zone. Within that range, every release felt destined to succeed. With this newly regained skill, he felt invincible. In this era, possessing a precise mid-range shot alongside three-point shooting could secure a starting position on any team. Filled with joy, Wang Feng taunted his defender, Darko Milicic. "Hey, my dear little Darko, allow me to showcase what an unstoppable mid-range prince truly is." Though Darko Milicic was shy by nature, he harbored a competitive spirit and could not tolerate a mere 24th pick rookie triumphing over him, the esteemed second overall pick. "King, do not revel in your success just yet. This time, I was careless. Once I am fully prepared, you shall not score over me." Wang Feng did not anticipate that this shy young man would also engage in trash talk. Very well, maintain that fierce spirit. Wang Feng was well aware that Darko Milicic was enduring an unfortunate stint under coach Larry Brown, struggling to find his footing, overshadowed by the mid-season addition of Rasheed Wallace, ultimately fading into obscurity. The reasons for this predicament were twofold. First, Larry Brown's aversion to utilizing rookies meant that unless victory was assured, Milicic often found himself sidelined, receiving scant minutes to showcase his abilities. This situation also gave rise to Milicic's nickname, the Human Victory Cigar. Second, Milicic's inherent shyness played a role. Despite his towering stature and exceptional static talent, he was reluctant to engage in direct confrontations with the formidable, aggressive players of the Pistons, leading to a noticeable disconnect with his more ferocious teammates. At this moment, Milicic was evidently oblivious to the true significance of Wang Feng's words. But he would later come to realize their profound importance. With a beautiful mid-range jump shot, characterized by a delicate touch, Wang Feng was naturally emerging as a shooter of great promise. Chauncey Billups and Richard Hamilton both acknowledged Wang Feng's shooting prowess. Previously, Wang Feng had demonstrated unparalleled skills in long-range shooting, and now, with his precise mid-range game, he was poised to assume the role of a super sixth man for the Pistons. Were it not for his slender frame and defensive shortcomings, he could have easily been the focal point of the team's offensive tactics. Larry Brown, however, had broader aspirations. He felt he had struck gold. Initially believing that Joe Dumars had selected the modestly talented Wang Feng merely to tap into the Chinese basketball market, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that this choice had proven to be a stroke of genius, adding another formidable player to the Pistons roster. Yet, Wang Feng's defensive frailties were glaringly apparent, indicating he required time to hone his defensive fundamentals. Indeed, Wang Feng's defensive weaknesses had become a widely recognized truth. But this did not diminish his standing within the team. What truly astonished Larry Brown was that Wang Feng, equipped with a shooting style reminiscent of Stephen Curry, could dismantle opponents solely through his three-point shooting prowess. Today, Wang Feng, having just emerged onto the scene, was destined to astonish the world. The game was not swayed by the whims of those outside the court. Regardless of Larry Brown's thoughts, the offensive showdown between the red and white teams was fiercely contested. The red team played a star-studded brand of basketball with Wang Feng as the offensive centerpiece. Once this core was established, Wang Feng unleashed an astonishing display of competitive spirit. Utilizing his unanswerable three-point shots and mid-range accuracy, he rendered the white team's interior defense utterly ineffective with a simple pick-and-roll strategy. In contrast, the white team employed a balanced, team-oriented approach, marked by strong tactical execution, albeit at a slower offensive tempo. While their shooting percentage was high, they could not match the red team's scoring speed. Quick, defend against their pick-and-roll. Do not allow Wang Feng any open shots. Darko, you and Richard Hamilton stick closely to Wang Feng. Focus on thwarting his sudden strikes. Mehmet Okur urged, increase the offensive pace. The red team is closing in on our score. However, despite Richard Hamilton's best efforts at strategizing, there was no way to halt Wang Feng's scoring spree. The red team's points continued to rise rapidly, with no white team player able to effectively guard Wang Feng's shots. Faced with this predicament, the white team's interim coach, Richard Hamilton, was reluctantly compelled to engage in a shootout with the red team. Yet, even this strategy could not mask the white team's declining momentum. Had time permitted, the red team could have taken the lead in the first quarter. Ultimately, at the end of the first quarter, the red team trailed the white team by just 2 points, 29-31. Remarkably, every point scored by the red team had a direct correlation to Wang Feng's contributions, with 25 points solely attributed to his efforts. The remaining 4 points resulted from Wang Feng attracting 2 defenders, allowing center Eldon Campbell and power forward Ronald to score. Indeed, Wang Feng had single-handedly amassed 25 points and provided 2 assists in the first quarter. This segment of the game could be deemed a personal showcase for Wang Feng. Regardless of the defensive strategies employed by the white team, as long as he found space to shoot, he would effortlessly deliver an unanswerable three-pointer or mid-range jumper. The white team's guard, Richard Hamilton, and center, Darko Milicic, found their spirits crumbling under the pressure. As the first quarter concluded, Chauncey Billups lavished praise upon Wang Feng. King, splendid work. I always knew you had it in you. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized you were a remarkable talent. A man born for basketball. Overwhelmed by such compliments from Chauncey Billups, Wang Feng felt a twinge of guilt. After all, he had recently been plotting to seize Billups' championship accolades for himself. It was well known that Billups had scarcely garnered any significant awards throughout his career, and Wang Feng had been eyeing the few honors he had achieved. Chauncey, please do not praise me so excessively. My scoring is greatly aided by your tactical system. Had you not established me as the focal point of our strategy, I would not have had the opportunity to showcase my scoring talents. Encountering such humility from Wang Feng was a rarity, and Chauncey Billups was well aware of Wang Feng's audacious reputation. The young player had infamously dozed off during the NBA draft, only to be selected 24th overall by the Pistons. Expressing dissatisfaction with his draft position and vowing to outshine all his fellow rookies, he even likened himself to the basketball deity, Michael Jordan. Such brashness and assertiveness were precisely what the Pistons required. King, Do not be so modest. Excessive humility can border on arrogance. We have not yet secured a complete victory in this game, and for the white team to triumph, we need you to continue unleashing your scoring instincts. After the praise, Chauncey Billups began to place greater expectations on Wang Feng. Although it was merely a casual intra-squad scrimmage, Billups was determined not to succumb to defeat. A true professional athlete is born to win, and that is the essence of competitive spirit. Wang Feng, naturally, harbored no desire to succumb to defeat. Beyond fulfilling his system's tasks, there lay within him a primal urge for victory, an innate ambition that defined his masculinity. As a man, it was imperative to rise and not dwell in subservience. Rest assured, my esteemed leader Chauncey, scoring is second nature to me. Leading the team to victory is my duty as a member of this squad. Just watch my performance unfold. At this moment, Chauncey Billups had already acknowledged Wang Feng as talent and eagerly anticipated his display. Coach Larry Brown, too, was keenly interested in the upcoming exhibition of Wang Feng's prowess. Initially drawn to the flamboyant personality of this rookie, Brown was now equally impressed by his exceptional skills and distinctive playing style. It seemed that Old Joe had indeed selected a prodigy for the Pistons. Larry Brown hoped that Wang Feng would showcase even greater readiness and potential in this intra-squad scrimmage. Contrasting the expectations of Brown and Billups, the white team had conspired to devise a strategy to counteract Wang Feng's contributions. Their only recourse was to employ aggressive double-teaming against him, ensuring that every reception, movement, dribble, and shot would be fraught with difficulty. Given Wang Feng's physical attributes, it was believed he could not possibly contend with players like Darko Milicic or Mehmet Okur. Indeed, Richard Hamilton intended to deploy 3 players to smother Wang Feng. Even if it meant losing the match, he was determined to stifle Wang Feng's explosive performance. After all, a mere quarter yielding 25 points was an explosive statistic. If left unchecked, Wang Feng could potentially shatter the record of 100 points in a single game, a feat only achieved by the legendary Zhang Liwan. Though this was merely a trivial intra-squad matchup, Richard Hamilton was resolute in not allowing anyone to score 100 points on his watch. Such an occurrence was simply unacceptable. There could be no room for such brilliance within the Pistons. With these thoughts in mind, he awaited the continuation of the game after a brief intermission. As the second quarter commenced, the red team initiated their offensive play. However, before Wang Feng could even receive the ball, he was immediately besieged by white team guard Richie Paulding and center Darko Milicic. No matter how Wang Feng maneuvered, he was invariably met by at least 2 defenders. What an exasperating predicament. It seemed he was experiencing the same treatment the Pistons had once reserved for the nascent basketball deity, Michael Jordan. Indeed, Richard Hamilton was employing the very Jordan rules that the previous generation of bad boys had implemented against Jordan himself. The essence of the Jordan rules was simple: smother Jordan. Allow everyone else to score. Currently, Wang Feng found himself ensnared within this stringent defense. Observing Paulding and Milicic, Wang Feng scoffed. Richie, Darko, do you realize that under your relentless guarding, I nearly scored 30 points in a single quarter? Your attempts to double-team me are utterly futile. Darko Milicic, evidently affronted, felt his pride wounded. As a second overall pick, he was being overshadowed by Wang Feng, a mere 24th pick. He was indignant. Wang, I am the second overall pick, while you are merely the 24th. I will show you the disparity in our physical gifts. You shall not score on my watch. Seeing the youthful and somewhat bashful expression on Milicic's face, Wang Feng couldn't help but laugh. Darko, your voice is trembling. You clearly doubt your own abilities. Embrace reality. What I proclaimed at the draft was no idle boast. I shall outshine every rookie in my class. First you, then LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony, Chris Bosh, and Dwayne Wade, none shall escape. With that, Wang Feng launched into a frenzy of movement, and in a moment of carelessness, Richie Paulding found himself shaken off. Darko Milicic attempted to reposition for defense, but was effectively obstructed by the well-prepared shield, Ronald. As Wang Feng finally broke free, point guard Lindsey Hunter seized the opportunity, delivering a perfectly timed bounce pass right into Wang Feng's hands. Wang Feng received the basketball with almost no adjustments, instantly pivoting to deliver a remarkably swift 3-point shot. Wang Feng's shooting speed was both swift and fierce, leaving Darko Milicic with no opportunity to block. The rapid release of his shot, though lacking the aesthetic appeal of a fadeaway jumper, was an extraordinary tool for scoring, showcasing a level of precision that was nothing short of remarkable. Larry Brown, as he observed the game unfold, became increasingly convinced that Wang Feng was destined to be a player for the Detroit Pistons. Historically, the Pistons relied heavily on defense to stifle their opponents, often struggling with offensive firepower. Once their defense was breached by a superstar, defeat seemed almost inevitable. In stark contrast to Wang Feng's stellar performance, the Pistons' second overall pick, Darko Milicic, appeared rather lackluster despite his impressive physical attributes. His defensive skills always seemed to fall just short. Alas, the adage holds true, comparison can be disheartening. Fortunately, Milicic managed to redeem himself in Larry Brown's eyes with a display of competitive spirit in the subsequent matches. During one offensive possession, Milicic boldly called for the ball, exclaiming, "Give me the ball. I'm going to dominate the red team." He positioned himself assertively against the aging Eldon Campbell, demanding the ball. Darvin Ham, the point guard for the white team, did not hesitate to oblige. After all, Milicic was the Pistons' prodigious talent selected with the second overall pick and was expected to become a linchpin for the franchise. After receiving the basketball, Milicic forcefully pushed past Campbell. And even as Ronald and Terrence attempted to defend, he barreled through them, leaping high to deliver a thunderous two-handed dunk that capped off the play. Following the dunk, Milicic celebrated with a flamboyant display of bravado, proclaiming to King, "Now this is real basketball. Relying solely on three-pointers will not secure a championship." At that moment, a rivalry ignited between the two 2003 rookies, Milicic and Wang Feng, intensifying the competition between their teams. Their confrontation transcended mere personal rivalry. It embodied a clash of basketball philosophies represented by Richard Hamilton's white team, which emphasized teamwork and balanced play, against Chauncey Billups' red team, which found itself compelled to revolve around Wang Feng as the central figure due to a less favorable roster. Thus, in this match, Wang Feng stood as a solitary force against the entirety of the white team. As Milicic celebrated his dunk in Wang Feng's presence, Wang could not resist taunting, "Youngster, you are rather presumptuous. You've scored a mere handful of points and dare to showcase your skills before me? I am on the brink of scoring 30 points in a single quarter." He added, "You assert that three-pointers cannot win championships? Allow me to illustrate what an epic-defining three-pointer truly looks like." Had Wang Feng not been aware of the young prodigy who entered the NBA in 2009 and subsequently sparked a three-point revolution, leading to 4 championships, he might have been swayed by Milicic's bravado. After all, in this era, the three-point king Reggie Miller was deemed a complete failure. With that, Wang Feng leaned against Richie Paulding, signaling for the ball while Campbell valiantly held off Milicic, and Ronald resisted Mehmet Okur. Together, they worked diligently to create space for Wang Feng to receive the pass. It was undeniable that at this juncture, Wang Feng's skill and scoring prowess had captivated his red team teammates, who instinctively sought to facilitate scoring opportunities for him. As soon as Wang Feng received the ball, Richie Bolden, who was positioned to obstruct him, began to spiral into a frenzy, repeatedly committing flagrant acts against Wang Feng's cylinder in an attempt to disrupt his shooting rhythm. Fortunately, this was not an official match. Otherwise, a flagrant foul would have been inevitable. Moreover, the temporary referee for this intra-team scrimmage, Larry Brown, relished encouraging physicality, thus turning a blind eye to Bolden's frequent infractions against Wang Feng's cylinder. In fact, Larry Brown took a certain pleasure in witnessing Wang Feng's struggles and disarray. "Young man, only through enduring the rigors of the Pistons' defense can one truly develop. That's how Michael Jordan emerged, and I hope you two will follow in his illustrious footsteps." Wang Feng was nearly unable to maintain his grip on the ball due to Richie Bolden's reckless foul. Wang Feng, witnessing the indifference of the temporary referee Larry Brown towards the blatant foul committed against him, couldn't help but inwardly curse, "Is this old man blind? Such an obvious foul and he chooses to ignore it." Yet, despite his silent grievances, Wang Feng was resolute in not allowing an inconsequential figure to stifle his performance. Determined to impart a profound lesson to the players of the white team, Wang Feng firmly pressed a shoulder against Richie Bolden and promptly executed a probing step forward. Given Bolden's mediocre defensive skills, he had to rely on sheer effort to compensate, hastily re-engaging in defense. In that fleeting moment, Wang Feng suddenly accelerated, performing 2 consecutive dribbles between his legs, shifting the rhythm of his dribbling. Caught off guard, Richie Bolden quickly found himself out of position in his defense. As Wang Feng witnessed Richie Bolden nearly being outmaneuvered by him, he swiftly accelerated once more, achieving an exquisite synergy between himself and the ball. Consequently, Richie Bolden could only watch helplessly as Wang Feng deftly bypassed him. With a single stride, he evaded Bolden, while the white team's center, Darko Milicic, shook off the entanglement with the red team's center, Eldon Campbell, and rapidly approached Wang Feng. "Let me defend you," Darko Milicic declared, brimming with determination to avenge his previous humiliation. However, Wang Feng offered him no such opportunity. Fearlessly, he executed a leap, soaring over Dako Malisik's front, and with a powerful thrust from his abdomen, he ascended high into the air. Dako Malisik, still unwilling to concede, extended his massive hand, straining to block, exclaiming, "You shall not succeed." Wang Feng, however, paid no heed to Dakamirik's defense, a faint smile gracing his lips. "To attempt to block against me, you are still a century too early," he declared, as he arched gracefully through the air, executing a spectacular and commanding layup dunk. Upon landing, Wang Feng turned to Dakamirik and uttered the classic phrase, "Rookie, welcome to the NBA." Dakamirik appeared incredulous, exclaiming, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could I be dunked on by a guard barely standing at 6 feet? Larry Brown, Chauncey Billups, Richard Hamilton, and everyone present could not help but marvel. What a magnificent dunk. Wang Feng was indeed remarkable. He was not merely a talker, but his prowess was truly impressive. This was the unanimous sentiment of the audience. Initially, they had assumed this Asian player was solely a shooter. Yet it became evident that Wang Feng was an offensive kaleidoscope. With his long-range three-pointers, mid-range shots, and explosive dunks, his offensive talent was laid bare. Wang Feng, just how many surprises do you still hold? Larry Brown mused, filled with anticipation for Wang Feng's forthcoming performance. Wang Feng's strike dealt a severe blow to the morale of the white team, causing their defensive structure to collapse in an instant. Many players found themselves questioning their purpose in the face of Wang Feng's relentless offense. Every white team player who dared to challenge Wang Feng in defense ultimately succumbed to his effortless scoring. His nearly indefensible long-range three-pointers, impeccably precise layups after breaching defenders, and powerful dunks within the white team's restricted area each served to further diminish their spirits. Wang Feng's unparalleled offensive prowess left the main players of the Pistons utterly astounded. "Big Ben, how many points do you think Wang Feng will score in this game?" inquired the Pistons' promising newcomer, Tayshaun Prince, to Ben Wallace. As the defensive linchpin of the team, Ben was adept at exhausting the opposing team's interior players. He understood that generally, as the game progressed, the stamina of offensive players would wane significantly, leading to a substantial decline in their shooting accuracy. It is often at this juncture that the execution of team tactics, defensive strategies, and the essence of star-studded basketball come into play. The Pistons were not lacking in tactical execution or defense. Rather, they were in desperate need of a player capable of performing at a superstar level. Yet, at this moment, Ben Wallace glimpsed a flicker of hope in the rookie Wang Feng. "Tayshaun, I cannot predict how many points this kid will score, but so far, he has already amassed 39 points in less than 2 quarters. Given Wang Feng's scoring style, even if his shooting percentage dips in the second half, as long as he has opportunities to shoot, I believe he can easily surpass 50 points. It wouldn't even surprise me if he reaches 60 or 70 points. The figures of 60 and 70 points are unattainable milestones for many NBA players throughout their careers, yet they may be realized by this rookie." Ben Wallace couldn't help but recall Wang Feng's audacious declaration at the NBA draft, "You have missed out on a player akin to Jordan. I will outshine all the other rookies." Those words echoed in his mind. Perhaps Wang Feng could indeed bring such bravado to fruition. This inter-squad scrimmage had initially maintained a relatively balanced state between the red and white teams. However, Wang Feng's explosive performance shattered that equilibrium, as the white team's defense was utterly incapable of staving off his relentless scoring. Even with a player like Mehmet Okur, who possessed all-star potential, the white team's overall offensive output paled in comparison to Wang Feng's individual prowess. After all, while others scored 2 points at a time, Wang Feng was racking up 3 points with every shot. Initially, the difference was not glaring, but as time elapsed, it became evident that the red team had surged ahead by over 10 points. If this trend continued, it would merely be a matter of time before the white team faced annihilation. Larry Brown, despite his desire for a fiercely competitive basketball game, recognized the scrimmage's trivial nature and deemed it unnecessary to play too aggressively. Thus, during halftime, he admonished Richard Hamilton and Chauncey Billups. "Richard, Chauncey, this is merely a scrimmage. Regardless of the outcome, do not resort to dirty tactics like eye-gouging or underhanded moves. Ensure the well-being of your teammates." Indeed, while Larry Brown encouraged competition, he was equally concerned about the health of his players during practice. "Understood, Coach." Richard Hamilton and Chauncey Billups were acutely aware of what their head coach was implying. "All right. You may return to your preparations for the game." By halftime, Wang Feng had exhausted considerable energy, given that the red team's offensive firepower rested solely on his shoulders. Throughout the first half, he took 20 shots, making 14 of them, 10 out of 15 from beyond the arc, 5 out of 5 for two-pointers, and 4 out of 4 from the free throw line. He single-handedly amassed a staggering 44 points, while the entire red team scored merely 55 points. During the halftime break, Wang Feng began to make requests to the system sprite. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao. Is there any energy-boosting sports drink or system item card I can exchange for? I'm willing to pay. Master, you truly are insatiable. This is merely a scrimmage. Why are you so fixated on scoring? Your scoring prowess is already quite evident. There are myriad ways to lead your team to victory. Why not showcase your playmaking abilities to earn more appreciation from Larry Brown? Organizing the offense is far less taxing than relying solely on personal scoring. Moreover, it is essential to realize that every skill card you acquire requires improvement in both proficiency and compatibility. Your Stephen Curry three-point skill package has reached a proficiency of 50 and a compatibility of 65, while your Jason Williams passing skill package is languishing below 10. With 2 more quarters to go, it would be prudent to enhance that skill package. Taking heed of the system sprite's remarks, Wang Feng ceased his requests for energy-boosting items. Xiao Xiao, what are skill proficiency and compatibility? Each time the system introduced new terminology, Wang Feng made it a point to thoroughly understand it, as it pertained to his future and could not be taken lightly. Master, skill proficiency and compatibility are quite straightforward. Skill proficiency is developed through consistent practice and real game experience until it reaches its maximum level. As for skill compatibility, it relates to your physical attributes. Currently, your height, build, and weight are well suited for the guard position, hence the initial high compatibility for certain skill packages. As your physical attributes evolve, so too will this compatibility. Of course, compatibility can also be enhanced through training and fitness. After hearing the system sprite's explanation, Wang Feng quickly grasped the concepts of skill proficiency and compatibility. No wonder his proficiency and compatibility with the Curry three-point skill package were so high. It seemed that his physical attributes aligned with the requirements of that skill. However, he was somewhat puzzled as to why his compatibility and proficiency with Jason Williams' passing skill package were so low despite both being point guards. Though he found it perplexing, Wang Feng resolved to enhance Jason Williams' passing skills, as a proficiency and compatibility below 10 was simply unacceptable. It seemed that in the future, each time he acquired a skill package, regardless of the circumstances, he should prioritize mastering that skill to its fullest potential. Wang Feng has firmly resolved that. In all future official matches, he will focus solely on scoring during the first half, inflicting damage upon his opponents. In the second half, he will concentrate on orchestrating the offense, occasionally launching surprise three-point shots. This strategy not only enhances his skill proficiency and synergy, but also perplexes his adversaries, leaving them bewildered by his playing style. During the halftime intermission, members of the red team expressed their deep admiration for Wang Feng. King, your scoring prowess is truly formidable. With your current ability, you can easily rival the league's leading scorers, and your three-point shooting is an unprecedented marvel, praised the seasoned Eldon Campbell. Having witnessed countless scoring talents, Campbell had never encountered anyone who made scoring seem as effortless as Wang Feng, who could rain down three-pointers with remarkable ease. Such three-point capability is unmatched, even by the current three-point king, Reggie Miller. Please, do not overpraise me. This is merely an inter-squad scrimmage. Everyone is conceding to me. In a real match, players from other teams will undoubtedly spare no effort to stifle my scoring. I might even find myself at the mercy of unsportsmanlike tactics, Wang Feng replied. Indeed, the NBA of this era retains a certain brutality. When conventional defenses fail, players may resort to underhanded methods. Throughout history, there have always been such players, with Bruce Bowen of the Spurs being the most notorious in this age. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Lin Shiheng and others promptly assured him, "Rest assured, King, we will protect you." Chauncey Billups also comforted Wang Feng, saying, "There is no need for concern. We aspire to revive the glorious tradition of the bad boys of the Pistons. It is other teams that fear us, not the other way around." With such reassurances from the amiable Billups, Wang Feng felt encouraged and responded, "Chauncey, I eagerly anticipate battling alongside all of you on the NBA stage." While the atmosphere among the red team was vibrant, the mood on the white team was rather grim. At the end of the first half, the red team led the white team by 13 points, with a score of 55-42. However, the most disheartening aspect was that the white team, boasting a formidable interior defense, had been overwhelmed by the newcomer, Wang Feng. Under their proud defensive scheme, Wang Feng single-handedly scored 44 points in the first half, a humiliating defeat. Their psychological defenses crumbled, leaving them anxious about how many points Wang Feng would amass in the second half. As the break came to a swift conclusion, the white team players entered the court with trepidation. Wang Feng could not help but chuckle at the sight of the white team players preparing themselves for a battle as if it were a matter of life and death. After all, it was merely an intra-team scrimmage. Why act as if they were on the verge of losing the championship? Furthermore, he had no intention of unleashing a relentless onslaught, as he still aimed to refine his passing skills. As the second half commenced, the white team adhered to their strategy, with point guard Darwin Ham advancing the ball, while the formidable interior duo of Mehmet Oku and Dako Malisic provided support. The synergy between the inside and outside play was commendable, requiring only 2 passes for Dako Malisic to secure a solid dunk. Following the score, Dako Malisic refrained from roaring or taunting. Everything felt remarkably serene. He was acutely aware of the repercussions of provoking Wang Feng. When it was the red team's turn to attack, the white team maintained their customary intense defense against Wang Feng. Yet, Wang Feng remained undeterred, persistently signaling for the ball and exuding an aura of relentless aggression. Mehmet Oku and Dako Malisic were visibly anxious. Would it be a three-pointer, a mid-range shot, or a driving layup? Regardless of Wang Feng's choice, it would pose a significant challenge for them defensively. However, to their astonishment, when Wang Feng penetrated the paint, he opted not to take the layup himself, but instead executed a deft handoff to the wide-open Eldon Campbell. Although Eldon Campbell was momentarily puzzled, as a professional player, particularly one positioned in the paint, he knew he had to seize the opportunity. Upon receiving the ball, Eldon Campbell soared into the air, delivering a thunderous dunk that exuded sheer dominance. Wang Feng praised, and Eldon Campbell rushed to his side, exchanging high fives in celebration. What a splendid pass. I thought you were going to take the shot yourself. Chauncey Billups expressed his astonishment. What has gotten into this kid? A sure score, yet he generously passed it off. Is he concocting some new trick? As if to confirm Billups' suspicions, Wang Feng, throughout the entirety of the next quarter, managed only 2 attempts at wide-open three-pointers, dedicating the remainder of the time to orchestrating the offense. Indeed, with Wang Feng's offensive prowess, no one dared to leave him unguarded for a shot or an aggressive drive. Consequently, the white team often found themselves sending 2 or even 3 players to contain him, resulting in the complete collapse of their defensive line and leaving gaping holes in their coverage. Larry Brown, witnessing this, finally broke into a rare smile. This kid, Wang Feng, has truly devised something novel. He has learned the art of sharing the ball. You always manage to surprise me. Had Wang Feng been merely a scorer, Larry Brown would have relegated him to the role of a super sixth man. However, now, as a player who can score and facilitate, Wang Feng has rightfully earned a place in the starting lineup. If he could also master defense, he would be nothing short of perfect. Unfortunately, Wang Feng is still an unrefined rookie. Expecting him to forsake his scoring instincts to become a defensive player seems rather counterproductive. It appears that the issue of Wang Feng's defense will have to be addressed in due time. In truth, Larry Brown ought to consider that if Wang Feng were to acquire all the skills of a guard, how would he navigate the dynamics between Richard Hamilton, Chauncey Billups, and Wang Feng himself? It is essential to recognize that Billups and Hamilton are among the 2 most critical cores of the Pistons triumvirate. Billups serves as the orchestrator, the linchpin of the team, while Hamilton embodies the offensive core, the finisher. Meanwhile, the formidable Ben Wallace stands as the defensive cornerstone of the Pistons, with only a subtle positional conflict with Wang Feng. However, with Wang Feng's ascent, a clear positional conflict has begun to emerge between him, Billups, and Hamilton. Wang Feng may exhibit deficiencies in defense, yet his youthfulness and explosive scoring ability render him deserving of increased ball possession. In contrast, Chauncey Billups and Richard Hamilton embody a harmonious blend of offensive and defensive prowess, showcasing remarkable steadiness. Regardless of the choice made, it presents a perplexing dilemma, perhaps a quintessential example of the burdens of happiness. At this moment, Larry Brown remains oblivious to such burdens, engrossed in the joy brought forth by the newcomers. During the third quarter, Wang Feng once again captivated everyone present with his dazzling passing techniques. Moreover, he discovered that orchestrating the offense required significantly less effort than pursuing individual scoring. More importantly, facilitating the offense provided a unique and profound sense of fulfillment. What a wondrous experience! It became apparent that leading the team's offensive plays was even more gratifying than scoring alone. Witnessing his teammates fully engage in the offensive rhythm and execute such aesthetically pleasing plays brought Wang Feng immense joy. Since he truly embraced the role of a point guard, He has genuinely experienced the allure of basketball. It is a team sport, not merely a solo performance. You there. Move to the open spot. Move. You there. Set the screen. Wang Feng commanded his teammates in the offensive maneuvers like a seasoned battlefield commander. Larry Brown observed with great delight the profound transformation in Wang Feng's style. Not only did he take the initiative to orchestrate the team's attacks, but he did so with remarkable finesse. Truly, he exemplified what it means to be a player of my Pistons, having grasped the essence of team basketball shortly after joining the ranks. As an onlooker, Larry Brown felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Yet the players of the opposing white team, as participants in the fray, were internally unraveling. They marveled at how drastically Wang Feng's basketball style had evolved. Whereas he had previously unleashed a torrent of offensive prowess, he now exhibited an extraordinary talent for passing, rendering him a player of unpredictable nature. In the first half of the match, Wang Feng relentlessly pursued personal scoring, successfully reclaiming the lead for his team with a substantial margin of points through his all-encompassing gameplay. As the third quarter commenced, he transitioned into a role of orchestrating the offense, leaving the white team players in a state of disarray. This stark shift particularly devastated the defenders tasked with containing Wang Feng, Dako Milicic, and Richie Paulding. As they realized the Wang Feng in a playmaking position was even more challenging to defend than the one they had faced in the first half. Dako Milicic silently vowed to himself, "If I ever have to guard Wang Feng again, I shall be a complete fool." Wang Feng remained indifferent to whether Dak Milicic was on the brink of collapse. His current tasks were twofold. First, he aimed to vanquish the white team and triumph over Dak Milicic to secure a reward. Second, he sought to enhance Jason Williams' passing proficiency. Observing Wang Feng's increasingly flamboyant passes, the spectators along the sidelines had grown somewhat accustomed to his style. "Bill, have you kept track of how many passes this kid has made in the third quarter and how many assists he's accrued?" Simmons inquired. "Interestingly enough, I have indeed compiled the statistics," Bill replied. From the onset of the third quarter, Wang Feng activated his passing mode. Even when he had a clear shot at the basket, he opted for a pass that exuded flair, reminiscent of Magic Johnson's artistry with the Lakers. Upon a rough calculation, he had already executed over 19 passes, achieving an impressive 14 assists with almost no significant errors. Most of the mishaps stemmed from his teammates failing to catch the ball properly. Such minor blunders should not reflect poorly on him. In fact, his assist-to-turnover ratio surpasses that of any active point guard, establishing him as a remarkably stable playmaker. Assistant coach Bill laid out Wang Feng's passing, assist, and turnover statistics for the team. Another assistant, Simmons, nodded in agreement. "This young man is becoming increasingly formidable. I can hardly decide whose template to use for evaluating him. His three-point shooting is impeccable, and his passing technique is exceptional, a rare talent indeed. I find it perplexing that scouts, team managers, and head coaches have overlooked such an outstanding player, allowing him to fall to the 24th pick in the first round." Bill also considered Wang Feng to be the most significant hidden gem among the 2003 draft class, now fortuitously acquired by the Pistons, truly a blessing from above. It appears Wang Feng is destined to become a formidable weapon for our Pistons, his presence capable of elevating the team's previously lackluster offense. However, his penchant for showmanship, particularly in his passing style, evokes memories of a certain player, Jason Williams, the so-called white chocolate. Bill remarked. Indeed, it is Jason Williams, the magician of passing whose unpredictable play instilled fear not only in opponents but also in his teammates, as one could never anticipate when he might deliver a pass. A moment's inattention could lead to a mishap, undoubtedly a prime candidate for the top 10 bloopers. Prompted by Bill's reminder, Simmons recalled the striking similarity between Wang Feng's passing style and that of Jason Williams. Yet, he remained uncertain whose three-point shooting style Wang Feng mirrored. It bore no resemblance to that of Reggie Miller or Ray Allen, elusive and enigmatic. As the conversation between assistant coaches Bill and Simmons unfolded, the intra-squad scrimmage for the Pistons approached its conclusion. Indeed, this contest had only spanned 3 quarters. Under Wang Feng's extraordinary blend of star power and teamwork, the red team had dismantled the white team. At the end of 3 quarters, the red team led by a staggering 25 points, with a score of 95-65. The red team had amassed an astounding 40 points in a single quarter, leaving the white team unable to keep pace with their scoring rhythm. Ultimately, Richard Hamilton reluctantly rotated in some of the bench warmers, signaling the team's surrender. Wang Feng concluded his work after 3 quarters. Having taken only 5 shots in the third quarter, 3 from beyond the arc and 2 from mid-range, he successfully netted 3 3-pointers and 1 2-pointer. With the 11 points accumulated in this quarter, Wang Feng astonishingly amassed a total of 55 points over the 3 quarters, alongside an impressive tally of 14 assists. In today's intra-squad scrimmage, Wang Feng undeniably stole the spotlight, dominating his fellow rookie, Darko Milicic, and effectively suppressing Mehmet Okur, who possesses all-star potential. As Wang Feng stepped off the court, he glanced at the technical statistics and was instantly astounded. Goodness, I have truly outdone myself today. The skill set produced by the system is remarkable. Typically, players do not intentionally scrutinize their statistical data unless they have shattered some record in the match. If one consistently checks their statistics after every game, it indicates a player who prioritizes numbers over the essence of the game. Often, game data can be misleading. While it may reflect a player's prowess to some extent, it can also merely showcase a player's propensity for stat padding, as individual defense rarely manifests in game statistics. Nonetheless, at this moment, Wang Feng found himself quite fond of reviewing his performance data, as he was merely a rookie eager to see his efforts acknowledged in the statistics. After all, he currently lacked the substantial data to authenticate his abilities. In the 4th quarter, Wang Feng observed his teammates from the red team compete. The white team had already substituted in their less competent players, effectively conceding defeat, so Wang Feng was not concerned about any miraculous comebacks. Larry Brown also sensed that the game had lost all suspense, and with the statistical data from Wang Feng's and Darko Milicic's performances in the intra-squad scrimmage, he escorted the resting Wang Feng and Milicic to the team manager's office to discuss the rookie contract. However, at that moment, Joe Dumars had already reached an agreement with Wang Feng's agent and father for a 2-2 contract, the first 2 years as a guaranteed rookie contract, followed by 2 years, with the first year as a team option and the second as a player option. This meant that in the 4th year of the rookie contract, Wang Feng could choose to either stay or leave the team. This was the best deal that Wang Feng's agent could secure for him. Upon hearing that his father had signed the rookie contract, Wang Feng was filled with excitement. Although he did not receive a player option in the 3rd year, he understood that this was the maximum concession the team could offer. This is fantastic, Dad and brother. I believe that in 3 years, I will demonstrate my formidable talent to everyone. With the rookie contract settled, Wang Feng, accompanied by his agent and father, promptly exited the manager's office to continue watching the game. After all, the outcome of this match was critical to his system rewards, and he could not afford to be careless. Should circumstances take a turn, he would need to rejoin the fray. In Joe Dumars' office, only he and Larry Brown remained. Dumars was experiencing a whirlwind of emotions. Initially, after witnessing Wang Feng's impeccable 3-point shooting, he had been determined to retain him, believing that if the rookie could integrate into the Pistons' tactical system, he would become a formidable asset off the bench, or at the very least, a super sixth man, a valuable piece in their championship puzzle. However, upon seeing the statistics in Larry Brown's hands, Dumars was suddenly tempted to rescind the recently finalized rookie contract. With a dazzling tally of 55 points and 14 assists, such statistics, even from an inconsequential intra-squad scrimmage, indicated that Wang Feng had already matured into a ready-to-contribute player, possessing the capabilities of a starting player. I was foolish indeed. Larry, it seems I underestimated Wang Feng's potential. Not only can he shoot 3-pointers, but he also excels in mid-range shots, driving layups, and passing. Aside from defense, he possesses nearly every offensive skill a player should have. Larry Brown, evidently oblivious to Dumars' discomfort, exclaimed, "Joe, we should offer Wang Feng a 4-year guaranteed rookie contract, ideally with a clause granting the team priority renewal after the 4th year." Upon hearing this, Joe Dumars felt even more awkward. "I apologize, Larry. I was careless. Since Wang Feng's agent and father have been insisting on the player option, I inadvertently included that clause in his 4th-year rookie contract." Larry Brown was momentarily taken aback. A player option? Does this mean Wang Feng does not wish to establish a long-term future with the Pistons? No, Joe, I must persuade him to abandon that notion. He is best suited for this tenaciously defensive team, which may lack offensive firepower, and he needs robust defensive teammates to support him. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Just as Larry Brown intended to leave and persuade Wang Feng, he was halted by Joe Dumars. "It's futile, Larry. You should know that Wang Feng has unabashedly revealed his ambitions since before joining the team during the draft. It seems he aspires to take the stage on a grander scale. Detroit can no longer accommodate his ambitions." Ambition? Indeed. Wang Feng had boldly declared his desire to outshine all his fellow rookies and to surpass the legendary Michael Jordan. It was evident that a small city could not retain a superstar, particularly one in a city like Detroit, which teetered on the brink of bankruptcy. However, Wang Feng, can you truly evolve into a superstar who excels in both offense and defense? Without the Pistons' defensive support, your true nature will soon be exposed. Only capable of offense and lacking in defense, you may become merely a statistic stuffer in the eyes of others. Without the team as defensive backing, Larry Brown believed Wang Feng would inevitably become just another player who padded his stats. At that moment, Larry Brown suddenly recalled the Philadelphia 76ers star, Allen Iverson, a similarly ambitious and flamboyant superstar. The two were so alike. I have already retreated once from the 76ers. I shall not falter with the Pistons. Wang Feng, I vow to tame you. Larry Brown silently resolved. In the office, Larry Brown and Joe Dumars were concocting their plans. Meanwhile, Wang Feng remained focused on the outcome of the Pistons' intra-squad scrimmage. Please, let us safeguard the considerable advantage created by the labor agreement. Securing the 2-2 rookie contract today is a momentous occasion, and if we can defeat the white team and claim the rewards, it would be yet another triumph. Wang Feng currently finds himself in a state of melancholy, as the marginal players of the white team have managed to exploit their physical advantages and tactical synergy to mount a small surge. It seems that if he wishes for a double victory today, his teammates on the red team must hold their ground. Under Wang Feng's earnest anticipation, the internal match between the red and white teams eventually came to a conclusion. The result did not disappoint him. The players of the red team, bolstered by the substantial lead created by Wang Feng, successfully withstood the counterattack from the white team and emerged victorious. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on defeating the white team. Led by Daka Milikic in the internal match, you have received the victory reward, Daka Milikic's static talent enhancement card and Daka Milikic's boxing technique. Would you like to use them now? Inquired the system sprite, Xiao Xiao. Of course, I shall utilize the Daka Milikic static talent enhancement card, but I will hold off on using the boxing technique for now. Understood. Master, the Daka Milikic static talent enhancement card is now in use, and your static physical talent attributes have been upgraded once more. As a surge of energy coursed through him, Wang Feng felt a marked transformation within his body. Particularly in terms of strength, he sensed that he could now rival interior players without being at a disadvantage. With the physique of a point guard and the strength of a center, which defender could possibly contain him in the future? Xiao Xiao, I have grown stronger. Wang Feng, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, of course. A product of the system is undoubtedly a masterpiece. Although it is merely a temporary task, its rewards are of divine caliber. As he felt the transformations occurring within his body, Wang Feng was eager to ascertain the extent of his static talent attributes. Xiao Xiao, please display my current static talent attributes. I am curious to see the nature of Daka Milikic's static talent, which enables him to surpass stars like Carmelo Anthony, Chris Bosh, and Dwayne Wade, securing the second pick in the first round. With his static talent enhancement, my own static talent should likewise exceed that of Carmelo Anthony, Chris Bosh, and Dwayne Wade. Certainly, Master, please hold on. Your bodily data is currently being reset. Within moments, the voice of the system sprite, Xiao Xiao, resonated once more. Esteemed Master, your basketball static talent has been successfully enhanced, and the bodily data has been compiled for your review. Basketball static talent attributes name, Wang Feng gender, male age, 18 years height, 198 meters after enhancement, 199 meters, wingspan, 2 meters after enhancement, 29 meters, weight, 98 kilograms after enhancement, 99 kilograms, body fat percentage, 7 after enhancement, 9, basketball IQ, 130 after enhancement, 135 strength, 88 after enhancement, 137, max value 150, speed, 89 after enhancement, 90, max value 150, agility, 100 after enhancement, 98, max value 150, jumping, 98 after enhancement, 100. Max value 150, balance, 99 after enhancement, 100, max value 150, stamina, 99 after enhancement, 100, max value 150, explosiveness, 110 after enhancement, 138. Max value 150, post-enhancement personal bodily talent. Exceptionally gifted, boundless potential. Upon reviewing the static talent enhancement data, Wang Feng was instantly elated. His strength and explosiveness had seen significant increases, and his overall bodily talent level had remarkably ascended to the formidable S grade. Indeed, Daka Milikic's static talent was extraordinary. And with his enhancement card, Wang Feng's talent had also reached the S grade. However, when Wang Feng noticed the decrease in his agility, his joy swiftly transformed into frustration. To his dismay, his agility had diminished by 2 points after the enhancement, leaving him utterly exasperated. What a disappointment, he muttered under his breath, immediately querying the system sprite. Xiao Xiao, what is the meaning of this? Why has my agility decreased by 2 points after using the enhancement card? Master, do not fret. This is merely due to the slight increase in your height and weight, which consequently affects your agility. It is essential to understand that agility is inversely related to height and weight. As one increases, agility must inevitably decline. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng immediately grasped the crux of the matter. It appears that in basketball, being taller and more robust is not necessarily an advantage. As the saying goes, every gain comes with a loss. Fortunately, the significant enhancement of his strength and explosiveness compensated for a slight decrease in agility, which remained within an acceptable range. With his current strength and explosiveness, he was already capable of contending with elite centers. Although he could not yet withstand the formidable Shaquille O'Neal of this era, he had already surpassed all the guards of his time. The thought of entering the NBA and playing with the same ferocity as peak LeBron James or Giannis Antetokounmpo, overpowering those guards, brought a smile to Wang Feng's face. To the guards of the 03-04 season, your big brother has arrived. And I shall instill in you the true meaning of fear. It is worth noting that the so-called 4 great shooting guards are on the verge of rising. At that time, Wang Feng would emerge as a shooting guard, perhaps even the foremost among them. Allen Iverson, Kobe Bryant, Tracy McGrady, and Vince Carter would all dwell in the shadow of Wang Feng. The mere thought of witnessing the helpless and frustrated expressions of these superstars facing him only heightened his excitement. After all, these 4 shooting guards were renowned for their flamboyant playing styles and diverse skill sets, yet their shooting percentages were not particularly impressive, especially in terms of three-point shooting. Aside from Kobe and McGrady, the other 2 struggled significantly with their long-range accuracy. Thus, it can be asserted that Wang Feng's three-point shooting ability undoubtedly surpassed that of the 4 great shooting guards. Father, I have successfully joined the NBA and signed with the Detroit Pistons. As for you, return to our homeland and enjoy life with mother. Your son has now become a newly minted millionaire. Oh, no, according to the exchange rate, I can even be considered a multimillionaire. Wang Feng's father, Old Wang, is not yet of advanced age and naturally has no desire to remain idle. Although he hails from an ordinary family, he possesses a keen understanding of business. With his son's remarkable achievements, it is only prudent to capitalize on this momentum and enhance Wang Feng's visibility within the flower-growing community. Son, do not become complacent. This amount of money does not signify wealth. I will take charge of your business and promotional activities within the flower-growing sector to build your reputation. As for your commercial endeavors and endorsements in the Eagle Sauce country, let your manager, Lianing, handle those, Old Wang instructed. In truth, Old Wang harbored some reservations about Wang Feng navigating the Eagle Sauce country on his own. Nevertheless, now that his son has matured into adulthood, it is time for him to forge his own path. Thus, Old Wang hurried back to the flower-growing community. While Wang Feng spent his days immersed in the training facilities of the Pistons, Wang Feng's diligence can be attributed to 2 primary reasons. Firstly, the system has temporarily ceased the issuance of ad hoc tasks, compelling him to rely solely on rigorous practice to enhance his basketball prowess. Secondly, for a newcomer, the summer season holds paramount significance, with the Summer League being the most anticipated event. In this league, Wang Feng will have the opportunity to compete against superstars such as LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony, Chris Bosh, and Dwayne Wade. According to the system's sprite, a revelation hints that when the Summer League commences, a new wave of temporary tasks will be released, offering rewards in the form of extraordinary skill packs or item cards. Upon hearing of the chance to bolster his abilities, Wang Feng eagerly joined the ranks of dedicated trainees, practicing alongside the starting players of the Pistons and engaging in scrimmages. Faster, faster, faster. Positioning, positioning, positioning. King, the victory of our substitute team rests entirely upon your shoulders. Lindsey Hunter directed his teammates with fervent gestures. Richard, keep a close watch on Wang Feng. Do not allow him a moment of respite for an open shot. You are renowned in the league for your stamina and relentless energy. Ensure he feels pressure at every turn. Chauncey Billups entrusted the task of guarding Wang Feng to the team's ace player, Richard Hamilton. Wang Feng indeed felt an immense pressure. It is noteworthy that even Kobe Bryant once admitted that Richard Hamilton was one of the most formidable opponents he encountered throughout his career. With precise mid-range shooting, agile positioning, and fierce defense, Hamilton made Bryant suffer in the 2004 finals, resulting in the worst shooting percentage of his career. Fortunately, Wang Feng had just received an upgrade. Possessing an S-level static talent with significantly enhanced strength and explosiveness, rendering him unafraid of Richard Hamilton's defense. Wang Feng leaned against Richard Hamilton, firmly pinning him with his shoulder. Suddenly, he exerted force from his waist, thrusting Richard Hamilton a meter away. Staggering, Richard was momentarily bewildered, questioning whether he had been struck by a train. The onlookers were equally astonished. What immense strength! He had managed to send the team's star player, Richard Hamilton, flying. Indeed, King S' power was fearsome. Even Richard, renowned for his defensive prowess, was knocked off balance. It was no wonder he had scored an astonishing 55 points and provided 14 assists against our defense that day. We cannot blame ourselves for not striving harder. We must attribute it to our opponent's overwhelming strength, Darwin Ham and the others mused. As for the dislodged Richard Hamilton, he could only watch in disbelief as Wang Feng leapt into the air, soaring with such height that he felt even the forwards would struggle to contest his shot. Swish! The crisp sound of the net echoed. With a flick of his wrist, the ball went in. It was as effortless as it was graceful. Of course, the moment when Richard Hamilton was sent flying was rather savage. Aside from that, everything else was elegant and picturesque. Ben Wallace embraced the staggering Richard Hamilton, inquiring, "Richard, are you all right?" Catching his breath, Richard lamented, "I feel as if I've been struck by a train. That kid Wang Feng may not look imposing, but his strength is more terrifying than yours." Ben Wallace listened, incredulous. This couldn't be possible, no matter how strong a guard might be. He could never surpass the power of a center. After all, the weight disparity was too significant. "Richard, you can't possibly be dazed from that kid Wang Feng's impact." Richard Hamilton, seeing Ben Wallace's disbelief, chose not to elaborate further, knowing that Ben would eventually experience Wang Feng's ferocious charge firsthand. As expected, in the subsequent practice match, the Pistons' key players all felt the terrifying strength and explosiveness of Wang Feng. This seemingly small figure possessed an astonishing power. Such an anomaly quickly caught the attention of head coach Larry Brown. Larry instructed Wang Feng to test his bench press strength and perform weighted squats. Wang Feng reluctantly measured his physical data once more. The results, following the test of his bench press strength and weighted squats, once again astonished the executives of the Pistons. Wang Feng's test results astonishingly surpassed those of the 2003 draft's second overall pick, Darko Milicic. His strength is comparable to that of the Pistons' defensive linchpin, Ben Wallace, with an explosiveness that even eclipses Wallace's. Despite his guard stature, he possesses the power and agility akin to that of a center. Thus, it can be asserted that Wang Feng will be a formidable asset for the Pistons, one that no player in the league will be able to defend against. Joe Dumars' expectations for Wang Feng have ascended to new heights. Larry Brown never anticipated that Wang Feng would consistently surprise him. "Joe, I will nurture King to become the true monarch of the Pistons." "Coach Larry, there is no need for hesitation. Wang Feng's potential is immense. Do not apply the standard rookie training methods to him. I propose that from the onset of the season, he should occupy a starting position." Upon hearing this, Larry Brown appeared somewhat troubled. "Joe, you are aware that Wang Feng is merely a newcomer. He plays on the guard line. And the Pistons already have their organizational core in Chauncey Billups, alongside the offensive cornerstone, Richard Hamilton. Both are foundational players for the Pistons, essential for competing at a high level. Which one do you believe Wang Feng can replace?" "I do not concern myself with that, Coach Larry. The starting position must include Wang Feng. It is imperative to elevate him and provide an account to President David Stern. In that case, let him serve as the Pistons' starting small forward for the new season." Larry Brown replied accordingly. Hearing the conversation between two individuals from the well-informed, Wang Feng could not help but laugh aloud. Even before a formal match had commenced, he had seemingly secured a starting position. Indeed, I am a genius. The arduous days of practice always pass swiftly. Wang Feng's proficiency and compatibility with the Stephen Curry three-point shooting skill set and Jason Williams' passing skill set had significantly improved. The enhancement of the Curry-style three-point shooting skill set was modest, as the intensity of the training matches was insufficient. Substantial improvement would only come through rigorous competition in regular and playoff games. As for Jason Williams' passing skill set, through Wang Feng's dedicated training, notable advancements had been made. The proficiency of the passing skill set rose from below 10 to 23, while compatibility increased from under 10 to 12. Although still not reaching the proficiency and compatibility levels of the Curry-style three-point skill set, Wang Feng's passing accuracy had improved considerably. Whether his teammates could receive the passes, however, depended on their instincts and reaction times. Indeed, Wang Feng's teammates felt that his passes had become increasingly unpredictable. They now preferred that Wang Feng take the initiative to score, ideally refraining from passing altogether. While Wang Feng was engrossed in his training, the upper echelons of the Pistons were also diligently finalizing the team roster, supplementing the starting players with a cadre of defensive stalwarts and versatile athletes. Soon, the Pistons began allowing rookies and newly signed players to select their jersey numbers. In truth, there were no stringent regulations regarding jersey numbers, as long as they were not three-digit numbers. Naturally, one could not choose a number that had been retired by the team. To Wang Feng's knowledge, aside from the notorious Bad Boys era, the Pistons had few renowned superstars, and thus, the number of retired jerseys was limited. Unlike the two illustrious franchises, the Los Angeles Lakers and the Boston Celtics, which frequently retired jersey numbers, leaving rookie players perplexed about their choices. Xiao. Which numbers have been retired by the Pistons? Master, according to my knowledge, the Pistons have few retired jersey numbers. Among them, number 2 belongs to the esteemed coach Chuck Daly, representing the number of championships he led the Pistons to win. Number 4 is retired for the current team manager Joe Dumars. 11 is for the microwave Vinnie Johnson. 15 is for the first overall pick Bob Lanier. 21 is for Dave Bing. And 40 is retired in honor of the notorious Bad Boys leader, Bill Laimbeer. Beyond these retired numbers, you may select any number of your choosing for your jersey. Of course, both domestically and internationally, certain numbers are considered lucky, and each player's jersey number often carries a unique story and significant symbolism. For instance, Kobe Bryant later chose the number 24 for his jersey, not only to distance himself from the era when he wore number 8 alongside Shaquille O'Neal, but also to inspire himself to surpass the legendary Michael Jordan, who wore number 23, and as a reminder that there are 24 hours in a day, compelling him to give his all and be prepared to confront any opponent at any moment. Wang Feng was taken aback by the intricacies involved in selecting a jersey number. After listening to the System Spirit's introduction, he pondered for a moment. The year was 2003, and Kobe Bryant was still donning the number 8 jersey, while the first overall pick of the 2003 draft, LeBron James, had just donned the number 23 jersey in homage to Michael Jordan. Given the audacious claims he made during the draft, he felt justified in preemptively claiming the number 24 jersey. Xiao, I choose the number 24 jersey, he declared. The System Spirit, Xiao, was astonished by Wang Feng's audacity. He had actually preemptively claimed the illustrious number 24 jersey. It is well known that this number represents the pinnacle of Kobe Bryant's illustrious career. Although Kobe achieved a three-peat during his time wearing the number 8 jersey, he had to watch his team leader, Shaquille O'Neal, bask in the glory of 3 consecutive Finals MVP awards while he himself was left empty-handed. Are you certain you want to preemptively claim the number 24 jersey? The System Spirit inquired once more. Is there a problem, Xiao? With my current abilities and physical gifts, it won't be long before I make a name for myself. At that time, the number 24 jersey will be synonymous with Wang Feng, and its fans will take pride in me, he asserted. Moreover, I was selected as the 24th pick in the first round by the Pistons, so wearing the number 24 jersey seems quite reasonable, does it not? Besides, my career will overlap significantly with both Kobe Bryant and LeBron James. By claiming the 24 jersey first, am I not securing a psychological advantage over them? I want both Kobe and LeBron to understand the prowess of the number 24 jersey, to instill a sense of fear in them whenever they see it. Indeed, Wang Feng's intention to preemptively claim the number 24 jersey was to enhance its notoriety and imbue it with profound significance. As long as he led the Pistons while wearing the number 24 jersey to create a dynasty, he could interpret its meaning in any way he desired. At that point, no one could prevent Wang Feng from reveling in his success. Having grasped Wang Feng's true intentions, the System Spirit Xiao was left speechless. You truly have a rather peculiar sense of humor, Master. Before Xiao could finish her statement, Wang Feng resolutely declared, Xiao, I will choose the number 24 jersey. After all, the Lakers have not retired the number 24 jersey. If Kobe Bryant has confidence in himself, he can always wear the Lakers number 24 jersey to compete with me. Indeed, if Kobe Bryant were sufficiently bold, he could don the Lakers number 24 jersey to contest the rights to its significance and naming. Upon hearing this, Xiao ceased her attempts to dissuade him. Since Wang Feng had made up his mind, she would simply have to go along with it. The new players of the Pistons, including the rookies, each selected jersey numbers that held deep symbolic meaning for them. Wang Feng selected the number 24 jersey of the Pistons, while Darko Milicic opted for the number 31. Adorned in their new jerseys, Wang Feng frequently engaged in joint training sessions with the Pistons' main roster, leading a life that was both busy and fulfilling. As time swiftly passed, the eagerly anticipated Summer League for basketball enthusiasts in the United States was on the horizon. On the eve of the Summer League's commencement, Pistons manager Joe Dumars convened a brief meeting with the rookies and new players. Tomorrow, the NBA-organized Summer League is set to begin, featuring remarkable rookies such as LeBron James, the first overall pick from the Cleveland Cavaliers, Carmelo Anthony, the third pick from the Denver Nuggets, Chris Bosh from the Toronto Raptors, and Dwayne Wade from the Miami Heat. This year's Summer League promises to be a gathering of elite talents, garnering immense attention. It is not just an ordinary Summer League. With our own super rookies, Darko and King, it is certain that this year's Summer League will be a fierce competition, full of excitement. You must seize this opportunity to showcase outstanding performances. The Summer League will take place at multiple venues, including the Rocky Mountain Summer League, Southern California Summer League, and Orlando Summer League. Our Detroit Pistons will participate in the Orlando Summer League, where 6 teams will compete: Orlando Magic, Milwaukee Bucks, Minnesota Timberwolves, Miami Heat, Cleveland Cavaliers, and Detroit Pistons. Upon hearing that there were only 6 teams, and notably absent were the Denver Nuggets and the Toronto Raptors, Wang Feng felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at the missed opportunity to confront Carmelo Anthony and Chris Bosh. Fortunately, he found some solace in the presence of the 2 rookies, LeBron James and Dwayne Wade, who would bear the brunt of the challenge. The 2003 draft class, your nightmare has arrived. Let us commence with you two. LeBron James and Dwayne Wade. As Wang Feng understood, the Orlando Summer League was divided into preliminary rounds and playoffs. Typically, teams would engage in 3 to 4 preliminary matches, with rankings determined by wins and losses to establish playoff matchups. The top-ranked team would face the second, vying for the championship, while the third and fourth-ranked teams would compete for third place, and so forth, determining the rankings of the top 4. On July 9, 2003, in Orlando, the Summer League commenced amidst a sea of spectators both inside and outside the arena, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Fans, journalists, and scouts flocked to Orlando, underscoring the immense popularity of the 2003 rookie class. Especially noteworthy was the first overall pick, LeBron James, who entered the NBA with the title of the Chosen One, his fame rivaling that of established all-stars. Moreover, Wang Feng of the Pistons had garnered some recognition himself, as he was known for his audacious remarks at the draft. The matchup between the Chosen One and the audacious newcomer raised questions about who would prove superior. However, such comparisons seemed trivial. LeBron James, the Chosen One, possessed all-star potential and renown even before stepping into the league. How could anyone dare to draw parallels with this individual? Larry Brown, the head coach, dismissed the scouts' opinions with disdain, recognizing that they merely evaluated based on fame and statistics, mere sycophants. This time, they would witness the true terror embodied by the Pistons rookie. Wang Feng eagerly anticipates the confrontation with the illustrious LeBron James and Dwayne Wade. Just to confirm, if I manage to defeat these 2 formidable adversaries, will I be entitled to some rewards? Certainly, although the Summer League does not contribute to individual accolades. Triumphing over LeBron James and Dwayne Wade on such a significant stage is no small feat. The system will undoubtedly offer rewards. Upon hearing the system sprite's response, Wang Feng felt invigorated. LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, I shall await you in the finals of the Summer League. As fate would have it, Wang Feng's journey in the Summer League commenced with a match against the Miami Heat, where Larry Brown identified Wang Feng as the pivotal player, alongside Darko Milicic, in their contest against the Heat's prodigious rookie, Dwayne Wade. The performance of these 3 would directly influence the outcome of the game. However, when Larry Brown perused the roster of the Heat participating in the Summer League, he realized that the team was approaching this year's competition with utmost seriousness. The starting lineup of the Heat for the Summer League was formidable: center, Wang Daji, power forward; Jerome Beasley, small forward; Lamar Odom, shooting guard; Dwayne Wade, point guard; Rafer Alston. The bench also boasted the likes of John Wallace, Lauren Woods, and Tyronn Hill. When Wang Feng glimpsed the Heat starting lineup, he too was taken aback. This roster could easily contend in the regular season, if not the playoffs. Indeed, aside from the relatively unknown Jerome Beasley, the other 4 players were all illustrious figures in the sport. Wang Zhizhi is undoubtedly an exceptional pioneer for the Chinese in the NBA arena. Despite a tumultuous journey in the league, he has left behind a remarkable legacy. Wang Feng vividly recalls the moment when Wang Daji skillfully toyed with the formidable Kevin Garnett. In that particular play, Wang Daji left the renowned defender, known for his tenacious defense, utterly bewildered. Lamar Odom, famously dubbed the left-handed magician during his tenure with the Lakers, boasted an impressive average nearing a triple-double. However, it was his marriage to Khloe Kardashian, a prominent member of the Kardashian clan, that truly catapulted him into the public eye, garnering immense attention beyond the basketball court. As for point guard Rafer Alston, he is celebrated as a legendary street ball player, famed for his incisive dribbling and an array of dazzling moves. His slender physique and subpar defensive skills, however, hindered his progression to higher accolades. Dwayne Wade, the shooting guard, needs little elaboration. Despite his notorious 9-point scoring in the All-Star Dunk Contest, which cost Aaron Gordon the title of dunk champion, Wade's prowess on the court remains undeniable. In the 2006 NBA Finals, he led the Miami Heat to a stunning comeback from a 0-2 deficit, ultimately clinching the championship with staggering averages of 34, 7 points, 7, 8 rebounds, 3, 8 assists, 2, 7 steals, and 1 block per game, earning the Finals MVP award. Wade's career accomplishments, including 3 championships and an MVP award, along with 2 All-NBA first-team selections, have firmly established him as the 3rd greatest shooting guard in history. Given Wade's status as a mature rookie, his technical style was already well-honed, making him a formidable presence even in his debut season. The current Summer League lineup of the Miami Heat is poised to be a dark horse in the regular season. In stark contrast, the Detroit Pistons Summer League roster pales in comparison, featuring a collection of relatively unknown players. Center, Greivis Vasquez; power forward, Darko Milicic; small forward, Ronald Dupree; shooting guard, Wang Feng; point guard, Lindsey Hunter, along with backup point guard Carlos Arroyo, backup small forward Antonio McDyess, and a smattering of unsigned free agents and undrafted players. Aside from himself and Milicic, the rest appear to be a disorganized assembly. It seems the Pistons are merely using the guise of player selection to hone their skills. With such a lackluster lineup, how can Wang Feng showcase his talents and dominate the Summer League? Seeing head coach Larry Brown's apparent disregard for the Summer League infuriated Wang Feng. How could Larry overlook the significance of this event, allowing such mediocrity to compete? If I were to suffer defeat in this Summer League, would my skill sets and item cards be penalized? Master, your greed is showing. Since this is a formal competition, there will be rewards and consequences. Complete your tasks, and rewards will naturally follow. Fail, and you shall face penalties. The system sprite, Xiao Xiao, then issued the Summer League tasks. Congratulations on participating in the Summer League. Due to the presence of the superstar rookie Dwayne Wade, 2 system tasks have been activated. The first task, outperform Dwayne Wade in personal statistics. Successful reward, Dwayne Wade's blocking skill package, rated S level. Wade is renowned for his exceptional shot blocking ability among guards. Failure penalty, a reduction of 10% in proficiency and compatibility of the Stephen Curry 3-point skill package. The second task, lead the Pistons to victory against the Heat. Successful reward, Dwayne Wade's stealing skill package, rated S level. Wade's steals are lightning fast, often leading to fast break opportunities. Failure penalty, a reduction of 10% in proficiency and compatibility of Jason Williams' passing skill package. Upon hearing that penalties for failure included reductions in his own skill package's proficiency and compatibility, Wang Feng became anxious. Xiao Xiao, I've worked hard to build up my proficiency and compatibility, and now you're telling me it can just be taken away? Do you have any idea how much effort I've put into this? The system sprite Xiao Xiao was unsympathetic. Master, the system's reward and punishment mechanism is tiered. Greater rewards come with greater penalties. This is merely the lightest of penalties. After all, losing proficiency and compatibility can be regained. But losing your divine skill package would leave you lamenting your fate. Realizing the stakes, Wang Feng fell silent. The only path forward was to strive for victory. He found himself nostalgic for those previous systems that offered rewards without penalties. Although those tasks were often overwhelming, failure did not incur harsh consequences, and there was no tangible threat of annihilation for any host. This current system, however, was a double-edged sword, evoking both love and hate. Rest assured, Xiao Xiao, I will not let such a fate befall me. Even if the Pistons may not match the Miami Heat in terms of lineup, I, Wang Feng, am no pushover. I will secure victory and lead the Pistons to claim the Summer League championship. Xiao Xiao, aiming to bolster Wang Feng's confidence, replied warmly. then I shall await your good news. The matchup between the Detroit Pistons and the Miami Heat is among the highlights of the Summer League. Thus, the attendance was notably high, reaching 80 to 90%, with many spectators eager to witness Wang Feng's anticipated defeat at the hands of the Heat. Welcome to Orlando, where the Summer League has officially commenced. Today, we bring you the live broadcast of the Detroit Pistons versus the Miami Heat. This matchup is one of the focal points of the entire Summer League, featuring the Pistons' 2003 second overall pick Darko Milicic and the 24th pick Wang Feng against the Heat's star Dwayne Wade. It promises to be a thrilling contest. The commentators passionately introduced the backdrop and highlights of the match. Within the Orlando Summer League arena, the atmosphere was electric, filled with the sounds of eager spectators. Players have taken the court, and the game is about to begin. The Pistons' starting lineup for the Summer League is as follows: center, Greivis Vasquez; power forward, Darko Milicic; small forward, Ronald Dupree; shooting guard, King; point guard, Lindsey Hunter. The Heat starting lineup includes center, Wang Daji; power forward, Jerome Beasley; small forward, Lamar Odom; shooting guard, Dwayne Wade; point guard, Rafer Alston. From a roster standpoint, the Heat clearly hold the upper hand, suggesting that this year's Summer League final will see the Heat face off against the Cavaliers, with Dwayne Wade going head-to-head with LeBron James, a perfect narrative. It was evident to all that the Heat's starting lineup was superior. During warm-ups, Dwayne Wade graciously shook hands with Darko Milicic and Wang Feng. Darko, King, I appreciate the fanfare you both bring, but today's victor will undoubtedly be me. Darko, shy by nature, struggled to retort, while Wang Feng was not inclined to let Wade off easily. Wade, I will prove to everyone that I am the true star of the day and the best rookie of the 2003 draft class. Dwayne Wade was taken aback by Wang Feng's immense ambition. Generally speaking, most players vie for the coveted Rookie of the Year award. Yet Wang Feng aspired to surpass his fellow rookies and ascend to the pinnacle. Such audacity is truly remarkable. He is indeed the so-called madman. Let us witness the truth unfold on the court. As the game commenced with a jump ball, Pistons center Greivis Vasquez faced off against Heat center Wang Daji. The referee tossed the ball into the air. In an effort to prove his worth, Wang Daji leaped with great determination, making contact with the ball first. While the Pistons' bulky center, hindered by his own weight, could only watch as the basketball was deftly tipped to Dwayne Wade, the Heat's shooting guard. Upon receiving the ball, Wade did not wait for his teammates to set up their formation. Instead, he initiated a fast break on his own. With a powerful push-off from his left foot, he dashed forward with lightning speed, executing a dazzling ball-handling maneuver right in front of Wang Feng. Caught off guard, Wang Feng was easily bypassed as Wade stormed into the Pistons' paint. The interior defense of the Pistons was equally lackluster, as Wade deceived them with a swift Euro step. Despite Milicic's desperate attempt to block, he was a moment too late, falling victim to Wade's thunderous one-handed slam that secured 2 points. After scoring, Wade casually shook his hand, radiating an air of ease, and cast a disdainful glance at Wang Feng. Is this the standard of defense? Wang Feng did not anticipate that Wade Jiofeng would launch a surprise attack, taking advantage of his unsteady position as a young comrade to execute a swift offensive. Catching him completely off guard, Wang Feng's defensive skills were never particularly commendable, and when juxtaposed with Dwayne Wade's prowess, they appear utterly abysmal. As Wang Feng faced Wade's provocation, he chose not to respond verbally. Instead, he simply turned to signal center Granny Adasis to inbound the ball. After all, as a professional basketball player, one must let the game speak for itself. However, this scene of Wang Feng turning away in response to provocation drew scorn from the special guest commentator at the Summer League, who remarked, "Look at that Chinese kid." Unable to confront Wade's taunts, simply turning his back. How pathetic. Although his co-commentator wished to defend Wang Feng's demeanor, he could not overlook the glaring inadequacy of Wang Feng's defense. Auburn, did you see that? This loudmouth's verbal prowess is far superior to his defensive skills. With such poor defense, I truly wonder what Pistons manager Joe Dumars and head coach Larry Brown are thinking in signing such a player. Are they preparing to abandon their defensive strategy for the new season? The derision from the commentators was echoed by the audience, who openly mocked Wang Feng. Such a boastful mouth, yet this is his skill? My grandmother could step onto the court and do no worse than merely watch Wade dunk. He claims he will dominate all rookies, but it seems Wade is his nightmare. Such a person should not be playing professional basketball. He should consider a career in modeling, as he hardly moves. He says he aims to surpass Michael Jordan. How can you speak of this so-called successor to Jordan, or rather, the one who would surpass him? Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the surrounding fans, filling the arena with an atmosphere of joviality. Wang Feng seemed to have heard the cacophony of boos from the audience. Yet he remained silent, maintaining his composure. He resolved to speak through his performance on the court. You may mock me now, you naysayers, but soon enough, I shall render you all speechless, unable to muster another laugh. Wang Feng signaled to his teammate Griniadakis to swiftly pass the basketball to him. At that moment, Wang Feng was brimming with intensity, his gaze exuding a formidable aura. Griniadakis, perceptive to the situation, recognized Wang Feng as the rising star of the Pistons, subtly embodying the role of a beloved figure within the team. Under the piercing scrutiny of Wang Feng's eyes, Griniadakis bypassed the ball-handling guard Lin Shi-Hunter and delivered the basketball directly to Wang Feng. Upon receiving the ball at the center circle, Wang Feng contemplated executing a surprise move reminiscent of Dwayne Wade. However, he underestimated Wade's speed and defensive prowess. In an instant, Wade surged from the side, closing in on Wang Feng with remarkable swiftness, denying him any opportunity to take a shot while simultaneously attempting to dislodge the basketball from Wang Feng's grasp with his left hand. Wang Feng did not dribble. Instead, he firmly pressed his shoulder against Wade's, and with a sudden surge of strength, unleashed his formidable power akin to that of a center, propelling Wade 2 meters away. Such distance was ample for him to take his shot. Wang Feng swiftly adjusted his footwork and hand positioning, executing a lightning-quick layup. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, seamlessly passing through the net. Swish. The ball is in. 3, 2. Wang Feng's extraordinary long-range three-pointer immediately astonished the audience. What a surprise! To attempt a three-pointer at the very onset of the game? While it is not entirely unprecedented, no one has executed such a feat as Wang Feng did. Launching a shot from beyond the arc, even from the center circle, it was a magnificent basket. Though I must remark that his shooting form bears a striking resemblance to that of female basketball players. The entire crowd, momentarily rendered speechless, fell into an abrupt silence. With even the laughter ceasing, a palpable hush enveloped the arena. Across the ocean, the flower-planting nation was broadcasting this match. What a shock! Coach Zhang Heli remarked on Wang Feng's audacious midcourt three-pointer, executed effortlessly. Do you consider this shot reasonable, Coach Zhang? As a proponent of traditional basketball, he certainly does not find such play to be justifiable. Wang Feng's shot was splendid, serving as a powerful retort to fellow rookie Dwayne Wade, effectively silencing the spectators. However, based on my understanding of traditional basketball, one must dominate the paint. The closer one is to the basket, the easier it is to score. Michael Jordan is merely an exception, which is why he is revered as the god of basketball, having shattered the traditional dominance of centers in the NBA. Furthermore, this shot seemed to carry a hint of personal vendetta, lacking in rationality. I believe it would have been more prudent for the point guard to orchestrate the play, allowing Wang Feng to shoot only if he found an open position. If not, space could have been created for Darko Milicic to finish the play, which would have been the more sensible approach. Coach Zhang Heli, your theory is not flawed, yet in basketball, a successful shot is always a good shot. The host presented a differing opinion, and thus a new round of debate ensued. At this moment, Dwayne Wade was as bewildered as Richard Hamilton once was. Such tremendous strength. It seemed even greater than that of the Miami Heat's most powerful center, Alonzo Mourning. This defies logic. Wang Feng's height and build are quite comparable to my own. Perhaps just a few centimeters taller, and he is even leaner than I am. How could he possess such strength? Dwayne Wade was truly at a loss. Yet, this was not his greatest confusion. What baffled Wade the most was Wang Feng's shooting range, from such a distance, with such rapid release. And still managing to score consistently, this was truly terrifying. Surely, this must be a stroke of luck. After all, no one can treat mid-court three-pointers as a regular weapon. Dwayne Wade could only reassure himself with this thought, in stark contrast to the incredulous expressions of their opponents and the audience. Larry Brown and Wang Feng's teammates remained relatively composed. Through their rigorous training and scrimmages, Wang Feng had earned the respect of everyone on the team. While he may be vulnerable in one-on-one situations, once the team scrimmages commence, the true extent of Wang Feng's prowess would become evident. His precise three-point shooting, remarkable range, and unpredictable passing had solidified his reputation among his teammates. Thus, once the game began, Wang Feng would emerge as a lethal weapon, capable of dismantling the opposition in an instant. A chorus of thoughts echoed among Wang Feng's teammates, a group of underperformers. The grand performance has only just begun. Wang Feng will become your collective nightmare. Dwayne Wade, undeterred, continued to demand the ball from Wang Feng, while Rafer Alston, wary of the Heat super rookie, suppressed his impulse to showcase his dribbling skills and passed the ball to Wade. Positioned outside the right three-point line, Wade held the ball with one hand, adopting a triple threat stance as he assessed Wang Feng's defensive posture. Observing Wang Feng's somewhat clumsy defensive maneuvers, Dwayne Wade instantly discerned his true nature. Wang Feng, I must admit, your three-point shooting is exceptional, yet your defense lacks pressure. You should aspire to be a shooter, not a defender. No sooner had he spoken than Dwayne Wade launched himself into action, utilizing his lightning-fast first step. Although Wang Feng was momentarily caught off guard and found himself unsteady from Dwayne Wade's swift first step, he still endeavored to recover valiantly. Little did he anticipate that Wade's sudden halt would send him staggering 2 meters away, nearly toppling him over. Wang Feng's teammate, Darko Milicic, was well aware of Wang Feng's defensive shortcomings and swiftly stepped in to provide support. Confronted by the relatively shorter Dwayne Wade, Milicic exhibited remarkable confidence. You shall not shoot, he declared, leaping high to obstruct Wade's line of sight for the shot. This was an intense showdown among the rookie sensations of the class of 03. A battle between the second overall pick and his peers. Realizing that his shooting opportunity had been thwarted, Dwayne Wade quickly devised a clever plan. He tossed the basketball against the backboard, then accelerated past Milicic with astonishing speed to seize the rebound. Wang Feng immediately sensed the impending danger. Self-pass, self-rebound, Griniadakis. Hurry for the rebound. Griniadakis swiftly responded to Wang Feng's directive, leaping to secure the ball. However, it was already too late. Dwayne Wade surged forth with tremendous energy, emerging from the crowd with explosive power, soaring into the air. Like a celestial being descending from the heavens, Wade seized the rebound over the center Griniadakis, executing a thunderous dunk that sent Griniadakis sprawling to the ground. A resounding crash echoed through the arena. Following his emphatic dunk, Wade hung onto the rim. His physique extended in a display of sheer athleticism, embodying the essence of violent beauty. 4-3, oh God. Today's best dunk has been born. What a spectacular sequence of self-pass and self-rebound. A ferocious dunk. Dwayne Wade had outmaneuvered 3 defenders. In this play, he triumphed over the second overall pick, Darko Milicic, and the 24th pick, Wang Feng, as he scored. One cannot help but wonder how the 2 promising rookies from the Pistons would respond. To be honest, I am genuinely curious about how Wang Feng would retaliate. Judging by his recent long-range three-pointer, it is evident that this young man possesses some talent. It appears today's match will be thrilling. Larry Brown, witnessing Wang Feng's dismal defense, found himself quite troubled. This young man was indeed a source of exasperation. With an impenetrable offense and a lamentable defense, why couldn't he strike a balance like Richard Hamilton? If Wang Feng were to develop a more rounded game, the Pistons would surely soar to new heights. As the Pistons took their turn on offense, Dwayne Wade had learned his lesson and immediately closed in on Wang Feng, denying him any opportunity to receive the ball. The relentless pressure was palpable. Unable to receive the pass, Wang Feng maintained his composure, smiling at Wade, who was intent on applying pressure. Wade, it seems you haven't learned your lesson yet. I possess innate strength. With that, Wang Feng once again used his sheer force to hold off Wade, who felt as though he were battling against a mountain. Lin Xi and Hunter executed a bounce pass to deliver the basketball to Wang Feng. As soon as Wang Feng caught the ball, Wade swiftly moved to pressure him. However, Wang Feng remained unhurried, pushing forward with Wade in tow. The Heat players were taken aback to see Wade unable to withstand Wang Feng's strength. They had all experienced Wade's one-on-one prowess and had a deep appreciation for his speed, power, and impact. Yet, they were astounded to witness Wang Feng effortlessly overpowering Wade. Truly astonishing. It seemed today's game had taken on a captivating allure. Neither side could effectively contain the other, and the offensive battle was the most exhilarating aspect. Wade's flustered demeanor was almost amusing, yet his teammate, power forward Jerome Beasley, could not share in the laughter. With Wade unable to guard Wang Feng alone, he had no choice but to abandon his defense against Milicic to initiate a double team. Wang Feng observed that Jerome Beasley had also joined the double team, yet remained calm and unhurried, continuing to advance forward, drawing the attention of the other players from the Heat. As he recognized that Jerome Beasley and Dwayne Wade were on the verge of forming a cohesive trap, Wang Feng initiated his offensive move. Wang Feng executed 2 consecutive crossovers, seeking to break through. Noticing Jerome Beasley's sluggish movements, he swiftly maneuvered past him. Beasley, caught off guard, was easily surpassed by Wang Feng. Dwayne Wade, witnessing this, accelerated from the sidelines, determined to continue his pursuit of Wang Feng. However, despite Wade's efforts to catch up, Wang Feng forcefully brushed him aside, sending him sprawling. Wang Feng surged forward, an unstoppable force. Having dealt with both Beasley and Wade, Wang Feng now faced the Miami Heat's small forward Lamar Odom and center Wang Daji. Undeterred, he elegantly sidestepped Wang Daji's defensive attempt with a dazzling hesitation move, soaring into the air to execute a stunning 360-degree reverse dunk over Lamar Odom. The score stood at 5-4, and the commentators along with the audience were left in awe of Wang Feng's breathtaking dunk. "Oh my God," they exclaimed. Another magnificent reverse dunk had emerged, indicating that both Wade and Wang Feng were locked in a thrilling exchange of athletic prowess. One dunk deserved another. To everyone's surprise, Wang Feng demonstrated not only his three-point shooting, but also a ferocious dunking ability. This match had reached new heights of excitement. The execution was exquisite. Embodying the essence of violent aesthetics, it was a rare sight to behold a Chinese player soaring like this. Coach Zhang Heli was momentarily taken aback by Wang Feng's explosive dunk. His traditional basketball theories were subtly shaken. This young man was truly exceptional. If he were to be recruited into the national team, it might elevate the standards of Chinese basketball, potentially enhancing the team's prestige. With the likes of Yao Ming, Wang Daji, and this young prodigy Wang Feng, the national team could very well contend for a spot in the top 8, aiming for the Final Four, or even clinching a medal. This could herald a golden era for Chinese basketball. At this moment, Dwayne Wade recognized a critical truth. Neither side could effectively defend against the other. He could exploit his speed to bypass Wang Feng and penetrate the Pistons' interior, while Wang Feng could use his strength to overpower Wade, creating openings for explosive dunks or launching three-point shots. It appeared that a high-scoring duel was imminent. Wade understood this clearly, and Wang Feng shared the same realization. The Pistons' Summer League roster was no match for any team, making defense a significant issue. They would have to rely on offense to secure victory. With both teams reaching a consensus on this matter, a shootout was inevitable. In the ensuing match, the back-and-forth action was electrifying. Dwayne Wade and Wang Feng continued to showcase their skills. Wade, with his tremendous force, relentlessly attacked the Pistons' interior, wreaking havoc and leaving their defense in disarray. Wang Feng exhibited undeniable prowess, commencing with a solo display of three-point shots, subsequently emulating Dwayne Wade's audacious incursions into the Miami Heat's interior defense, demonstrating a remarkable versatility in both perimeter and paint scoring. The contest unfolded with a spirited exchange, each side demonstrating formidable skills, neither able to assert absolute dominance. The first quarter became a showcase of individual brilliance, highlighted by the dynamic interplay between Dwayne Wade and Wang Feng, resulting in a series of exhilarating surges. However, it was unfortunate that Dwayne Wade predominantly secured points through his penetrative drives, accruing mainly two-point baskets, while Wang Feng adeptly combined inside and outside shooting, with a significant portion of his attempts being three-pointers. The arithmetic of 3 surpassing 2 gradually allowed the Pistons to establish a lead over the Heat. Thus, as the first quarter drew to a close, the team's scores remained closely contested, yet the Pistons maintained a 6-point advantage, leading 29-23. Wang Feng showcased an exceptional performance in the first quarter, attempting 7 three-point shots and successfully sinking 5, along with 2 two-point shots, both of which found their mark, and converting 4 out of 4 free throws, effortlessly accumulating 23 points. Dwayne Wade also exhibited remarkable prowess, making 7 of 9 two-point attempts, scoring a three-pointer, and converting 4 of 6 free throws, thereby notching an impressive 21 points. The personal duel between these two athletes captivated the audience, who were utterly enthralled and left clamoring for more. In truth, the fans bore no particular animosity towards specific players. As long as the basketball was played beautifully, they would offer their support. Regardless of any prior boastful declarations, on the court, it is the game of basketball that speaks volumes. Not long after, Wang Feng had already won the admiration and accolades of the entire crowd through his unanswerable three-point shooting and dazzling ability to penetrate defenses. Even the commentators, after witnessing the first quarter, became ardent fans of Wang Feng. The offensive showdown was indeed a sight to behold. Both Dwayne Wade and Wang Feng had developed their unique styles of play, rendering their opponents incapable of mounting a defense. It appeared that this match had transformed into a personal exhibition between the Pistons' 24th pick and the Heat's 5th pick. Both players delivered exceptionally impressive performances. However, it was unfortunate that the second pick, despite his towering stature, lacked passion and seemed timid in confrontations. One must acknowledge that although Wang Feng had made audacious claims during the draft, vowing to outshine all his fellow rookies, it now seems he may indeed be on the path to fulfilling that ambition. To be candid, I find myself increasingly enjoying watching him play. Larry Brown, with an air of relaxation, observed Wang Feng's display with great pleasure. "King," he remarked, "in the upcoming matches, I will refrain from calling timeouts. You must unleash your full offensive talents. Keep pushing forward, and the Pistons will rely on you and Darko Milicic as the core of our inside-out game. I believe the two of you will lead the team to a triumphant start in the Summer League." Wang Feng felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustration at Larry Brown. If it weren't for this old fellow using the pretext of player selection to experiment, would the Pistons find themselves in such a dire predicament? However, Wang Feng refrained from voicing these thoughts for the next 3 years. He would still have to navigate his existence under Larry Brown's regime. When one resides beneath a roof, one must inevitably bow one's head. "Fear not, Coach Larry. I shall exert every effort to lead the Pistons to greater heights." Upon receiving Wang Feng's assurance, Larry Brown relaxed considerably. "Work diligently, and a starting position shall be yours." Hearing Coach Larry Brown promise him a starting role invigorated Wang Feng. "I will strive earnestly, Coach Larry." After observing Wang Feng's performance throughout the entire quarter, Heat head coach Pat Riley suddenly perceived that the Pistons would become a formidable adversary. Although the Heat had not reached the playoffs in many years, Pat Riley had always regarded the pursuit of a championship as the team's ultimate goal. Pat Riley encouraged Dwayne Wade, saying, "Continue your performance, Wade. But you must also contain Wang Feng's offense, otherwise the Heat shall not emerge victorious." Dwayne Wade, possessing a strong sense of pride and an intense desire to win, required no additional motivation. "Coach Pat, I shall handle that lad Wang Feng. I hope the others on the Heat can step up as well. We are a team and must embody team basketball." Despite Wade's words, he felt utterly helpless in the face of Wang Feng's monstrous strength. Faced with such a situation, the only recourse was to strive to wear down Wang Feng's endurance. As the second quarter commenced, both teams maintained their lineups. However, this time, the Heat were determined to clamp down on Wang Feng, refusing to allow him to become too arrogant. At the outset of the second quarter, Dwayne Wade continued his earlier performance, forcefully breaking through the encirclement of Wang Feng and Darko Milicic, executing a layup to complete the offense. As the basketball swished through the net, the whistle blew. This was a perfect 2-1. Indeed, Dwayne Wade, recognizing his lack of proficiency in three-point shooting, intended to secure a chance for a three-point play through the 2-1 method. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Feng believed that the Miami Heat had not altered their strategy and still intended to engage in a scoring duel. However, this assumption proved erroneous. When it was the Detroit Pistons' turn to attack, the Heat did not hesitate to employ a triple team against Wang Feng, compelling him to pass the ball. At that moment, Wang Feng felt an immense pressure as he faced Dwayne Wade, with Lamar Odom at his side and Jerome Beasley poised to provide backup at any moment. This formation resembled an impenetrable fortress, yet Wang Feng had no intention of retreating. After all, it was merely 3 opponents. It was said that during his prime, Kobe Bryant would charge forward single-handedly against defenses of fewer than 4 players, rendering the opposition seemingly non-existent. Regardless of the outcome, such audacity is something many lack. With this thought in mind, Wang Feng launched an assault against the trio. Although the approach was illogical, he should have first directed the ball to the interior player, Darko Milicic, then repositioned himself for Milicic to forcefully contend with Beasley in the paint. Ultimately returning the ball to Wang Feng for an inside-outside dynamic, the current scenario had him challenging 3 defenders alone, which was undeniably arduous. Before Zhang Heli could finish his guidance, Wang Feng had already ascended toward the rim of the Heat's defense. It turned out that Wang Feng, not waiting for his teammates to establish their positions, initiated the attack himself, executing a series of behind-the-back dribbles to find a rhythm for his breakthrough. Dwayne Wade persistently harassed him, doing everything in his power to prevent Wang Feng from comfortably receiving the ball and dribbling at ease. Wang Feng found himself in a state of disarray due to the relentless pursuit of Dwayne Wade, nearly losing control of the basketball. Observing Wang Feng struggle to maintain possession, Wade seized the opportunity to attempt a steal, lunging at Wang Feng's side. In that moment, Wang Feng showcased his extraordinary strength, causing Wade to stagger and lose his balance. As Wade was pushed aside, The small forward Lamar Odom quickly moved to intercept, positioning himself directly in Wang Feng's path, marking their first encounter in a face-to-face defense. "There's no escaping my defense," Odom declared, advancing to apply pressure in an attempt to force Wang Feng to halt. However, Wang Feng paid little heed to Odom, effortlessly pivoting and maneuvering past him. Although Wang Feng's evasion of Odom was executed with remarkable flair, he soon found Jerome Beasley, the imposing power forward of the Heat, awaiting him. Beasley, with his towering stature, exuded an intimidating presence. Yet, Wang Feng recalled the adage that with great height and bulk comes a decrease in agility. Thus, Wang Feng executed two swift directional changes, leaving Beasley off balance and unable to leap. Beasley could only watch as Wang Feng leaped gracefully over him with a jump step, soaring beneath the rim to deliver a powerful reverse dunk. This particular offensive choice, albeit somewhat reckless, vividly showcased Wang Feng's strength, speed, agility, and skill. From that moment on, he was no longer regarded merely as a three-point shooter. Indeed, from this instant forward, the players of the Heat viewed Wang Feng as a formidable adversary. They resolved to employ any means necessary to neutralize him. Otherwise, even in victory, their pride would remain tarnished. Henceforth, every time the Pistons embarked on an offensive possession, the Heat committed themselves fully to pursuing and containing Wang Feng. At this moment, Wang Feng began to experience what could only be described as the NBA's version of a fortress defense. No matter how he maneuvered, he found himself encircled by at least two players from the Miami Heat, with another lurking in the paint, ready to provide additional support. This relentless pressure rendered scoring exceedingly challenging for him, and the sight of the ferocious Heat players left Wang Feng feeling utterly exasperated. Was it truly necessary for them to target him so ruthlessly? He was not Michael Jordan. After all, there was no need for the so-called Jordan rules. Larry Brown, witnessing the Heat's frenzied assault on Wang Feng, noted the brutality of their tactics with concern. Fearing for Wang Feng's safety, he promptly substituted him for a brief respite. After all, it was merely the second quarter, not yet the decisive moment of the game. Consequently, Larry Brown called for a timeout. Wang Feng descended from the court in a state of deep frustration. Nearly 4 minutes into the second quarter, he had yet to score a single point, and his stamina was rapidly depleting. Sweat poured down his face as he gasped for breath, a testament to the exhaustion he was enduring. Larry Brown, observing Wang Feng's perspiration and labored breathing, offered some words of consolation. "How are you feeling, King? Are you beginning to sense the warmth of the NBA? You are among the select few who get to experience the Jordan rule in their very first official game. Cherish this honor. Moreover, the defensive capabilities of the Heat players are rather mediocre. If you cannot manage this, then when you face teams with defensive prowess akin to that of the Pistons after officially entering the NBA, you will find it overwhelmingly challenging." Wang Feng is well aware that the Warriors' dynasty in later years is characterized by a rather average defense. It relies heavily on the splash of three-point shots, overwhelming opponents with a relentless barrage that leaves no opportunity for a defensive struggle. Wang Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and confidently replied, "Coach Larry, rest assured. No defense can hinder my instinct to score. We shall triumph in this match." Upon hearing this, Larry Brown chose not to prolong the conversation, and the game resumed. In the absence of Wang Feng, Larry Brown intended to center his strategy around Darko Milicic, focusing on a methodical approach and robust defense, while promptly cutting players who exhibited defensive shortcomings. The Miami Heat, witnessing the effectiveness of their containment against Wang Feng, were elated. With him off the court, there was no one on the Pistons capable of restraining Dwayne Wade. "Splendid. We've succeeded. That kid Wang Feng couldn't endure and has taken a break. The ensuing match will be our stage." The Heat substituted their center and continued their fast-paced offensive tactics. As the timeout concluded, the Heat appeared rejuvenated, as if a new team had emerged. Dwayne Wade took the initiative, executing 2 consecutive three-point plays, forcing the Pistons players to retreat. Even the second overall pick, Darko Milicic, found himself in foul trouble against Wade. Fortunately, the Pistons did not collapse immediately. With Milicic on the court, his post moves still posed a credible threat, leaving the Heat's Jerome Beasley questioning his own abilities. One must commend the moments of brilliance that emerged when employing Milicic as the focal point. After all, he was the second overall pick in the 2003 draft. However, against the overwhelming force of the Heat, Milicic found himself outnumbered. Beyond Dwayne Wade, other players also stepped up. Lamar Odom began showcasing his left-handed wizardry, executing several dazzling passes to the interior, where Jerome Beasley awaited. Their connection blossomed into a seamless alley-oop partnership, contributing 6 points. For the Pistons, Dwayne Wade was a formidable weapon. He dashed and shot, amassing 5 points in quick succession. In the span of less than 4 minutes, the Heat delivered a staggering 17-8 scoring run. Initially, the Pistons led the Heat by 6 points at 29-23. Now they found themselves trailing 37-40. With just over 2 minutes remaining in the second quarter, witnessing his team fall behind, Wang Feng could no longer remain passive. He eagerly requested, "Coach Larry, allow me to play." Darko Milicic alone cannot contend with the entire Heat team. Larry Brown, sensing that Wang Feng had not yet fully recuperated, waved his hand in refusal, saying, "Wang Feng, this is merely a summer league game. There is no need to risk injury. You will have your time on the court soon." Wang Feng found himself in a state of deep frustration, yet he could only retreat to wait for the opportune moment. In the final 2 minutes of the second quarter, the players of the Pistons transformed into ice-cold shooters, repeatedly failing to find their mark. Even the usually reliable Darko Milicic faltered. Either his shooting form was disrupted by the opposing center, or he fell prey to Dwayne Wade's stealthy steals, with the basketball being snatched away. Witnessing this scene, Wang Feng shook his head in dismay, understanding why everyone longs for a formidable teammate. After all, no one wishes to watch helplessly as the advantage they have fought hard to secure is gradually squandered by their companions. Being a lone hero is no easy endeavor. Even the likes of Jordan, Kobe, and LeBron require a reliable ally to maintain control of the game. Otherwise, progress becomes elusive. Michael Jordan faced elimination by the Pistons in the playoffs multiple times until Scottie Pippen matured, paving the way for their 2 consecutive championship reigns. Kobe Bryant squandered several peak years following Shaquille O'Neal's departure until Pau Gasol joined the Lakers, initiating a remarkable 2-title run. LeBron James, too, was once overwhelmed by the Celtics' Big Three, ultimately emulating them by forming a powerhouse trio with the Miami Heat. Conversely, in the final moments of the second quarter, the Heat flourished, with Dwayne Wade leading the charge, scoring 5 points through a combination of drives and outside shots. Lamar Odom showcased his left-handed prowess, delivering multiple quick assists to teammates and nailing a left-handed three-pointer over the Pistons' small forward, Ronald Dupree. Rafer Alston exhibited his street ball king skills, dazzlingly dribbling to leave Lindsey Hunter in a daze. The Heat surged with a 9-2 mini-run. At halftime, the Pistons trailed the Heat by 10 points, with a score of 39-49. Dwayne Wade's first-half performance was nothing short of extraordinary, amassing 32 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 blocks, and 2 steals. In the second quarter of the game, Wang Feng was constrained by his playing time, managing to score only 5 points. By halftime, his statistics reflected a modest contribution of 28 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists, no blocks, and 1 steal, presenting a rather incomplete performance. Upon witnessing the circumstance, Wang Feng immediately recognized the inherent drawbacks of a single-core superstar team. No matter how formidable one may be, it cannot compensate for the collective shortcomings of teammates. This is a primary reason many singular superstars fail to secure a championship. During halftime, a palpable silence enveloped the Pistons' locker room, the atmosphere laden with tension. Larry Brown, with a stern countenance, retorted, "You lot, do you possess any grit? Do you uphold the fundamental qualities of a professional basketball player? Is it true that you cannot perform without King? Just look at your dismal display in the second quarter. Such disappointment. Darko, enlighten us. Why is it that a towering figure like yourself cannot contend with the Heat's interior? Are you not the second overall pick from the illustrious 2003 draft? Why does your performance pale in comparison to the Heat's 5th overall pick? Where is your defense? Your offense? Your innate talent?" Larry Brown directed his ire towards Darko Milicic, for once Wang Feng departed, Darko became the offensive and defensive linchpin of the Pistons. Furthermore, he was one of the few players on the roster encumbered by a contract, earmarked as a key prospect for development. Darko's lackluster performance in the second quarter elicited considerable dissatisfaction from Larry Brown. He did not demand Darko to emulate Wang Feng's sharp offensive prowess or prolific scoring ability. Yet he expected at least a semblance of defensive fortitude against the Heat's onslaught. Alas, the offense faltered, and the defense was equally abysmal. Utterly antithetical to the Pistons' renowned identity as a formidable defensive team, a squad that instills fear in all adversaries. However, Darko exhibited neither offensive nor defensive capability, a source of vexation. Larry Brown, a coach eager to validate his reputation, sought immediate results, defensive and offensive capabilities, rather than mere potential or talent. Darko Milicic, intimidated by Larry Brown's commanding presence, stammered, Coach Larry, I will strive to improve. Yet, Larry Brown was disinterested in excuses. He yearned to witness immediate performance. Wang Feng, too, felt a sense of urgency, having come to a stark realization of the Pistons' capabilities. Without him, the team appeared utterly vulnerable. This indeed was a critical juncture for the Pistons. Xiao Xiao, do you believe I still have a chance to win this game? The system spirit, Xiao Xiao, refrained from dispiriting Wang Feng at such a moment, affirming there remained a possibility of victory. You must understand, there is still half the game left. And the Pistons are only trailing by 10 points. If you sink 4 3-pointers, the score will turn in your favor. Wang Feng scoffed, you speak so lightly. Yet you are well aware of the Pistons' capabilities in this summer league. Their defense is abysmal, and without my presence, their offense is merely a collection of mediocrity. How can we possibly contain the scoring prowess of the Heat? They are currently flourishing in every aspect. Master, it all hinges on your personal effort, Little Xiao replied. Indeed. This Pistons team is quite weak, yet it provides the perfect opportunity for you to accumulate points. Even if victory eludes us, at the very least, you must strive to surpass Dwayne Wade in statistical performance. Upon hearing Little Xiao's words, Wang Feng appeared somewhat disheartened and inquired, Little Xiao, is there any emergency solution available? Perhaps an infinite stamina card or a physical enhancement card akin to LeBron James. The system sprite, Little Xiao, was not inclined to indulge Wang Feng. Master, you already possess a great deal. Do not covet more. Victory and defeat are commonplace in competitive sports. On the basketball court, who dares to claim invincibility or eternal triumph? Everyone emerges from a series of defeats, so experiencing the bitter fruit of failure now is not necessarily a bad thing. Listening to Little Xiao, even Wang Feng, who had a rather thick skin, felt a flush of embarrassment. All right, Little Xiao, I understand what I must do. What is there to fear? I, Wang Feng, shall not back down. With that, Wang Feng's fighting spirit surged. There was no alternative but to strive diligently and score relentlessly. Wang Feng approached Larry Brown, fervently requesting, Coach Larry, allow me to take charge in the upcoming match. Let the others focus solely on defense. Larry Brown, pleased with Wang Feng's initiative, patted him on the shoulder and replied, rest assured, Wang Feng, strive to score. The outcome of this match is of little consequence. Your health is what truly matters. In Wang Feng, Larry Brown perceived a reflection of that defiant, diminutive superstar. Having said that, Larry Brown began to strategize, stating, Gentlemen, we shall employ a 4-to-1 strategy in this game. You must center your offensive efforts around Wang Feng, endeavoring to create scoring opportunities for him while minimizing his physical exertion. In this match, we must rely on our offense to resolve all challenges. Although Larry Brown harbored a profound disdain for star-centric basketball, he was willing to adapt for the sake of the team's triumph. In competitive sports, everything revolves around victory. The players of the Pistons were acutely aware that, given their current capabilities, defeating the Summer League team of the Heat seemed nearly impossible. Only by rallying around Wang Feng and adhering strictly to the strategy could they hope for success. They were resolute in executing the coach's tactical directives, with Wang Feng as their strategic nucleus. Under Larry Brown's tactical guidance, the Pistons commenced their 4-to-1 strategy. Just before the third quarter began, Wang Feng gathered his teammates and shared his thoughts. Listen up, guys, I will initiate the offense to break the ice. Following that, I will pass the ball to you. It's imperative that you catch it with utmost seriousness, no butterfingers. Should anyone falter, I shall ensure Coach Larry confines you to the bench for the remainder of the match. At this moment, Wang Feng exuded the essence of a tactical core, his gaze sweeping over the players, who promptly bowed their heads and assumed a submissive demeanor. The singular task before you is to employ their tactics against them, exerting every ounce of strength to double-team Dwayne Wade. Even if you cannot prevent him from scoring, you must strive to deplete his stamina, allowing him to experience the formidable nature of the Jordan rules. Dako, you will take on the primary responsibility of defending Wade. Since Wade lacks a three-point shot, he will undoubtedly assault the paint, leading to a one-on-one confrontation between you two. Darko Milicic was taken aback by Wang Feng's faith in him. He felt both astonished and deeply moved. Initially, after being reprimanded by Larry Brown, his spirits were low. Yet Wang Feng's belief in his abilities reinvigorated him, filling him with both gratitude and immense pressure. Nonetheless, it is always reassuring to have someone who believes in you. I pledge to fulfill the task, King. As the third quarter commenced, the Miami Heat players persisted with their aggressive strategy from the second quarter, relentlessly double-teaming Wang Feng without reservation. Wang Feng observed that aside from Dwayne Wade, the Miami Heat had replaced their roster with an array of spirited young talents. Surrounded by so many players, he smiled. How relentless they were, believing they could intimidate him. Fear? Mere bravado would not suffice. Especially since the outcome of the second quarter was already apparent. They were indeed afraid of our team's zone defense. Without the three-point shot, they resembled a toothless tiger, stripped of its ferocity. At this moment, Dwayne Wade was brimming with confidence, convinced of victory. After all, during the second quarter, his performance overshadowed that of Wang Feng, propelling the team ahead of the Pistons. Wade believed that as long as they continued this strategy, the Pistons' collapse would be inevitable. However, this was merely Wade's wishful thinking, based on the assumption that Wang Feng would refrain from passing the ball. Unfortunately for him, Wang Feng's passing ability was equally astonishing. Indeed, his passing skills could astonish opponents and instill fear in his own teammates. It was said that when he held the ball, 9 others felt the tension. Nonetheless, Wang Feng found himself with no alternative. He had to combine drives, shots, and passes to dismantle the Heat's formidable zone defense. This meant that if Wang Feng could orchestrate his teammates through his passing and ignite their offensive capabilities, the Pistons could indeed flourish as a cohesive unit. Wang Feng's proficiency and compatibility with Jason Williams' passing skills remained at a rudimentary level. However, a rating of 23 in proficiency and 12 in compatibility is sufficient for Wang Feng to make a formidable attempt. He has now transformed into a dual-threat guard, orchestrating the offense as a point guard while also finishing plays as a shooting guard. Wade, in this quarter, I shall demonstrate to you what it truly means to be an indefensible player. With that declaration, Wang Feng initiated his offensive move to bypass Dwayne Wade. He felt no need for elaborate maneuvers. A simple forceful collision would suffice. Engaging Wade in finesse or speed would prove futile. Only sheer strength could prevail against him. Wade, having been knocked aside by Wang Feng's immense power, remained undeterred, as he had already encountered Wang Feng's extraordinary might on numerous occasions. Go ahead, Wang Feng. Unleash your brute force. There are still a few spirited players awaiting you. Before Wade could finish his sentence, his teammates on the Heat swiftly moved to provide support, striving to exhaust Wang Feng's stamina and compel him to halt his advance. Observing the encroaching defenders from the Heat, a slight smile graced Wang Feng's lips. You think you can impede my progress? Wang Feng executed a sudden stop-and-shoot jumper from mid-range. The spirited player of the Heat could only watch in astonishment as Wang Feng halted and launched his shot right before him. The basketball traced a beautiful arc before finding the net. The scene was simply exquisite. With a flick of the wrist, the ball swished through the hoop. Wang Feng initially employed an offensive strategy to capture the attention of the Miami Heat players, and soon it was time to showcase his passing prowess. What do you think? Your defense is rather mediocre, he taunted as he observed the fallen Dwayne Wade. Without wasting any words, Wade signaled his teammates to expedite the ball's release, eager to deliver a retort to Wang Feng. Upon receiving the ball from the center, Wade immediately activated his fast break mode, deftly maneuvering past the Pistons players as if they were mere phantoms. Fortunately, Darko Milicic was well aware of Wade's proclivity for swift attacks, having anticipated the fast break ambush. He was already prepared, emerging from the side to confront Wade. You shall not score again, Milicic bellowed. Wade, taken aback by Milicic's ability to keep pace, cast a glance over his shoulder and exerted himself, attempting to widen the gap. However, to his astonishment, Milicic matched his speed. Frustrated and unable to shake off Milicic's relentless defense, Wade decided to leap high into the air, intent on executing a thunderous dunk. Seeing Wade ascend, Milicic followed suit, undeterred by the possibility of failure. Get down. Wade felt a chill run down his spine, forcing him to alter his scoring technique from a powerful dunk to a delicate fingertip layup. Just as Wade released the shot, Milicic's formidable frame collided with him, sending Wade crashing to the floor in a painful tumble. The impact elicited a grimace from Wade. Fortunately, despite the lack of preparation, Wade's fingertip layup rolled into the basket, accompanied by the sound of the referee's whistle. Darko Milicic, upon hearing the call, was filled with regret. 2-1. Wang Feng hurried over to comfort Darko Milicic, saying, Darko, you are performing exceptionally well. Maintain this defensive stance. Make every point Dwayne Wade scores a hard-fought battle. Let him understand that your selection as the second overall pick is well-founded. It must be noted that Wang Feng's words bolstered the confidence of the uncertain Darko Milicic. Indeed, I am the second overall pick. He is merely the fifth. Although my offensive skills may currently be lacking, my defense remains solid. After all, Darko Milicic possesses an imposing physique and impressive static athleticism. If he dedicates himself to defense, his intimidating presence can be quite significant. At this moment, Darko Milicic had an epiphany. Dwayne Wade, grimacing in pain, missed his free throw, and the rebound was seized by the industrious Darko Milicic. Ever since he resolved to focus on defense, his enthusiasm, presence, and intimidating aura on the court have seen remarkable improvement. "Catch the ball, King," Darko Milicic exclaimed as he flung the ball towards Wang Feng at the front court. Wang Feng picked up the basketball and, without a moment's pause, dribbled to within a meter of the three-point line, leaping to release the ball. Swish! The crisp sound of the net echoed. Wang Feng effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Oh my goodness! Wang Feng is finally gearing up for a counterattack. The three-pointer is indeed a magical tool for narrowing the score gap. One can believe that after Wang Feng scores several consecutive three-pointers, the score will swiftly diminish. Dwayne Wade, clearly cognizant of this predicament, signaled his center teammate for a quick inbound pass. Upon receiving the ball, Wade unleashed his remarkable speed. Wang Feng attempted to intercept Wade's advance, but in terms of velocity, he could only watch in awe. With a sudden burst of acceleration, Wade left Wang Feng in his wake. Confronted once more by the formidable defense of Darko Milicic, Wade sought to replicate his previous success. This time, however, Wade executed a sudden stop and opted for a high-arching floater. Yet, this time, Dwayne Wade miscalculated. "Get down," he exclaimed. Darko Milicic soared into the air, arms outstretched like great wings, and deftly deflected Wade's floater with his fingertips. The basketball instantaneously altered its trajectory, and Milicic's aerial interception was nothing short of spectacular. Wang Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "What a block! Well done, Darko." As Milicic retrieved the basketball, he swiftly passed it back to Wang Feng, who was immediately surrounded by two determined defenders. This time, they were resolute in preventing Wang Feng from taking a shot. Wang Feng executed a remarkably realistic feint, successfully deceiving one of his opponents. With a surge of power from his legs, he dribbled forward in a straight line, unwavering in his approach. The spirited young man, much like Dwayne Wade, was sent sprawling by Wang Feng's forceful advance. Having dispatched two such opponents, Wang Feng found himself unchallenged. And without hesitation, he launched a mid-range shot that swished through the net once more. The thwarted Dwayne Wade could hardly contain his frustration. At that moment, Wang Feng resolved that any opportunity to score would be seized without ever challenging the Miami Heat's interior defense. It was then that Wade realized none of his teammates on the court could withstand Wang Feng's offensive prowess. Reluctantly, he had to engage in a shootout. Wade, relying on his speed, surged forward, yet Wang Feng struggled to keep pace. However, Darko Milicic was already positioned to counter. Undeterred, Wade attempted to challenge the tall and athletically gifted Milicic. With a series of deceptive movements, Wade found that Milicic was impervious to his tricks. Unable to outmaneuver him, Wade resorted to sheer speed, forcefully attempting a dunk, only to be met with a humiliating rejection from Milicic. The latter's innate talent shone brilliantly in that moment. What a spectacular block! He's destined to be a future Defensive Player of the Year, Wang Feng exclaimed. Dwayne Wade was on the verge of existential despair. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No one on the Pistons can keep up with my speed. Yet, the evidence was undeniable. The focused defense of Milicic left Wade questioning his own capabilities. To make matters worse, Wade soon experienced the relentless onslaught of a well-coordinated defense, akin to the Jordan rules. Each time he received the ball, nearby Pistons players would swarm him, making every catch, dribble, and step forward a monumental challenge. Even his trademark speed was rendered ineffective amidst the entanglement of defenders, robbing him of the explosive impact he prided himself on. Wade truly felt the weight of an eye for an eye in that moment. Throughout the third quarter, the Heat's offense faltered dramatically, relying solely on Wade's tenacity. He toiled through the period, laboring to score, a stark contrast to his earlier dominance in the first half. Moreover, he endured numerous falls, sustained an eye poke, faced countless tackles, and narrowly avoided a trip. In contrast, the Pistons thrived as a cohesive unit. Aside from Wang Feng's continued brilliance, they executed a team-oriented strategy, with Wang Feng serving as the catalyst from the perimeter, while Milicic operated as both the defensive anchor and offensive focal point in the paint. Wang Feng and Darko Milicic executed numerous intricate connections both inside and outside the court, their synergy manifesting in an offense that flowed as smoothly as a gentle stream. It was at this moment that spectators recognized Wang Feng's extraordinary ability not only to score independently, but also to penetrate defenses and deliver exquisite assists to his teammates. However, Wang Feng's passes were not easily received by all. His flair for the dramatic often led him to opt for unnecessarily elaborate plays. While a simple through ball could have sufficed, he chose instead to attempt an acrobatic behind-the-back pass, leaving both Dwayne Wade and his teammate Dakamilisai bewildered. Wang Feng has made a blunder. Alas, he has outshone himself. Wang Feng awkwardly covered his eyes. Initially, he merely intended to make a simple pass. Yet, at that moment, it felt as though his body was beyond his control, prompting him to attempt a flamboyant and extravagant pass. Wang Feng understood that it was the passing skill set of Jason Williams that was at play. Dako, do not be disheartened. The fault lies with me. Wang Feng hastily consoled Dakamilisai, as he was undoubtedly his chosen best defensive player. Dakamilisai bore no resentment towards Wang Feng and bashfully replied, "Don't worry, King. It was my fault for not receiving the pass properly. I will certainly catch it next time." The two exchanged a high five, reaffirming their camaraderie. As the third quarter ticked away, Wade remained ensnared in difficulties, unable to break free from the Piston shackles. Lacking in passing proficiency, he was compelled to rely solely on his innate talent to force the ball through. The outcome mirrored Wang Feng's earlier misstep, a beautifully executed pass that was nonetheless fumbled by the receiver, resulting in another turnover for Wade. It was evident that the Heat were in dire straits. Not only was Dwayne Wade struggling, but the entire team was ensnared in an offensive quagmire, with no player stepping up to score. In contrast, under Wang Feng's orchestration, the Pistons flourished both inside and outside, with the game increasingly tilting in their favor. Steve Kerr commented, "I concur with your assessment. While neither team can adequately defend the other, the Pistons possess Wang Feng, who can singularly alter the situation." Meanwhile, the Heat's fifth overall pick, Wade, is mired in a scoring drought, with his lack of a three-point shot being a significant shortcoming in his career. With merely 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Pistons had completed a comeback, leading the Heat by 8 points at 69-61. Up to that point, the Heat had only managed a mere 12 points in the third quarter, while the Pistons tallied an impressive 30 points. Baines added, remarkably, Wang Feng has only amassed 9 points, yet he has delivered 10 assists. Despite a few errors, his brilliance shines through. I believe the conclusion of the game is near, and the Pistons will emerge victorious. Wade, feeling disheartened, muttered, "You think you can bully me just because I can't hit a three-pointer? Just wait and see. It's merely a three-pointer, and I will ensure you regret underestimating me." Frustrated, Dwayne Wade found that the Pistons' defensive strategy involved conceding three-point shots, allowing him to launch attempts from beyond the arc without concern. However, once he ventured inside the three-point line, the treatment shifted dramatically. He faced relentless pursuit, physicality, and even occasional dirty tactics such as eye pokes and leg sweeps. This engendered a palpable fear in Wade regarding the Pistons' interior defense, as he was unwilling to jeopardize his career over a single dunk or layup. Undeterred, Wade stubbornly attempted several three-point shots. Yet the results were dismal, either falling short or careening off the rim, thus granting the Pistons fast break opportunities. The final 3 minutes of the third quarter were nothing short of catastrophic for the Heat, as their players transformed into frigid marksmen, lost wanderers, uncertain of their roles. Even Wade's valiant efforts to salvage the situation could not stem the tide of the Heat's overall decline. Meanwhile, the Pistons continued their offensive barrage, enjoying an 11-2 scoring run against the Heat. As the third quarter concluded, the Pistons led the Heat by a substantial 17 points, 80-63. Wang Feng's individual statistics shone particularly brightly, achieving near triple-double numbers with 12 points, 10 assists, and 8 rebounds in the quarter alone. Initially, Wang Feng's rebounding was modest, but with the Heat's lineup of energetic players, he adeptly maneuvered to snatch rebounds, employing his agility and strength to outmuscle Heat players. Consequently, his rebounding figures surged. At the end of 3 quarters, Wang Feng's personal stats stood at an impressive 40 points, 14 assists, and 11 rebounds. Truly a superlative triple-double. It could be said that most of the Pistons' scoring was directly or indirectly linked to Wang Feng. In stark contrast, Wade faced a dismal third quarter, managing only 6 points, 3 rebounds, 1 steal, and 1 block. While these figures might not appear egregious on their own, a comparison with Wang Feng's statistics revealed a glaring disparity. Moreover, Wade's meager output was hard-earned. For every 2 points scored, he endured at least 3 falls, and for each rebound, He had to battle through two Pistons players. Combining Wade's third-quarter statistics with those from the first two quarters, his overall numbers were still impressive. 39 points, 7 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks. As the third quarter concluded, Wang Feng proudly showcased his statistical achievements to Dwayne Wade, exclaiming, "Wade, I have claimed victory in this match, and my personal statistics surpass yours. You are the second rookie from our draft class whom I have outperformed, bringing me one step closer to my dreams." Although aware that the Heat's chances were dwindling, Wade remained defiant, retorting, "There is an entire quarter left to play. Anything can happen, and I will lead the Heat to a triumphant comeback." Wang Feng understood that miracles could occur. However, this was merely the Summer League, a platform for the team to evaluate rookies, undrafted players, and free agents. The outcome of the games held little significance. What truly mattered was the potential displayed by the newcomers. There was no need to strain for victory, for an injury could render all efforts futile. Wang Feng felt a surge of joy, for after enduring a prolonged battle, he was finally poised to reap the fruits of victory. With a smile, he addressed Wade, "You need not be obstinate. I believe Mr. Pat Riley will not allow you to continue to struggle on the court. He will likely withdraw the main players and permit the free agents and undrafted players to complete an entire quarter." Just as Wade was about to retort, Pat Riley summoned everyone, leaving Wade with no choice but to turn away, allowing Wang Feng to continue his ostentatious display. In front of a group of newcomers, Pat Riley spoke with an authoritative tone, "The game has concluded. It is now time for the Miami Heat to train. The outcome of this match hinges on the performance of the undrafted players and free agents. Wade, your performance has been commendable. I trust that after today, the NBA will herald your valorous display." Though flattered by Pat Riley's praise, Wade could not find joy in it, feeling frustrated by Wang Feng's arrogance. "Coach Pat, I desire victory. I wish to remain on the court. I must defeat that insufferable Wang Feng." Riley viewed Dwayne Wade's protest as exceedingly irrational. "Dwayne, our Miami Heat team is focused on contending for the championship. Maintaining your health is paramount. You have already played 3 full quarters, and your stamina is waning. The Pistons' defense is quite brutal. If you continue, your body may not endure. Should you sustain an injury in this inconsequential game, it could jeopardize your entire career. Rest assured, Dwayne, our true battleground lies in the regular season, the playoffs, and the finals. If we face the Pistons then, I will permit you to challenge that weak defender one-on-one." It is undeniable that Pat Riley, a seasoned veteran of the league, effortlessly persuaded Dwayne Wade. Every player harbors a fierce competitive spirit and dreams of championships. "I understand now. Mr. Pat Riley, Wang Feng, await my return. We shall meet in the regular season and playoffs." Dwayne Wade had ignited his competitive fire against Wang Feng. As Coach Pat Riley opted to withdraw the main players, conceding defeat, Pistons coach Larry Brown similarly substituted his starters, allowing the benchwarmers to partake in the entirety of the fourth quarter. With both teams having replaced their starters with substitutes, the fourth quarter devolved into a display of ineptitude, rife with errors, missed shots, and out-of-bounds plays, inciting the ire of the spectators. Even the commentators could not endure the performance, likening it to a farce. It was perplexing why the Heat would concede so readily, trailing by merely 17 points, a deficit that is hardly insurmountable in an NBA game. Riley's decision left me profoundly disappointed. Having left the Lakers and the legendary Magic Johnson, he appeared to be utterly devoid of merit. Ultimately, amidst a chorus of criticism, the game concluded, with the Pistons triumphing over the Heat with a score of 90-75, marking a successful debut for the Pistons in the Summer League. The Pistons' rising star shone brightly throughout the match, with Wang Feng achieving an astounding triple-double in 3 quarters. The 2003 draft's 24th pick fulfilled his promise, outshining the 3rd pick, Dwayne Wade. In just 3 quarters, the rookie Wang Feng amassed an impressive 40 points, 14 rebounds, and 11 assists, while Wade's Summer League debut against the Pistons yielded a commendable 39 points, 7 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks, though in defeat. Following the conclusion of the first round of the Summer League, news regarding the performances and statistics of the 2003 draft class quickly spread. Those who anticipated Wang Feng's downfall were left astonished. "Hey, Ballmer, did you see last night's Cleveland Honest report? The 24th pick, Wang Feng, truly exceeded expectations, achieving a staggering triple-double in just 3 quarters. Hori, what's the fuss? It's merely a Summer League game, devoid of notable players. As the saying goes, when the tiger's away, the monkeys will play king." Once the official NBA games commence, This kid will surely reveal his true self. Moreover, the number one pick, LeBron James, has yet to showcase his abilities. Once he steps onto the court, he will undoubtedly shine like a supernova. Upon hearing Ballmer extolling LeBron James, who was known for his reckless play, Horry interjected, "Enough, enough, Ballmer. I knew you would start praising that kid from Akron. Given your high regard for LeBron, I still fail to comprehend what makes him so special. His three-point shooting is inconsistent, and his mid-range game lacks precision. He relies solely on brute force and passing. I predict that by the age of 30, he will be swiftly eliminated from the NBA." Horry's disparagement of LeBron incited Ballmer's ire. "Horry, it is well known that shooting alone does not make a star, nor can it secure a championship. That kid Wang Feng merely excels at three-point shooting. Once the regular season and playoffs commence, the beasts of the NBA will show him what true defense entails. By then, he may not even get a chance to shoot. And with his abysmal defense, Larry Brown might not even consider putting him on the court." Hey, Ballmer, why do you get so worked up? If you've seen Wang Feng's game, you should recognize that his scoring repertoire is far richer than Akron's prodigy LeBron James. Moreover, his technical style has matured, making him a formidable asset. Therefore, I believe the Detroit Pistons will become an insurmountable hurdle for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Their debate bore no resolution, as basketball enthusiasts fervently wished for their chosen idols to ascend to greatness, resulting in fervent disagreements. In Cleveland, rookie LeBron James and Jason Capono were left astounded by the reports from the Cleveland Honest Report. "LeBron, are today's rookies truly this formidable? You have left me utterly astonished." Wang Feng's achievement of a triple-double in 3 quarters is indicative of a core player's capability. Though LeBron James, a prodigious talent, held his pride, he was not easily swayed by such remarkable statistics. "Jason, I believe you could learn from Wang Feng's playing style. His three-point shooting is exceptionally precise, and his range is remarkable. The reason Heat players crowd him is due to his unanswerable shooting. If you could develop similar shooting skills, it would significantly enhance the Cavaliers' offensive dynamics and diversify our strategies. This would also benefit your career, potentially securing you a spot in the Cavaliers' rotation." Although LeBron spoke with apparent calmness, he secretly resolved, "Wang Feng, await your turn. I will not allow you to outshine me." That night, LeBron James reached out to his newly minted brother, Dwayne Wade. "Hey, my brother, good evening. This is LeBron James." "Oh, LeBron. I find myself in a rather dismal mood at present. That young lad from the flower-growing family has completely overshadowed my brilliance. Despite my commendable performance, I receive no accolades. Instead, they claim I lack shooting prowess and merely charge forward recklessly." Although Dwayne Wade has only recently become acquainted with LeBron James, he now seeks a confidant for his grievances. "Do not fret, my brother. I have observed your duel, and I must say, your explosive drive and defensive skills are unparalleled. What you lack, however, is the finesse of passing and three-point shooting. If you could distribute the ball more effectively, the Pistons would not dare to swarm you so brazenly. Dwayne, may I pose a question to you, if you are willing to share?" LeBron James did not make this call for mere pleasantries. He sought to understand why Wang Feng posed such a challenge to defend against. Dwayne Wade, not overthinking the matter, intended to utilize LeBron James' influence to teach Wang Feng a lesson. "LeBron, regarding Wang Feng, I shall speak candidly and without reservation." Upon hearing Dwayne Wade's declaration, LeBron James felt a surge of delight. "Dwayne, I wish to comprehend why the Heat, with a roster evidently superior to the Pistons, struggle to contain a player like Wang Feng. He appears rather average in stature. Why does it feel as though you are all being unceremoniously brushed aside by him?" Dwayne Wade, upon hearing LeBron's inquiry, wore a pained expression and replied, "LeBron, this is no feeble excuse. You cannot fathom, Wang Feng, despite his seemingly ordinary guard physique, possesses immense strength, greater even than Alonzo Mourning's. With a single charge, he can displace any defender in his path, which is one of the reasons we struggle against him. Furthermore, his shooting accuracy and explosive three-point capability have led his coach, Larry Brown, to designate him as the unequivocal offensive linchpin of the Summer League team, implementing the so-called 4-protects-1 strategy. Thus, his statistics are truly remarkable." Upon hearing this, LeBron James fell into silence, realizing the true prowess of Wang Feng. He pondered whether it would be possible to recruit him to the Cavaliers. "Dwayne, rest assured, I shall not allow him to bask in arrogance for long. Once I conclude my game against the Orlando Magic, I will take it upon myself to teach this Wang Feng a lesson." Dwayne Wade could hardly contain his excitement. "LeBron, You are indeed a true brother. Wang Feng has boasted of overwhelming all the rookies from our draft class. We must thwart his ambitions. Good night, my brother. Until we meet again tomorrow. Until tomorrow, LeBron. With that, they concluded their call, and LeBron James resumed his analysis of the game footage between the Pistons and the Heat. It appeared he too needed to step up his game. After all, LeBron, you are the son of Akron. And you must not allow that 24th pick to eclipse your brilliance. While LeBron studied Wang Feng's playing style, Wang Feng focused intently on the rewards bestowed by the system. For him, nothing held greater significance than the examination of these system rewards. Thus, even if he became aware of others targeting him, he would likely dismiss them as mere rabble. Of course, LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh were no rabble. They were brothers united in purpose. Despite their formidable strengths, they were fervently devoted to the pursuit of collective greatness. Perhaps they were spurred on by the trio of the Celtics. Xiao. It is time for the rewards to be distributed. I have successfully completed the system task, surpassing Dwayne Wade's personal statistics, and led the Pistons to triumph over the Heat. The system sprite, Xiao, did not elaborate further but promptly issued the task rewards. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on completing the system task. You have received the following rewards: Dwayne Wade's blocking skill package, Dwayne Wade's stealing skill package. Both skill packages are rated S-class, capable of significantly enhancing the Master's defensive capabilities. As customary, the system sprite Xiao inquired, Master, would you like to equip these two skill packages? Wang Feng certainly did not wish to overlook these two skill sets, blocking and stealing, which would undoubtedly enhance his lamentable defensive capabilities. Equip. As Wang Feng's voice faded, the system sprite Xiao equipped him with newfound abilities. A surge of energy and information coursed through Wang Feng's body, granting him an abundance of physical memories and the lightning-quick steals and ironclad blocks exemplified by Dwayne Wade. Such incisive steals and formidable blocks were truly a testament to his prowess, rivaling even the renowned Kobe Bryant. However, as the system sprite Xiao reminded him, Master, due to your physical condition not being fully compatible with Dwayne Wade's skill set, the proficiency and synergy of these abilities are limited. The proficiency of the Dwayne Wade's steal skill set stood at 5, with a compatibility of 3. While the block skill set had a proficiency of 3 and a compatibility of 3. Wang Feng sighed. Alas, a life destined for toil, even with these enhancements. I find myself constrained. Yet, he realized that without this cumbersome system, he would revert to being merely an amateur player. Thus, for the sake of his future, he chose to endure and strive. After a brief moment of cheer, Wang Feng immersed himself back into training, diligently honing his shooting and physical conditioning fundamental skills he never neglected. As he toiled away at perfecting his basketball techniques, time swiftly passed, leading to the following day. In the Orlando Summer League venue, the much-anticipated match between the Cleveland Cavaliers, led by LeBron James, and the Orlando Magic was about to commence. The attention surrounding this game was unparalleled, rivaling the excitement of Wang Feng's matchup against Dwayne Wade. LeBron James, a prodigy in his own right, commanded a level of attention that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of all-star players, drawing the presence of long-established NBA giants to witness his prowess on the court. Among these legends were the likes of Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, Kevin Garnett, and Allen Iverson, all luminaries of the sport. Naturally, Wang Feng seized the opportunity to observe this game, as the Cavaliers were one of his potential adversaries. And studying LeBron James would prove invaluable. As Wang Feng entered the Orlando Summer League arena, he was struck by the overwhelming crowd. The turnout was truly remarkable, surpassing even that of typical star athletes, with 4 P-level superstars in attendance, a sight that sparked a mixture of envy and admiration. If the attendance for the Pistons versus Heat game was around 80 to 90%, this matchup boasted an astounding 110% capacity. It was undeniable that LeBron James's popularity was extraordinary. In comparison, Wang Feng's own renown felt almost community level. The influence of LeBron extended beyond mere spectators, drawing in media, scouts, fans, and numerous advertisers and sports brands. Endorsement deals were already being negotiated, with the esteemed Nike offering a 7-year contract worth $90 million, surpassing deals made by many established stars in the league. In every aspect, LeBron James undeniably epitomized the pinnacle of basketball talent. The live commentary amplified the atmosphere, welcoming attendees to the Orlando Summer League, where the 2003 draft's #1 pick, the prodigious LeBron James, was set to make his Summer League debut against the home team, the Orlando Magic. The Cavaliers, spearheaded by James and Jason Capono, faced off against the Magic, led by their first-round pick, the 15th overall selection, Reece Gaines, and the second-round pick, Zaza Pachulia. While the Magic may have lacked star power, the audience was undeniably star-studded, featuring the architects of the Lakers dynasty, Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, alongside the formidable Kevin Garnett and the eternal answer, Allen Iverson. It was anticipated that the son of Akron would not disappoint us today. Ever since Michael Jordan's retirement, numerous successors had emerged, and it was evident that this Akron native was among his admirers, confidently donning the iconic number 23 jersey, a testament to the legacy of NBA history. Wang Feng was utterly speechless upon hearing the two commentators engage in their absurd hyperbole. Dear gentlemen, let us refrain from such extravagant praise, shall we? This son of Akron has yet to participate in a single official match. The two of them were effusively proclaiming that he could surpass a multitude of basketball legends, even rivaling Michael Jordan himself. Furthermore, LeBron James is by no means the rightful heir to Michael Jordan. Rather, he is a disruptor within the realm of basketball. The inaugural LeBron James, whose influence on the future of the sport has been detrimental, although he was compelled to form alliances in order to vanquish the formidable Celtics Big Three and ascend to the pinnacle of the NBA championship. The criticisms surrounding such peak collaboration have rendered his legacy a double-edged sword, prompting subsequent teams to follow suit. It is pertinent to note that Wang Feng does not regard the notion of one man, one city as a commendable honor. After all, playing basketball is merely a profession, and everyone has changed jobs at least a few times. Take Kobe Bryant, for instance, who entered the NBA alongside the formidable Shaquille O'Neal, epitomizing the privilege of being born into greatness. He certainly did not aspire to wander from team to team in pursuit of championships. Moreover, the essence of competitive sports is that victors reign supreme. Perhaps one may currently disdain LeBron James's strategy of forming alliances to secure championships. Yet, a decade or two hence, people will only remember the number of titles you amassed, the regular season MVP awards, and the finals MVP accolades, without concern for the means by which those championships were achieved. As the second round of the Summer League is about to commence, let us take a moment to examine the starting lineups for the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Orlando Magic. First to take the court are the Orlando Magic, whose starting lineup is rather peculiar. Center, Zaza Pachulia. Power forward, Andrew DeClercq. Small forward, Desmond Pennegar. Shooting guard, Sean Rooks. Point guard, Reece Gaines. With the exception of Sean Rooks, there are almost no scoring options, and the lineup is notably undersized. Aside from the center, Zaza Pachulia, there are hardly any towering players, a composition that should prove inadequate in halting LeBron James's incursions into the paint. The Cleveland Cavaliers starting lineup is equally unremarkable. Center, Chris Mim. Power forward, Tony Batty. Small forward, LeBron James. Shooting guard, Jason Capono. Point guard, Dasagana Diop. Nonetheless, with LeBron James in their midst, even such an ordinary lineup possesses the potential to unleash formidable prowess on the court. Upon hearing the name Zaza Pachulia, Wang Feng was instantly reminded of that infamous moment when Pachulia decisively altered the course of a game for the Warriors by injuring the Spurs star player, Kawhi Leonard, causing him to miss the remainder of the season. Subsequently, the Warriors emerged as the season's greatest victors. In anticipation of facing the Magic, Wang Feng resolved to remain vigilant against Pachulia's notorious footwork. As he pondered the potential threat posed by Pachulia, the commentator of the Orlando Summer League brought up the previous day's matchup between the Heat and the Pistons. It must be said that this year's crop of rookies surpasses those of prior years. In the game between the Heat and the Pistons, rookie Dwayne Wade delivered an impressive performance, scoring 39 points, grabbing 7 rebounds, providing 2 assists, and recording 3 steals and 3 blocks. Such statistics should have led his team to victory. However, the Pistons' 25th pick, Wang Feng, exhibited an even more formidable prowess, showcasing superstar-level talent in his first game of the Summer League. With three-pointers, mid-range shots, sharp drives, and unanswerable passes, he transformed the Summer League into his personal stage. After merely 3 quarters, Wang Feng amassed an astounding triple-double of 40 points, 14 assists, and 11 rebounds, overshadowing Dwayne Wade's performance. One could only wonder what kind of game the first overall pick of the 2003 draft, LeBron James, would deliver and what statistics he would achieve. James, renowned as the most formidable high school player in the nation, leaves no room for doubt about his capabilities. Apart from some inconsistency in his three-point shooting, Wang Feng possesses abilities that are on par with LeBron James. Moreover, James's static and athletic gifts are terrifyingly evident. His defensive prowess far surpasses that of Wang Feng. Otherwise, numerous teams would not be vying for his services. Enough of this idle chatter. The game is about to commence, and the true talents will soon reveal themselves. The young man known as LeBron James is set to take the court, with Cavaliers players gradually making their entrance, the last of whom will undoubtedly be James himself, as he is widely acknowledged as the future leader of the Cleveland Cavaliers. The moment LeBron James steps onto the floor, the entire arena erupts in fervor. LBJ? LBJ? Wang Feng gazed at the fervent fans with a look of disbelief. Was it truly necessary? Was it not merely a matter of stepping onto the field? Why such overwhelming excitement? This was hardly a spectacular performance. If Wang Feng remembers correctly, LeBron James delivered a rather mediocre performance in his inaugural Summer League game, scoring only a handful of points. This was, of course, also attributed to the relatively weak strength of the Orlando Magic. The game did not extend to the final moments and soon devolved into garbage time, making it difficult for LeBron to continue racking up points. The Cavaliers triumphed over the Magic with a score of 107-80, and LeBron concluded the game with modest stats of 14 points, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists. One wonders what kind of statistics LeBron will achieve this time. Will he be spurred on by his rivalry with Dwayne Wade, taking charge on the court and striving to enhance his numbers? It is indeed true that LeBron has been ignited with a competitive spirit. After reviewing the game footage of Wang Feng and Wade yesterday, LeBron was profoundly impressed. The two rookies demonstrated remarkable prowess, scoring with an ease that was almost effortless. While LeBron believes he possesses similar capabilities, he was still left in awe. As the game commenced, the center jump was initiated, and Cavaliers center Chris Mihm leaped to be the first to touch the basketball. Zaza Pachulia, appearing somewhat confused, merely pretended to tap his toes, making what could be deemed a feeble effort. This scene brought a smile to Wang Feng's face. Pachulia seemed oblivious to the situation, failing to even feign a proper jump, allowing the opponent to seize possession. However, Wang Feng misjudged Pachulia, while he lacked explosive power and vertical leap. His substantial weight and marginal lateral quickness allowed him to keep pace with Mihm, effectively hindering any escape. Upon gaining possession, Mihm wasted no time, swiftly passing the ball to Desagana Diop, who pushed the ball up the court rapidly. However, Magic rookie guard Reese Gaines aggressively contested, hindering Diop's ability to pass quickly. Observing the delay in the fast break opportunity, LeBron James executed two agile movements, shedding Desmond Pennegar's defense, and cut towards the basket. He promptly signaled with a finger raised skyward. Diop understood the cue, delivering an alley-oop pass right to LeBron's apex. LeBron, eyeing the soaring basketball, leapt into the air, soaring with grace to execute a resounding slam dunk, denying any chance for the Magic's interior players to defend. What a spectacular play! No wonder he is the first overall pick. He commenced his debut with a commanding aerial dunk, indicating that LeBron's form today is exceptional, and he is poised to shine on the court like Wang Feng and Dwayne Wade. LeBron James' debut immediately ignited the arena, as the crowd erupted into jubilant cheers, as if the Cavaliers had already secured victory. Wang Feng could not help but nod in agreement. It was indeed a splendid display of teamwork. LeBron James, having recently entered the league, had already developed his own distinctive style of play, graceful yet powerful, with an affinity for executing dazzling dunks and collaborating seamlessly with his teammates. Although his shooting was somewhat erratic, it was more than sufficient for him to establish his presence in the NBA. In truth, Wang Feng understood that the spectators in the stands were not merely there to witness a basketball game. They had come solely to behold the spectacle that was LeBron James. After executing a magnificent dunk, LeBron landed and exchanged a celebratory chest bump with point guard Desagana Diop. LeBron exclaimed, "What a beautiful pass!" To which Diop replied, "An impressive dunk." This play not only ignited the Cavaliers' offense but also heralded the beginning of the Magic's woes. Rookie Reese Gaines, witnessing the first overall pick of their draft assert dominance over the Magic, was filled with indignation. As a fellow rookie, he questioned why LeBron seemed destined for greatness. It was worth noting that just the previous day, a player named Wang Feng, who had been selected 24th overall in the first round, had managed to triumph over the equally impressive Dwayne Wade. Gaines, being a first-round pick himself, had been chosen 9 spots ahead of Wang Feng. Wang Feng possesses the ability to defy fate and surpass authority. Thus, I see no reason why I cannot do the same. However, what Reese Gaines fails to comprehend is that draft position does not accurately reflect genuine talent. It merely signifies the degree of oversight exhibited by team executives. Michael Jordan was selected by the Chicago Bulls as the third overall pick, while Kobe Bryant's situation was even more dire. Being chosen 13th in the first round by the Charlotte Hornets, only to be immediately traded to the Los Angeles Lakers. Ensnared by the illusion of his draft ranking, Rice Gaines mistakenly believes his prowess to be superior to Wang Feng's, setting his sights on toppling the first overall pick, LeBron James, determined to prevent him from shining alone. As a point guard, Rice Gaines initially wields the ball, choosing to respond with a play of his own. He showcases his impressive dribbling skills through a series of between-the-legs moves, attempting to outmaneuver Desagana Diop. Indeed, Diop finds himself momentarily confounded by Gaines' flashy techniques, stepping forward to contest, only to be outpaced by a sudden acceleration and change of direction. With a burgeoning confidence, Rice Gaines presses on, opting not to pass but to charge into the Cavaliers' interior, signaling his teammates for a screen. The signal is promptly heeded by his center, Zaza Pachulia, and power forward, Andrew DeClercq, who swiftly positioned themselves to block the Cavaliers' center, Chris Mim, and power forward, Tony Batty. With the Cavaliers' interior players effectively obstructed, Rice Gaines finds a clear path ahead. Without hesitation, he thrusts himself into the fray, executing a flamboyant layup. Yet, at that moment, LeBron James, the first overall pick of the 2003 draft, descends from above, delivering a thunderous block that leaves Gaines in disbelief. How could this happen? When did LeBron arrive? Surely, there was no one around me. Seizing the opportunity as the crowd stands in stunned silence, LeBron expertly delivers a precise full-court pass to his point guard, Desagana Diop. Despite Diop's lack of fervor, he is, after all, a professional basketball player, and with no defenders in sight, he retrieves the ball and executes a straightforward layup, adding 2 points for the Cavaliers. An exquisite block, a stunning pass. Wang Feng had to concede that LeBron James possessed an exceptional basketball IQ. Although LeBron's individual offensive skills may not be as aesthetically pleasing as those of Kobe Bryant or Michael Jordan, he adeptly orchestrated team plays, rendering the collective offense fluid and harmonious, showcasing a unique beauty inherent in team basketball. His impressive offensive and defensive maneuvers effectively stifled the Magic's attack, creating opportunities for his own team, a talent that marked him as a prodigious player destined for greatness on the court. The spectators were thoroughly captivated by LeBron's performance, showering him with applause and encouragement. Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, Kevin Garnett, and Allen Iverson all recognized LeBron James's extraordinary capabilities. This young man had the potential to blossom into an all-star player. However, they underestimated him, as his subsequent achievements eclipsed theirs. 6 minutes into the first quarter, the Cavaliers surged ahead with an 11-3 run against the Magic. In the shadow of LeBron's brilliance, Magic rookie Rice Gaines and Zaza Pachulia seemed almost invisible, leaving Rice, who aspired to make a mark, feeling despondent. With only 1 assist to his name, he performed even worse than a role player. Now intimidated by the anomaly that was LeBron James, LeBron's dual-threat capability was unmatched. During his offensive possessions, the Magic could not contain him, and his defensive prowess was palpable. Capable of guarding from the point guard position with formidable presence, no one could score against him. The Magic's head coach found himself powerless against such dominance. Skill alone could not bridge the gap. The Cavaliers maintained their commanding lead throughout the game, denying the Magic any chance of a comeback. By the end of the first quarter, the Cavaliers led the Magic 23-10, with LeBron amassing an impressive 8 points, 5 assists, 4 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 1 steal. In stark contrast, Rice Gaines was relegated to the role of a mere backdrop, managing only 2 points and 2 assists, while Zaza Pachulia's performance was even more dismal, failing to touch the ball and recording no statistics whatsoever. As the second quarter commenced, the Cavaliers seized the opportunity to demolish their beleaguered opponents, relentlessly extending their lead. LeBron showcased his versatility with both drives and outside shots, while Jason Capono consistently hit 3-pointers from the perimeter. Conversely, the Magic displayed a lack of urgency. With no one stepping up to contribute offensively, the score gap quickly widened to over 20 points. By halftime, the Cavaliers held a commanding 45-21 lead over the Magic, with LeBron's statistics soaring to 15 points, 8 assists, 9 rebounds, 5 blocks, and 4 steals. Such comprehensive data painted a vivid picture of LeBron's formidable presence on the court. Truly, he was omnipresent. As Wang Feng observed the game, which had lost all suspense by the second quarter, a sense of trepidation towards LeBron James began to creep into his mind. Such prowess on the court was indeed formidable. In pursuit of his summer league rewards and to avoid punitive measures from the system, Wang Feng felt compelled to seek assistance from the system sprite. Xiao Xiao. Could you possibly present LeBron James's physical attributes in a data format? Certainly, Master. In truth, even without the statistics, one could easily envision that both LeBron's static and dynamic talents are among the elite in the NBA. I am well aware of that. This individual is a genuine basketball prodigy. He burst onto the scene with remarkable influence and has achieved a 4.44 record in his original timeline, poised to become the all-time leading scorer in NBA history. Yet, I still wish to gauge the extent of the gap between my abilities and those of the NBA's finest. Master, you are being rather ungrateful. Acknowledging the vast chasm between your talents and LeBron's, you still insist on scrutinizing his physical prowess data. If you are intent on seeking discontent, I shall oblige you by showcasing what constitutes the pinnacle of basketball talent. With that, the system sprite Xiao Xiao proceeded to unveil LeBron James's basketball and physical attributes in detail. Name: LeBron James. Hometown: Akron, Ohio, USA. Gender: male. Age: 18 years. 192 days. Height: 2.06 meters. Weight: 109 kilograms. Wingspan: 134 meters. Body fat percentage: 9. IQ: 123. Basketball IQ: 133. Basketball physical talent attributes: strength: 119, max value: 150, speed: 109, max value: 150, agility: 100, max value: 150, jumping: 129, max value: 150, balance: 120, max value: 150, stamina: 135, max value: 150, explosiveness: 140, max value: 150, personal physical talent level: S. Extraordinarily gifted: 1 in a million. Basketball offensive talent attributes: ball handling: 93, max value: 150, passing ability: 120, max value: 150, driving ability: 100, max value: 150, mid-range shooting: 80, max value: 150, long-range shooting: 69, max value: 150, drawing fouls: 80, max value: 120, free throw ability: 61, max value: 100. LeBron James's overall offensive talent evaluation, S. Overall assessment: all-star caliber player. Exceptional driving and shooting capabilities, outstanding organizational skills, yet lacking stability in mid to long-range shooting. Basketball defensive talent attributes: stealing ability: 77, max value: 100, blocking ability: max value: 100, one-on-one defense ability: max value: 100, offensive rebounding ability: 69, max value: 100, defensive rebounding ability: 85, max value: 100, personal defensive talent evaluation, A. Overall assessment: possesses formidable defensive skills, particularly in stealing, blocking, and one-on-one defense, effectively limiting opponents. However, displays a lack of defensive tenacity at times, occasionally surrendering on defense. Upon reviewing LeBron James's basketball talent data, Wang Feng could not help but gasp in astonishment. What a terrifying level of talent. To possess such daunting statistics right from the outset, imagine the heights he would reach with a few years of development. Truly, one could say he is a child of destiny. Born to play basketball. I concede. Xiao Xiao. Thankfully, LeBron's somewhat deficient willpower means that despite his potential, he cannot fully unleash his abilities. Otherwise, I would be at a loss as to how to overcome him. The system sprite Xiao Xiao did not wish to further provoke Wang Feng. Master, having seen LeBron James's talent data, please do not despair. Currently, he is merely young LeBron, still quite manageable. Once he ascends to superstardom and embarks on the path of forming alliances, you will comprehend just how formidable he truly is. All right, Xiao Xiao. Is it not merely forming alliances? In the NBA, can one truly win a championship without them? The difference between proactive and reactive alliances is negligible. If Kobe Bryant had not clung to Shaquille O'Neal's coattails in the early stages of his career, would he have secured any championships? Moreover, when it comes to alliances, who could possibly surpass me? Wang Feng. I am well aware of the championship teams throughout NBA history and the future All-Stars. Once I secure a championship and the dual awards with the Detroit Pistons, I will depart from the Pistons and head to a major city to assemble a team around me. By then, if I do not construct a galactic fleet, it would be an affront to my system and my prophetic insight. Seeing Wang Feng with such grand ambitions, the system sprite Xiao Xiao felt a sense of relief. After all, LeBron James's physical attributes were indeed high, and Xiao Xiao feared Wang Feng might succumb to despair. Master, since you possess such lofty aspirations, I am reassured. It is also an opportune moment to announce a new task. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Yet another system task had emerged. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on awakening your ambitious spirit, triggering 2 system tasks. The first task, surpass LeBron James in personal statistics during your match against him. Successful reward, a LeBron James one-on-one defensive ability enhancement card, 10. Failure penalty, a reduction in both proficiency and compatibility of the Dwayne Wade blocking skill package by a percentage. The second task, lead the Pistons to victory against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Successful reward, an infinite stamina card for LeBron James. Upon using this card, you can play uninterrupted for 48 minutes, maintaining shooting accuracy and defensive capability without significant decline. Failure penalty, a reduction in both proficiency and compatibility of the Dwayne Wade blocking skill package by a percentage. Wang Feng had become somewhat immune to the penalties for failing tasks. At worst, it meant starting over. However, he was intrigued by the meager rewards for this particular task, which consisted solely of item cards rather than skill packages. Xiao Xiao, why were there no skill packages as rewards for the match against the Cleveland Cavaliers? Upon hearing Wang Feng's inquiry, the system sprite Xiao Xiao responded candidly, without any bureaucratic jargon. Master, while LeBron James is renowned for his exceptional basketball talent and versatility, he lacks any singular skill that stands out. Thus far, aside from orchestrating offenses, executing impressive blocks, and delivering powerful dunks, the system has been unable to extract a skill package from LeBron James's repertoire to reward you. Therefore, the task rewards related to LeBron James have been issued in the form of item cards. With this explanation, Wang Feng ceased his protests. Indeed, LeBron James, though hailed as versatile and an exceptional scorer, relied on conventional methods, whether it was penetrating defenses, shooting long-range threes, or assisting teammates. Each technique was competent but not particularly outstanding. His post-up game paled in comparison to Hakeem Olajuwon. His fadeaway jumpers lacked the grace of Michael Jordan. His one-leg jumper could not rival Dirk Nowitzki. His drives did not match Kobe Bryant's finesse. His long-range shooting was overshadowed by Stephen Curry, and his passing skills fell short of John Stockton's. It was indeed challenging to distill any unique skill package from him. While his shot-blocking defense and powerful dunks were undeniably remarkable, they were heavily reliant on physical prowess and basketball IQ, making them unsuitable for a skill package. It appeared that LeBron James had long been dependent on his natural talent to excel on the court. Reflecting on this, Wang Feng exited the system. Just as the match between the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Orlando Magic lost its suspense, LeBron James, true to form, played only 3 quarters, eschewing any attempts to inflate his statistics. Ultimately, the Cavaliers triumphed over the Magic with a score of 107-88, marking their first victory in the Summer League. The next highly anticipated match featured the Cavaliers pitted against the Detroit Pistons on July 10, 2003, at the Amway Arena in Orlando. The game commenced amid a sea of spectators, with an electrifying atmosphere. The presence of numerous celebrities and media heightened the excitement, as the prodigious LeBron James faced off against the rookie phenom Wang Feng. Regardless of the outcome, this promised to be a spectacular contest. The Cavaliers maintained their starting lineup: center Chris Mim, power forward Tony Batty, small forward LeBron James, shooting guard Jason Kapono, and point guard Desagana Diop. The Pistons also kept their starting 5 intact: center Darko Milicic, power forward Ronald Dupree, small forward Wang Feng, shooting guard Lindsey Hunter, and point guard Carlos Arroyo. Alongside other notable players, Steve Kerr noted the lackluster rosters of both teams, but recognized the potential impact of their star players. As a former championship member of the Bulls dynasty and a player who once took the reins from Michael Jordan, he possessed a profound understanding of basketball and had long served as a media commentator and sports analyst. He harbored dreams of coaching an NBA team and establishing his own dynasty. Simmons. It is essential to understand that the Summer League serves as a platform for NBA teams to scout talent, often featuring a mix of rookies, undrafted players, and free agents. Among these, those with contracts are typically the core players. The Summer League structure revolves around a superstar-centric approach, where a rookie's statistical performance is of utmost importance. The outcome of the game would hinge on whether LeBron James's natural talent would outshine Wang Feng's technical prowess. Should talent prevail, LeBron would win. If skill triumphed, Wang Feng would emerge victorious. Personally, I believe that technical finesse can compensate for a lack of innate ability, and Wang Feng's scoring techniques are remarkably well-rounded. I am confident that he will emerge victorious in this match and lead the Pistons to claim the Summer League championship. Despite Steve Kerr's political leanings, he remains steadfast in his professional integrity regarding basketball, refraining from misrepresenting facts and offering an objective assessment of the situation. The match attracted a plethora of basketball luminaries, including Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, Allen Iverson, and Kevin Garnett, with key Pistons players like Richard Hamilton cheering on their team. The heightened interest in this game can also be attributed to the presence of basketball icon Michael Jordan. This year heralded a significant draft class, with the NBA generating considerable buzz prior to the draft, likening the 2003 rookie cohort to the legendary 1984 and 1996 classes. This comparison appears to be well-founded, given the influx of talented players into the league. Since the Summer League commenced, numerous rookies have begun to make their mark. Wang Feng, LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, Carmelo Anthony, and Chris Bosh have all exhibited remarkable prowess in their respective Summer League competitions. As for others, they showcase talents that rival those of NBA players. Prior to the game, Michael Jordan engaged in a media interview. "Michael, you are universally acknowledged as the basketball deity. Which rookie do you believe has the potential to succeed you as the next Jordan? Is it the audacious Wang Feng, who claims he will outshine all his peers, or the first overall pick, LeBron James?" The question posed by the journalist seemed rather malicious, considering LeBron had donned the iconic number 23, clearly aiming for the title of Jordan's successor. Conversely, Wang Feng showed no interest in being labeled as such, asserting that no player bearing that title has ever proven themselves. Rather than a successor to Jordan, Wang Feng aspired to be the first Wang Feng, intending to carry forth the legacy of the number 24 jersey. Upon hearing this, Michael Jordan's expression darkened, further indicating his displeasure. "What nonsense about a successor? I am the basketball god, and gods are eternal. They require no successor." Nevertheless, in an effort to bolster his forthcoming purchase of an NBA team, Michael Jordan awkwardly chuckled and replied, "I believe this rookie class is immensely talented, filled with many gifted players. However, I feel that LeBron James' playing style bears no resemblance to mine and is unworthy of the title of Jordan's successor. He resembles players like Magic Johnson and Scottie Pippen more. As for Wang Feng, his style is even less akin to mine. His three-point shooting is exceptional, reminiscent of Reggie Miller from the Trail Blazers, so neither of them can truly be regarded as successors." Michael Jordan dismissed both Wang Feng and LeBron James. Yet, the journalist was unwilling to conclude the interview there. What about the others? Surely one of the rookies must be worthy of the title of Jordan's successor? Internally, Michael Jordan cursed the absurdity of the question. "Listen, there is but one basketball god, and gods are immortal. They need no successor. As for which rookie might qualify to inherit the title, it would take an entire season to make that judgment." Michael Jordan's imposing presence was indeed intimidating, as his piercing gaze deterred the journalist from probing further. Meanwhile, on the court, LeBron James, upon spotting his idol Michael Jordan and other star players like Allen Iverson attending his game, felt even more assured of his claim to the title of Jordan's successor. During the warm-up, LeBron appeared exceptionally exhilarated, showcasing several impressive dunks and long-range three-pointers. With LeBron's talent, executing any basketball move seemed effortless. Yet this very ease rendered his actions somewhat unremarkable. Jason Capono, noticing LeBron's excitement, playfully remarked, "LeBron, I know you want to show up that audacious Wang Feng, but you needn't be this enthusiastic right now. Save your energy. We aren't facing off against a weak team like the Magic." Even the Heat fell to the Pistons. "We can't afford to be complacent." LeBron James, however, exuded confidence, bordering on arrogance. In front of his idol, he felt compelled to put on a show. "I am destined to be the successor to Jordan. Not even Jesus can stop me." Jason Capono shook his head at LeBron's fervor, thinking that the guy had lost his senses. The media, unable to extract any sensational news from Michael Jordan, shifted their focus to Wang Feng and LeBron James. The two standout rookies of this class, especially Wang Feng, known as the madman and king of verbal battles, having declared his intent to surpass all contemporaries and become the next basketball deity before even entering the league, he was sure to provide explosive news. As for LeBron, he was equally articulate, exhibiting a maturity in his speech akin to a seasoned businessman. "LeBron James, I am Joaquin, an ESPN sports reporter. I just interviewed Michael Jordan about who he sees as the successor to his legacy. Meanwhile, Wang Feng was being interviewed as well. King, I am Rock from T News. I heard that basketball deity Michael Jordan does not see you as a potential successor. What are your thoughts on that? Successor to Jordan? What on earth is that? Let me clarify. I have never aspired to be anyone's successor. I only wish to be the first Wang Feng, to elevate the number 24 jersey to prominence, so that the world recognizes how wise the Pistons were to select me at the 24th pick and to show other team managers how foolish it was not to choose me. The journalist immediately recognized the potential for a sensational story. Arrogance. The 24th pick declares he has no desire to be Jordan's successor, but to be the first Wang Feng. Shocking. The mad and Wang Feng aims to make all who passed on him regret their decision. The headlines were practically writing themselves. King, you must understand that Michael Jordan is acknowledged as the basketball god, and many wish to inherit the title of his successor. Why do you dismiss it? Is there a specific reason? Rock pressed on. Acknowledged as a basketball god. By whom? Merely by a few losers seeking excuses for their failures. The strong never recognize any deity. I, Wang Feng, am willing to challenge the divine with my mere mortal form. As for those eager to inherit the title of Jordan's successor or who wear the number 23 jersey, I hold them in utter contempt. Someone with my character will never idolize anyone. I will only dismantle idols and surpass them one by one. Moreover, my technical style far surpasses that of Michael Jordan. His three-point shooting is notoriously lacking. With such a shortcoming, how can he claim to be a basketball god? The madman speaks again. Michael Jordan is unworthy of the title of basketball god. This is explosive news. The madman is indeed a madman. Rock was exhilarated. This report would undoubtedly ignite a fervent discussion. Wang Feng, indeed, you are a veritable treasure trove of raw material, with your presence. My future endeavors in journalism shall be considerably eased. Upon concluding the interview, Locke promptly disseminated Wang Feng's audacious declarations. The publication of this interview incited a colossal uproar. Countless players, fans, and media outlets swiftly shared and deliberated upon it. Michael Jordan, upon reading it, was seething with rage. Shaquille O'Neal and a host of other superstars gazed in astonishment, their expressions betraying a sense of amusement at the unfolding drama. Shaquille turned to Kobe Bryant and remarked, "What an interesting young fellow. What say you, Kobe?" Although Kobe Bryant had consistently emulated Michael Jordan's techniques and playing style, he harbored a deep-seated ambition to surpass him. However, he would not permit this brash rookie to outshine him. Arrogant newcomer. Shaquille, when we face the Pistons in the regular season, I shall dismantle him with my basketball prowess. Aware of Kobe Bryant's resolute nature, Shaquille refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, fans who idolized Michael Jordan erupted in fury, denouncing Wang Feng as an insolent buffoon. LeBron James, who continued to warm up post-interview, was also seething. His glare towards Wang Feng was almost lethal. How dare this insolent brat from the Flower Kingdom speak so brazenly? I am the true chosen one destined to surpass Jordan. It must be I who achieves greatness. You shall soon regret your hubris. Though LeBron did not vocalize his thoughts extensively, in his heart, he was already devising a strategy to utterly dominate Wang Feng. Video analysis had starkly highlighted Wang Feng's abysmal defensive skills, prompting LeBron to contemplate the demolition of Wang Feng's defenses through an offensive onslaught. Furthermore, LeBron resolved to personally guard Wang Feng, intending to illustrate the vast chasm in talent. With unwavering determination, he aimed to execute a comprehensive strategy to crush Wang Feng. As warm-up time elapsed, the match between the Cavaliers and the Pistons commenced. Cavaliers center Chris Mim faced off against Pistons center Željko Rebraca for the jump ball at center court. With the referee's whistle, the basketball ascended, and Chris Mim seized the opportunity, soaring to secure the ball. The Cavaliers gained possession in the initial play. Observing this, LeBron James immediately signaled for the ball. Cavaliers point guard DeJuan Wagner, wary of crossing this future superstar, swiftly passed the ball to LeBron. Upon receiving the ball, LeBron dribbled directly towards Wang Feng. Although he did not directly confront Wang Feng, he signaled his teammates to obstruct the other Pistons players, intent on engaging Wang Feng in a one-on-one duel. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Feng understood the underlying intention. They all recognized my defensive shortcomings and sought to humiliate me through their offensive maneuvers. How naive of them. LeBron James, his face contorted with anger, exclaimed, "Wang Feng, how dare you make such audacious claims in front of numerous media reporters, asserting that you can surpass Michael Jordan. Today, I shall demonstrate what it truly means to be the chosen one. If anyone is to eclipse Jordan, it should be me." With that, LeBron James launched into his offensive assault. Having witnessed Wang Feng's abysmal defense, LeBron bypassed any basketball triple threat stance. He initiated his first step without hesitation or alteration in direction, intending to bulldoze through Wang Feng with sheer force to score. Upon witnessing LeBron James employing such a tank-like style of play, Wang Feng could not help but chuckle, launching into a wave of mockery. You boast of talent when your mouth is open, yet remain silent about your idols. You are merely a fortunate soul elevated by the media. Success in basketball is not merely a product of brute strength. Moreover, when it comes to physicality, I fear no one. With that, Wang Feng stood his ground, unwavering, striking a defensive pose as he awaited LeBron's charge. Enraged by Wang Feng's words, LeBron retorted, "Move aside. You arrogant brat. I am not the diminutive Dwayne Wade." With those words, LeBron propelled himself forward, and with a resounding thud, the two collided fiercely. In that moment of impact, LeBron immediately regretted his decision. What the hell? I collided with a mountain. Am I being hit by a vehicle? The clash between LeBron James and Wang Feng could only be described as a brutal confrontation, with neither party emerging victorious. Although Wang Feng possessed the strength akin to Darko Milei, he was, after all, on the defensive side, and in the realm of basketball. Defense indeed demands greater exertion and endures more significant impacts. The encounter left both individuals battered and bruised, each gaining profound insight into the other's strength. LeBron, shaken by the collision, found his movements compromised, struggling to maintain control of the ball, which subsequently rolled away. Conversely, Wang Feng, clearly prepared for the impact, stumbled momentarily before regaining his balance, swiftly assessing the trajectory of the rolling basketball and darting towards it with renewed vigor. Wang Feng seized the basketball and addressed the suffering LeBron James with a playful remark. "Thank you for the pass." LeBron, on the verge of fury, thought to himself, "You shall not score." Despite enduring physical agony, he hastened to pursue him. Wang Feng was acutely aware that LeBron James excelled at blocking shots, particularly when it came to thwarting guards attempting layups. Therefore, this time, he resolved not to attempt a layup or dunk. In an effort to evade LeBron's impending block, Wang Feng recalled a signature move reminiscent of another James. As he accelerated towards a point just beyond the three-point line, he deliberately slowed his pace, waiting for LeBron to close in. Observing Wang Feng's deceleration, LeBron perceived an opportunity and swiftly moved in closer. "I've caught up to you, kid. Let's see how you shoot." LeBron was brimming with confidence in his blocking prowess, convinced that within his defensive reach, Wang Feng would find no chance to release a shot. However, LeBron, while your defense is indeed formidable, it is but a mere illusion against a top-tier scorer. Upon concluding his statement, Wang Feng executed a sudden halt, dribbling in place, which unexpectedly allowed LeBron James to dart in front of him. Observing this, LeBron felt a surge of excitement and positioned himself for a direct defense, further diminishing Wang Feng's chances to shoot. However, before LeBron could revel in his defensive prowess, Wang Feng gathered the ball, performing an agile step back that took him beyond the three-point line, effectively creating space between himself and LeBron. With a swift motion powered by his core, Wang Feng unleashed a lightning-fast three-point shot. Despite LeBron's remarkable defensive instincts striving to block the attempt, he ultimately found himself just out of reach, his fingertips barely missing the ball. Swish! Wang Feng's three-point shot pierced the net with precision. The fluidity and decisiveness of his movement left LeBron James unable to mount a defense. Relishing the sweet sound of success, Wang Feng turned to LeBron and declared, "What do you think? I wasn't mistaken at all. You simply cannot guard me." Initially, Wang Feng expected LeBron to respond with a rebuttal. However, to his surprise, LeBron showed no intention of countering. Instead, he turned to the referee, exclaiming, "Referee, he traveled. He traveled." Wang Feng was utterly bewildered upon hearing LeBron James utter those words. To his astonishment, the king of traveling violations accused him of traveling. One of the greatest beneficiaries of traveling calls had the audacity to accuse others of the very same offense. Wang Feng found the world to be truly marvelous, where the wicked often cry foul. At this moment, he could not afford to remain passive. He hurriedly approached the referee to explain, "Referee, LeBron James is slandering me. What I executed was a step back, not a travel. It is a splendid offensive technique that adheres entirely to the regulations of basketball." After his explanation, the referee did not immediately render a decision, for indeed, Wang Feng's step back did raise suspicions of a travel violation. However, it must be said that his movements were fluid and natural. Thus, The referee opted to refer this matter to a basketball rules expert for a more informed judgment. Consequently, the referee temporarily halted the game, and a technical timeout ensued. The crowd was left bewildered, pondering what had just transpired. Why had the referee chosen to pause the match? To the spectators, Wang Feng's score appeared flawless, and they were at a loss regarding LeBron James's vociferous objections. Larry Brown, the head coach of the Pistons, personally approached the referee to inquire about the reason for the timeout. Meanwhile, the commentators received a notification from the officiating center. Due to the controversy surrounding Wang Feng's step-back three-pointer, the referee had called for a temporary pause lasting 1 minute. Oh, dear audience, please remain calm. This timeout was called by the head referee due to the dispute surrounding our beloved King's step-back, which has been deemed contentious. The pause will last for 1 minute as our staff urgently addresses this unexpected situation. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in uproar. What? That was a travel? It was clearly a good shot. Step-backs have been executed by many. Why is it deemed a violation when Wang Feng does it? This is prejudice. It must be rectified. Yes, I swear as a seasoned fan of a year, that was no travel. The referee has been misled by the illustrious LeBron James. The spectators were abuzz with discussion. Not only were they engaged, but the commentators also deliberated on Wang Feng's step-back three-pointer. Kerr, do you believe Wang Feng's step-back three-pointer was a travel? Steve Kerr, having witnessed Michael Jordan's legendary clutch moments, felt no particular concern regarding Wang Feng's maneuver. Wang Feng's execution was seamless, and the three-pointer was executed beautifully. I find it to be perfect, with no infringement of basketball rules. However, since the referee is called for a timeout, it indicates that there is indeed some controversy. One must admit, Steve Kerr was a master of rhetoric, his words meticulously crafted, reminiscent of the eloquence found in the discourse of the Flowered Nation. Listening to him felt as though one had heard nothing at all. Wang Feng was taken aback to find that his brief imitation of James Harden's signature move had sparked a considerable controversy. He couldn't help but worry whether his recent step-back maneuver had been a traveling violation. Xiao, do you think my step-back was a travel? He inquired. I felt it flowed quite smoothly, devoid of any dissonance typically associated with a travel violation. Instantly, the system sprite Xiao replayed Wang Feng's step-back moment frame by frame. After watching the video in slow motion, Wang Feng was relieved. Thank the Jade Emperor. I, Wang Feng, did not commit a travel violation. It turned out that he had executed a single, coherent step back, with his footwork clearly articulated, unlike James Harden, who often took 2 or 3 steps, creating a bewildering impression akin to a reverse layup. However, this was merely Wang Feng's personal assessment. The final verdict regarding the travel violation awaited the judgment of the referees and basketball rule experts. The anticipation was palpable, as if time itself had slowed to a crawl. For Wang Feng, that minute felt interminable. The same sentiment resonated with the fans, all eagerly awaiting the outcome of this pivotal moment. What can one accomplish in a minute? For an ordinary person, it might amount to a minute of idle boasting. Yet in an NBA game, a minute can herald a multitude of events. A minute can alter the course of the game. A minute can determine victory or defeat. The referee's stoppage of play for this minute even caught the attention of League Commissioner David Stern. He had high hopes for the 2003 rookie class, seeing it as a platinum generation following the diamond generation of '84 and the golden generation of '96. Consequently, he made it a point to attend games featuring first-round picks from that year, especially this match, which showcased the prodigious LeBron James, the first overall pick. Alongside the 24th pick, Wang Feng, a fervent talent from the Flower Kingdom. Elevating these two would undoubtedly yield significant revenue streams. Adam, what do you think of Wang Feng's play? Stern inquired. Mr. Commissioner, I believe there is some controversy surrounding this play, so we should defer to the expert's judgment. Adam Silver replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor. David Stern chose not to elaborate, as LeBron James was the superstar he was eager to promote. As for Wang Feng, he was beginning to exhibit the potential of a rising star. If Wang Feng could be cultivated into a superstar, the market in the Flower Kingdom would become even more lucrative, further opening it to the NBA. Soon, David Stern weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Adam, please check with the referees center regarding the situation. If Wang Feng's step back did not violate any basketball rules, we shall permit its use. Just as the league allows Dikembe Mutombo's signature finger-wagging after a block. Adam Silver immediately grasped the commissioner's intent. Understood, Mr. Commissioner. I will convey your message to the referees center. With that, Adam promptly contacted the head referee of the game and hurried to the referees center to relay David Stern's wishes. Subsequently, the basketball rule experts rendered their judgment, declaring that Wang Feng's step-back three-pointer was executed beautifully, with clear footwork and seamless motion, thereby confirming that no travel violation had occurred. The referee quickly announced to everyone present, "The three-pointer is valid. There was no travel violation. LeBron James's protest is denied. A violation has been called." Upon hearing this ruling, LeBron James was left utterly stunned. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I, LeBron James, am the chosen one. Why isn't the referee supporting me? Wang Feng cast a sidelong glance at the dazed LeBron James and disdainfully remarked, "Resorting to the referee when you cannot prevail truly suits your character." LeBron James, stung by Wang Feng's taunt, felt his expression darken further. "Just you wait, Wang Feng. I am the #1 draft pick." Due to LeBron James's violation, the possession of the ball became uncertain, necessitating yet another jump ball at center court. This time, it was not the centers of both teams contending for the ball, but rather a face-off between LeBron James and Wang Feng. Observing Wang Feng, who was shorter in stature, LeBron James scoffed, "Wang Feng, you stand no chance against me in this jump ball." Before Wang Feng could respond, the referee had already tossed the ball into the air. Wang Feng and LeBron James simultaneously showcased their explosive athleticism, both soaring into the air in a bid to seize possession of the ball. Ultimately, it was LeBron James, the prodigious talent, who triumphed, snatching the basketball with remarkable finesse and launching into a swift fast break. After Wang Feng landed, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and sighed, "Indeed, possessing exceptional talent allows one to act with impunity." Wang Feng did not exert himself to pursue LeBron James. Firstly, due to his own inability to contest against him effectively, and secondly because he occupied the position of shooting guard, which did not place him directly in opposition to LeBron. Meanwhile, Pistons small forward Ronald Dupree made a valiant effort to assist in defending against LeBron. However, LeBron disregarded Dupree entirely, accelerating past him with force. The collision left Dupree staggering, while the referee turned a blind eye to LeBron's aggressive maneuver. Unfazed, LeBron continued his momentum, taking 2 steps that seemed to defy gravity, soaring into the air with the grace of a majestic bird. Darko Milicic and Gennaro Pargo attempted to block him, yet their efforts proved futile. With a resounding thud, LeBron soared above the rim, executing a breathtaking slam dunk that ignited the enthusiasm of the crowd. What a spectacular response. Such an awe-inspiring display of talent, indeed a rarity in a century. After the dunk, LeBron exhaled, releasing pin-up frustration. "What do you think, Wang Feng? You can't play basketball like that, can you?" Observing LeBron's arrogance, Wang Feng retorted, "What are you so proud of? All that effort for just 2 points. Mind you, don't cramp up in the 4th quarter." LeBron was momentarily left speechless. We shall see." Wang Feng did not concede to LeBron James, although his defense was somewhat lacking. He always believed that in the realm of offense, a 3-point shot was worth 1 more point than a 2-point shot. Wang Feng signaled to his center teammate, Granny Adasis, to initiate the play. Granny Adasis passed the basketball to Lin Shihunt. Lin Shihunt was well aware that Wang Feng had engaged in a rivalry with LeBron James. In a display of camaraderie, he brought the ball past the half-court line and promptly passed it to Wang Feng. Wang Feng was taken aback by his teammate's perceptiveness. Thus he decided to act independently and launched an offensive. Ignoring Jason Capono, who was also a rookie, Wang Feng asserted, "Jason, you should consider becoming a 3-point specialist. Defense does not suit you." Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Feng initiated his attack, skillfully dribbling between his legs to change pace, and then deftly maneuvered to break past Jason Capono's side. Jason reacted swiftly, attempting to block Wang Feng, but at that moment, Wang Feng executed his signature move once more, performing an unguardable step back to position himself just beyond the 3-point line. This time, Jason was caught off guard and left utterly bewildered. What the hell? Another step back. Wang Feng paid no heed to whether Jason Capono was bewildered or not, executing a decisive and elegant 3-point shot. The basketball once again transformed into a graceful parabola, seamlessly swishing through the net. By the time Jason Capono realized what had transpired and approached the referee to contest a traveling violation, he found the official completely indifferent, simply signaling that the 3-pointer was valid before briskly departing. Wang Feng never anticipated that the step-back 3-pointer he had diligently practiced on the basketball court would find its way into this game. Seemingly sanctioned by the officials who chose to remain indifferent, it appeared that James Harden's classic step-back maneuver would be carried forth by none other than me, Wang Feng. As LeBron James observed Wang Feng execute this controversial move yet again, with the referees taking no action, he quickly grasped a certain truth. Indeed, Wang Feng must have bribed the officials. If Wang Feng were aware of LeBron James's thoughts, he would undoubtedly find it laughable that a beneficiary of the referees would dare accuse others of misconduct. Such blatant hypocrisy. As if enlightened by this revelation, LeBron James, upon the Cavaliers' turn to attack, ceased his rivalry with Wang Feng and instead focused on orchestrating his teammates' offense. In the ensuing offensive plays, the Cavaliers blossomed into a well-rounded team, swiftly gaining momentum with a 9-3 scoring run. LeBron James contributed with 3 points and 2 assists, while J.R. Smith seemingly tapped into a hidden prowess, hitting 2 consecutive three-pointers from LeBron's passes, tallying 6 points. Meanwhile, the Pistons, led by Wang Feng, were not to be outdone. Although they relied solely on the dynamic duo of Wang Feng and Darko Milei, they adeptly maintained their composure using a star-studded style of play, achieving an impressive 11-2 scoring surge. Wang Feng secured 6 points, deftly utilizing screens to sink 2 consecutive three-pointers, while Darko Milicic, leveraging his unparalleled physical prowess, forcefully dominated the paint to add 5 points. With every basket made by the Cavaliers, both Wang Feng and Milicic responded in kind. Thus, a fierce tug-of-war unfolded in the first quarter, with the score oscillating back and forth. The audience, along with esteemed guests, were electrified and thoroughly delighted by the performances of Wang Feng and LeBron James. The focused playmaking of LeBron James and the determined scoring of Wang Feng proved to be an unstoppable force, leading to an exhilarating offensive showdown. As the first quarter concluded, the Pistons held a narrow lead over the Cavaliers, 27-26. Wang Feng and LeBron James both played the entire quarter. Wang Feng appeared somewhat fatigued, taking a moment to catch his breath and regain his composure. In contrast, the physical marvel LeBron James leisurely sipped on Gatorade, seemingly exerting little effort. On the Pistons side, Wang Feng alone scored 13 points, sinking 4 three-pointers and completing a free throw, all successfully. Darko Milicic contributed with 5 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 block. Meanwhile, for the Cavaliers, LeBron James amassed a comprehensive stat line of 8 points, 3 assists, 3 rebounds, 1 steal, and 1 block, showcasing his dominance on both ends of the court. This stark comparison highlights the terrifying prowess of LeBron James. With effortless play, he could easily conclude the game with 20 points while also achieving a triple-double or near triple-double statistics. His performance epitomized that of a top-tier player. Larry Brown, witnessing the clash between Wang Feng and LeBron James, was left astounded. Are today's newcomers truly this formidable? It seemed as though they approached professional basketball with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Larry Brown called Wang Feng and his teammates closer, advising, "King, your performance has been commendable, living up to the role of tactical core. Maintain this level of play and continue to score. As for defense, leave that to Darko Milicic and Grigoriadis. I will, Coach Larry, but I aspire for more than this. I aim to conquer LeBron James, to triumph over the Cavaliers, and to seize the championship of the Summer League." This ambitious declaration reminded Larry Brown of Wang Feng's remarks during the NBA draft, as well as his pre-game assertion of not wanting to be the second Jordan, but rather the first Wang Feng. Wang Feng. The Summer League is merely a venue for player selection. Winning the championship is not paramount. You need only to play true to your heart. However, since you are determined to win, I, as your head coach, am obligated to aid you in achieving victory. Wang Feng did not anticipate encountering the twist of literary fate in the land of the Eagles. After listening to the initial remarks of Larry Brown, his heart nearly sank. Yet by the conclusion of Brown's discourse, a spark of exhilaration reignited within him. "Coach Larry, what strategies do you suggest for overcoming LeBron and the Cavaliers?" He pondered. The Pistons' defense proved insufficient to withstand the Cavaliers' formidable offense. Were it not for the contributions of myself and Darko, the Pistons would undoubtedly find themselves trailing. Larry Brown, a renowned figure in the NBA, possessed the acumen to discern LeBron James's weaknesses at a glance. However, with the current roster of the Pistons, it was practically impossible to thwart the Cavaliers under LeBron's leadership. After all, LeBron is a versatile player, adept at both offense and defense, seamlessly blending aggression with finesse, rendering him a challenging adversary to contain. Frankly speaking, Wang Feng, to triumph over LeBron James and his Cavaliers with the present Pistons lineup is a daunting task. Unless you field your primary roster from the regular season, it would be relatively easy to defend against LeBron, Brown asserted. Thus, to secure victory, you must emulate LeBron's style of play. While I do not expect you to excel in both offense and defense, you must master the art of dual threats. Conserve your energy during the first 3 quarters and unleash your full potential in the fourth quarter to decisively vanquish the Cavaliers. To play like LeBron is to engage in the essence of superstar basketball, where one takes on numerous responsibilities and consistently delivers impressive statistics. However, what sets LeBron apart is his ability to win games and capture championships through his all-encompassing play. Conversely, others who attempt to mirror his style often fail to elevate their teams to championship glory, ultimately becoming mere stat padders. "I understand, Coach Larry. I will lead the team to victory," Wang Feng exclaimed, recalling the strategy employed by Spurs coach Greg Popovich against the young LeBron James in the 2007 finals. The tactic was to force LeBron into taking shots rather than allowing him to drive or facilitate plays. As anticipated, LeBron's shooting percentages plummeted, resulting in a 0-4 sweep at the hands of the seasoned Spurs. Moreover, LeBron has always been wary of teams with imposing centers, as their stature constricts his driving lanes, preventing him from dominating the interior. Armed with this knowledge, Wang Feng formulated his approach to counter LeBron James effectively. Wang Feng summoned Darko Milicic to his side and imparted his strategic insights. "You must diligently guard the interior of the Pistons' defense and concentrate all your attention on LeBron James. The success of our defense hinges upon you." Darko Milicic promptly replied, "No problem, King." Subsequently, Wang Feng shared his thoughts with the other teammates, urging them to collapse the interior and obstruct LeBron James' pathways to the basket. As for thwarting LeBron's passing, it was an insurmountable challenge that could only strive to mitigate it. As the second quarter commenced, LeBron James found himself besieged. The moment he received the ball, he was surrounded by the Pistons' small forward Ronald Dupree and power forward Darko Milicic. Unfazed by the reality of the situation, LeBron exuded confidence, disregarding his opponents. With a swift change of rhythm, he evaded Dupree, and as he faced Milicic, a cruel smile crept across his face. "Come on, Darko, I am the chosen one, while you were merely the second pick in the first round. That position should have belonged to Carmelo." With that, LeBron accelerated, charging towards Milicic with the intent of executing a thunderous dunk over him. In his mind, he believed that with enough force, he could soar above Milicic and deliver a spectacular slam. However, the awakened Milicic was no stranger to confrontation. As LeBron barreled toward him, he leaped high, fueled by a surge of determination, shouting, "Get down, you." In an astonishing turn of events, LeBron James was tackled to the ground by Milicic. Oh my God. The first direct clash between the 2003 draft's top pick and second pick concluded in such a dramatic fashion, with LeBron being taken down by Milicic. Lying on the floor, LeBron remained motionless, akin to a fallen warrior, while Milicic appeared momentarily flustered, perhaps regretting his actions. "Well done, Darko. That is how we must play. Our Pistons' defense should instill fear in our opponents." Wang Feng promptly consoled Darko Milicic and helped him to his feet. The referee, however, unceremoniously signaled a flagrant foul against Darko Milicic. Subsequently, the three officials convened to deliberate whether to assign Darko Milicic a level 2 flagrant foul or a level 1 flagrant foul. Both infractions would result in a change of possession, accompanied by 2 free throws and a jump ball. However, should it be deemed a level 2 flagrant foul, Darko Milicic would face immediate ejection from the game. Ultimately, the officials chose not to impose the harshest penalty, recognizing that this was merely a summer league, a stage for rookies, undrafted players, and those without contracts. Thus, they granted Darko Milicic a reprieve. The ruling was a level 1 flagrant foul, with LeBron James of the Cavaliers awarded 2 free throws to be executed forthwith. Upon hearing the referee's decision, Wang Feng felt a sense of relief. While he outwardly reassured Darko Milicic, he secretly hoped that Darko Milicic would remain in the game. In this Pistons team, Darko Milicic served as the defensive cornerstone. Without him, the defensive line of the Pistons would be on the verge of collapse. Wang Feng approached Darko Milicic with a reassuring tone, saying, "Darko, do not fret. This is the way to defend. However, when you face LeBron James, be cautious with your defensive maneuvers. One more flagrant foul, and you shall be ejected from the game." Darko Milicic responded with a goofy smile, "I will be careful, King." Meanwhile, LeBron James, still disoriented from the fall, rejoiced at the prospect of 2 free throws and leaped into the air in sheer delight. With exuberance, he rose to his feet and made his way to the free throw line, ready to take his shots. Upon witnessing this, Wang Feng scoffed, "What a remarkable actor. Just moments ago, you resembled a lifeless fish, yet the instant a free throw opportunity arises, you spring to life. I disdain you, LeBron James. May you miss both shots." LeBron James, unfazed by Wang Feng's mockery, proceeded to take his free throws. Perhaps Wang Feng's curse bore fruit, as LeBron indeed missed both attempts, leaving him in a rather embarrassing predicament. What the hell? He truly missed both. Thankfully, the Cavaliers were granted another chance to inbound the ball, allowing them to redeem the missed free throws. The Cavaliers swiftly passed the basketball to LeBron James, who, upon receiving it, showcased his extraordinary talent once more. He barreled past Pistons small forward Ronald Dupree and charged towards Darko Milicic. However, this time, LeBron refrained from attacking the basket directly. The memory of the previous foul still fresh in his mind, he hesitated to risk himself again. Consequently, LeBron passed the ball to the corner, where shooting guard Jason Capono lay in wait. Yet, this pass was anticipated by Wang Feng, who swiftly closed in as Jason Capono received the ball. Facing Wang Feng, Capono rallied himself, declaring, "You shall not hinder my scoring." He attempted to dribble past Wang Feng, but the latter, with superior skill and lightning reflexes, deftly poked the ball away. The steal was executed with remarkable precision, akin to a flash. Indeed, Wang Feng had finally activated his Dwayne Wade steal skill after such a prolonged period. After stealing the ball from Jason Capono, Wang Feng embodied the spirit of Dwayne Wade, seizing the basketball and launching a fast break. The Cavaliers players were powerless to halt Wang Feng's onslaught, for he was simply too swift. Only LeBron James, with his extraordinary prowess, was hot on Wang Feng's heels. However, even LeBron found it impossible to catch up to Wang Feng, who was possessed by the spirit of Dwayne Wade. It was evident that Wang Feng surged ahead, leaving no one in his wake. Wang Feng was acutely aware that LeBron James was relentlessly pursuing him from behind. So he sprang into action, leaping into the air without granting LeBron a chance to contest the shot. Soaring high, Wang Feng executed a breathtaking one-handed slam dunk to conclude the play. Asians can soar too. Wang Feng was truly astonishing. Witnessing this, his teammates rushed forward to offer him a celebratory chest bump. "Well done, Captain." Wang Feng did not shy away from the title of leader, embracing it with composure. Within this Pistons team, his position as the chief was not merely a desire, but an inevitability. This not only facilitated his emergence as a superstar with remarkable statistics, but also helped him establish authority among the rookie players, laying a solid foundation for the forthcoming struggle for dominance in the regular season. LeBron James was equally astonished by Wang Feng's ability to execute such a ferocious dunk. The fluidity and elegance of the dunk were truly unparalleled. Wang Feng's explosive dunks captivated the audience, and the ensuing cheers invigorated LeBron James. Those cheers, which were once solely his, were now shared as Wang Feng's performance divided the applause. However, despite his anger, LeBron's performance in the second quarter was abysmal. He quickly recognized the Pistons' defensive strategy, which sought to force him into mid-range shots, denying him the opportunity to drive to the basket or facilitate scoring for his teammates. This left LeBron feeling uncomfortable and disoriented. Throughout the second quarter, he struggled mightily, his efforts becoming a striking tableau of determination amidst adversity, yet ultimately tarnishing his illustrious career. He managed to score a team high of 7 points, but his shooting percentage was dismal, indicating that most of the Cavaliers' attempts came from his hands. With a barrage of shots, he amassed those 7 points, yet astonishingly recorded no assists or rebounds, underscoring his inability to navigate the Pistons' staunch defense. LeBron, not particularly known for his shooting precision, found his stability and accuracy plummeting with excessive attempts. At this juncture, severing the connection between him and his teammates rendered him little more than a mere stat accumulator. In stark contrast, Wang Feng navigated the game with ease. His individual offense and teamwork surpassed LeBron's performance. Although he only scored 8 points, his stats in assists, rebounds, blocks, and steals were commendable. By halftime, Wang Feng's personal tally stood at 21 points, 3 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. Most crucially, under Wang Feng's leadership, the Pistons extended their lead over the Cavaliers, establishing a significant advantage. At the end of the first half, the Pistons led the Cavaliers by 13 points, 57-44. During halftime, the Cavaliers were enveloped in a heavy silence. LeBron scrutinized the team's statistical data, and with each glance, his expression darkened. Aside from himself and Jason Capono, nearly all other players had failed to score. Frustration surged within him. How could he be surrounded by such underperformers? After a brief moment of venting, he meticulously examined his own statistics. The dismal shooting percentage was alarming. It was shocking to realize that he was indeed the one responsible for such a lackluster performance. With a shooting rate of less than 30, had it not been for his earlier success in the first quarter, his overall percentage would have been even more disheartening. As he reflected on his data, LeBron began to question his own path. Was he truly the chosen one? Should he be playing basketball at all? Cavaliers head coach Paul Silas, who held great expectations for LeBron's future, noticed his despondency and offered words of encouragement. LeBron, this is merely a summer league game. Winning or losing will not define your career. I can assure you, with your talent, you will become a great player. Your true battleground lies in the regular season, the playoffs, and the finals. A momentary setback does not negate your potential. LeBron, evidently not one to dwell in despair, absorbed Paul's motivational words. I understand, Coach Paul. I shall endeavor to grow stronger. LeBron realized the root of his struggles lay in his own inadequacies. His shooting was simply unacceptable. As the third quarter commenced, both teams substituted some underperforming players. Regardless of the changes, the Cavaliers retained LeBron and Jason Capono, while the Pistons kept Darko Milicic and Wang Feng. As the Summer League was fundamentally a platform for nurturing new talent, Larry Brown replaced point guard Lindsey Hunter with Carlos Arroyo. Feeling that Hunter was too reliant on his experience and reluctant to facilitate for Wang Feng, the decision was made to replace starting small forward Ronald Dupree with the energetic Antonio McDyess to wear down LeBron's stamina. As the quarter began, the Cavaliers held possession, and LeBron refrained from calling for the ball from Carlos Arroyo, knowing that once he touched it, he would be double-teamed by the Pistons. Yet, to his surprise, before he even had the ball, he found himself tangled with Antonio McDyess, while Darko Milicic and Pistons center Jelko Rebraca were poised to provide support. Damn it, Larry Brown has it out for me. At that moment, LeBron could only hope his teammates would find a way to score. Unfortunately, they fell short of his expectations. When Cavaliers point guard Desagana Diop passed the ball to shooting guard Jason Capono for a shot, Wang Feng executed a volleyball-style block, sending the ball soaring into the stands. Jason, you won't score on my watch. Capono was left speechless, pondering Wang Feng's remarkable abilities. Even Michael Jordan was left questioning the situation. How could this player, seemingly unassuming in stature and physique, possess such formidable strength, vertical leap, and explosiveness? It defied logic. Despite Wang Feng's block, the Cavaliers retained possession. In that moment, LeBron could no longer contain himself. He darted around, shaking off McDyess, and received a bounce pass from Diop. Seizing the basketball, LeBron initiated an offensive drive without seeking a secondary pass. He charged once more toward the Pistons' interior. Milicic and Rebraca swiftly converged to double-team him, but LeBron appeared undeterred. Seemingly oblivious to the previous struggles he had faced, he was resolute in his determination to penetrate the Pistons' defense. Milicic and Rebraca stood firm, and as LeBron collided with them, he was determined to showcase his prowess and innate talent. LeBron James surged forward with unwavering determination, while Darko Milicic positioned himself to obstruct LeBron's path. Intent on decelerating his momentum, Milicic understood that once LeBron gathered speed, the only recourse left would be to commit a foul to impede his scoring. LeBron, fully aware of Milicic's physical prowess and defensive tenacity, qualities that echoed the notorious bad boys ethos of the Pistons, recognized that Milicic could be ruthlessly aggressive. Instead of confronting Milicic head-on, LeBron leveraged his body against him, executing a back-to-the-basket spin move. However, the rapidity of his motion rendered the maneuver precarious, causing him to stumble dangerously close to losing control of the ball. Fortunately, LeBron's exceptional balance allowed him to avert a fall as he awkwardly pivoted past Milicic, now facing only Greivis Vasquez. Unfazed by the impending challenge, LeBron seized the basketball and embarked on a quintessential three-step layup. Witnessing LeBron ascend before him, Vasquez resolved not to let LeBron dominate the moment. He leapt with fervor to contest the shot, even if he couldn't fully block it, determined to make LeBron pay a price for his audacity. In an astonishing turn of events, just as LeBron was poised to deliver a thunderous dunk, he executed a remarkable maneuver, transforming the impending slam into a precise pass to Jason Capono, who awaited at the three-point arc caught off guard. Capono hesitated momentarily, questioning the decision to pass. Yet, as a professional athlete, he instinctively adjusted and launched a three-pointer that soared into the air. Meanwhile, LeBron found himself unceremoniously brought down by the Pistons center, Vasquez. In that fleeting moment of LeBron's descent, Capono's three-pointer swished through the net. Although the shot was executed with flair, it highlighted a significant weakness within the Cavaliers' lineup. Scoring proved to be a formidable challenge for their players. In stark contrast, the Pistons appeared to score with effortless ease. Wang Feng marveled at LeBron James's remarkable maneuver, exclaiming, "What an exquisite collaboration! Alas, your lack of shooting prowess prevents you from sustaining such brilliance." LeBron James, rising from the ground while suppressing his pain, defiantly retorted, "Wang Feng, my resilience transcends your imagination. I can endure such an impact until the final whistle of the game." Wang Feng scoffed disdainfully, remarking, "I knew you would be stubborn. Your style of play ensures that you will falter when it truly matters. If you doubt this, let us wait and see." LeBron James, upon witnessing Wang Feng's contempt, was instantly incensed. "I am the first overall pick, while you are merely a second-round selection at 24th overall." Wang Feng ceased to engage in trivial discourse, seizing the opportunity to vanquish the Cavaliers while the Pistons maintained their advantage, thereby preventing the indomitable LeBron James from orchestrating a comeback. Although LeBron often garners a reputation for passing or committing errors during critical moments, in the NBA playoffs, his clutch performances are numerous, and his game-winning shots are unparalleled among superstars. He famously led a remarkable series comeback from a 1-3 deficit in the finals. Thus, Wang Feng would not permit himself to be overturned while in a position of strength. Currently, the score stands at 57-47, with the Pistons still enjoying a 10-point lead. As the Pistons prepared for their offensive possession, LeBron James volunteered to guard Wang Feng, creating a mismatch. Before Wang Feng could even receive the ball, LeBron James was already closely guarding him, fixating his attention on Wang Feng. Witnessing this scene, Wang Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for LeBron James. The offense relied on him, and now the defense was equally dependent on him. Truly, he exemplified the epitome of both offensive and defensive prowess. The two stalwart champions were set to clash once more. As Wang Feng confronted the formidable defense of LeBron James, he exhibited no fear of the impending clash, boldly leaning against James while extending his hand to demand the ball. The Pistons' point guard, Carlos Arroyo, showed no hesitation and promptly passed the basketball to Wang Feng. Wang Feng received the ball, pivoted to face the basket, and initiated an offensive move. Wang Feng did not dribble directly but assumed a triple threat position on the basketball court. LeBron James, with his mental acuity sharply focused, confronted Wang Feng, leaving no room for complacency. Although Wang Feng's offensive techniques may appear rather ordinary, consisting merely of pick and rolls, mid-range jump shots, and three-point attempts, as well as driving layups, it is precisely these three methods that leave others utterly defenseless, which is truly baffling. LeBron, while it is true that your physical prowess surpasses mine, my technical skills far exceed yours. Relying solely on physical attributes, you shall not triumph over me. With that said, without waiting for LeBron James to respond, Wang Feng launched his offensive maneuver. With a tentative step, Wang Feng prompted LeBron James to react. Seizing the moment, Wang Feng executed a swift change of direction, exploiting LeBron's shift and balance to penetrate directly from his left side. LeBron, sensing the urgency of the situation, spread his arms wide and took a slight step back, attempting to thwart Wang Feng's advance. However, Wang Feng denied him any opportunity, skillfully dribbling between his legs to alter his pace and halting his drive. This sudden change caused the highly focused LeBron to momentarily lose his balance, nearly stumbling forward. Fortunately, his strong sense of equilibrium allowed him to swiftly readjust his stance and regain composure. Though he managed to avoid falling, he had already forfeited his defensive position. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Wang Feng executed a retreating step beyond the three-point arc and launched a precise shot. The three-pointer swished through the net, extending the Pistons' lead to a commanding 13 points. With a triumphant air, Wang Feng taunted the recently steady LeBron James, saying, "Did you see that, LeBron? This exemplifies the chasm between us. I merely require a single breakthrough to effortlessly secure 3 points, while you toil tirelessly for the same result. In this comparative scenario, the Pistons, under my guidance, shall undoubtedly vanquish your Cavaliers." At that moment, LeBron James wore a grim expression, feeling the sting of embarrassment from having been so thoroughly outmaneuvered by Wang Feng. In response to Wang Feng's mockery, he found himself at a loss for words and simply turned away. Yet, LeBron held firmly to a singular conviction. On the basketball court, actions speak louder than words. He resolved to cease passing the ball and confront Wang Feng directly. As LeBron took possession, Wang Feng instinctively closed in to defend. The audience, witnessing the clash between the two star players, erupted in excitement. Such matchups are the most exhilarating spectacles in basketball. LeBron dismissed Wang Feng's defense with disdain. Despite Wang Feng's strength akin to that of a center, LeBron was a perfect amalgamation of power, speed, and agility, a formidable force. The Pistons' only truly fearsome defensive tactic was their penchant for physical fouls. Beyond that, their defense was rather mundane. In the face of Wang Feng's defense, LeBron wore an expression of confidence, thinking, "You dare to present your defensive prowess before me? Such audacity is laughable." Before he could finish his thought, LeBron propelled himself off the ground with remarkable force, leaving an indelible mark of his shoe on the hardwood floor. Upon witnessing this, Wang Feng immediately closed the distance, aiming to thwart LeBron James's advance. However, LeBron was acutely aware of his vulnerabilities. Should he come to a halt, he would lose his momentum. With a deft maneuver, LeBron leaned against Wang Feng and executed a swift spin to evade him. After being bypassed by his opponent, Wang Feng remained unperturbed, knowing full well that Daikamilikik and Griniadakis were ready to provide support. Observing the impending encirclement by Daikamilikik and Griniadakis, LeBron James immediately accelerated, executing a diagonal breakthrough, deftly maneuvering through the narrow gap between the two defenders. Lacking proper communication, Daikamilikik and Griniadakis could only watch in disbelief as LeBron slipped past them. Upon breaking through, LeBron found himself beneath the Pistons' basket. Although the angle for a layup was compromised, this posed no challenge for him. Rising high into the air, he executed a reverse dunk that exuded an air of dominance and grace, reminiscent of Tracy McGrady. As he descended from the rim, LeBron felt a surge of pride. Having finally vented his frustration, Wang Feng approached LeBron James and remarked, "What is there to be proud of? It's merely a two-point shot." Upon hearing this, LeBron James was momentarily taken aback, realizing the truth in the statement. As Wang Feng effortlessly sinks three-pointers, I managed to secure only 2-pointers, and at this rate, I shall forever be unable to keep pace with Wang Feng's scoring velocity. However, the morale of the Cavaliers is currently soaring, and LeBron James, of course, would never concede defeat. I refuse to believe that you can continuously hit those three-pointers. Yet, this audacious phrase from LeBron James transformed into his very own nightmare. In the ensuing match, Wang Feng indeed showcased an array of three-point shots, while the Pistons players exhibited splendid teamwork, leaving the Cavaliers, aside from LeBron James and Jason Kapono, struggling to score. The game swiftly fell under the Pistons' control. The entire third quarter became a showcase for the Pistons, who astonishingly amassed 40 points, while the Cavaliers, reliant on LeBron James and Jason Kapono's efforts, barely scraped together 25 points. By the end of the third quarter, the Pistons led the Cavaliers by a staggering 28 points, 97-69. It was evident that the Pistons had thoroughly dismantled the Cavaliers, rendering the fourth quarter a mere formality. LeBron James found it unbearable to accept such a defeat. This was meant to be a grand performance by LeBron James, yet it was overshadowed by Wang Feng's brilliance. In frustration, LeBron James threw down his towel. His teammates wore expressions of despondency, hesitant to utter a word. As for Coach Paul Silas, he could only shake his head in silent lament. Aside from LeBron James and Jason Kapono, the overall performance of the Cavaliers was dismal, leaving their coach powerless to effect change. In this match, the performances of Wang Feng, selected 24th, and Darko Milicic, chosen second overall, eclipsed those of LeBron James and Jason Kapono. Particularly, Wang Feng emerged as an extraordinary phenomenon, achieving a remarkable stat line of 39 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks in just 3 quarters. This far surpassed LeBron James's tally of 25 points, 11 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. Icons such as Michael Jordan, upon witnessing the third quarter, felt a twinge of regret. They had come to witness LeBron James's performance, only to behold a young Chinese player dominate him with ease. They recognized LeBron James's immense talent and that his offensive prowess was sound, yet he was thoroughly outclassed by the exceptionally precise shooting of Wang Feng. LeBron James's shooting was notably poor, lacking the consistency necessary to be deemed the successor to Jordan. Michael Jordan defined LeBron James, the number 1 draft pick wearing jersey number 23, in this manner. Steve Kerr also expressed disappointment regarding the game's outlook. If LeBron James did not improve his shooting, it would become the greatest stumbling block of his career. Meanwhile, Wang Feng had already demonstrated the scoring prowess of a true scoring champion. With minor improvements in his defensive capabilities and attitude, he was destined to evolve into a superstar. Shaquille O'Neal expressed envy towards the Pistons for acquiring such a formidable player. Kobe pondered, had Wang Feng been with our Lakers, our offensive prowess would be unmatched. Perhaps we could once again establish a dynasty of 3 consecutive championships, mirroring the Bulls' historical achievements. However, Kobe Bryant disagreed, acknowledging Wang Feng's offensive might, yet asserting that the Lakers did not currently lack firepower, with O'Neal and himself already providing ample scoring capacity. They merely required additional defensive stalwarts to reclaim the championship. Moreover, Kobe Bryant was already scheming to usurp O'Neal's position as the team's leader. He certainly did not wish for another player of Wang Feng's caliber to challenge him for scoring opportunities. Shaquille, the Lakers' standing in the league was already preeminent. What they lacked was a defensive powerhouse. Given Wang Feng's defensive abilities and attitude, he could only serve as a liability for the Lakers. Particularly, with the Spurs as their most formidable rivals in the West, they had no need for a player who excelled offensively but faltered defensively. Shaquille O'Neal understood Kobe Bryant's ambitions and thus chose not to pursue the topic further. Amidst the critiques of LeBron James and Wang Feng by the legends, Wang Feng received delightful news. Due to his 9 successful three-pointers in this match, his proficiency and compatibility with Stephen Curry's three-point skill set had markedly improved. His proficiency rose to 53 and compatibility to 67. With such enhanced skills, Wang Feng could effortlessly trigger Stephen Curry's three-point abilities with a guaranteed success rate. This also elevated Wang Feng's baseline scoring ability to 12 points, implying that in each subsequent match, he could reliably score at least 4 three-pointers. Coupled with his mid-range and driving layups, his scoring could easily surpass 20 points. For a rookie to average over 20 points per game is an exceptionally formidable ability. It appears that only through real competition can one swiftly elevate their proficiency and compatibility. Wang Feng resolutely decided that, should an opportunity for actual combat arise, he would strive to play the entirety of the game. Hence, he was eager to continue participating in the fourth quarter. Larry Brown, observing that the team had effectively secured victory, contemplated withdrawing the star players to allow those who had yet to take the court, free agents and undrafted players, to gain some experience, thereby fortifying the Pistons bench. Consequently, Larry Brown summoned Wang Feng and Darko Milicic, inquiring, "King, Darko, the Pistons are leading the Cavaliers by 28 points. We have nearly clinched the win. In the fourth quarter, I intend to have you both sit on the bench for the entire period. What are your thoughts on this?" In truth, under normal circumstances, such matters would not require player consultation, as he was the head coach. Moreover, Wang Feng and Darko Milicic were merely a rookie and a young player, respectively. However, after witnessing Wang Feng's explosive scoring ability, Larry Brown felt compelled to alter his stance towards him. Wang Feng was indeed a crucial piece in the Pistons' championship puzzle, arguably their ace weapon. Darko Milicic had no objections, as his role on the court was primarily defensive, and he was quite fatigued from his efforts. Conversely, Wang Feng was reluctant to leave the court, ever since he learned about the proficiency and compatibility levels of skills. He had been incessantly eager to enhance these attributes to their maximum potential. Nevertheless, Larry Brown was the head coach and renowned for his tough treatment of rookies. Should he provoke Larry Brown's ire, it could jeopardize his standing with the Pistons. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, Wang Feng responded, "Coach, while the outcome appears decided, I firmly believe the Cavaliers will not concede, especially not LeBron James, that proud individual who would never allow his team to falter. Without Darko and me on the court, I believe there is a possibility for the Cavaliers to stage a comeback. Moreover, I feel the Pistons have sufficient player slots and do not require further selections from undrafted players or free agents." Larry Brown was taken aback by Wang Feng's desire to remain on the court and felt a twinge of displeasure at his insubordinate nature. Yet, given Wang Feng's undeniable efficacy, any dissatisfaction had to be suppressed. Thus, Larry Brown devised a compromise. "King, here is the deal. If, as you say, LeBron James remains in the game, I will allow you to continue playing. However, if he chooses to sit out, I will also withdraw you to rest." Upon hearing this, Wang Feng felt a tinge of displeasure. What was Larry Brown's issue? Did he truly wish to hinder my growth and skill? Indeed, he was the infamous rookie killer, inherently skeptical of emerging talents. It was no wonder that Darko Milicic was molded into a failure, deprived of any playing time. Nevertheless, Wang Feng dared not confront Larry Brown directly. He suppressed his discontent and acquiesced to Brown's proposal. "Very well, Coach Larry, it is settled." However, Larry Brown underestimated LeBron James's audacity. Even when the Cavaliers trailed the Pistons by 28 points, LeBron resolutely chose to take the court. Within the first 3 minutes of the fourth quarter, LeBron astonishingly orchestrated an 8-0 surge for the Cavaliers. Larry Brown was rendered speechless, compelled to reintroduce Wang Feng and Darko Milicic to play through the remainder of the fourth quarter. There was still time. There was still hope. I can turn the tide. One of life's great illusions is the belief that I can make a comeback. Wang Feng gazed at the exuberant LeBron James, utterly speechless. "LeBron, What are you so excited about? It is your team that is trailing. There is still a 20-point gap. Taking advantage of our Pistons' key players' rest. You dare to attempt a sneak attack. Truly, this is a breach of sportsmanship. Upon noticing Wang Feng and Darko Millie re-entering the game, LeBron felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, prompting a classic expletive to escape his lips. Motherf. The mere thought of Wang Feng's unstoppable scoring prowess and Darko Millie's ferocious defense made LeBron feel utterly uneasy. However, LeBron would not concede verbally. After all, he was the chosen one acknowledged by the basketball deity, always engaging in direct confrontation, never resorting to underhanded tactics. Even with Wang Feng and Darko Millie on the court together, he remained undaunted. Had Wang Feng not been aware of LeBron James's illustrious career, he might have been inclined to take this earnest fellow at face value. It is noteworthy that in later years, LeBron James transcended the legendary trio of the Boston Celtics, pioneering the era of super team formations. Subsequently, he catalyzed the emergence of the dynasties of the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Los Angeles Lakers. Nonetheless, Wang Feng's disparagement of LeBron James stemmed from the fact that he was not born in major cities like Los Angeles or Boston, a misfortune that destined him to pursue championships through unconventional means. Had he not formed a coalition with the Miami Heat, he might have struggled to surpass the Celtics triumvirate, potentially ending up like Charles Barkley or Karl Malone, championshipless for a lifetime. With a tinge of pity for LeBron James, Wang Feng coldly declared, "It is all over. LeBron, this match is mine." Neither side was willing to concede, exchanging barbs in a battle of wits. In the subsequent game, LeBron James resolved to adopt a strategy akin to Wang Feng's, conserving his stamina to maximize his energy for offensive plays. He was acutely aware that if he continued to exert himself as before, his endurance would falter before the game reached its conclusion. In the realm of basketball, shooting and passing are the most energy-efficient actions, while defense, drives, positioning, and physical confrontations are the most taxing. However, LeBron James found himself facing a dilemma. Should he pass the ball to a teammate for a shot, or should he call for a screen and take the shot himself? It was crucial to note that in prior contests, the Cavaliers' overall shooting percentage had been dismally low, collectively failing to exceed 31. Wang Feng would not grant LeBron James excessive time for contemplation. As soon as he stepped onto the court, he adeptly utilized his teammate screens, maneuvering into open space before launching a precise three-point shot that once again pierced the net of the Cavaliers. Observing Wang Feng's effortless and graceful three-point execution, LeBron James felt a twinge of envy towards him. If only he possessed such a remarkable shooting ability. Would he still need to exhaust himself with relentless drives to the basket? However, the current circumstances did not permit LeBron James to indulge in such thoughts. He had no choice but to place his faith in his own shooting skills. Consequently, in the ensuing 8 minutes of play, LeBron James began to emulate Wang Feng's style, engaging in a unique form of one-on-one. Whenever he held the ball, LeBron would first call for a pick and roll to attempt a three-point shot. If that proved unfeasible, he would take a couple of steps to drive towards the basket and attempt a mid-range shot. Wang Feng observed that LeBron James, surprisingly, chose to play not through his most proficient method of penetrating and distributing the ball, but rather opted for shooting. It was evident that LeBron found himself at a loss, compelled to take a gamble. How intriguing indeed. LeBron, let us then settle this contest through shooting. The unconventional one-on-one duel between the two persisted for an hour. LeBron showcased his shooting prowess to the fullest, maintaining a consistently standard shooting form. His shooting accuracy improved significantly compared to earlier performances. However, despite this, the Cavaliers' score remained unable to catch up to that of the Pistons. The score gap not only failed to diminish but rather continued to widen. It was clear that in this peculiar contest, Wang Feng emerged victorious. From the spectator's perspective, Wang Feng seemed to treat the match as a shooting practice session, exhibiting some struggles defensively and showing signs of fatigue. Yet, whenever the Pistons had possession, Wang Feng appeared to have ample energy, ready to seize the ball at any moment. Wang Feng exhibited an impeccably standard shooting posture, maintaining an impressively high shooting accuracy. Such scoring efficiency left not only LeBron James in awe, but also captivated the onlookers and dignitaries present. Kobe, what do you think of Wang Feng's shooting? I can't help but feel that his shooting prowess may herald the dawn of a new era. Kobe Bryant shook his head in admiration, acknowledging the sheer terror of such shooting, although later hindered by physical limitations, causing Wang Feng's shots to resemble a push shot. He still managed to uphold a remarkably high accuracy rate. This illustrates that even in the absence of stamina, as long as Wang Feng is afforded the opportunity. He can effortlessly score. To be candid, Kobe Bryant felt a twinge of envy. Had he possessed such shooting precision, he could have transformed the hefty figure beside him into his own reliable second-in-command. Observing the score showing no signs of diminishing, Paul Silas resolved to withdraw LeBron James and Jason Capono, conceding defeat. With 4 minutes remaining in the game, the Cavaliers officially surrendered. During those 4 minutes, LeBron James attempted 13 shots, achieving an impressive shooting percentage of 61, successfully landing 8, including 3 three-pointers and 5 mid-range shots, ultimately garnering 19 points. Wang Feng, adhering to a steady approach, executed 10 shots, each nearly taking the full 24 seconds to complete. His shooting accuracy was nothing short of astounding, reaching an impressive 70. He successfully netted 5 three-pointers and 2 two-pointers, effortlessly accumulating 19 points. Remarkably, both players coincidentally achieved the same score of 19 points, which contributed to the persistent inability to widen the scoring gap between the two sides. Observing Paul Silas withdraw his key players, Pistons head coach Larry Brown swiftly substituted Wang Feng and Darko Milicic, opting to field some free agents and undrafted players for the remaining 4 minutes. Beyond honing the skills of rookies, the Summer League serves a vital purpose of talent evaluation, with both teams having withdrawn their main players. The match devolved into a mere exhibition of mediocrity. Ultimately, the Pistons secured a comfortable victory, triumphing over formidable opponents and achieving a commendable 2-game winning streak. Wang Feng dominated the match, his shooting prowess leaving the Cavaliers utterly defeated. Upon the conclusion of the game, Wang Feng had graced the court for an impressive 39 minutes and 49 seconds, amassing a staggering 58 points, alongside 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks. While LeBron James' performance, albeit commendable, yielded 44 points, 13 rebounds, 9 assists, 2 blocks, and 3 steals, it paled in comparison. The Detroit Pistons triumphed over the Cleveland Cavaliers with a resounding score of 122-95, a margin of 27 points. As the game ended, Pistons players jubilantly surrounded Wang Feng, exuberantly chanting his name. Key players from the Pistons, Richard Hamilton, Chauncey Billups, and Ben Wallace, waved their towels in celebration, exclaiming, "Wang Feng is phenomenal. Wang Feng is invincible." The confrontation between Wang Feng and LeBron James offered the audience a visual feast of unparalleled grandeur. King. At this moment, the fans who had come solely to witness the performance of the chosen one, LeBron James, along with the media and basketball elites, found themselves captivated by Wang Feng's extraordinary display. A significant portion of the audience shifted allegiance, becoming fervent supporters of Wang Feng. Initially, only a small group had cheered for him, but soon, a chorus of voices arose in his favor. Of course, LeBron James, having emerged from a small town and risen from humble beginnings, remains a quintessential embodiment of the American dream, thus retaining a substantial following. In support of LeBron, his fans joined together in a resounding cheer. James, the chosen one. Both LeBron James and Wang Feng's supporters passionately rallied for their respective idols, elevating the atmosphere to its zenith. NBA Commissioner David Stern, witnessing this spectacle, was suddenly struck by an audacious idea. Perhaps Wang Feng and LeBron James could be sculpted into the black and white titans of the new century. Adam summoned the league executives for a meeting. Yes, Mr. Commissioner. Larry Brown had not anticipated that Wang Feng could score with such ease in a formal match, reminiscent of his prowess in practice sessions. Now, Larry Brown simply hopes that Wang Feng can maintain this vigor throughout the regular season, playoffs, and even the finals, performing as impressively as he did today. Although the sample size is limited, Larry Brown is determined to grant Wang Feng ample playing time, confident that he will not disappoint. Upon the conclusion of the match, both Wang Feng and LeBron James attended their respective press conferences, engaging with the media. A striking female reporter caught the attention of the press officer. She posed the question, "King, congratulations on your victory in this spotlight match. I am Selena from ESPN. As an Asian player, why do you appear to possess greater strength than your African-American counterparts? It seems to me that even LeBron James could not withstand your might." Wang Feng was captivated by the striking appearance of the stunning reporter, particularly her eye-catching headlights. What a splendid beauty she was, truly worthy of a journalist hailing from a major television network. Upon hearing the inquiries from the lovely reporter, Wang Feng feigned contemplation for a brief moment before deciding to tease her, saying, "All right, I shall confess, I actually practice Kung Fu basketball. As is widely known, I hail from across the ocean, a player nurtured by the land of flowers, and I hold a deep admiration for Bruce Lee. Consequently, during my childhood, I trained rigorously in the winter's chill and the summer's heat, mastering a formidable array of martial arts techniques and cultivating a reservoir of inner energy. Thus, my strength is unparalleled, and my body is as resilient as steel. In every confrontation, I channel my entire essence to withstand any impact. Remaining steadfast, a technique referred to in our martial arts as iron shirt and 1,000-pound drop. Hence, when LeBron James encounters me, it is akin to colliding with an unyielding iron wall. Wang Feng's whimsical tale captivated the crowd profoundly. Oh, what a spectacle! The Bruce Lee of the court. Absolutely remarkable. A multitude of reporters stood in astonishment. The beautiful journalist, upon hearing this, was equally taken aback, her notes already disseminated. Wang Feng, a martial artist since childhood, possesses the ability of a 1,000-pound drop and the prowess of hard qigong. Spread the word. Wang Feng is a master of floral martial arts. Let it be known. He is a disciple of Bruce Lee, a virtuoso of Jeet Kune Do. This news, as it circulated, became increasingly absurd, yet, regardless of its absurdity, both the media and the enthusiastic fans wholeheartedly believed the rumors surrounding Wang Feng's martial prowess. Wang Feng never anticipated that his casual banter would spark widespread rumors throughout the basketball community regarding his martial arts prowess. Even across the vast ocean, in the land of the rising sun, this news had reached the ears of many, and it was conveyed with a sense of gravitas. The emerging superstar of the Pistons has exploded onto the scene, overwhelming the Cleveland Cavaliers' top draft pick. A Chinese player versed in martial arts, unstoppable by even the gods. A rookie from the class of '03 has claimed yet another victim from his cohort, as LeBron James fell victim to his prowess. With an astonishing performance of 58 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks, who on earth can thwart Wang Feng? The true chosen one, the 24th pick, defies fate. Despite LeBron James' impressive statistics of 44 points, 13 rebounds, 9 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks, he faced a crushing defeat solely due to the overwhelming strength of his opponent. Following this match, Wang Feng's fame skyrocketed, with media outlets such as the NBA, ESPN, and TNT inundating the public with reports on his performance and interviews. Hey, yo, did you catch the Summer League game between the Pistons and the Cavaliers? Inquired Steve Francis, the charismatic leader of the Rockets, brimming with excitement. Yao, however, remained silent. He was not well acquainted with Wang Feng and had little personal connection to him. Moreover, he was diligently training to secure his position within his own team this season, leaving him little time to watch Summer League games. Pausing from his free throw practice, Yao, drenched in sweat, inquired curiously, "What is so noteworthy about this match? I only recall that the 24th pick of the Pistons is my fellow townsman. What remarkable feat has he accomplished?" He remembered that during his first Summer League game against the Miami Heat, Wang Feng had recorded an extraordinary triple-double with 40 points, 14 rebounds, and 11 assists, a truly formidable player. Upon hearing that you had not watched the game, Steve Francis became animated. Aha, Yao, do you know? In the recently concluded match between the Pistons and the Cavaliers, your fellow countryman utilized a technique called iron shirt and a skill known as 1,000-pound drop, utterly dismantling the media-hyped chosen one, LeBron James. In less than 40 minutes of play, he unleashed a staggering performance, racking up 58 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks. Though LeBron's performance was commendable, the Cavaliers suffered a humiliating loss by 27 points. But that is not my main focus. I want to ask you, where can one learn these techniques called 1,000-pound drop and iron shirt? As he spoke, Steve mimicked a classic Bruce Lee move, the Lee Sin Jiao. Yao was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the nonsensical amalgamation of martial arts and basketball. Martial arts basketball? Iron shirt? 1,000-pound drop? 58-8533. What the heck? Wang Feng, you've taken things to another level. Once Yao regained his composure, he couldn't help but exclaim a classic American curse. Steve, Chinese martial arts are profound and steeped in history. The 1,000-pound drop and iron shirt are forms of external martial arts that require a decade or more of rigorous training to master. Moreover, one must begin practicing from a young age. Given your current age, you are already beyond the optimal training years. However, if you truly harbor an interest in Chinese martial arts, I recommend watching films featuring martial arts from our homeland. Or perhaps even visiting the Shaolin Temple in Songshan to learn firsthand and experience it for yourself. Though Yao understood that Wang Feng's claims about the 1,000-pound drop and iron shirt were likely exaggerated, He relished the opportunity to promote the rich cultural heritage of Chinese martial arts to Steve Francis. Upon hearing this, Steve was intrigued. I will finish watching Bruce Lee's martial arts films, and when the opportunity arises, I will indeed visit the Shaolin Temple to learn and experience the ancient traditions of Chinese martial arts. In the minds of many Americans, Bruce Lee epitomizes the essence of their homeland's martial arts culture. Yet, in terms of skill, Bruce Lee's prowess is rooted in Wing Chun, seamlessly blending various martial arts into his unique Jeet Kune Do. As the conversation drifted, Yao, after witnessing Steve depart with satisfaction, remained profoundly shaken. When did our nation produce another basketball prodigy to debut in the NBA without even playing in the BA, and to achieve a staggering 58-8-5-3-3 against the Cavaliers' top draft pick, LeBron James? Truly remarkable. It seems that in the upcoming Olympic Games, the national basketball team might just reach the quarterfinals, challenge for the semifinals, or even secure a medal. In the hearts of the people, the honor of the national basketball team is held in equal esteem to that of an NBA championship. Wang Feng is not overly preoccupied with the Olympics. It all hinges on fate. Nonetheless, if the opportunity arises, he sincerely hopes to make an appearance for the national team. After all, this endeavor embodies the dreams of millions. And to shine on such a grand stage would indeed be a monumental event etched in history. This evening, Wang Feng is quite pleased with his remarkable performance. Consequently, he eagerly tunes into the sports channel to hear how Americans are extolling their achievements. Upon switching on the television, he finds the American news channels ablaze with reports of the Iraq War, highlighting the swift advances of American soldiers and their impressive victories. Meanwhile, gunfights erupt in various locales such as Texas, Chicago, and Los Angeles, resulting in significant casualties. The number of fatalities in these skirmishes even surpasses that of the American military's losses on that very day. Indeed, the United States remains a cacophony tonight. Truly, in the land of the free, gunfights are a daily occurrence. After a moment of reflection, Wang Feng changes the channel from the news to the sports segment. For now, he is merely a player, unengaged in international politics. Upon opening the sports channel, he is met with discussions from sports media personalities, journalists, scouts, and fans, all analyzing his on-court performance and post-game comments regarding street ball. This young man from across the ocean has showcased unparalleled basketball prowess upon arriving in this foreign arena, leaving everyone in awe. Regrettably, the basketball deity Michael Jordan just retired a few months ago. Had he still been at his peak, he would undoubtedly have kept Wang Feng's arrogance in check. You are indeed correct, Miller. Yet I believe the NBA will soon witness the emergence of a superstar akin to Michael Jordan, one who will teach young Wang Feng a lesson. It is important to remember that this is merely the summer league, where defensive intensity is lacking. Once the regular season and playoffs commence, Wang Feng will truly experience a hellish reality. As Wang Feng observed the disdainful expressions of the two media representatives, a surge of anger welled up within him. Those insufferable Anglos! What audacity! Though basketball may not be the forte of our nation, have not you Anglos been gradually ousted from the courts by the prowess of African-American players? After venting his frustrations, Wang Feng composed himself and found humor in the situation. After all, I am a transcendent being, equipped with an extraordinary advantage. There is no need to be perturbed by the jests of mere natives. In this extraordinary life, I shall not be shackled by the derision of insignificant clowns. When the NBA regular season commences, I shall shatter your illusions. Scouts and fans alike held Wang Feng in high regard. What is LeBron James, hailing from Akron, Ohio, in comparison to a true chosen one? He steps onto the court only to be soundly defeated by Wang Feng from across the ocean, yet dares to call himself king. I contend that Wang Feng is the true embodiment of destiny. His unfathomable three-point shooting and enigmatic passing far surpass those of LeBron James. Nick, I concur with your assessment, said one observer. LeBron claimed in his post-game interview that he gave it his all, lamenting his teammates' shortcomings, stating that his fists were powerless against many hands. Had I not witnessed the game, I might have believed they were evenly matched. Just look at the final score between the Detroit Pistons and the Cleveland Cavaliers, 122-95, a staggering 27-point deficit. Were it not for LeBron's garbage time stats, could he have even reached 44 points? Dream on. I believe that when the regular season arrives, the well-rounded and tenacious Detroit Pistons will become LeBron James's eternal nightmare. The opinions of star players regarding Wang Feng's performance were mixed. Shaquille O'Neal, known for his humor, praised Wang Feng's shooting and passing skills. Wang Feng is an intriguing young talent. His three-point shooting and passing style complement my own. I eagerly anticipate the day when he can stand alongside me on the court. Conversely, Kobe Bryant, also of the Lakers, expressed his desire for Wang Feng to avoid joining the team. In an earnest interview, he remarked, "This rookie is indeed formidable. His three-point shooting is precise, his movement is agile, and his passing is commendable. However, his defense leaves much to be desired. Should Wang Feng falter in his offense, his value diminishes significantly. It would be best for him not to face me in a match. I have 100 ways to dismantle him." Tracy McGrady and Allen Iverson echoed similar sentiments, displaying their competitive spirits. Meanwhile, Kevin Garnett, the cunning soft wolf king, regarded Wang Feng with disdain. "Let us cease discussions about Wang Feng. He is merely fortunate. When the regular season arrives, I shall make him pay for his arrogance." At that moment, it seemed as though the NBA's star players had collectively set their sights on Wang Feng, magnifying his defensive shortcomings, ready to exploit them and teach him a lesson in reality. Fortunately, these elite athletes acknowledge Wang Feng's scoring ability and leadership potential, recognizing him as a capable and confident player. They looked forward to facing him in the forthcoming NBA regular season. Upon witnessing this, Wang Feng immediately felt displeased. "The implications of your words suggest that you intend to challenge me, Wang Feng." Kobe Bryant, Tracy McGrady, Allen Iverson, Kevin Garnett, I shall remember you. Let us see how this unfolds. Wang Feng vividly recalls that once the regular season commences, he shall embark upon a true test of life and death. Whether he soars to great heights or faces utter defeat hinges entirely upon his and the team's performance. The much-anticipated battle for skill sets, as the system has indicated, is set to officially unfold in 2 months. To be candid, Wang Feng feels a considerable amount of trepidation regarding this. Although he was able to dominate during the Summer League, effortlessly racking up points, it is essential to note that the Summer League comprises primarily rookies, undrafted players, and free agents without guaranteed contracts. Their skills are generally inferior, and competent defenders are a rarity. The disparity in overall strength compared to established NBA players is stark, and players adept in defense are predominantly found in the NBA. Once the regular season arrives, the nature of the defensive challenges he will face will be markedly different. Some individuals may shine brilliantly in the Summer League or the Drew League, scoring with ease, yet falter significantly when they reach the regular season or playoffs. Wang Feng harbored a desire to avoid such a predicament. It is essential to recognize that, according to the system's regulations, one's basketball prowess is typically subject to a state of stagnation or decline. Should one falter during the regular season, the repercussions imposed by the system would inevitably ensue. Fortunately, he had recently triumphed over the Cavaliers, led by LeBron James, not only surpassing James in personal statistics but also securing victory for his team. Thus, he was entitled to 2 rewards. At that moment, the system's assistant, Xiao Xiao, announced that it was once again time for reward distribution. "I have completed the system's tasks, exceeding LeBron James in personal statistics, and our team has defeated the Cavaliers." Understood. The rewards are being issued. Please refrain from rushing. Congratulations, esteemed master, for successfully surpassing LeBron James in personal statistics, earning the task reward. LeBron James one-on-one defensive ability enhancement card, plus 10. Congratulations, master, for leading the Pistons to victory over the Cavaliers, earning the task reward, LeBron James infinite stamina card. Utilizing this card allows for uninterrupted play for 48 minutes, with no significant decline in shooting accuracy or defensive capability. Once the rewards were dispensed, the system sprite Xiao Xiao inquired, "As per customary practice, would the master like to utilize the enhancement card at this moment?" Wang Feng did not respond immediately. After a brief moment of contemplation, he provided his answer. The one-on-one defensive enhancement card for LeBron James was activated immediately, while the infinite stamina card for LeBron James was reserved for a crucial match. Upon hearing this, the system sprite promptly took action. Acknowledged. The infinite stamina card for LeBron James has been saved. The one-on-one defensive enhancement card has been utilized, increasing the master's one-on-one defensive capability by 10. Currently, the master's one-on-one defensive ability stands at 21, with a maximum value of 100. The master remains somewhat inept in one-on-one defense. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng immediately felt displeased. "I am aware that my defensive skills are lacking. Is it necessary for you to constantly remind me?" The system sprite Xiao Xiao, wishing to avoid further provoking Wang Feng, conceded, all right, you are formidable. But remember that defensive prowess cannot be honed overnight. Fortunately, you have been selected by the league's most defensively adept team. If you had joined another squad, your defensive shortcomings would be magnified significantly. Ouch, that hit hard. After being pricked by Xiao Xiao's words, Wang Feng could only change the subject, saying, Xiao Xiao, in this match, I achieved 3 steals and 3 blocks, triggering Dwayne Wade's stealing and blocking skills multiple times. I delivered a resounding slap to LeBron James and those who underestimated my defense. After facing the Cavaliers, he was curious about the proficiency and compatibility gains of his Dwayne Wade's stealing and blocking skill packages. Nowadays, Wang Feng's primary concerns revolved around the number of skill packages equipped, the quantity of item cards possessed, and the proficiency and compatibility levels of these skill packages. Master, your luck in this match was quite remarkable. Achieving 3 steals and 3 blocks with less than 10% proficiency and compatibility can only be described as miraculous. It appears that the system is quite fond of you. Currently, your Dwayne Wade's stealing skill package has a proficiency of 7 and compatibility of 5. Each having increased by 2 percentage points. The Dwayne Wade blocking skill package also has a proficiency of 5 and compatibility of 5, similarly rising by 2 percentage points. Only a 2 percentage point increase? It seems that reaching a proficiency and compatibility of 100 for these 2 skill packages is a monumental task ahead. The only consolation is that all of Wang Feng's abilities are on the rise, and he is not stagnant. With this realization, Wang Feng no longer hesitated or wavered. As long as he remains steadfast, he will ultimately reach the pinnacle of the basketball world. The Summer League progressed swiftly. After a day of rest at the hotel, the match between the Detroit Pistons and the Milwaukee Bucks took place as scheduled. This game attracted countless fans, as Wang Feng's presence had begun to draw attention to the Detroit Pistons. Consequently, the Amway Center in Orlando was packed to the rafters, bustling with excitement. The starting lineup for the Bucks included center, Zaza Pachulia, power forward, Keith Van Horn, small forward, Daniel Santiago, shooting guard, Keith Bogans, point guard, TJ Ford. Among them, TJ Ford, Zaza Pachulia, and Keith Bogans were all rookies from the 2003 draft class. Notably, TJ Ford was the 8th overall pick by the Milwaukee Bucks in the first round of 2003. In his college days, he was a dazzling talent, possessing remarkable speed, even faster than Allen Iverson. The Pistons' starting lineup remained largely unchanged, save for the point guard position as Lindsey Hunter, who was resistant to passing the ball to Wang Feng and often wasted offensive time, was benched by coach Larry Brown, who was dedicated to nurturing Wang Feng's talent. After reviewing the roster, Wang Feng felt disheartened. It seemed like a mismatch, a game destined for an easy victory. He recognized no one on the Milwaukee Bucks roster aside from a vague recollection of TJ Ford. This is it. My system task has vanished. Fortunately, the system still favored Wang Feng, extracting a speed enhancement item card from the 2003 8th pick, TJ Ford. Ding. Congratulations, host Wang Feng. You have triggered a temporary system task. Defeat the Milwaukee Bucks. Task reward, TJ Ford's speed enhancement item card, speed 5. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng was instantly filled with excitement. The system had generously bestowed upon him a prop enhancement card. Thank you, esteemed system, for this impromptu mission. I adore you. I am humbled before you, O great system. The system sprite, Xiao Xiao, observed Wang Feng's exuberance with a humanized expression of disdain. Two-faced individuals, do not be so shameless. P.S. The premiere is about to commence. Following the debut, updates will begin thrice a day. I implore the strong to urge for more updates and the wealthy to offer their generous support. I desire wealth, power, and influence. What need have I for modesty? Should anyone grant me such authority and wealth, I would willingly kneel and sing in submission. The sprite Xiao Xiao grew weary of addressing Wang Feng. One must maintain dignity. A tree without bark will inevitably perish, and a person without shame is invincible. The arena was packed to capacity, brimming with enthusiasm. Fans, scouts, and journalists gathered, creating an atmosphere that rivaled the grandeur of an NBA Christmas showdown. The live DJ introduced the Detroit Pistons, led by Wang Feng, and the Milwaukee Bucks, under the guidance of T.J. Ford. ESPN's Steve Kerr and his partner Bill Simmons provided commentary for the match. Kerr, who do you think will emerge victorious today? If the Detroit Pistons secure a win, they will clinch the top position on the leaderboard and advance to the Summer League Finals. Conversely, should the Milwaukee Bucks triumph, the Pistons could still surpass the Miami Heat based on the win-loss record to reach the finals. Theoretically, the Pistons have already locked their spot in the Summer League Finals. However, today is not about that discussion. I merely wish for you to predict Wang Feng's performance. Since Michael Jordan's official retirement, the NBA's viewership has experienced a decline, with broadcast rates and fees even falling below those of Major League Baseball. Thus, we are in need of the next Michael Jordan to invigorate the ratings. Currently, LeBron James of the Cleveland Cavaliers, Carmelo Anthony of the Denver Nuggets, and Wang Feng of the Detroit Pistons have become darlings of the media. Therefore, let us speculate on how many points this young Chinese talent will score in this match and what statistics he will achieve. Steve Kerr, of course, would not resort to sensationalism for mere spectacle. As a commentator, he is eager to showcase his expertise. Let me be clear, I have no doubt the Detroit Pistons will emerge victorious. The reasoning is evident. The young Chinese prodigy Wang Feng is in exceptional form. In the 2003 second overall pick, Darko Milicic is formidable on both ends of the court. The Milwaukee Bucks simply lack anyone capable of matching up against him. Not even superstars like Dwayne Wade or LeBron James can hinder Wang Feng's scoring or the Pistons' victory. The Bucks certainly do not possess such talent to obstruct Wang Feng and the Pistons. As for Wang Feng's scoring potential, it depends on how long the Milwaukee Bucks can withstand the onslaught. I predict that the Bucks may concede resistance by halftime, leading the game into garbage time. Therefore, given Wang Feng's scoring prowess, I believe he could achieve a stat line of 20 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block within 2 quarters. Steve Kerr provided his insights. At the game venue, during warm-ups, the Bucks' 8th overall pick, T.J. Ford, extended his hand to Wang Feng, issuing a challenge. Wang Feng, though you have triumphed over Dwayne Wade and LeBron James, in this match, I shall prove myself the superior rookie. Wang Feng scrutinized the man who had presented him with the prop card. He appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any star-like qualities. Wang Feng remained noncommittal, shrugging his shoulders as he calmly replied, I hope you can realize your dreams. With that, he executed a precise 3-point shot, the ball swishing through the net with an audible confirmation. After completing the shot, Wang Feng chose not to engage in further conversation with T.J. Ford and turned away to hone his 3-point shooting skills. With his current proficiency at 70 and compatibility at 60, shooting 3-pointers had become second nature to him, as effortless as casting a pebble into the sea. The hoop appeared as vast as the ocean before him. Observing Wang Feng's shooting practice left T.J. Ford feeling utterly astounded. It was terrifyingly impressive, a flawless display of marksmanship. At center court, a jump ball ensued between Milwaukee Bucks center Simon Sobchak and Detroit Pistons center Greeniadakis. The referee tossed the ball into the air, and the Pistons center, leveraging his seasoned experience, seized the opportunity to gain possession, deftly directing the basketball into the hands of Pistons point guard Carlos Arroyo. Carlos Arroyo, adhering closely to head coach Larry Brown's instructions, aimed to deliver the ball to Wang Feng without delay. Rather than pushing the pace, he opted to pass the ball laterally to Wang Feng, who stood poised at the center circle. Wang Feng did not anticipate that Carlos Arroyo would refrain from advancing the ball himself. However, Wang Feng paid little heed to such trivialities. After all, today he felt as though he had channeled the spirit of Curry, his shooting touch radiating with fervor. Upon receiving the basketball, Wang Feng adjusted his stance at the center circle and unleashed an unconventional 3-point shot. The Milwaukee Bucks shooting guard, Kis Bogdanson, was momentarily rendered speechless. What on earth? He actually took that shot. When Wang Feng's shot swished through the net, Kis Bogdanson could not help but exclaim, "No way, that went in." Wang Feng initiated the scoring with a 3-pointer, laying the groundwork for the matchup between the Detroit Pistons and the Milwaukee Bucks on July 11th during the Summer League. In the first quarter, Wang Feng delivered an extraordinary long-range 3-point shot, marking the Pistons' initial points. Immediately thereafter, the Bucks star point guard, T.J., showcased his unparalleled speed. With the ball in hand, he advanced like lightning, deftly maneuvering past the Pistons' front court. Darko Milicic and Grigonis were left bewildered by T.J. Ford's dazzling play, culminating in a soul-stirring floater that secured the Bucks' first points. Wang Feng exhibited no courtesy towards his opponents. Today, he was an unrelenting scoring machine. Soon, he received a pass from his teammate, signaled for a pick, and unleashed a merciless 3-point shot. While a single 3-pointer may not seem significant, its accumulation proved overwhelming for the Milwaukee Bucks. The Pistons, propelled by Wang Feng's individual prowess, established an early lead of 11-4. As the game progressed, the Pistons and Bucks engaged in a tug-of-war around this point differential, particularly during Wang Feng's brief respite from the court. It was not until he returned, reigniting the offensive fire, that the stalemate was shattered. On the Pistons side, Wang Feng moved with the ferocity of a deity, scoring both inside and out, while also excelling in assists and steals, amassing 9 consecutive points. Meanwhile, the Bucks, led by T.J. Ford, attempted to respond with a flurry of scoring, producing a minor surge of 8-3, yet it proved futile. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Pistons held a commanding 12-point lead over the Bucks. With a score of 33-21, Wang Feng scored an impressive 15 points, along with 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 steals in a single quarter, showcasing a remarkably comprehensive performance that brought him tantalizingly close to Steve Kerr's predicted statistics. As the second quarter commenced, the Detroit Pistons seized the momentum, denying the Milwaukee Bucks any opportunity to respond. Wang Feng shifted his focus from personal scoring to facilitating plays, opting to pass unless he found himself in a wide-open position. The Pistons flourished both inside and outside the arc, with Darko Milicic displaying exceptional prowess, scoring 8 consecutive points with ease. On the defensive end, Milicic avenged himself against T.J. Ford, delivering several volleyball-style blocks that starkly illuminated the disparity between reality and innate talent. In a matter of moments, the Milwaukee Bucks found themselves in utter disarray. As the first half concluded, the Pistons held a commanding 25-point lead at 67-42. As Steve Kerr aptly noted, by the end of the second quarter, the game had devolved into garbage time. It appeared the Pistons had already secured their place in the Summer League Finals. In the entirety of the first half, Wang Feng independently amassed 29 points, sinking 6 three-pointers. Furthermore, his passing skills had become increasingly refined, and he made notable contributions in steals and blocks. Consequently, in just 2 quarters, Wang Feng's scoring far surpassed Kerr's predictions. By halftime, his statistics stood at an impressive 29 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block. Such remarkable figures left Steve Kerr astounded. Despite having significantly exaggerated Wang Feng's capabilities, he could scarcely believe that Wang Feng had transcended his own forecasted limits. The extraordinary nature of these statistics might lead one to mistakenly assume they belonged to a peak Michael Jordan. Kerr, who once played as a crucial support for Jordan, recognized the extent of Jordan's abilities firsthand. Even the best version of Michael Jordan could not replicate Wang Feng's shooting prowess from beyond the arc. Nor did Wang Feng's playing style resemble that of three-point king Reggie Miller. Despite contemplating the matter, Kerr struggled to identify a comparable player for Wang Feng. His strength was sufficient to contend with forwards, his agility was remarkable, and his vision for passing was expansive. Particularly noteworthy was his uncanny accuracy from three-point range. Such a player represents an unprecedented talent, devoid of a fixed archetype. Wang Feng's performance was beyond my expectations. I had endeavored to predict the limits of his abilities. Yet his actual performance surpassed even my most ambitious forecasts. Such a player is undoubtedly the cornerstone of a championship dynasty. Regrettably, none of the NBA team managers have chosen to appoint me as head coach, a truly short-sighted oversight. Bill Simmons, too, was taken aback by his partner Steve Kerr's accurate prediction, expressing considerable admiration. "Steve, you should seriously consider applying for an NBA head coach position. Once again, your foresight has proven correct, as Wang Feng's statistics outshine your predictions." And the Pistons have established a 25-point lead. It seems the Detroit Pistons' 3 consecutive victories, propelling them into the Summer League Finals, is an indisputable reality. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that the NBA is fundamentally a commercial league, where the focus lies on spectacle, excitement, and thrilling contests. The outcomes of games are inconsequential to the financial backers. They care only for entertainment and profit. Clearly, such a one-sided contest does not align with their interests. Of course, the Summer League is typically not driven by profit motives. When a game is decisively in favor of one side, the fans are still pleased, as they are primarily drawn to witness Wang Feng's extraordinary skills. Thus, when Wang Feng took a brief respite, the crowd erupted with chants of P. Hearing such fervent calls, Larry Brown was compelled to abandon his plans for Wang Feng's rest. After all, the fans are paramount. To offend them would be folly. Without the audience, the existence of the NBA would be rendered meaningless. Fortunately, Wang Feng himself was eager to continue playing. Recognizing that each moment on the court allowed him to swiftly enhance his skill set and adaptability, Wang Feng cast a glance at head coach Larry Brown. The two exchanged a silent understanding, their unspoken agreement evident in their mutual silence. Wang Feng remained silent in his desire to take the court, and Larry Brown did not insist on letting him rest. The halftime intermission soon concluded, and the third quarter commenced. Wang Feng refrained from continuing his individual play, as he realized that the proficiency and compatibility of his three-point shooting skill set seemed to have hit an impasse, progressing at an increasingly sluggish pace. Conversely, with each steal or block he executed, Dwayne Wade's skills in those areas advanced remarkably quickly. Consequently, Wang Feng discerned a pattern. Even star skill sets produced by the system have their limits in terms of compatibility with one's physicality, suggesting that he might not be able to elevate those skills to their utmost proficiency. Once proficiency and compatibility reach their zenith, further enhancement becomes unattainable. Currently, his Curry-esque three-point prowess has reached a limit, or perhaps more aptly described as a bottleneck. Should he surpass this barrier, perhaps he could elevate his Curry-style three-point skill to its maximum level. However, achieving full compatibility, which is deeply intertwined with innate physical talent, remains a formidable challenge. Throughout the third quarter, spectators repeatedly witnessed Wang Feng's astonishing passes, lightning-fast steals, and emotionally detached blocks, all of which ignited the fervor of the audience. The chants grew louder with each passing moment. Bill Simmons was astounded, seemingly rediscovering Wang Feng. Was this the same individual whose offensive acumen was razor-sharp but defensive prowess lacking? How had he transformed into a master of passing and defense? Could it be that his previous three-point attempts were merely a ruse to mislead opponents into believing he was solely an offensive threat, incapable of passing or defending? Indeed, Bill Simmons possessed a vivid imagination, and even Steve Kerr concurred with his speculative insights. I believe Wang Feng is a true basketball prodigy, akin to Michael Jordan. It is not a matter of whether he excels at a particular skill, but rather his willingness to engage with it. As long as he desires, he can excel in passing, scoring, and defending. However, the singular truth remains, Wang Feng is merely focused on enhancing the proficiency and compatibility of his skill set. This elevation, though inconsequential for him, has certainly wreaked havoc on the Milwaukee Bucks. Throughout the entirety of the third quarter, the opposing team, having observed Wang Feng's reluctance to attack, mistakenly believed an opportunity had arisen. Yet, they found themselves ensnared in the illusion of a potential comeback. They were not overwhelmed by Wang Feng's uncontainable offensive prowess. Instead, they succumbed to his passing, steals, and blocks. In the context of the Milwaukee Bucks, Wang Feng shone as a defensive and organizational maestro. During the entire third quarter, the Pistons flourished offensively, launching a decisive 18-7 run, effectively sealing the game. By the end of the third quarter, the Pistons led the Bucks by a staggering 35 points, with a score of 97-62. Such a disparity in score, even the legendary Jordan would find insurmountable within a single quarter. Thus, Wang Feng felt disinclined to return for the fourth quarter to inflate his stats and enhance his skill set. Throughout the third quarter, he managed a modest 5 points, complemented by 5 rebounds, 9 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks, formidable statistics. When combined with his first-half performance, his totals amounted to 34 points, 11 rebounds, 14 assists, 5 steals, and 4 blocks. Such figures are unmistakably those of a superstar, showcasing his presence on both ends of the court. Yet, Wang Feng remained acutely aware that he had yet to attain superstar status. These statistics were merely a product of the skill set's enhancement. He could not replicate such numbers solely through personal talent. As Wang Feng took a breather, the arena erupted with chants of his name. Although he did not participate in the fourth quarter, every time a Pistons player stepped to the free throw line, the spectators spontaneously rallied in support of Wang Feng. Much to the confusion of the players at the line. "I am not Wang Feng. He has already left the court to rest. Have you mistaken your cheers?" Even Steve Kerr and Bill Simmons found humor in this behavior. Clearly, Wang Feng's presence loomed large in the fourth quarter, though absent from the court. The entire period resonated with chants of his name, a phenomenon typically reserved for only a select few superstars. Steve Kerr further jested, "Once the Summer League concludes, Wang Feng will undoubtedly ascend to superstar status. Congratulations to the Detroit Pistons for acquiring yet another superstar. This season they are poised for a championship." While Kerr's humor was lighthearted, he inadvertently revealed an undeniable truth. The Pistons indeed dominated the Lakers to clinch the championship this season. As the game concluded, the Detroit Pistons triumphed with a resounding 119-87 victory over the Milwaukee Bucks, a margin of 32 points. Following the match, Wang Feng once again became the focal point of attention. A spirited female journalist approached, eager to bask in Wang Feng's limelight. "I am ESPN reporter Selena. It is a pleasure to interview you once more. First, congratulations on achieving 3 consecutive victories and securing a place in the Summer League Finals. Today, I heard that basketball commentator Steve Kerr publicly declared you a superstar during a live broadcast, predicting that the Pistons would win the championship this season. What are your thoughts on his remarks?" Upon hearing this, Wang Feng was utterly stunned. It was once again that Steve Kerr, a figure notorious for his lack of affinity towards the Chinese, who has repeatedly made offensive remarks about Asians. he must be firmly countered. Yet his prediction that the Pistons could clinch the championship this season is remarkably astute, a historical fact that cannot be refuted. Thus, one can only begin to challenge the proclamations of the superstar. Noticing Wang Feng's gaze lingering on her car's headlights, Selena couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. She took great pride in her figure and allure. It is worth noting that Wang Feng possesses a rugged handsomeness, exuding a quintessential masculinity, and at such a young age, he has already amassed a fortune in the millions, with the potential to become a billionaire in the future. Such a promising prospect must be ensnared. Clearly, Steve Kerr has attempted to elevate me to a status I have yet to attain. I possess the self-awareness to recognize that I still stand at a considerable distance from the realm of superstars. I have never witnessed a superstar who has not been selected for the All-Star game, nor one who has not claimed an MVP award, or one who has not secured an NBA championship, or one who has not garnered a Finals MVP. Therefore, until I have achieved these honors, please refrain from labeling me as a superstar. As for Steve Kerr's prediction that our Pistons will secure the NBA championship, I believe it is premature to make such assertions. After all, the Los Angeles Lakers boast the formidable F4, the dominant Shaquille O'Neal, the legendary Kobe Bryant, the mailman Karl Malone, and the glove Gary Payton. This Lakers team is indeed a prime contender for the championship. Naturally, every NBA team aspires for the ultimate prize, the NBA championship, and the Detroit Pistons are no exception. We shall strive with all our might to contend for it. Wang Feng's remarks greatly pleased Selena, and Larry Brown nodded in agreement after listening to him. This young man possesses remarkable skills in Tai Chi within the realm of NBA teams. There exists a well-known superstition: the more popular one becomes, the more likely they are to meet an untimely downfall. Hence, it is prudent to remain low-key. Amassing wealth quietly is the true path to success. After the interview, Wang Feng deftly evaded the blinding headlights of Selena's car and returned to the hotel to rest. My goodness, that was terrifying. This bold woman is utterly unreserved. Her scorching gaze nearly melted me. At this stage, Wang Feng was reluctant to overexert his youthful body, aware that at just 18, he should not squander his vitality on those older than him. Upon returning to the hotel, Wang Feng wasted no time and sought out the system sprite, Xiao Xiao, to claim his reward. Xiao Xiao, having led my team to victory over the Milwaukee Bucks, shouldn't I receive my task reward now? Please be patient. Please be patient. It's coming. It's coming. Ding. Congratulations to the master for winning the match against the Milwaukee Bucks. The task reward is the TJ Ford Speed Enhancement Item Card, which grants the master an increase of 5 in speed. The current speed value stands at 94, with a maximum of 150. With this newfound speed enhancement, Wang Feng felt an exhilarating sense of impending flight. Wang Feng relished the exhilarating sensation of flight, fully aware that the ruthless battle for skills was about to commence. Following the conclusion of the Summer League, a 2-month respite would precede the NBA preseason. Once the preseason was over, the regular NBA season would swiftly follow. At that juncture, he could no longer rely on system tasks to acquire star skill packages and player item cards. He would have to seize these rewards through victories against rival stars. Should he falter, he would inevitably lose the items and skill packages he had already obtained. For this moment, Wang Feng remained ever vigilant. On July 15, 2003, after 4 rounds of competition, the standings of the Summer League were revealed. The Detroit Pistons, having triumphed over formidable opponents such as the Miami Heat, Cleveland Cavaliers, and Milwaukee Bucks, secured the top position with 9 points, clinching a spot in the Summer League Finals. Following their defeat to the Pistons, the Miami Heat, driven by a sense of determination, went on to defeat the Minnesota Timberwolves, Orlando Magic, and Cleveland Cavaliers, also amassing 9 points. However, due to tiebreakers based on wins and winning percentage, they settled for second place. In the match between the Miami Heat and Cleveland Cavaliers, the rookies dazzled the audience with their performances, creating a spectacle of intense competition. Dwayne Wade showcased his extraordinary talent, achieving a stat line of 31 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. LeBron James surpassed Wade's individual performance, delivering a staggering triple-double of 33 points, 11 rebounds, 10 assists, 1 steal, and 3 blocks. Yet, in the game's most crucial moments, the Heat leveraged their roster's strengths to execute effective team play, while LeBron opted for a pass at a pivotal juncture, missing the opportunity to equalize, resulting in a heartbreaking defeat. As for the Cleveland Cavaliers, after securing a victory against the Orlando Magic, they faced consecutive losses to the Detroit Pistons and the Miami Heat, thus exiting the contention for the Summer League Finals. The final rankings of the Summer League were as follows. 1. Detroit Pistons, 9 points, 100 win rate, 3 wins, 0 losses. 2. Miami Heat, 9 points, 75 win rate, 3 wins, 1 loss. 3. Cleveland Cavaliers, 4 points, 50 win rate, 2 wins, 2 losses. 4. Minnesota Timberwolves, 4 points, 50 win rate, 2 wins, 2 losses. 5. Orlando Magic, 1 point, 25 win rate, 1 win, 3 losses. 6. Milwaukee Bucks, 0 points, 0 win rate, 0 wins. For losses, the Detroit Pistons would vie for the Summer League championship against the Miami Heat, with the loser taking the runner-up position. Meanwhile, the Cleveland Cavaliers would compete against the Minnesota Timberwolves for third place, with the defeated team finishing fourth. Would the finals witness a rematch with the Heat? Dwayne Wade: I am more than ready. Are you prepared for the challenge? Wang Feng harbored unwavering confidence in securing the championship of the Summer League. On July 16, 2003, the grand finale of the Summer League was held at the Amway Arena in Orlando. What was initially perceived as a commonplace basketball game rapidly transcended its ordinary nature, as the dazzling performances of the rookie players from the class of '03 ignited an unprecedented surge in viewership. Even with additional seating installed for fans, demand far exceeded supply, with the plaza outside the arena teeming with enthusiastic spectators. Some donned jerseys emblazoned with the number 24, while others sported the number 3, fervently cheering for their favorite players. Amidst the fervent crowd, Wang Feng, engaged in warm-up exercises, suddenly felt a profound sense of responsibility. It became clear that professional basketball was not merely a sport or a game. It entailed a duty to the passionate fans. Dwayne Wade, upon spotting Wang Feng, felt his previously calm demeanor ignite with fervor. Following his defeat to the Pistons, Wade had risen with renewed determination, achieving victory after victory. His unassailable drives, lightning-fast steals, and seemingly illogical blocks had instilled a sense of despair in his opponents, as he prepared to face the Detroit Pistons once more. The flames of vengeance burned fiercely within him. Wade approached Wang Feng, radiating intensity, and declared, "King, we meet again. This time, I shall surely defeat you and erase the shame of our last encounter." Wang Feng displayed a drowsy expression, seemingly still ensnared in the realm of slumber, and apathetically replied, "Oh, is that so? Did you say something just now?" Dwayne Wade, observing Wang Feng's demeanor, felt his anger intensify. "Wang Feng, I know you heard every word I just uttered. This time, the victor shall be none other than me." Wang Feng, unwilling to tarnish his reputation, retorted directly, "A man should let his basketball skills speak for themselves, rather than being a mere master of words." Having said that, he walked away without looking back. This was because Wang Feng still had a crucial matter to ascertain: whether participating in this game would trigger the task once more and yield its rewards. Dwayne Wade, seething with anger, thought to himself, "How infuriating. I have been outdone once again. How I wish I had been the one to utter those words." Wang Feng was too preoccupied to concern himself with whether Dwayne Wade was upset. His focus lay solely on his system tasks and the rewards they promised. "Shao. I encountered Dwayne Wade once again in the finals of the Summer League. Do you think this is fate? Could such a connection trigger a system task?" The system sprite, Shao, showed no deference to Wang Feng. "Master, if you desire a reward, simply express your wish for it. Do not speak of trivial fates. It is only because the system's creator indulges you that it bestows upon you these so-called temporary tasks. In truth, according to the regulations set forth by the System Development Bureau, the system is prohibited from issuing repeated tasks and rewards for a single individual or event." Upon hearing the news, Wang Feng grew anxious and immediately interrupted, saying, Shao, just tell me if there's a task or not. No need to ramble on about other trivial matters." "Yes, there is indeed a task. There must be," Shao replied. "Congratulations, Master. You have triggered a temporary system mission to secure the championship of the Summer League. Task reward: Dwayne Wade's breakthrough skill package. Skill level: SSS with a speed boost of 15, enabling you to break through like lightning, with unparalleled footwork that is simply irresistible." Upon hearing the details of the system task and its rewards, Wang Feng felt a surge of excitement. In a reckless display of enthusiasm, he ran up to Dwayne Wade and shouted, "I absolutely must win this match. Not even God can stop me." This is what Wang Feng declares. Dwayne Wade looked utterly perplexed by Wang Feng's fervor. What is going on? Why is he so fired up? At that moment, Wang Feng's heart raced with exhilaration. If he could claim the Summer League championship, he would obtain an extraordinary skill package. Welcome to Orlando, the venue for the 2003 Summer League Finals. Today's match features the 24th pick of the 2003 draft, Wang Feng, leading the Detroit Pistons, alongside the second pick, Darko Milicic, against the Miami Heat, led by the fifth pick, Dwayne Wade. In their first encounter, the Pistons triumphed over the Heat with a score of 90-75, with Wang Feng achieving a staggering triple-double of 40 points, 14 rebounds, and 11 assists over 3 quarters. Dwayne Wade, not to be outdone, also delivered an impressive performance with 39 points, 7 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 steals. What kind of match will unfold in this rematch? Will it be a clash of titans or a dazzling display of skill? The audience awaits with bated breath. The atmosphere was electrified by the DJ, and the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. They firmly believed that Wang Feng and Dwayne Wade would deliver an unforgettable performance. They were certain that tonight would be a splendid evening. Steve Kerr and Bill Simmons continued their roles as commentators for the Summer League on television. Here we are again. Kerr, how many Summer League games have we covered now? Bill Simmons asked excitedly. Calm down, Simmons. This is merely a small affair. I have witnessed the Red Bull dynasty. For me, no game is truly a big event, Kerr replied nonchalantly. However, I must admit that this year's Summer League has garnered more attention than ever before, with several matches broadcasted nationwide. This game is no exception, drawing viewership comparable to the Christmas Day games in the NBA Finals. This is our broadcast of the Summer League Finals, Steve Kerr stated with composure. Time has flown by. We are already covering the Summer League Finals. Kerr, let us cut to the chase. Who do you predict will emerge victorious in this championship match? The rising star, the Chinese sensation Wang Feng, or the lightning-fast rookie Dwayne Wade? Steve Kerr refrained from giving a direct answer, as it was the finals, and he wanted to maintain an air of suspense. Revealing the outcome too soon would diminish the excitement. In any match, the allure of the spectacle is paramount. Bill, since this is the Summer League Finals, a closely contested battle is the most thrilling. I won't declare a winner just yet. Let us first compare the rosters of both teams. The Miami Heat starting lineup remains largely unchanged, with slight positional adjustments: center, Jerome Beasley power forward, Wang Daji small forward, Lamar Odom shooting guard, Dwayne Wade point guard, Rafer Alston bench, John Wallace, Lauren Woods, Tyronn Lue, among others. Since Wang Daji assumed the position of power forward, he has consistently exhibited remarkable performances, holding his own against power forwards from other teams. In response, the Pistons have also made corresponding adjustments. The roster includes center, Granadiakis, power forward, Darko Milicic, small forward, Ronald Dupree, shooting guard, Wang Feng, and point guard, Carlos Arroyo, with substitutes like Lin Zihank and Antonio McDyess among others. After Lin Zihank became less proactive in passing to Wang Feng, he was promptly placed on Larry Brown's blacklist. The lineups for both teams remain largely unchanged. In terms of positional arrangement, the Heat possess a distinct overall advantage, particularly after their previous crushing defeat to the Pistons, which prompted them to rally and clinch 3 consecutive victories, propelling them into the Summer League Finals. Meanwhile, the Pistons' twin stars, Wang Feng and Darko Milicic, have developed an impeccable synergy, both offensively and defensively, making them an unstoppable force. Thus, the outcome of the match hinges on which duo performs better, the Pistons' twin stars or the Heat's cohesive ensemble. Steve Kerr has articulated much yet conveyed little. As the warm-up session concluded, the referee signaled the commencement of the match, and the starting players confidently took the court. This collision serves as a testament to both teams' commitment to their participation in the entire Summer League. Look, our exuberant young star has taken the stage. Observant fans immediately spotted the Pistons' temporary leader, Wang Feng, making his grand entrance. Consequently, his fan club erupted in a fervent chant, Wang Feng, P. Wang Feng, P. This group is predominantly composed of the Chinese community and international students. Meanwhile, Wang Feng's American admirers joined in, chanting, King P. Even before the game began. The atmosphere was already electrifying. Dwayne Wade, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming mix of envy and resentment. This spectacle was meant to be mine. Wang Feng observed Dwayne Wade's expression and instantly recognized that this fellow was consumed by envy and jealousy. Dwayne, if you desire all of this, then showcase your true basketball prowess. Otherwise, you shall forever remain in my shadow. Dwayne Wade retorted, I shall personally prove this. I, Dwayne Wade, am superior to you. Wang Feng. Both exchanged fierce words, and the match finally commenced. With their positions established, the jump ball took place at center court. The Miami Heat center, Jerome Beasley, stood face-to-face with the Detroit Pistons center, Greaves Vasquez, resembling two towering mountains, bracing for action. At the sound of the referee's whistle, the basketball was tossed into the air. Greaves Vasquez leaped skyward, making the first touch on the ball, yet failed to secure it immediately. His teammate, power forward Darko Milicic, quickly reacted, sprinting towards the ball's descent. Meanwhile, the Heat's power forward, Wang Daji, also rushed into contest, denying Milicic any chance of gaining possession. Noticing the unfolding situation, Milicic leaped high, surveying the positions of the players below. Upon spotting Wang Feng, he forcefully directed the ball towards him, exclaiming, "Boss, catch." Having been bested by Wang Feng in numerous one-on-one drills during practice, Milicic had come to regard Wang Feng as his leader. In his eyes, no one else's words held weight in the presence of Wang Feng. Upon hearing the voice of Dako Milisai, Wang Feng immediately engaged his core, forcefully pushing against Dwayne Wade. Wade staggered back, struggling to maintain his balance. Wang Feng seized the basketball with agility, and the Pistons finally secured the first possession. The Pistons initiated their offense, with Wang Feng denying the Heat any opportunity to establish their defense. He employed a classic basketball style reminiscent of future teams, launching a fast break and swiftly attempting a three-pointer to conclude the engagement. Wang Feng surged forward, single-handedly assaulting the defensive line of the Heat. Dwayne Wade, observing Wang Feng's demeanor, instantly recognized his intent to strike. True to expectation, Wang Feng rapidly advanced the ball to the center circle, catching the Heat players off guard. Remarkably, none stepped forward to apply pressure. Wang Feng suddenly altered his decision once more, finding himself alone, presented with an exquisite opportunity for a shot. Dwayne Wade, recognizing Wang Feng's intent, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Oh no, Wang Feng is about to attempt an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. Hurry, someone stop him. Before Wade's words could fully escape his lips, he witnessed Wang Feng, positioned just a step beyond the three-point line, executing an exceptionally swift three-point shot. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc before swishing through the net. The fluidity of his actions, fast break, leap, and shot, unfolded in mere moments. 3 o'clock. What a magnificent play. Well done, boss. Darko Milicic approached Wang Feng to celebrate. Though Milicic had witnessed Wang Feng's long-distance three-pointers numerous times, he remained astounded. Is this within the realm of human capability? No, this is merely the boss's standard procedure. Wang Feng observed Dako Milicic, who appeared utterly unaccustomed to the grandeur of the moment, and with an expressionless demeanor, remarked, "A trivial affair, merely a routine operation. Do not get overly excited." The initially exhilarated Dako Milicic, upon witnessing his leader's demeanor, promptly realized his lapse in composure. "I understand, boss," he replied, retreating silently to the Pistons' interior, preparing to defend against Dwayne Wade's onslaught. Jerome Beasley passed the ball to the Miami Heat's point guard, Rafer Alston. As a king of street ball, Alston could not suppress his instinct for flamboyant play, dazzlingly toying with the Pistons' point guard, Carlos Arroyo, leaving him utterly bewildered. However, Alston was wise enough not to initiate an attack on his own, fully aware that penetrating the Pistons' formidable interior defense was no easy feat. Only a prodigious talent like Dwayne Wade could breach their stronghold. After entertaining himself with Arroyo, Alston swiftly transitioned the ball to Wang Daji in the paint. Wang, with his back to Dako Milicic, attempted to assert his physicality but found himself unable to budge him. Consequently, he opted against a forceful move and instead continued to distribute the ball, handing it off to the Heat's emerging star, Dwayne Wade. Indeed, within the minds of the players participating in the Summer League, Wade had already established himself as the future leader of the Miami Heat. Throughout their training, Wade had imparted valuable lessons to his teammates with his unparalleled ability to break through defenses. Who dares to challenge? One-on-one solo, the victor claims supremacy, while the vanquished assumes a subordinate role. Upon receiving the basketball, Wade did not hastily launch into action. Rather, he held the ball with one hand, exuding an air of confidence. Wang Feng approached him, perplexed, and inquired, "What are you contemplating, Wade? Do you not intend to launch an offensive?" Dwayne Wade was merely biding his time, waiting for Wang Feng to come forth for defense before he was inclined to attack. "Wang Feng, I have endured your presence for quite some time. This time, I shall demonstrate to you my newly developed basketball skills." With that, Dwayne Wade's gaze sharpened, and his aura intensified significantly. Wang Feng did not ponder much and charged forward with all his might, aiming to disrupt Dwayne Wade. Wade, with a disdainful smile, remarked, "Wang Feng, you ought to understand that you are merely an enhanced version of a shooter rather than a competent defender." With that, Dwayne Wade turned sideways, leaning against Wang Feng, and despite Wang Feng's considerable strength, he could not impede Wade's dribbling. Wade then executed a series of 2 quick changes in direction, causing Wang Feng to lose his balance. Seizing the moment of Wang Feng's disarray, Wade refrained from advancing and instead performed a move that Wang Feng was quite familiar with. Indeed, Dwayne Wade executed 2 retreating steps, positioning himself beyond the 3-point line. Oh, how infuriating it was. He was attempting a step-back 3-pointer. This was something Wang Feng could scarcely believe, for Dwayne Wade had always excelled in driving and mid-range shooting, while the 3-pointer had remained a persistent weakness throughout his career. With little improvement, after completing his retreat, Dwayne Wade launched a perfectly executed 3-point shot, which arced beautifully through the air before swishing through the net. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause following the basket. Wade, maintaining an impassive expression, blew a kiss to the audience, followed by a gesture signifying a classic move. As Wang Feng grappled with the bewildering situation, he thought, how could this old-timer Dwayne Wade have pulled that off? When did he acquire the skill to execute a step-back 3-pointer? Just then, Dwayne Wade approached Wang Feng, boasting, "So what do you think? Does my step-back 3-pointer, which suspiciously resembles a travel, look convincing?" Wang Feng was immediately enraged, exclaiming in disbelief, "Nonsense. What I executed was a legitimate basketball maneuver. As for your claims of traveling violations, even basketball experts acknowledge the validity of this technique. Otherwise, your 3-point shot would be rendered entirely ineffective. Furthermore, you merely stumbled upon a backward step 3-pointer. Are you bold enough to wager with me, challenging each other solely on 3-point shots?" Wang Feng's words immediately incensed Dwayne Wade. What am I missing?" he exclaimed. "This is something I have genuinely learned. Furthermore, who doesn't he know that you, Wang Feng, excel at 3-point shooting? Even the 3-point king, Reggie Miller, has expressed admiration for your prowess. Why should I compare my weaknesses to your strengths? I am not foolish." Wang Feng curled his lips in a sardonic smile and remarked in a mocking tone, "If you lack the courage, do not expose yourself. Attempting a 3-pointer in my presence is nothing short of foolishness." With that, Wang Feng turned on his heel and departed, gesturing for center Granier Dakis to hasten the serve. Since Dwayne Wade had showcased his skills, it would only be fair for him to reciprocate with a shot of his own. Granier Dakis passed the basketball to point guard Carlos Arroyo. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Feng swiftly descended, his speed surpassing even that of Dwayne Wade. After Carlos Arroyo advanced the ball past half court, he opted not to pursue the basket himself. He was acutely aware of his own limitations and deemed it far more efficient to pass the basketball to Wang Feng for the attack. Dwayne Wade sensed a change. Wang Feng's speed had seemingly intensified, reminiscent of the explosive quickness of T.J. Ford. Wade felt as though he were not merely playing basketball, but rather participating in a sprinting contest against Wang Feng. The two of them chased each other with fervor, creating a lively spectacle that left their teammates bewildered. Particularly perplexed was Pistons point guard Carlos Arroyo, who was nearly at a loss for words. What on earth were these two up to? Were they racing instead of playing a game? Others in the arena echoed similar sentiments in their minds. This is a basketball court, not a 100-meter dash. Dwayne Wade kept pace with Wang Feng, showing no signs of yielding. Wherever Wang Feng ventured, Wade was right on his heels. Wang Feng was equally perplexed. Could it be that Dwayne Wade had been provoked by something, compelling him to pursue with such fervor? Observing Wade's relentless chase, Wang Feng remained undaunted, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. "Attempting to employ a deathly entanglement and applying full-court pressure against me? You still have much to learn." Wang Feng came to a halt at a mid-range position, then pivoted to brace himself against Dwayne Wade with his shoulder. Wade, taken aback by Wang Feng's sudden stop, was unable to halt his momentum and collided with him. Fortunately, Wang Feng had anticipated this, successfully absorbing Wade's charge before reaching out for the ball. Observing Wang Feng finally come to a standstill, Carlos Arroyo swiftly executed a precise pass, delivering the basketball to Wang Feng. As soon as Wang Feng received the ball, apart from Dwayne Wade, the Miami Heat's power forward Wang Daji and center Jerome Beasley encircled him like an impregnable fortress. Wang Feng had anticipated this scenario. "Such is the treatment reserved for superstars," Wang Feng humorously remarked. "Have I now become a superstar?" Wang Feng harbors no fear of the Miami Heat's formidable double team. He remains unhurried, gradually dribbling as he seeks his rhythm, each second of the shot clock slipping away. Dwayne Wade is determined not to grant Wang Feng any opportunity for a pass, having successfully encircled the ball handler with a robust defensive formation. It would indeed be a squandered opportunity not to impose a thorough challenge. Thus, Dwayne Wade advances to apply pressure, endeavoring to disrupt Wang Feng's tempo. However, Wang Feng is well accustomed to Wade's defensive tactics. He had been pondering a breakthrough, and Wade's aggressive approach presents the very opening he seeks. Wang Feng sought to exploit the vulnerabilities of Dwayne Wade. "Wade, how naive you are. I've been anticipating your move," he thought. With his body slightly bent and his center of gravity lowered, Wang Feng executed a series of between-the-legs dribbles, seeking the rhythm to break through. Wade advanced to apply pressure. Leaving space behind him, Wang Feng accelerated, attempting to break through on the left side, where his left-handedness significantly increased his chances of success. However, Wade had prepared for this moment. He had been studying Wang Feng's breakthrough paths since the Summer League and devised countermeasures. Utilizing his speed advantage, Wade preemptively blocked Wang Feng's route and attempted to steal the ball. Yet, unexpectedly, Wang Feng, equipped with the passing skills of Jason Williams, excelled in flashy maneuvers. With a deceptive feint, he leaned against Wade, followed by an elaborate spin that evaded Wade's defense and steal attempt. After bypassing Wade, Wang Feng wasted no time, accelerating and forcefully colliding with Wang Dajie before launching himself from the free throw line. He soared toward Jerome Beasley, delivering a thunderous dunk that exuded dominance. The sequence was flawless: turn, break, collide, leap, soar, and slam. In that moment, Wang Feng resembled a deity, unstoppable in his prowess. Jerome Beasley stood in stunned disbelief, thinking, "Once again, I have been dunked on by Wang Feng. A shooter who can dunk, no divine intervention can halt that." In a stunning exchange, Dwayne Wade executed a step-back three-pointer, showcasing Wang Feng's signature move, while Wang Feng retaliated with a powerful dunk, mirroring Wade's own style. The two had become embodiments of each other's most loathed attributes. Wang Feng remarked that Dwayne Wade was proficient only in driving and dunking, lacking in shooting skills. In contrast, Dwayne Wade countered that Wang Feng was merely adept at shooting three-pointers, devoid of defensive capabilities. However, upon observing their performance, it became evident that both had successfully executed offensive maneuvers utilizing techniques in which they were not particularly skilled. The match today was nothing short of exhilarating. Bill Simmons exclaimed with fervor. Steve Kerr, embodying the composed demeanor of Zen master Phil Jackson, interjected, "Bill, why all the commotion over a mere dunk? Have you not noticed something far more significant? What could be more important?" Bill Simmons retorted, "It is the undeniable prowess of this year's rookies." Steve Kerr, with a teasing tone, articulated the truth. "Bill, have you observed how both Wang Feng and Dwayne Wade achieved their respective offensives through unfamiliar methods and succeeded? Their progress is indeed remarkable." Bill Simmons rolled his eyes in disdain, replying, "You need not point that out. It is common knowledge." Outside the arena, Steve Kerr and Bill Simmons engaged in playful banter, reveling in the moment, while the game inside escalated in intensity, following their utilization of unorthodox strategies for scoring. It seemed as if both players had unlocked new dimensions of their abilities, continuously experimenting with innovative methods to score or assist their teammates. In the first quarter, one could witness Dwayne Wade surprisingly beginning to pass the ball. Originally, Pat Riley had hoped for Dwayne Wade to initiate the offensive, but after the initial play, Wade appeared to have undergone a transformation, focusing primarily on driving and distributing the ball. With only Darko Milicic providing any semblance of defense, the others were unable to withstand Wade's incursions. This indicated that once Wade penetrated, the Pistons would require at least two players to halt his scoring. Consequently, the Pistons' interior defense became vulnerable, as Wade neither pushed inside nor did Milicic resort to aggressive defense against him. Thus, fueled by Wade's drives and assists, the Pistons' defensive structure collapsed, allowing Lamar Odom and Wang Dajie to frequently score from mid-range, while Ronald Dupree and Darko Milicic could only watch helplessly as the two excelled. Even Miami center, Jerome Beasley, caught one of Wade's lob passes, executing a spectacular alley-oop. As the first quarter approached its regular rotation, every member of the Miami starting lineup had managed to score. Dwayne Wade tallied 6 points and 4 assists. Jerome Beasley contributed 4 points and 2 rebounds. Wang Dajie added 6 points and 2 rebounds, and Lamar Odom recorded 7 points, 2 assists, and 2 rebounds, showcasing a well-rounded performance. In stark contrast, Miami's point guard Rafer Alston found himself in a rather awkward position. With Wade commandeering the playmaking responsibilities, Alston's statistics stood at a mere 1 point and 1 assist. Most of the time, he could only watch as Wade dazzled with his drives and passes. Had Dwayne Wade not been the future star of Miami's perimeter play, but rather an ordinary rookie, Alston would undoubtedly have expressed his frustration vocally. In contrast to Miami's multifaceted offensive approach, the Pistons relied on the brilliance of their dual stars. Although they could not contain Wade's assists, their sharp offensive plays counterbalanced Miami's comprehensive attack. Wang Feng and Dwayne Wade continued to engage in a mutually explosive rivalry. Wang Feng found himself unable to defend against Dwayne Wade, while Wade, in turn, could not thwart Wang Feng's relentless offensive maneuvers. Furthermore, Wang Feng did not dominate alone. He frequently engaged in an in-out strategy with Darko Milei. Milei, utilizing his unparalleled physical prowess, managed to score multiple 2-1 plays right over Wang Daji, showcasing his undeniable brilliance. Under the offensive onslaught from both the interior and exterior lines of the Pistons, the game culminated in a stalemate between the Pistons and the Heat. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 24-24. Wang Feng single-handedly scored 9 points, while Darko Milicic also successfully contributed 8 points. However, in contrast to the Miami Heat's effortless and diverse scoring, the Pistons exhibited a certain deficiency in their distribution of stamina. Wang Feng and Darko Milicic appeared somewhat fatigued. If they continued to be closely monitored by the players of the Miami Heat, their stamina would surely falter over the course of the game. Dwayne Wade, on the other hand, exuded a sense of ease and vitality, amassing 6 points and 4 assists in just one quarter, suggesting a potential tally of approximately 24 points and 16 assists by the end of the match. This was a quintessential display of a superstar point guard. Pat Riley, having observed Wade's performance, felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation. If Wade maintained such a broad perspective, he would hardly need to call timeouts. Furthermore, if the game continued in this manner, it was evident that the Heat possessed far greater endurance than the Pistons. After all, the Heat were flourishing with a multifaceted attack, while the Pistons only needed to focus on exhausting Wang Feng and Darko Milicic to wear them down. Dwayne must persist in such a performance, enhancing his personal offense while also uplifting his teammates. Wade had grown fond of this exhilarating sensation at this moment. He truly felt a burgeoning confidence in his ability to triumph. "No problem, Coach Pat. I shall unleash my full potential." In stark contrast to the buoyancy of the Heat, the Pistons were engulfed in a somber atmosphere. Head coach Larry Brown had evidently discerned the team's shortcomings and was constantly pondering how to conserve the stamina of Wang Feng and Darko Milicic. Darko, your upcoming tasks are demanding. Cherish your energy. This Miami team seems to have elevated their game, exhibiting a far superior synergy compared to our initial encounter. Upon receiving a reminder from Larry Brown, Wang Feng evidently recognized the issue at hand. This Miami Heat team, compared to its predecessor, has indeed undergone a transformation, evolving into a more cohesive unit that plays team-oriented basketball. A team that flourishes through multiple scoring options is nearly impossible to defend against. Reminiscent of the 2014 NBA Finals when the Spurs, led by the formidable trio of GDP and Kawhi Leonard, decisively overwhelmed the big three of the Heat. The Spurs, with their diverse scoring threats, rendered the Heat's trio helpless, showcasing an astonishingly high shooting percentage. Thus, devising a strategy to restrict the Heat's offense presents a significant challenge. The mere thought of such complications is enough to induce a headache. In the second quarter, the Pistons and the Heat maintained their starting lineups with minimal substitutions. As the game commenced, during the Heat's offensive possession, Dwayne Wade evaded Rafer Alston and once more charged forward. With his unparalleled speed and keen insight, Wade maneuvered past Wang Feng, penetrating deep into the Pistons' territory. Darko Milicic stood ready, anticipating Wade's advance, prepared to meet him with a fierce tackle. Observing Milicic's stance, Wade opted for a more strategic approach. He executed a feigned shot, deftly passing the ball to the lurking Wang Daji. However, at that moment, Milicic had already leapt high into the air, unable to halt his momentum, and he collided forcefully with the stationary Dwayne Wade, sending them both crashing to the floor. For the time being, neither received any attention, as all eyes were fixated on Wang Daji. With no defender in sight, Wang Daji received the pass and executed a flawless hook shot from the paint, scoring with precision. Following his successful basket, Wang Daji hurriedly rushed to assist the fallen Dwayne Wade, helping him to his feet. "Boss, are you all right?" Although Wade grimaced in pain, he could only endure the discomfort and respond, "I'm fine. This level of physicality is merely a drop in the bucket." Wang Feng found himself perplexed, wondering why Dwayne Wade had become so enamored with passing the ball. Was it possible that his close friend, LeBron James, had taken over his spirit? Indeed, it bore a resemblance to an upgraded version of the Miami Heat, Upon realizing this, Wang Feng was suddenly struck by a sense of urgency. It was crucial to note that this roster of the Heat was capable of contending in the playoffs. If Lamar Odom, Dwayne Wade, Wang Daji, and Rafer Alston were to unleash their full potential, they would wreak havoc in the Summer League, akin to a tiger among sheep, mercilessly dominating the competition. In contrast, the Pistons, aside from the somewhat notable Darko Milicic and a player possessing Curry-like three-point shooting skills, were essentially a disorganized group. Sighing in frustration, Wang Feng decided to adhere to Coach Larry's directive and conserve energy for crucial moments. So when the Pistons took their turn on offense, Wang Feng refrained from assuming the role of point guard, instead opting to patiently await an opportunity to receive the ball. After all, conserving stamina was paramount. However, this decision left Carlos Arroyo uncertain of his next move. With no demand from the team leader for the ball, Arroyo was compelled to proceed like an ordinary point guard, leisurely bringing the basketball past half-court before orchestrating his teammates' movements, leading to a standoff. Noticing Wang Feng's passive approach, Darko Milicic took it upon himself to seize the moment. Finally, it's time for me, the genius Darko Milicic, to shine. Carlos, pass me the ball. Milicic called out, and Arroyo, thrilled by the opportunity to distribute the ball, delivered a high lob to him. As soon as Milicic received the pass, the Heat players initiated their defensive strategy, forcing Wang Daji and center Jerome Beasley to double-team Milicic, intent on denying him a comfortable scoring opportunity. Trapped in the double team, Milicic chose not to force a shot. Instead, he spotted an opening and passed the ball to the nearly unmarked Pistons center, Grigory Daki. Daki, upon receiving the ball, was elated, thinking, "Finally, it's my turn to shine." He dribbled once, adjusted his position, leaped high into the air, ready to execute a powerful two-handed dunk. However, he remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger lurking behind him. Wang Feng, with keen perception, loudly admonished, "Greenia, danger." As Wang Feng's words faded, Greeniadaki's dunk was emphatically blocked by the less-than-2-meter-tall Dwayne Wade, who sent the basketball crashing against the backboard. Greeniadaki's was left in a pitiable state, having been knocked down to the floor. The ball was sent soaring against the backboard, and as Dwayne Wade landed, he swiftly leaped again to seize the rebound. Wang Feng engaged swiftly with Dwayne Wade, attempting to trigger Wade's lightning-fast steal ability to snatch the ball. However, Wade seemed to anticipate the move, securing the ball and denying Wang Feng any chance for interception. In an impressive leap, he launched the basketball forward, where it found its way to the Heat's small forward, Lamar Odom. Seizing the opportunity in a 1-on-0 situation, Odom chose not to execute a flamboyant windmill dunk or a 360-degree slam, but rather opted for a straightforward layup to conclude the offensive play. After scoring, he blew a kiss to Dwayne Wade, exclaiming, "Well done, Captain." Wade, maintaining an impassive demeanor, indicated that it was merely a routine play and not to make too much of it. Nevertheless, Wang Feng could not help but notice the unmistakable smirk of pride that lingered at the corners of Dwayne Wade's lips. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Feng sensed an unsettling turn of events. Despite his diligent practice of the Dwayne Wade steal and block skill sets, it appeared that he had yet to activate them even once. His attempts to disrupt Dwayne Wade and execute a steal proved utterly futile. To ascertain the ineffectiveness of the skill sets, Wang Feng decided to initiate a personal offensive. The Pistons' point guard, Carlos Arroyo, felt a surge of confidence as he recognized that their leader was finally taking charge. After passing the ball to Wang Feng, Carlos Arroyo stood back, attentively observing his leader's performance. Wang Feng did not hesitate, nor did he initiate an assault on the Miami Heat's interior defense. Instead, he opted to call for a pick-and-roll. The Pistons' power forward, Darko Milicic, understood immediately and promptly moved forward to set the screen. Wang Feng shifted to the left with a deliberate step, causing Dwayne Wade to adjust his center of gravity in the same direction, resulting in a collision with Darko Milicic. With newfound space to shoot, Wang Feng wasted no time. He gathered the ball, leaped, and released his shot in one fluid motion. What was typically a routine maneuver for Wang Feng unexpectedly led to an unforeseen incident. Wang Feng's shot this time did not resonate with the crisp sound of the net. Instead, it was met with a dull thud as the ball struck the rim. Wang Feng was momentarily stunned. What on earth had transpired that led to such a misfire? Even Bill Simmons lamented, "This does not bode well." Wang Feng's three-pointer has clanged off the rim. It seemed the Pistons were in deep trouble. Fortunately, Darko Milicic stepped up, maneuvering past Wang Daji and seizing the rebound right over the head of Heat center Jerome Beasley. Darko then passed the ball back to the open Wang Feng, As Wang Feng received the basketball, he hardly had time to ponder. With a swift adjustment, he gathered the ball, leapt, and shot in one fluid motion. Yet, the only response from the basketball was a resounding clang. The ball soared high once more, igniting Wang Feng's fury. Damn it, another miss. Am I possessed by the spirit of the Iron King at this moment? Fortunately for Wang Feng, luck was on his side, as the rebounding ball descended towards him. Wang Feng did not take the time to ponder the situation. He directly collided with Dwayne Wade, who had just evaded a screen. Soaring high, he leaped to seize the rebound. After securing the ball, he hesitated not a moment, dribbling once with his dominant hand, taking 3 steps that melded into 2, and leaping beneath the basket. There, he executed a thunderous reverse dunk, overcoming the double team of Miami Heat center, Jerome Beasley, and power forward, Wang Daji. Following his spectacular dunk, Wang Feng let out a roar of triumph, exclaiming, "Finally, it's in." Yet, at that moment, Wang Feng was far from elated, as a foreboding sense of unease began to manifest more palpably. His steal and block skills had failed to activate, and even his reliable three-point shooting ability faltered repeatedly. This was a significant predicament. Sure enough, in the second quarter, Wang Feng seemed to be cursed, unable to land a single shot. A stark contrast to the dominating force he had been in previous games. Within a mere quarter, Darko Milicic and Gregorian Dakis had collectively snatched 11 rebounds, most of which were the result of Wang Feng's misfires. The spectators were baffled by his unusual performance. Had he, perhaps, encountered the infamous rookie wall during a timeout? Gasping for breath, Wang Feng mentally vented his frustrations at the system sprite. Xiao. What on earth is happening? Why have I, the sharpshooter akin to Curry, suddenly transformed into a bricklayer? Indeed, within less than 10 minutes of the second quarter, Wang Feng had missed 7 shots, earning him the moniker of Iron King among the Pistons. Under his influence, his teammates also began to falter, as if all of them had succumbed to the same affliction. Initially, the Pistons had been evenly matched with the Heat, but in that brief span, their collective performance plummeted, trailing the Heat by 10 points. Larry Brown, who had previously maintained a calm demeanor, was nearly driven to exasperation by his team's dismal showing. It became evident that relying solely on star players was unreliable. When a superstar falters or is beset by injuries, the entire team can unravel. Larry Brown reaffirmed his commitment to fostering a team-oriented style of play. He resolved to mold Wang Feng into the piston-sharp blade, rather than a superstar akin to Allen Iverson. With a stern countenance, Larry Brown refrained from expressing anger or shouting. Yet his imposing presence rendered the Pistons players mute, creating an atmosphere in the locker room that was so heavy it was almost suffocating. Wang Feng chose to disregard these concerns, focusing instead on the perplexing reason behind his sudden decline in performance. The system sprite, Xiao, had long anticipated this moment and calmly responded, "Master, although the skill sets produced by the esteemed system are indeed of exceptional quality, it is essential to understand that even the legendary Stephen Curry experiences off days with his three-point shooting. This is particularly true for you, as you have merely equipped the Curry-style three-point skill set, and your compatibility and proficiency have yet to reach 100%. Consequently, it is natural for a decline to occur. Moreover, the utilization of system skill sets is contingent upon specific triggering conditions, with compatibility and proficiency falling short of perfection. Each match relies solely on the randomness of probability. The likelihood of activation is exceedingly low. Only upon achieving full proficiency can the skill set maintain the high standards of the original star. Therefore, experiencing a lack of success is entirely normal. And one should not assume that merely equipping the Curry-style three-point prowess guarantees invincibility. The inability to achieve consistent success is, indeed, disheartening. Wang Feng felt a twinge of regret. Though he understood that achieving perfection is an impossibility in professional basketball, fortunately, he managed to recalibrate his mindset and posed another crucial question. Xiao. Aside from compatibility and proficiency, what other factors might influence my shooting accuracy? The determinants of shooting accuracy are manifold, primarily categorized into internal and external factors. Internal factors encompass 2 main elements: physical stamina and willpower. When one possesses ample stamina and robust willpower, shooting accuracy tends to be elevated. Conversely, diminished stamina and weakened willpower result in lower accuracy. External factors, on the other hand, are dictated by the intensity of the opponent's defense. Should the defensive pressure become overwhelming, surpassing the shooter's capacity to cope, it is only natural for their shooting percentage to decline. The system sprite, Xiao, patiently elucidated that physical stamina, willpower, defensive intensity, in conjunction with the compatibility and proficiency of the player's skill set, collectively influence shooting accuracy. Wang Feng boldly concluded. However, his summary was swiftly dismissed by Xiao Xiao. Master, you need not concern yourself with the compatibility and proficiency of star skills. The factors affecting shooting accuracy are primarily willpower, stamina, and defensive intensity. Ultimately, the most critical elements are your personal basketball technique and shooting touch, which you must cultivate yourself. Wang Feng pondered. Are you suggesting that I should create my own shooting skills? Indeed, that is precisely my intention. Of course, devising a unique basketball technique is no small feat. Consider the skyhook of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the fadeaway jumper of Michael Jordan, the mid-range shooting of Allen Houston, and the three-point shooting of Stephen Curry. Each possesses its own rhythm and technique. Once you find that rhythm, even the most challenging shots can find their way in. Xiao Xiao expressed her expectations for Wang Feng. Yet, Wang Feng felt somewhat daunted. Modern basketball has seen a decline in players with distinctive styles. Most exhibit a range of skills, yet their techniques lack flair. Much like LeBron James, one cannot deny his skill, but what specific technique can one recall? Xiao Xiao, you are asking too much of me. Nevertheless, I shall strive towards this goal. With a clearer understanding of the factors impacting shooting accuracy, Wang Feng ceased his relentless pursuit. Since his three-point shooting had faltered, he decided to test his mid-range shots. If that too proved ineffective, he would resort to employing Jason Williams' unpredictable passing to assist his teammates. With just over 2 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the Pistons trailed the Heat by 10 points. After the timeout, Wang Feng showcased his ball handling and driving skills once more. Given his abysmal shooting percentage, he wisely refrained from forcing three-point attempts. However, the absence of a three-point threat significantly restricted his driving space. Dwayne Wade, single-handedly defending him, found the moment rather amusing. With an excited expression, he taunted Wang Feng. So, what now? I told you, without a three-point shot, you're even inferior to an undrafted player. Wang Feng paid no heed to the foul-mouthed individual. He first positioned himself against Dwayne Wade, gradually inching his way inside. When he felt he was at an appropriate shooting distance, he exerted force through his shoulder, pushing Wade aside, and attempted an ungraceful golden rooster stance on one leg. Though Wade was taken aback, he still held on to the belief that Wang Feng's shot would surely clank off the rim. As anticipated, the familiar sound of a missed shot echoed, an unmistakable clang. Meanwhile, Miami Heat center Jerome Beasley, aided by the screen set by power forward Wang Daji, successfully secured the rebound, allowing the Heat to execute yet another swift counterattack. Trailing by 12 points now, an overwhelming sense of impending defeat washed over Wang Feng, with his three-point shots failing to find their mark. Mid-range attempts clanging off the rim, and limited options for breakthroughs, it seemed he could only place his faith in his teammates. At present, the only teammate Wang Feng can place his trust in is Darko Milicic. Confronted by Dwayne Wade's enigmatic smirk, Wang Feng chooses to disregard him. Upon receiving a pass from Carlos Arroyo, Wang Feng abandons any further attempts at shooting, opting instead to dribble and seek a breakthrough rhythm. Dwayne Wade, recognizing the necessity to conserve his energy, refrains from engaging Wang Feng in a direct confrontation. After all, with less than 2 quarters played, Wade is already beginning to feel fatigued. Taking advantage of Dwayne Wade's momentary lapse in attention, Wang Feng swiftly broke to the left. Wade chose not to pursue, as he knew that within the paint, Wang Daji and center Jerome Beasley awaited. Once the two established their positions in the key, they would undeniably form an impenetrable defensive barrier. Wang Feng, having just surpassed Wade, signaled for Darko Milicic to set a screen. Milicic understood the cue and shifted to the left. Wang Feng observed that Darko Milicic had already positioned himself, executing a change of direction to break through towards the right side, while the Miami Heat center, Jerome Beasley, was effectively obstructed by Milicic. Wang Feng continued his advance to the right, drawing the attention of the Miami Heat's power forward Wang Daji, as well as Jerome Beasley. Seizing the opportunity while both players were momentarily distracted, Wang Feng executed a bounce pass, delivering the basketball to the unmarked Darko Milicic, who had utilized a screen. At that moment, Milicic found himself unchallenged, and with a powerful leap reminiscent of a spring, he completed a thunderous dunk, thus concluding the offensive play. Following his exhilarating slam, Milicic let out a roar beneath the basket, releasing his pin-up frustration. After expressing himself verbally, he further conveyed his emotions through a physical gesture, jogging over to Wang Feng and performing a chest bump. That was a beautiful pass, Milicic praised. Your dunk was equally magnificent. Wang Feng reciprocated the compliment. However, The Miami Heat did not afford them much time for mutual admiration as their point guard Rafer Alston swiftly advanced the ball past half-court and, under the defensive pressure of Carlos Arroyo, sank a three-pointer. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Feng was suddenly engulfed by the envy and resentment that others had once felt towards him. How utterly detestable! To flaunt a three-pointer before me is nothing short of hubris, a clear demonstration of overestimating one's abilities. Nevertheless, this also attests to the Miami Heat's remarkable versatility, as even the usually defensively minded point guard Rafer Alston managed to sink a three-pointer. In stark contrast, the Detroit Pistons relied heavily on Wang Feng and Darko Milicic to carry the team. Their efforts were arduous, as the score fluctuated around a 10-point margin. By halftime, the Pistons found themselves trailing the Heat by 11 points, with a score of 41-52. Throughout the second quarter, Wang Feng could only muster a dismal 4 points, alongside 2 rebounds and 4 assists. Such a meager tally of assists was not reflective of his capabilities, but rather a consequence of his teammates' inadequacies. They either fell victim to the blocking prowess of Dwayne Wade and Jerome Beasley or missed numerous shots, squandering many of Wang Feng's exquisite passes. Notably, all 4 of Wang Feng's assists in that quarter were directed to Darko Milicic, who excelled with 10 points, comprising 4 dunks and 2 free throws. Consequently, Milicic concluded the half with an impressive 18 points, surpassing Wang Feng's 13. Dwayne Wade, on the other hand, enjoyed a more relaxed game, as the collective performance of the Heat players was commendable. He was not burdened with the responsibility of dismantling the Pistons' interior defense or forced to attempt three-pointers, allowing his shooting percentage to flourish. In less than 2 quarters, Wade accumulated a well-rounded stat line of 14 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. Internally, Wade felt a surge of satisfaction. With such supportive teammates, the disparity in scoring with Wang Feng seemed inconsequential, especially as the Heat maintained an 11-point lead over the Pistons. If they could sustain this momentum, defeating the Pistons would not be a mere dream. Steve Kerr was taken aback by Wang Feng's struggles in the Summer League Finals. Meanwhile, those fans who had previously cheered for Wang Feng now found themselves in an awkward position. Steve, how do you think the Pistons should address their current predicament? Is Wang Feng truly out of ideas and talent? Bill Simmons inquired. Kerr, too, was perplexed by Wang Feng's poor performance, especially given the lack of intense defensive pressure from the Heat. Bill, you know that a player's performance is heavily influenced by their stamina. Wang Feng has been phenomenal in recent matches, akin to a deity descending from the heavens, but such exertion can lead to exhaustion. This game appears to be testing the limits of his endurance, which has resulted in a significant drop in shooting accuracy. It's cumulative fatigue, without a period of rest. Recovery is unlikely. As for the Pistons overcoming their current challenges, it ultimately relies on the contributions of Wang Feng and Milicic. This is the sole hope for a team built around superstar talents. After hearing Kerr's analysis, Simmons found it quite logical. Does this imply that the Pistons are destined to succumb to the flourishing Heat in the Summer League Finals? He pressed further. That is one way to interpret it. After all, the disparity in physical attributes is considerable. Asian players often face limitations in stamina. While they can leverage teamwork and shooting talent to suppress their African counterparts within the first half, prolonged gameplay reveals stamina deficiencies that can prove fatal. Thus, if the Pistons maintain their current shooting percentages, particularly with Wang Feng's ongoing struggles, they will be unable to triumph over the multifaceted Heat. Kerr expressed a pessimistic outlook regarding the Pistons' prospects. Simmons, upon absorbing this information, felt as though he had received a definitive answer. It appears Wang Feng does not yet belong to the ranks of elite scorers, constrained by the limitations of his stamina, a challenge he may never fully overcome. As the first half concluded, Pistons head coach Larry Brown finally erupted. He summoned Wang Feng and Milicic to his side to communicate his decision. Wang, Darko, let us concede this match. The Summer League is not an essential competition. It serves merely as a platform for talent evaluation. Losing holds little consequence. I have decided to utilize the remaining half to give those undrafted players and free agents, who have yet to showcase their skills, an opportunity to compete. Upon hearing the decision of head coach Larry Brown, Wang Feng felt as though he had been struck by lightning. If the game had not involved a systematic objective, it might have been bearable. After all, the outcomes of Summer League matches bear little consequence. However, the crux of the matter was that the system mandated he secure the championship title in the Summer League to obtain the coveted reward. This reward happened to be the peak breakthrough skill package of Dwayne Wade, arguably one of the most exceptional skill packages available. The thought of not acquiring it left Wang Feng deeply discontented. Moreover, he had been so preoccupied with the task rewards that he remained oblivious to the repercussions of failure. What if the penalty involved a reduction of his hard-earned proficiency and compatibility? Or worse, a diminishment of his scarce skill packages? Such a consequence would indeed be catastrophic. Consequently, Wang Feng felt compelled to confront the so-called rookie killer, Larry Brown. He boldly asserted, "Coach, we still have time to secure victory. I will ensure the Pistons emerge triumphant." Larry Brown, seething with rage, realized that this young man had become somewhat arrogant, repeatedly defying his directives, an utterly ungrateful attitude. "Listen, I am the head coach, and I bear the responsibility for the entire team. If you disregard my strategy, be prepared to sit on the bench." Wang Feng observed Larry Brown's sudden outburst and, undeterred by the threat, boldly declared, "Coach, it is not my intention to undermine your authority. Rather, I have compelling reasons for insisting on participating in this match. Should you disagree, I propose a wager. I will only play during the third quarter, and if I am unable to turn the tide, I shall forfeit my position and leave future arrangements in your hands." In pursuit of victory in the Summer League Finals, Wang Feng was willing to take a risk. At that moment, Larry Brown was reluctant to gamble with a rookie, as their statuses were vastly different. Wang Feng lacked the standing to challenge him. Just as Larry Brown was about to decline, the team's general manager, Joe Dumars, entered and decisively interjected, "It is settled, King. I will grant Coach Larry's consent to your request." Upon hearing this, Wang Feng was overwhelmed with joy. Salvation was at hand. As the Summer League draws to a close, we shall bypass the preseason and swiftly transition into the regular season, where the fierce competition for skill packages is about to commence. The appearance of Pistons general manager Joe Dumars has averted a direct confrontation between head coach Larry Brown and the Pistons' rising star, Wang Feng. However, the seeds of discord have already been sown, and conflict is inevitable. Moreover, Larry Brown has resolved that should Wang Feng continue to disregard his directives, he will have no choice but to either bench him or trade him away. General manager, head coach. I am determined to lead the Pistons to victory in the Summer League Championship. Yet, Coach Larry Brown remained unresponsive, feigning ignorance, his expression still grim and his fury palpable. In contrast, General Manager Joe Dumars replied with a warm smile, "Fear not, Wang Feng, for you are a key player in our development strategy. I have faith in your potential and believe you can triumph over the Heat to secure the Summer League Championship." Upon hearing this, Wang Feng was greatly encouraged and, brimming with fighting spirit, led Darko Milicic out onto the court. As the two exited, Coach Larry Brown could no longer contain his complaints. "Joe, you are indulging him too much. If this continues, you will spoil him." Larry Brown dared not confront Joe Dumars directly. After all, Dumars was a celebrated player for the Pistons, a key member of the infamous Bad Boys who nearly secured a championship from the Lakers, establishing the Pistons dynasty. Larry understood well that should he openly clash with Joe Dumars, it would be he who faced dismissal. Dumars was, after all, the general manager of the team, responsible not only for its management but also for its operations and profitability. With a market as vast as that of the hundreds of millions in China, Wang Feng was indeed a reliable source of revenue. Cultivating and packaging Wang Feng would undoubtedly ensure the Pistons' operational success and profitability. With this consideration, Joe Dumars could never afford to oppose financial interests. Moreover, Wang Feng possessed considerable talent, representing a valuable piece in the championship puzzle. The prospect of vying for a title while also generating revenue was a win-win situation not to be overlooked. "Coach Larry, I understand your dissatisfaction with Wang Feng's performance in this game, but you must also recognize our team's weakness, a robust defense paired with a lack of offensive firepower. Wang Feng has the potential to unleash a powerful offensive output in a short span of time. If utilized correctly, he could become our offensive spearhead. In critical moments, he is the man capable of determining the outcome." Larry Brown was well aware of Wang Feng's significance in the timing of his utilization. Yet he realized that this sharp weapon seemed to be somewhat resistant to his guidance. A blade that does not heed its wielder is rendered worthless, no matter how formidable it may be. "Joe, you must have noticed Wang Feng's recent conduct. He seems to perceive himself as a superstar with unlimited shooting privileges, consistently disregarding my strategies. My tactics remain unimplemented, and what place does that leave me, the head coach of this team, if I do not curtail his arrogance? How can I effectively manage the team, establish a system, or build a championship roster for the Pistons? An offensive spearhead that cannot be harnessed but instead opposes me at every turn, what purpose does it serve?" Joe Dumars, having recently assumed the role of general manager, could not match the basketball acumen of a seasoned tactician like Larry Brown. He could only express his stance to protect Wang Feng and secure small profits. Coach Larry, what is the primary objective of the team? It is not merely to contend for the championship, but also to generate revenue. What is the NBA fundamentally about if not for profit? Without financial success, how can we operate, sign superstars, or compete for titles? If we successfully cultivate Wang Feng, he will be a perennial source of income. In team management, one must not only account for championships but also for economic viability. The decline of Detroit in recent years has been palpable. The team owner is struggling financially. If we do not generate profits, the entire Pistons management will face dire consequences. When that time comes, which team will provide you with such a platform to continue pursuing your dreams? Larry Brown was taken aback. Since being ousted from the Philadelphia 76ers, he had nearly tarnished his legacy. Only the Pistons had offered him an opportunity to showcase his talents, a fact for which he remained grateful. For the sake of profit, championships, and his own aspirations, Larry Brown resolved to endure. Rest assured, Joe, I will manage my relationship with Wang Feng well, and I promise to do my utmost to develop him, maximizing his commercial value. Outside the court, the two prominent figures of the Pistons reached an understanding, while inside, Wang Feng and Darko Milicic were fervently striving to fulfill their commitments, especially Wang Feng, who was expending every ounce of energy in a fierce battle. Brothers, let us run. We are only trailing by 11 points. I can easily erase that with just 4 3-pointers. Witnessing their leader's fervor, the Pistons players quickly followed suit. As the third quarter commenced, during an offensive possession, Wang Feng directly called for the ball and signaled for center Granier Dakis to come forward for a screen. With an impassive expression, Wang Feng confronted Dwayne Wade, as the two prominent stars faced off once more. However, this time, Wang Feng had no intention of engaging in a one-on-one duel. Once Granier Dakis reached the designated screen position, Wang Feng advanced from the left side and executed a standard three-point shot near the corner of the arc. Yet, the attempt resulted in a clang off the rim. Fortunately, Dakamilisai, displaying remarkable agility, swiftly positioned himself to capitalize on the ball's descent. Lamar Odom, the small forward for the Heat, was initially poised to secure the rebound as the ball descended towards him. To his astonishment, Dakamilisai, like a divine force, snatched the ball right above Odom's head. Being outdone in such a manner is a profound humiliation on the basketball court, prompting Odom to fiercely pursue, intent on reclaiming possession. However, he soon realized that Dakamilisai was sprinting with the fervor of a track athlete. Undeterred by the defensive presence of the Heat's interior players, Wang Daji and Jerome Beasley, Dakamilisai charged through, bulldozing past Beasley to secure those invaluable 2 points. Wang Feng had no time for self-reproach and promptly encouraged Darko Milicic, saying, "Well done, Darko. Maintain this momentum. My shooting will eventually return." Upon hearing this, Milicic shyly smiled and replied, "Rest assured, boss, I believe in your abilities. For now, let me handle things while you focus on shooting and regaining your rhythm." However, before their excitement could linger, Dwayne Wade utilized his penetrating and passing skills to supply the Miami Heat center, Jerome Beasley, with opportunities. The score differential remained a persistent 10 points. As the third quarter approached its midpoint, Wang Feng's individual performance showed no signs of revival. In contrast, Milicic was dominating the paint for the Heat, making significant contributions to prevent the Pistons from collapsing. It was evident that each point for the Pistons came with great difficulty. Their current scoring was largely reliant on Milicic's relentless efforts in the Heat's interior. If this continued, Milicic's stamina would struggle to last until the final quarter. Conversely, the Heat's offense appeared notably more straightforward and less taxing. The current iteration of the Heat resembled a cohesive unit, with Dwayne Wade seamlessly integrated into their team dynamic. In stark contrast, the Pistons' star player, Wang Feng, seemed lost in the fray, and the team found themselves in peril. Time was no longer on their side. Bill Simmons provided a succinct analysis of both teams' situations, while Steve Kerr remained silent, tacitly endorsing Simmons' perspective. Wang Feng was feeling quite dejected. His physical stamina was still ample, sufficient to endure until the conclusion of the third quarter. Yet, inexplicably, his shooting was consistently just shy of success. How infuriating. Was he still not eligible to activate the legendary three-point prowess akin to that of Stephen Curry? Master, do not despair, persevere, and you may yet encounter a turning point. A voice whispered encouragingly. Moreover, have you not noticed that the defensive attention you are receiving now pales in comparison to before? The Miami Heat has ceased to deploy anyone, apart from Dwayne Wade, to encircle you. The implication was clear. A lack of double-teaming could be interpreted as a blessing. But what good was this? Only superstars warranted the attention of 2 or 3 defenders. The absence of such coverage signified that he was, regrettably, not yet a superstar. This was hardly a matter for pride. With mere moments remaining in the third quarter, only a minute and a half left, Wang Feng had yet to record a single three-point basket. The score stood at 59-73, with the Heat leading by 14 points. Dwyane Wade had effortlessly accumulated 20 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks, showcasing a well-rounded performance. Meanwhile, Darko Milicic led the Pistons with a game-high of 24 points, while Wang Feng had managed a meager 2 points during the quarter, bringing his total to 15. This was a far cry from the formidable, sharpshooting Wang Feng of earlier games. In this moment, Wang Feng's inner turmoil was palpable. He had boldly wagered with coach Larry Brown, claiming he could lead the Pistons to a comeback in the third quarter, only to find himself failing miserably. How cursed. After all, he was not the gambling king, destined to win every bet. At this juncture, only a miraculous performance reminiscent of Tracy McGrady's 13 points in 35 seconds could salvage his pride. Yet, achieving such a feat was daunting. It required not only favorable circumstances, but also a blend of skill and luck. Lacking any one element would render success unattainable. As the final minute of the third quarter approached, Larry Brown felt a sense of disappointment. Although he had won the wager, as the head coach, he could not derive joy from his team's defeat. Nevertheless, the game held little significance. A loss was merely a loss, nothing of great consequence. Moreover, if this situation could be leveraged to temper Wang Feng's temperament and curb his arrogance, Brown believed it would ultimately benefit the Pistons' future roster development. Witnessing this scenario, General Manager Joe Dumars was left speechless, feeling the embarrassment of the situation. Larry Brown chose not to call a timeout, preferring to allow the players to navigate the final minute and a half themselves. The ball found its way back to Wang Feng, who noticed that Dwyane Wade was not closely guarding him, but rather watching with a smirk. Wang Feng, this championship is mine. Dwyane Wade reveled in his triumph, relishing the delightful sensation of having lost first only to win later. Wang Feng had no desire to engage in idle chatter with Dwyane Wade on the basketball court. The most effective means of communication was through the language of the game itself. Wang Feng observed that Dwyane Wade had not advanced to defend, and without hesitation, he launched a shot from just beyond the three-point line. This attempt carried a hint of gamble. Should it miss, Wang Feng would have little choice but to concede. Yet, fate often has a whimsical nature. Surprisingly, even Wang Feng himself harbored doubts about the shot, but it miraculously found its mark. Swish. The long-lost sound of the net being brushed echoed through the arena. The score now stood at 62-73. The deficit was reduced to 11 points. Darko Milicic, witnessing Wang Feng finally sink a three-pointer, was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming, "Fantastic, boss. You finally made a three." This shot instilled Wang Feng with immense confidence. There was a glimmer of hope. Consequently, a bold idea took root in his mind. If McGrady could score 13 points in 35 seconds, surely he could amass 14 points in 1 minute. With this realization, the prospect of turning the game around no longer seemed a mere fantasy. Wang Feng shouted to the crowd, "Calm down, everyone. Focus on defense. We still have a chance." Dwyane Wade, witnessing Wang Feng rallying his teammates for defense, felt a twinge of unease. However, he quickly dismissed his apprehensions, thinking to himself, "What am I worrying about? As long as I orchestrate the team's offense effectively, and we compete with the Pistons for offensive efficiency, they will never be able to catch up to the Heat. Time is on my side, and the advantage lies with me." The Pistons' morale surged, and the Heat were equally determined not to concede defeat, making for a fiercely matched contest. As it was the Heat's turn to attack, their point guard, Rafer Alston, did not rush into an offensive play. Instead, he dribbled the ball slowly, aiming to consume precious time. Wang Feng discerned the Miami Heat strategy and promptly instructed Carlos Arroyo to apply pressure, ensuring that they could not waste excessive time. Although Carlos Arroyo was relatively unknown, he appeared far more robust and agile than Rafer Alston. As he advanced to press, Rafer had no choice but to rely on his speed to evade Arroyo. However, this quick maneuver led him directly into the Pistons' formidable defense, just as he escaped Arroyo's pursuit. The Pistons' power forward, Darko Milicic, also moved in to apply pressure. At this moment, Rafer became flustered, facing the exceptional talent of Milicic. He found himself unable to utilize his street ball skills to break free and was forced to pass the ball. In truth, Rafer had intended to take the shot himself, but upon recalling the earlier incident of Dwyane Wade being fouled, he hesitated. He passed the basketball to the star player, Dwayne Wade. As soon as the ball reached Wade, Wang Feng immediately closed in, tasked with guarding Wade. On the sidelines, General Manager Joe Dumars stood up, exhilarated by the clash of two superstars. Wang Feng, you must triumph over Wade in this possession. Only then can I secure you more playing time. Wade, unimpressed by Wang Feng's defense, found his serious demeanor somewhat amusing. Wang Feng, do you truly believe you can stop me with that level of seriousness? With that, Wade initiated his offensive, executing consecutive changes of direction to seek an opening. Meanwhile, Wang Feng, despite his defensive shortcomings, transformed into a defensive maestro at that moment, adeptly predicting and obstructing Wade's path to the basket. Wade was taken aback. Not bad. For this possession, you indeed kept pace with me. As Wade continued his drive, he harnessed his core strength and accelerated, executing a diagonal breakthrough, determined to outpace Wang Feng. Yet, even in the face of Wade's elite speed, Wang Feng maintained his defensive position, keeping up with him. Wade was astounded. What is happening? When did Wang Feng's defense become this formidable? Before Wade could fully process his astonishment, Wang Feng's subsequent action left him utterly shocked. Just as Wade prepared to execute a behind-the-back dribble followed by a sudden stop, Wang Feng swiftly extended his remarkable left hand and, in a flash, stripped the ball from Wade's grasp. What the hell? I actually got stripped? And why does Wang Feng's technique look so familiar? Wang Feng was filled with exhilaration. Even the Wade steal package, which had a proficiency of less than 10%, had been activated. Thus, there was no doubt that the three-point shooting technique reminiscent of Curry, with a proficiency of 70%, would be effortlessly achieved. Everything had returned with the Dwayne Wade steal package successfully executed. Wang Feng seized the basketball and sprinted forward with fervor. Time was of the essence. He needed to accelerate. Wang Feng galloped ahead, reaching a position just 2 steps away from the three-point line. He swiftly drew his bow and released the basketball with precision. With a resounding thud, the ball struck the backboard and fell gracefully into the net. Another three-pointer. The score now stood at 65-73. With only an 8-point deficit remaining and 44 seconds left in the third quarter, the familiar thrill returned. The fans in the arena erupted in excitement. The scales of victory seemed to be tipping once more in favor of the Pistons. Pat Riley promptly called for a timeout. Wang Feng seizes the opportunity to request additional playing time from General Manager Joe Dumars, confident that his current form can dominate the Miami Heat in the fourth quarter. Admittedly, this would mean he is somewhat betraying his earlier commitments. However, for the sake of his elite skill set, such a betrayal seems trivial. Before Wang Feng could voice his thoughts, General Manager Joe Dumars promptly expressed his perspective. Wang Feng, you certainly have a slow start. I almost believed you would fade away for an entire quarter. Fortunately, there is still the final quarter of this match left for you to showcase your talent. Seize the game, claim the championship. I have specifically persuaded Coach Larry Brown, and he has agreed to let you play through the fourth quarter. Wang Feng clenched his fists and then waved them in excitement, exclaiming, wonderful. However, before he could fully savor his exhilaration, General Manager Xiao Domas continued, Wang Feng, hold your enthusiasm. You lost the bet, and with that loss comes a consequence. Although Coach Larry Brown has agreed to let you play the entirety of the final quarter, there is a prerequisite. What prerequisite? Wang Feng inquired. In truth, regardless of the condition, Wang Feng was willing to accept anything that would allow him to play the full fourth quarter. Following the Summer League, there remained over 2 months until the NBA preseason, and he must heed Coach Larry's directives to refine his defense and passing. He was acutely aware that the Pistons boasted a plethora of defensive experts among their key players. If he lacked defensive prowess, he would become the glaring weak link among them. Such inadequacies were intolerable for a championship-contending team. As for his passing, though undeniably elegant, it was excessively focused on flair. Wang Feng realized that his passing style often led to one player holding the ball while the other 9 were tense with anxiety, which was far from ideal. During the off-season, he was to train diligently with the Pistons' primary point guard, Chauncey Billups, to master the art of passing. Listening to this, Wang Feng felt somewhat speechless. He didn't wish for poor defense. The flair in his passing was reminiscent of Jason Williams. Nevertheless, he did not refuse these 2 conditions. For the sake of acquiring the elite superstar skill set, these stipulations were trivial. I accept, Manager Chiao, he declared. With only 44 seconds remaining in the game, the Pistons held an 8-point lead. Although they maintained this advantage, Wang Feng's sudden burst of performance rendered it precarious. Pat Riley instructed Dwayne Wade to stabilize his emotions and focus on orchestrating the offense, rallying the other Heat players to maintain their scoring efficiency. As Wade advanced with the ball, Wang Feng braced himself for a head-on confrontation, arms extended, knees slightly bent, and center of gravity lowered, clearly in a defensive stance. Dwayne Wade, perceiving Wang Feng's readiness, felt the weight of the impending challenge. Consequently, Wade adjusted his strategy, pivoting to back into Wang Feng, thereby preventing him from circumventing for a defensive play. As the clock ticked down, Wang Feng could no longer contain himself. He exerted force, using his shoulder to press against Wade, compelling him to alter his maneuver. Wade stumbled slightly from the impact, nearly losing control of the ball, prompting him to change tactics. With his pivot foot stable, Wade executed two deceptive fakes while leaning against Wang Feng, feigning a shot. However, Wang Feng remained unfazed, steadfast in his defensive stance. With no choice left, Wade resorted to a deceptive feint, passing the basketball to the interior player, Jerome Beasley. Only the Pistons' center, Granadiakis, stood beside Beasley. Igniting a sense of opportunity within him, Beasley dribbled once, then leaped toward the basket, poised to deliver a thunderous two-handed dunk. Yet, in that very moment, a shadow descended from above. Like a hammer, a hand swatted away Beasley's attempt at a dunk. What a surprise! He was blocked by none other than the defensively challenged Wang Feng. The world is truly astonishing, Wade mused. Oh my God, what a splendid exchange of offense and defense. Wade's deceptive move had been executed with remarkable realism, yet Wang Feng's anticipation and leap were equally extraordinary as he swiftly caught up with Beasley and, with the mere physique of a guard, thwarted the dunk of the towering center. It was simply unbelievable. Steve, I have once again become a fan of Wang Feng. Bill Simmons, ever the opportunist, aligns himself with whichever side is prevailing. Wang Feng's recent block signifies the triumphant return of the formidable and unstoppable force that he embodies. Indeed, under Wang Feng's imposing presence, the Miami Heat, initially in possession of the ball, encountered a significant dilemma while attempting to execute a sideline throw-in, ultimately making a critical error. It was evident that the Heat's towering center, Jerome Beasley, executed the pass with excessive nonchalance, relying on his height and broad vision to send the ball directly to Dwayne Wade, unaware that Wang Feng had anticipated this move long before. Wang Feng emerged from the flank, skillfully intercepting the passing lane intended for Jerome Beasley. Before the ball could reach Dwayne Wade, it was deftly snatched away by Wang Feng. Wang Feng surged forward with unbridled intensity, the path ahead smooth and unobstructed. Behind him, despite Dwayne Wade's relentless pursuit, Wang Feng had transcended into a state of dominance, impervious to any interference. Ignoring Wade's attempts to disrupt, he reached the center circle, suddenly recalling a distant memory, and unleashed a missile-like, exceptionally long-range three-point shot. Just as he completed the shot, Dwayne Wade collided with him, sending him sprawling to the ground. The whistle pierced the air. Wade had committed a foul. Simultaneously, the three-pointer swished through the net with a satisfying sound. Oh my God! A 3-1. Wang Feng had managed to achieve a 3-1 against Wade. It was utterly insane. The long-range three-pointer combined with a free throw resulted in a swift accumulation of 4 points. Bill Simmons was on the verge of being ignited with excitement. Naturally, the crowd had also been set ablaze, echoing the familiar chant, Wang Feng, P. Wang Feng, P. Hearing this chant, Wang Feng, poised at the free throw line, was struck by an audacious thought. 3-1? I shall aim for 3-2, or even 3-3. Wang Feng lifted the basketball high above his head, resembling a novice who was struggling to master the art of shooting. With a swift motion of his left hand, he propelled the ball forward. The free throw seemed to possess an uncanny precision, striking the outer rim of the hoop before bouncing directly back into Wang Feng's grasp. Seizing the moment while others were momentarily distracted, Wang Feng adeptly caught the basketball and executed a single dribble before swiftly retreating to the arc beyond the three-point line. With a graceful leap, he released a shot, a seamless execution of skill. Brilliant, a stroke of genius. The 3-2 play had already surpassed expectations, and the 3-3 was pushing the boundaries of imagination. Remarkably, Wang Feng orchestrated a three-point shot concurrently with his free throw, and to the astonishment of all, he succeeded, completing another three-pointer the instant he received the ball. The score stood at 71-73, merely 2 points shy. Another three-pointer from Wang Feng would obliterate the Heat's lead. The anticipation of the crowd bore fruit, as they were not left waiting long for this pivotal moment. When Dwayne Wade once again penetrated, only to be fouled by Darko Milei, he was awarded 2 free throws. Wade successfully converted the first, but the second ricocheted off the rim, soaring high. At this juncture, time was running perilously low. Wang Feng, with remarkable agility, intercepted the rebound from midair. Before he could properly adjust his stance, Dwayne Wade had already caught up with him. There was no choice. The timer displayed a mere 2 seconds remaining. Wang Feng executed a remarkable display of horseback archery, launching the basketball into the air. Indeed, he concluded the third quarter with this extraordinary throw. The red light illuminated, and the three-pointer swished through the net. The score stands tied at 74-74. Wang Feng accomplished the remarkable feat of scoring 15 points in just 1.5 minutes. Though it fell short of Tracy McGrady's astonishing 13 points in 35 seconds, it was nonetheless a spectacular display of skill. The crowd erupted with chants of Wang Feng, invincible, as they struggled to articulate the excitement bubbling within them. Their singular sentiment at that moment was a resounding acknowledgement of Wang Feng's prowess. Despite the teams being locked in a 74-74 tie, the scales of victory had decisively tipped in favor of the Pistons. At the outset of the fourth quarter, the Miami Heat's coach continued to deploy his starters, while the Pistons maintained their lineup. In this heated moment, a defiant Wang Feng taunted the grim-faced Dwayne Wade, declaring, "Wade, I feel invincible. You might as well surrender and lose half." Dwayne Wade, ever the competitor, would not entertain the notion of surrender, especially with the championship of the Summer League within reach. Surrender and lose half? Dwayne Wade will never back down. Though Wade's bravado was admirable, he could not withstand the overwhelming momentum. The formidable Wang Feng had returned at an unexpected moment, as if all his skills had been activated. Channeling the spirits of Curry, Jordan, and James, he unleashed a torrent of three-pointers, post-up plays, thunderous dunks, and dazzling assists, truly unstoppable. By the midway point of the fourth quarter, Wang Feng had already amassed 16 points, 4 assists, and 3 steals, including 4 three-pointers and 2 successful post-ups. Under such extraordinary performance, the Heat's defense crumbled entirely. Even with Wade valiantly trying to hold the fort, his offensive prowess paled in comparison to Wang Feng's explosive scoring. The Heat found themselves trailing the Pistons by 11 points. Ultimately, Pat Riley, exercising rational judgment, withdrew his starters and conceded defeat. Continuing to play his main lineup could have seen Wang Feng's scoring soar toward 30 points in a single quarter. Although the statistical data from the Summer League does not contribute to a player's career record, Pat Riley could not afford to lose face. Allowing the opponent to score over 30 points in a quarter would be tantamount to an outright surrender. For a head coach, conceding could indeed result in a partial loss. At the very least, the opposing coach would grant some respect and refrain from further humiliating the team. As Pat Riley conceded, the game transitioned into garbage time. Larry Brown, demonstrating sportsmanship, spared Riley further embarrassment by not allowing Wang Feng to continue playing, even though he recognized Wang Feng's fiery form. After all, the Summer League serves merely as a platform for evaluating talent and honing skills. The outcome is inconsequential. With 6 minutes remaining, Larry Brown seized the opportunity to allow undrafted players and free agents to take the court, assessing their potential. However, as these players entered the game, chaos ensued, misfires, errant throws, and clumsy plays abounded. The spectacle was so painful to watch that Larry Brown contemplated dismissing the entire group. Fortunately, the opposing team was equally inept, mirroring the Pistons' lackluster performance. In the end, the Pistons triumphed over the Heat with a score of 99-88, executing a remarkable comeback and securing the championship of the 2003 Orlando Summer League. While the Heat settled for the runner-up position. P.S. It has been quite the journey, completing this extensive chapter of over 6,000 words on the Summer League. Researching was challenging, so please refrain from claiming the author has taken shortcuts. Preseason coverage will be skipped, but the regular season will commence shortly. Additionally, I welcome any encouragement for updates and generous donations. Finally, it is done. Wang Feng gazed at the victory streamers cascading from the ceiling of the Amway Center, filled with a profound sense of reflection. Had not the arduous struggles of the past fortnight all been for this singular moment of triumph? In pursuit of victory in this match, he had even consented to certain inequitable agreements with coach Larry Brown. Fortunately, the outcome was splendid, rendering all sacrifices worthwhile. Congratulations to the Detroit Pistons for clinching the Summer League championship, and accolades to the 2003 first-round, 24th overall pick, Wang Feng, for being awarded the Summer League Finals MVP. As unanimously voted by both the fanbase and professional media commentators. In this match, Wang Feng played for 39 minutes, amassing an impressive tally of 46 points, 9 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. His counterpart, Dwayne Wade, also delivered a commendable performance, playing for 41 minutes and scoring 31 points, along with 10 assists, 6 rebounds, 3 steals, and 3 blocks. After the match, Wang Feng granted an interview to a sports journalist. "Congratulations, King, on successfully ascending to the throne of the Summer League Championship." Just as the congratulations were concluded, the sports journalist began to probe further. "Your scoring fluctuated significantly throughout the game. I would like to understand the reasons behind this." Wang Feng would certainly not admit to having poorly utilized any advantages. Instead, he responded with an official statement. "In sports, fluctuations in performance are quite normal. Even Michael Jordan has experienced moments of underperformance." Wang Feng's response remained as arrogant as ever, a demeanor that the media reporters had grown accustomed to. However, the head coach of the Pistons, Larry Brown, felt a complex mix of emotions as he observed Wang Feng's eloquent discourse. According to his envisioned team structure, Wang Feng was evidently inadequate, possessing offensive prowess yet lacking defensive capabilities, rendering him virtually useless. In contrast, Richard Hamilton excelled in both offense and defense, serving as the unequivocal tactical linchpin. Nonetheless, the team's general manager, Joe Dumars, had already promised Wang Feng a starting position, leaving Larry Brown at a loss for words. How could he persuade Wang Feng to embrace a role as the sixth man? Following the interview, as Wang Feng cradled the championship trophy of the Summer League alongside the finals MVP trophy for a photograph, the system sprite promptly issued a task reward. "Congratulations to the master for exceeding the system's expectations by clinching the Summer League championship, along with the finals MVP." The system's task rewards were subsequently upgraded, granting him the pinnacle version of Dwayne Wade's breakthrough skill set, with a speed enhancement of 20, enabling him to break through like lightning. And the elusive footwork had a certain probability of triggering a dunk skill package. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng was immediately overwhelmed with excitement. Although he could not discern the difference between this reward and the previous ones, acquiring this top-tier skill package would undoubtedly be a significant gain for him. Finally, it was within his grasp. Grateful to Xiao Xiao, he urged her to equip him with the pinnacle version of Dwayne Wade's breakthrough skill package. "Certainly. Congratulations, Master, on equipping the pinnacle version of Dwayne Wade's breakthrough skill package. The initial compatibility is set at 50, and the proficiency starts at 55. Please endeavor to train diligently to reach 100 as soon as possible, with a compatibility of 50 and a proficiency of 55 right from the outset." It was indeed the most elite skill package, making an explosive entrance that set it apart from the rest. Immediately, the system projected a holographic display of Dwayne Wade's breakthrough skill package in action. In the first demonstration, Dwayne Wade held the ball in one hand, standing resolute against his defender. He then initiated his offensive maneuver. First, he showcased a triple threat stance to gauge his opponent, before suddenly dribbling with his right hand and advancing forward. The defender instinctively retreated half a step to obstruct Wade's path. However, Wade executed a swift spin, slipping past the defender, followed by a textbook Eurostep layup, scoring 2 points effortlessly. In the second demonstration, Wade employed the triple threat move again, then abruptly launched his attack, executing 2 consecutive changes of direction that destabilized the defender's balance. With a sudden burst of speed, Wade surged past the defender, leaping into the air to deliver a thunderous dunk, all in one fluid motion. In the third demonstration, Wade, with his back to the defender, executed 2 probing steps before pivoting and lunging toward the basket, delivering a powerful reverse dunk. In the fourth demonstration, Wade drove to the basket, orchestrating his movements with a plethora of fakes before soaring into an emphatic dunk. Wade was, indeed, the embodiment of invincibility in solitude. The system had nearly showcased the entire highlight reel of Dwayne Wade at his peak. Wang Feng was utterly captivated, exclaiming in awe, "I never anticipated that peak Wade could be so formidable and inescapable. No wonder he is dubbed Flash. His sheer speed allows him to outpace most defenders. Had it not been for his meniscus injury, his peak could have been prolonged for much longer." Coupled with his back-to-basket play, Eurostep layups, spin dunks, and alley-oops, he is truly the culmination of artistry among guards. With this premier breakthrough skill package and Stephen Curry's legendary three-point shooting prowess, these 2 exceptional skills would undoubtedly enhance Wang Feng's journey in the NBA, potentially making it smoother than that of Kobe Bryant. After all, Kobe was one of the few who rose from a bench player to a superstar. Wang Feng, however, believed he would secure a starting position even before Kobe did. Yet, the Pistons' main roster already boasted a versatile player like Richard Hamilton. Securing the starting shooting guard position would indeed present a formidable challenge. It is worth noting that Richard Hamilton was the man who left Kobe breathless, making it a significant hardship to compete against him. Returning to the hotel, Wang Feng took a shower and collapsed into bed, only wanting to rest after the summer league. He sought solace in the hotel, indifferent to the changing seasons. That night, reports about the summer league finals flooded the media. Explosive news. The Detroit Pistons staged a remarkable comeback against the Miami Heat to clinch the 2003 Summer League championship. Shocking. The Mad Ant Wang Feng scored an astonishing 31 points in just 7 minutes, finishing the game with a staggering 46 points, 9 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. This left Heat coach Pat Riley dumbfounded, conceding defeat. Furthermore, the rookie sensation Dwayne Wade vowed to sweep all his fellow rookies from that draft class. These sensational reports, prevalent in an era dominated by television and print media, proved to be immensely impactful. Wang Feng's name swiftly spread throughout Orlando and quickly extended to cities such as Miami, Detroit, New York City, and Los Angeles, even reaching across the ocean back to his homeland. When his elderly parents awoke early to behold the shocking news from America, they were indeed taken aback. Is this truly my son? Old Wang. A proud smile unmistakably graced old Wang's face. Naturally, one must consider his lineage. Only a man of such extraordinary prowess could father a son like him. Old Mother could hardly tolerate old Wang's arrogance, exclaiming, "I could strike you down with a single blow. After all, he is but a piece of flesh I carried for 10 months. Nurtured through hardship to grow into this stature. Enough, enough, let us not quarrel. No matter how famous he becomes, he is still our son. We must prepare ourselves for a journey to America, where he strives. Our presence there will lend him support. It is essential to recognize that America is not as idyllic as it seems, with frequent gun violence. We must establish a logistical and security team around our son, allowing him to focus on his competitions." Although Old Mother was reluctant to leave her homeland, her commitment to her son compelled her to pursue opportunities in America. To her, anywhere with family is home. Following an unequal agreement with head coach Larry Brown, as soon as the summer league concluded, he summoned the key players and primary rotation members of the Detroit Pistons to commence team training. The summer in Detroit is typically cool, being close to the lake. Yet the training facility of the Pistons buzzed with fervor. "Tyshawn, stop Wang Feng. Do not allow him to shoot." Tyshawn Prince muttered in exasperation. For Wang Feng's step-back three-point shot was exceedingly difficult to defend. "Richard, you are the team's star player with commendable defense. Why not guard Wang Feng? Why must I endure this challenge?" Wang Feng observed the heated exchange between Tyshawn Prince and Richard Hamilton and swiftly distanced himself. For these two had often proven to be a formidable challenge for the legendary Kobe Bryant, who donned the number 8 jersey. Richard Hamilton, renowned for his relentless stamina, was a player one might liken to an indomitable force. To defend against him, one must prepare for a marathon. Tyshawn Prince, on the other hand, was famed for his long reach, possessing the skills to effectively guard Kobe Bryant, who, during the finals, experienced one of the lowest shooting performances of his illustrious career. However, during an inter-squad scrimmage, Tyshawn found himself confronted with an insurmountable challenge while defending Wang Feng. The latter's unanswerable step-back three-pointer and lightning-quick drives left Tyshawn in a state of indecision, whether to extend his arms or not, whether to close in or to hold back. Every choice presented a dilemma. Fortunately, Wang Feng's defensive skills were not particularly formidable. Otherwise, a player with such a dual threat would undoubtedly be the apple of head coach Larry Brown's eye, potentially leaving Tyshawn on the bench. As Wang Feng unveiled a new move, his electrifying drive rendered the Pistons lineup almost helpless. Coach Larry Brown's emotions became increasingly complex. "Wang Feng, you never fail to surprise me. But why have you channeled all your talent into offense? If your defense were equally formidable, the Pistons would surely soar to new heights." Yet, one might ponder if Wang Feng's prowess in both offense and defense would leave the Pistons with any opportunities to capitalize on. After several rounds of scrimmaging, the entire Pistons organization recognized that Wang Feng's offensive capabilities had indeed escalated. He treated the starting players with nonchalance, dismantling their defenses as if in a one-on-one duel. Although his defense remained lackluster, Wang Feng displayed a commendable attitude, occasionally making notable steals and blocks. For a rookie, such performances were already commendably impressive. Consequently, the primary players of the Pistons admired Wang Feng, appreciating his tenacity, audacity, and flair. Over the course of several scrimmages, Wang Feng managed to average an impressive 28.3 points against one of the league's most elite defensive lineups. While this did not reach the overwhelming dominance he exhibited in the Summer League, it was nonetheless a performance befitting a burgeoning superstar. It is worth noting that the Pistons scrimmages were far more rigorous than typical NBA regular season games, given the team's defensive legacy and the tradition of being the new age bad boys, competing against the Pistons men enduring a grueling contest. Yet Wang Feng flourished amid such staunch defense, underscoring his exceptional offensive talent. As a result, he became a beloved figure within the Pistons ranks. The starting point guard, Chauncey Billups, the tactical linchpin Richard Hamilton, and the defensive anchor Ben Wallace all acknowledged Wang Feng's significance. They did not expect him to excel in defense, but rather hoped he would deliver critical offensive contributions when it mattered most. In the 2002-2003 season, the Pistons encountered numerous instances where, in crucial moments, no player stepped up to seize control of the game, resulting in insufficient offensive firepower and unfortunate defeats. As the new season approached, the Pistons were determined not to endure such frustrations again. Although Larry Brown had consistently exploited Wang Feng's defensive shortcomings, he did not neglect his development. Instead, he fulfilled his responsibilities as a coach, providing Wang Feng with the finest training regimen possible. Larry first had various defensive stalwarts take turns guarding Wang Feng, then enlisted defensive trainers to instruct him on defensive techniques, footwork, maintaining defensive balance, and drawing offensive fouls from opponents. By the end of August 2003, within the training facility of the Detroit Pistons, Wang Feng continued to train vigorously, perspiring profusely as he honed his defensive skills while also practicing his three-point shooting and driving techniques. Meanwhile, the team's signings were nearing completion, with efforts made to bolster crucial positions. The starting roles had already been determined for 3 positions: starting point guard Chauncey Billups, the unequivocal orchestrator, starting shooting guard Richard Hamilton, the absolute offensive cornerstone, and starting center Ben Wallace, the definitive defensive anchor. However, the choices for the starting power forward and small forward left Larry Brown in a quandary. The physique of Wang Feng as a power forward is evidently a squandered opportunity for his offensive prowess. However, positioning him as a starting small forward leaves no room for Tyshawn Prince's, who is also a rising star nurtured within the Pistons organization. It would be quite inappropriate not to place Tyshawn Prince's in a starting position if he were to be thrust into the power forward role. He would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by rival power forwards. In this era, the power forward position is brimming with talent. The likes of Dirk Nowitzki from the Dallas Mavericks, Kevin Garnett from the Minnesota Timberwolves, and Tim Duncan from the San Antonio Spurs would pose a significant challenge for Tyshawn Prince's, making it feel akin to a death sentence for him. This predicament posed by Joe Dumars truly presents a considerable challenge. The question of where to slot Wang Feng into the starting lineup has left Larry Brown in a state of frustration. According to his vision, Wang Feng would serve best as a super sixth man for the Pistons. However, it seems prudent to first experiment with the lineup configuration during the preseason, observing the distinction between a starting lineup with and without Wang Feng, utilizing tangible results to assess the lineup configuration rather than relying on mere conjecture, is indeed a hallmark of a competent team coach. On September 30th, 2003, with less than a month remaining before the NBA regular season commences on October 29th, the preseason is on the verge of commencing. After 2 months of intensive training, Wang Feng has witnessed a slight improvement in his defensive skills, with the compatibility of Dwayne Wade's peak dribbling skill set increasing by 2%, reaching 52, and his proficiency elevating by 60%. Just as Wang Feng and Larry Brown were eagerly anticipating the new season, a piece of grim news reached the Pistons. The cornerstone of their tactical system, Richard Hamilton, suffered a severe elbow strike to the face during a small-scale event reminiscent of the Drew League, resulting in a fractured nasal and brow bone, along with a serious concussion, necessitating at least 7 to 8 weeks of recovery. Upon receiving this news, Larry Brown, Wang Feng, and the rest of the Pistons players could not help but curse their misfortune. Losing a key player before even a single game has been played is indeed a heavy blow. Upon hearing of Richard Hamilton's concussion and the need for recuperation, Wang Feng was suddenly struck by a feeling of impending doom. With the regular season about to commence, it signifies a battle for star skill sets, a life and death struggle. The absence of the team's tactical linchpin casts a shadow over the Pistons' prospects. Although Richard Hamilton has long been known as the masked man, it is hard to fathom such a devastating blow right at the outset. At this moment, Wang Feng's feelings were in disarray. The preseason had only just begun, and it remained uncertain whether the system would initiate a contest for star skill packages. The mere thought of this made Wang Feng feel a twinge of anxiety. Xiao, do you think there will be a contest for skill packages during the preseason? The system sprite, Xiao, was well aware of Wang Feng's concerns. My master, why are you so anxious? You have already equipped numerous star skill packages, which are more than sufficient for you to excel on the NBA stage. Even in the absence of Richard Hamilton, you can still lead the Pistons with your own strength. Besides, you aspire to claim the regular season MVP and seize the FP from Chauncey Billups. Without becoming the tactical core of the team, it would be challenging to obtain these individual honors. Upon hearing Xiao Xiao's words, Wang Feng felt a bit embarrassed. He could only respond somewhat reluctantly, Xiao Xiao. I was merely letting my emotions run free for a moment. Moreover, I simply wish to know whether the preseason will indeed feature a contest for skill packages. Please refrain from digressing and answer my question. Noticing her master's impatience, the system sprite Xiao Xiao ceased her banter and directly addressed Wang Feng's inquiry. My master. As long as you do not participate in the games, the contest for skill packages will not be triggered, nor will the system assign you any temporary tasks. Therefore, you need only to declare a truce. Declare a truce? That is out of the question. The preseason is crucial for me to secure a starting position with the Pistons. I cannot simply opt out. Xiao Xiao, I must compete in the preseason, even if it means triggering the contest for skill packages. Otherwise, where would my starting position with the Pistons be? You have spirit, my master. In that case, do your utmost to succeed. Having resolved to participate in the preseason games, Wang Feng devoted himself with utmost diligence. Whether one advances or retreats, the day of reckoning is inevitable. However, upon catching sight of the opponent for the first match, Wang Feng's spirits plummeted. The Los Angeles Lakers. What a twist of fate to face the Lakers in the inaugural preseason game. This is a newly assembled super team, boasting 4 NBA legends, the formidable Shaquille O'Neal, the iconic Kobe Bryant, the esteemed Karl Malone, and the tenacious Gary Payton, all of whom have averaged over 20 points in the previous season. Their offensive prowess is utterly formidable. Just their presence alone is enough to instill fear in their adversaries. Suddenly, Wang Feng found himself questioning the condition of his knees. Perhaps I could sit this one out? Indeed, doubt crept into his mind. Although the Lakers had suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of the Detroit Pistons in the finals, that was a matter for next June. Presently, it was still the end of September 2003. With the absence of the fierce Rasheed Wallace and the key player Richard Hamilton, the Pistons might very well struggle against the Lakers. The system sprite, Xiao Xiao, rolled her eyes at him. Such cowardice. Why hesitate to confront the duo of O'Neal and Kobe? Is there a problem with that? I am merely executing a strategic retreat. A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. With that, Wang Feng promptly made his way to the training facility to request a leave of absence from Coach Larry Brown. Coach Larry, I've been feeling unwell lately. May I sit out the preseason game against the Pistons? Unwell? Absent from a preseason game? What sort of reasoning is this? What scheme is this boy concocting now? Coach Brown inquired, his concern piqued. Wang Feng, where exactly do you feel unwell? Hurry and consult the team doctor. If there is indeed an underlying issue, I shall consider your participation accordingly. Wang Feng naturally dared not allow the team doctor to examine him, for he merely felt a slight unease in his heart. His body was, after all, in no grave condition. Wouldn't a checkup simply reveal the truth? Coach Larry, the truth is, I merely wish to avoid being knocked out on the court, like Richard. Wang Feng concocted a flimsy excuse. Yet Larry Brown would not afford him the luxury of shirking responsibility. He abruptly interrupted Wang Feng's explanation, declaring, King, with Richard injured, as a burgeoning star of the Pistons, you must bravely shoulder the burden. The team's offensive hopes rest solely upon your shoulders. Of course, if I cannot rely on you, I will have no choice but to seek alternatives. Moreover, playing for the Pistons demands a fierce approach. We must be resolute, unyieldingly resolute. The preseason merely serves as an initial assessment of the NBA team's lineup and a means to foster cohesion. Losing holds little significance. Therefore, cast aside your hesitations and simply play with unrelenting determination. Wang Feng was left speechless. For you, the preseason may hold little significance, but for me, Wang Feng, the outcome of these games is of utmost importance. Who knows, it could turn out like the Lakers in 2021. Boasting 4 superstars yet failing to secure a single victory in the preseason. If I were to end up without a win, my basketball prowess would undoubtedly be severely undermined. At that point, as I embark on the NBA regular season, my standing within the team could be usurped by young talents like Tyshawn Prince and the formidable Rasheed Wallace. Consequently, aspirations of securing a regular season MVP or even a finals MVP would slip beyond my grasp. Without being the team leader or possessing a pivotal tactical role, the notion of claiming such accolades would be nothing short of a fanciful dream. Faced with the formidable Larry Brown, Wang Feng understood that regardless of his sentiments, The preseason was an unavoidable reality. Thus, he resolved firmly to compete, and if he must play, it would be in a manner that embodies his distinct style. Furthermore, Wang Feng recognized the necessity of seizing the opportunity presented by Richard Hamilton's injury to claim the strategic core position within the Pistons. Should he fail to establish this role and allow Larry Brown to construct a tactical framework around him, he would merely become a super sixth man, a mere offensive asset, or even regress to being a one-dimensional three-point shooter. However, if he could secure the tactical core position, he could emulate the approach of Isaiah Thomas during his tenure with the Boston Celtics, focusing solely on offense and orchestrating the team's scoring, while leaving defense and other responsibilities to his teammates. Coach Larry, if you insist on having me fill Richard Hamilton's void, then I must be granted the position of tactical core. I will lead the Pistons forward. Larry Brown was acutely aware that without Richard Hamilton, the Pistons' already fragile offensive capabilities would be further diminished. The only way to mitigate this decline was to allow Wang Feng to take charge of the offense. While it is true that offense wins fans and defense wins championships, basketball ultimately boils down to scoring. Without offensive firepower, the pursuit of a championship remains a mere illusion. Indeed, Wang Feng, during Richard's absence, you shall be our tactical core and starting shooting guard for the Pistons. Once Richard returns to health, I will focus on developing a dual offensive core strategy for the team. As for who assumes the lead role, it will depend on which of you is in better form. Wang Feng never anticipated that Larry Brown's talent for deception was on par with that of the man renowned for his ninefold blessings. With a strong offensive yet weak defensive game, he knew he could not compete with the well-rounded Richard Hamilton. Nevertheless, Wang Feng maintained a facade of composure, having already secured the pivotal role in the Pistons' tactical framework. Whether he could truly establish himself depended solely on his performance. Coach Larry, I shall return to rest and prepare for battle. Tomorrow, witness my prowess. Larry Brown remained silent, merely nodding, signaling that Wang Feng could take his leave. Upon returning to his rented abode, Wang Feng hurried to his private basketball court for extra practice. Xiao, I must face this challenge head-on. Once the match begins tomorrow, unleash your skill set in the battle for supremacy. Rest assured, it won't take long. Your opponent is none other than the legendary Kobe Bryant, donning the number 8 jersey. His prowess has only intensified since the era of his 3 consecutive championships, especially in defense, where he plays with ferocity. Before Xiao could finish, Wang Feng interjected, Enough, Xiao. My understanding of Kobe is no less than yours. Spare me the chatter, I must train. My only course of action now is to diligently hone my skills, perfecting the Stephen Curry-esque three-point prowess and the pinnacle of Dwayne Wade's penetration techniques. Facing Kobe Bryant was of paramount importance to Wang Feng, for he was a man driven by an insatiable thirst for victory. In every competitive scenario, the prospect of defeat was intolerable to him. As Kobe once articulated, someone must win. Why shouldn't it be me? Kobe not only spoke these words but embodied them in every competition. Regardless of the context, he approached every contest with unwavering determination, striving for absolute victory. It is said that in one shooting contest, even when faced with a mere child as his opponent, Kobe exerted himself fully, refusing to relent simply due to the disparity in age. Consequently, the child departed in despair, clutching the ball and weeping for his mother. After completing his three-point shooting and penetration drills, Wang Feng meticulously assessed the skills he had acquired. To his astonishment, the tally was indeed overwhelming. Wang Feng had not anticipated that he had equipped himself with such an abundance of skill packs, some of which he was on the verge of forgetting. Xiao, could you please tally my stakes? The system sprite, Xiao, instantly understood and promptly began to enumerate the skill packs Wang Feng had equipped. Master, the skill packs you currently possess are as follows. 1. Curry-style three-point shooting skill pack, skill level, SSS2. White chocolate Jason Williams passing skill pack, skill level, SS3. Dwayne Wade blocking skill pack, skill level, S4. Dwayne Wade stealing skill pack, skill level, S5. Dwayne Wade breakthrough skill pack, peak version, skill level, SSS Watts, all of them are above S level. If we were to lose this match, I would be reluctant to part with any of these skill packs. Though he verbally expressed his unwillingness, facing the Lakers' formidable F4. The Pistons truly found it challenging to compete without Richard Hamilton. After reviewing his equipped skill packs, Wang Feng went straight to sleep. Tomorrow marked the preseason opener against the Lakers, and he absolutely could not afford to shy away from the challenge. A night passed uneventfully. On October 1, 2003, Eastern Time in the United States, it was the National Day Golden Week, a time of celebration for the nation. The preseason officially commenced. The Detroit Pistons' home arena, the Palace of Auburn Hills, was teeming with spectators, with every seat occupied. A significant portion of the crowd consisted of loyal Pistons fans, primarily industrial workers from Detroit's automotive sector. A smaller fraction comprised Lakers fans and individual admirers of the F4. The audience was distinctly divided, filling the Palace of Auburn Hills, while the plaza outside was also crowded with fans from both sides, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of impending conflict. Upon stepping into such an atmosphere, Wang Feng was immediately enveloped by an eerie sensation. After all, the gunfight movies from the United States are staged multiple times each month. However, this was not due to a fear of competition. As soon as he set foot on the court, an exhilarating surge of adrenaline coursed through him. It seemed that he was indeed a man born for grand spectacles, possessing an innate courage. Welcome to the Palace of Auburn Hills in Detroit, where the NBA preseason officially commences today. The DJ on site began to amplify the ambience as the players from the Lakers and the Pistons took to the court for warm-ups. Wang Feng's spirits soared upon seeing that apart from Kobe Bryant, the Lakers' F4 elite were clad in tailored suits. Could it be that today only Kobe would be stepping onto the court? Shaquille O'Neal, Karl Malone, and Gary Payton had all opted to rest? This was not entirely surprising. The news of Pistons captain Richard Hamilton suffering a concussion had already circulated throughout the league, leading many to perceive the Pistons as a mere underdog unworthy of a full roster. Moreover, the Lakers were equipped with capable substitutes, allowing the seasoned veterans to take a breather. Particularly, Shaquille O'Neal preferred to conserve his energy for crucial matches, often choosing to sit out until the finals, where he would unleash his full potential. Today, the Lakers were led solely by the diminutive yet formidable Kobe Bryant, while the other three stalwarts opted for rest. The basketball commentators noted the lineups for both teams. Upon hearing this news, Lakers fans expressed their discontent. They had come to witness the F4 superstars dominate, not just Kobe struggling on his own. Yet for Wang Feng, this was a stroke of fortune. Indeed, as a child of destiny, he felt a surge of confidence at the prospect of facing Kobe Bryant, who was not currently in his prime. During the finals, Kobe had been rendered ineffective against the Pistons' defense, particularly by Tayshaun Prince, whose long reach had caused Kobe to falter repeatedly, much to the frustration of Gary Payton and Karl Malone. As the game commenced, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Although Kobe had never faced Wang Feng directly, he frequently analyzed Wang Feng's playing style. From the outset, Kobe maneuvered past Wang Feng with ease, executing a spectacular behind-the-back dunk that elicited gasps from his fans. After the dunk, Kobe maintained his stoic demeanor and pointed directly at Wang Feng. Wang Feng was uncertain of the message Kobe Bryant intended to convey. Yet regardless of its meaning, he recognized it as a provocation directed at him by Kobe Bryant. Wang Feng understood that he must provide a suitable response to Kobe Bryant. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly embarrassing. Wang Feng received a pass from Chauncey Billups, gesturing for his teammates to spread apart as he faced Kobe Bryant, holding the ball single-handedly. Kobe Bryant maintained an impassive expression, yet radiated an aura of intensity and pressure. Due to the clear designation of Wang Feng as the tactical core by head coach Larry Brown prior to the game, the other key players graciously created space, allowing Wang Feng and Kobe Bryant to engage in their duel. Wang Feng did not utter any trash talk, nor did he adopt the so-called three-threat posture. With a swift push of his back foot, he propelled himself forward with the explosive speed of a cannonball. Kobe Bryant, momentarily taken aback, marveled at the astonishing velocity. With instinctive reflexes, Kobe also pivoted to pursue Wang Feng. However, he soon encountered a predicament akin to that faced by Dwayne Wade. With a sudden surge of power from his waist, Wang Feng forcefully collided with Kobe, sending him sprawling. At that moment, Kobe was utterly astounded. Such immense strength. After Wang Feng, utilizing the strength of a center, forcefully collided with Kobe Bryant, a clear path lay before him. Undeterred by the opposing center, Jamal Sampson, Wang Feng leapt into the air with an unyielding spirit, executing a thunderous dunk over Sampson with a commanding presence. From the outset, the two athletes engaged in an intense offensive duel. Within just a few minutes, Wang Feng and Kobe Bryant exchanged baskets, turning the match into a fierce one-on-one contest. The score reached a stalemate at 13-13, suggesting a balanced competition. However, a notable distinction emerged. Each point scored by Kobe Bryant drained a considerable amount of his energy, whereas Wang Feng exhibited a more measured consumption of stamina. Although Wang Feng struggled to contain Bryant, Tayshaun Prince, the starting small forward for the Pistons, adeptly filled the gaps left by Wang Feng, engaging in a vigorous battle against Kobe. Each point Kobe scored required immense effort and exertion. Gasping for breath, Kobe observed Wang Feng and Tayshaun Prince with a glint of determination in his eyes, recognizing their youthful fearlessness. These two young men, he thought, are truly daring, attempting to wear me down with their relentless strategy. Little do they know, I, Kobe Bryant, am renowned for my unparalleled stamina. Wang Feng chuckled upon hearing this. Kobe, do you still dare to call yourself a stamina beast? You must not have experienced the defensive prowess and relentless movement of my former core player, Richard Hamilton. He is renowned for his indefatigable spirit. When you match up against him, you'll truly understand what fear means. Kobe Bryant remained non-committal as the leader of his team. He could not afford to back down. Only the incompetent would rely on the reputation of others to assert their dominance. And since your so-called star player is not present, there is no one on the entire Pistons team who can stop me. Upon hearing Kobe Bryant's words, Wang Feng chose not to respond further. Subsequently, both sides engaged in a tug-of-war, with Wang Feng leading the entire Pistons team in an offensive showdown against Kobe Bryant alone. This became a quintessential clash between team basketball and star-driven play. Wang Feng no longer clung to the notion of a one-on-one showdown with Kobe Bryant. He called for screens when necessary, executed sneak attacks, and passed the ball with precision. In stark contrast, Kobe Bryant, having finally ascended to the role of the team's leader after shedding the shadow of a disinterested and lethargic player, was eager to showcase his prowess. Thus, one could witness Kobe's involvement in nearly every offensive play of the Lakers. The game was fiercely contested, with the score oscillating between the two teams. In the final minute of the first quarter, it was Kobe who broke the deadlock with a series of back-to-the-basket moves and fadeaway jump shots, ultimately propelling the Lakers to a 27-25 lead over the Pistons as the quarter concluded. As soon as the first quarter ended, Wang Feng rushed to the locker room, guzzling Gatorade to replenish his energy and electrolytes. Matching up against Kobe was exhausting. The man seemed utterly impervious to fatigue, an intimidating prospect. Unbeknownst to Wang Feng, Kobe was fatigued as well. He too was hydrating with Gatorade and had consumed several oranges to regain his strength. Wang Feng's physicality was daunting, akin to a bull, leaving Kobe feeling sore, while Tayshaun Prince's defensive prowess was equally formidable, with his lengthy reach proving troublesome. Both players grumbled about the other's tenacity, each reluctant to show their discomfort. As the second quarter commenced, the Pistons, led by Wang Feng, took the initiative. He first assisted Darko Milicic for a layup, then penetrated the defense to dish the ball to Ben Wallace, who executed a thunderous dunk. Wang Feng followed this by utilizing Milicic's screen to sink a three-pointer, igniting a 7-2 run. The Lakers, however, led by Kobe Bryant and Derek Fisher, responded with an 8-3 surge to counter the Pistons' momentum. Sensing the tide turning against them, Wang Feng, from just beyond the three-point arc, launched a remarkable shot that stabilized the Pistons' position. Kobe was caught off guard by Wang's audacious shot, as he hadn't anticipated such a sudden strike. Fortunately for Kobe, his shooting touch was exceptional that day. He unleashed a variety of strong shots, including three-pointers, with remarkable accuracy, much to the chagrin of Tayshaun Prince, who found himself unable to contain Kobe's relentless scoring. Prince even began to doubt his defensive capabilities. In this manner, Kobe single-handedly faced off against the entire Pistons squad. As the half concluded, the Lakers and Pistons were locked in a tie at 56-56. Kobe had amassed 25 points in the first half, while Wang Feng also performed admirably, though not displaying the same lethal instincts as Kobe. He nonetheless perfectly illustrated his strategic importance to the team. In the first half, Wang Feng recorded a commendable 13 points, 5 rebounds, 8 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, showcasing a remarkably comprehensive performance that nearly filled the statistical sheet. Darko Milicic contributed with 6 points and 9 rebounds, while Ben Wallace added 8 points and 11 rebounds. Without Shaquille O'Neal, it can be said that Wallace and Milicic had their way in the Lakers' frontcourt. The only player who seemed somewhat discontented on the Pistons was their starting point guard, Chauncey Billups. Unfortunately overshadowed by Wang Feng, Billups, as the Pistons' primary playmaker, ended up with a meager 6 points and 2 assists, leaving one to wonder if these were the statistics of an unfortunate rookie. Kobe Bryant stood out prominently. While the Pistons boasted a constellation of stars, despite Bryant's apparent supremacy and his ability to match the Pistons' overall strength, significant concerns lurked beneath the surface. Pistons head coach Larry Brown experienced a mix of emotions upon witnessing Wang Feng's performance. On one hand, he was pleased that Wang Feng could bolster the Pistons' offensive firepower and engage his teammates in the attack. On the other hand, He was troubled by Wang Feng's inability to contain Kobe Bryant. Perhaps it would be more prudent to assign Tayshaun Prince to guard Wang Feng, specifically to handle the defensive duties along the Pistons' backcourt. As the third quarter commenced, the teams returned to the court with their starting lineups largely unchanged, except for Wang Feng being shifted to the starting point guard position and Chauncey Billups moved to the starting scoring guard role, tasked with the responsibility of wearing down Kobe Bryant. After observing your performance, Wang Feng, I believe you possess extraordinary talent in both scoring and passing. Thus, I intend for you to play the entire game as the starting point guard. Wang Feng naturally had no objections. I shall lead the Pistons to victory. In doing so, Wang Feng draws ever closer to embodying the dual-threat role akin to that of Stephen Curry. From the outset, the Pistons showcased remarkable team synergy, with Wang Feng flourishing in the point guard position. Rather than relying solely on unexpected three-point shots, he adeptly facilitated the ball to the interior, connecting with Darko Milicic and Ben Wallace. This harmonious interplay between inside and outside gameplay revitalized the entire Pistons squad. Meanwhile, the Lakers continued to depend on Kobe Bryant's individual brilliance to maintain their standing. However, the Pistons strategically deployed Chauncey Billups and Tayshaun Prince to relentlessly wear down Kobe Bryant, resulting in a significant decline in his shooting efficiency and a barrage of missed attempts. Ultimately, by the conclusion of the third quarter, the Pistons held a commanding 8-point lead over the Lakers with a score of 73. Upon realizing the possibility of triumphing over the Lakers, Wang Feng was overwhelmed with joy and promptly approached Coach Larry Brown, requesting to take the court as the point guard for the fourth quarter. Coach Larry, allow me to play point guard in the final quarter, and together we shall decisively vanquish the Lakers. Coach Larry Brown was quite pleased with his strategic adjustments. With Wang Feng no longer on the court, Kobe Bryant's shooting percentage significantly declined. The Pistons emerged victorious in this match. Go forth, Wang Feng, and showcase your offensive prowess. As the final quarter commenced, the Pistons surged ahead with a vigorous 10-2 run, establishing a commanding 16-point lead. Exhausted from the relentless defense of Chauncey Billups and Tayshaun Prince, Kobe Bryant found himself unable to reverse the tide and had to accept the harsh reality of defeat. Ultimately, the Pistons triumphed with a resounding score of 109-91 over the Lakers, securing their first victory of the preseason. On the Lakers side, Kobe Bryant amassed an impressive tally of 39 points, 5 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 1 block. In contrast, the Pistons exhibited a more balanced scoring distribution, with Wang Feng contributing a remarkable 28 points, 13 assists, 7 rebounds, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, nearly achieving a triple-double. Chauncey Billups delivered a modest performance, yet his defensive efforts yielded 9 points and 7 assists. Meanwhile, Ben Wallace recorded 13 points and 15 rebounds, along with 2 blocks, while Darko Milicic added 11 points and 9 rebounds. As the game concluded, the system sprite, Xiao Xiao, began to convey the joyous news. Congratulations, Master, on securing your first victory of the preseason. You have been rewarded with the following accolades: Kobe Bryant's back-to-the-basket skill package SSS grade, Kobe Bryant's strong shooting skill package SS grade, Kobe Bryant's drive skill package SSS grade, Kobe Bryant's three-point skill package S grade, Kobe Bryant's fadeaway jump shot skill package SSS grade, Shaquille O'Neal's free throw skill package D- grade, Shaquille O'Neal's under-the-basket hook shot skill package SSS grade, Derek Fisher 0. For second buzzer-beater item card, guaranteed to hit upon release. Wang Feng was utterly astonished after reviewing the collection of skill packages. Xiao Xiao, this is merely the preseason. Why are there so many skill packages being unveiled? Moreover, why has the great Shaquille O'Neal, who hasn't even taken to the court, had a skill package released? Especially one pertaining to his notoriously ineffective free throw ability? Surely, you jest. Shaquille O'Neal's free throw proficiency is even inferior to that of my neighbor, Granny Wang. The system sprite, Xiao Xiao, shot Wang Feng an incredulous glance before elucidating. Master, do not be ungrateful for the fortune bestowed upon you. These skill packages that have emerged are a testament to the system's affection for you. Per the requirements of the System Development Bureau, only one skill package can be extracted from a single star per match. Given the multitude you have received, it is imperative to express gratitude. Even if you find Shaquille O'Neal's free throw skill package unappealing, consider it a resource should you face defeat in a match. It may serve to shield you from greater losses. You certainly wouldn't wish to have an S-grade or higher skill package deducted upon defeat, would you? And as for why Shaquille O'Neal, despite not being on the court, is still generating skill packages, it is due to the unity of the OK duo. They are eternally enshrined in the annals of NBA history as a cohesive entity. Therefore, if you vanquish one, there exists a probability of acquiring the skill package of the other. This, too, reflects the system's abundant affection for you. Where does all this love come from? Wang Feng retorted. I, Wang Feng, did not grow up consuming dog skin plaster, so spare me the sales pitch. I must attend the post-match press conference, so I shall not indulge in further banter here. With that, Wang Feng took a shower and joined the Pistons head coach Larry Brown at the press conference. Upon entering the venue, which had previously been filled with raucous chatter, an immediate silence enveloped the room. The press officer gestured for the sports journalists to raise their hands for questions. A selected ESPN reporter inquired, Wang Feng, based on today's game, it is evident that you have become the de facto tactical core of the Pistons. With Richard Hamilton's return, will he be expected to concede his position to you? Upon hearing this, Wang Feng immediately recognized that this individual was attempting to ensnare him. He could not fall into such a trap. Richard Hamilton has always been the esteemed elder statesman of the Pistons, a player for whom I hold profound respect. His injury represents an irreplaceable loss for our team. During Richard's absence, I shall exert every effort to assist the Pistons in securing victories. If it serves the purpose of our triumph, I would willingly take on the daunting task of defending against the formidable Shaquille O'Neal. Furthermore, our head coach is the architect of the Pistons' tactical framework, and the designation of any player as the tactical cornerstone is determined by the circumstances of the match and the prevailing situation. Wang Feng's response nearly provoked a laugh from the reporter. With such a defense, how could he possibly guard the formidable Shaquille O'Neal? With a mere turn of his back, he could easily send you flying. Nevertheless, as a professional journalist, he composed himself, already envisioning a sensational headline. The audacious Wang Feng boldly proclaimed that he could take on Shaquille O'Neal one-on-one and prevail. The press officer then summoned the reporter named Selena to pose her question. Selena was visibly excited, sensing an undeniable allure about Wang Feng. Hello, King. It's a pleasure to see you again. A nearby junior reporter, noticing the enchanting glint in Selena's eyes, quickly pieced together the implications. Wang Feng and this reporter were entangled in a romantic liaison. Shock. The audacious Wang Feng involved in unspeakable affairs with a female reporter. Although captivating, Selena was nonetheless a dedicated journalist. King, you led the Pistons to triumph over the Lakers' star-studded roster. What are your expectations for this season? Wang Feng gazed at Selena's headlights and instinctively replied, of course. It is the pursuit of the championship. Is this not the dream of every NBA team? I firmly believe that once Richard Hamilton returns, our Pistons will be formidable contenders for this year's championship. Wang Feng's response was nothing short of a revelation of his ambitions. Yet, he remained untroubled. For he was a man well-versed in the future. The Pistons were poised to become the season's most surprising underdogs, a humble team defeating the formidable Super Galaxy fleet, armed with its F4. Following the interview with the female journalist, the subsequent discussions were far more relaxed, as the atmosphere in the venue brimmed with joy. Breaking news. The Pistons' madman triumphed over the Lakers' F4 Galaxy fleet, with Wang Feng achieving an astonishing near triple-double of 28 points, 13 assists, 7 rebounds, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. It was shocking. In the Lakers' preseason opener, the little flying knight, Kobe Bryant, amassed an impressive 39 points, 5 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 1 block. Yet his team still succumbed to the Pistons by a staggering 18 points. Congratulations to the Detroit Pistons for securing their first victory of the preseason. Despite the loss of their core player, the team's fighting spirit remained formidable. The Madden Wang Feng has firmly established his role as the tactical linchpin of the Pistons. Wang Feng chose to ignore the sensational news, dedicating himself instead to intensively practicing the Kobe Bryant back-to-basket skill set and the Kobe Bryant fadeaway jump shot skill set. The bravado he had displayed earlier needed to be substantiated with results. After 2 days of rigorous training, he elevated the compatibility of the Kobe Bryant back-to-basket skill set to 27 and its proficiency to 32. Meanwhile, the compatibility of the Kobe Bryant fadeaway jump shot skill set was increased to 33, with proficiency reaching 35. The progress was commendable. It appeared that he surpassed LeBron James by a considerable margin. In just a month's time, his offensive skills would ascend to yet another level. Wang Feng expressed his excitement. After the 2011 finals, LeBron James lavishly hired the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon to tutor him in post-up techniques, yet the endeavor bore little fruit, as he continued to rely on sheer physicality throughout the season. Such was the extent of his struggles that Olajuwon nearly disavowed any connection to his pupil. Once the season commenced, time flew by. Wang Feng participated in 6 preseason games with the Detroit Pistons over the span of approximately a month. He averaged an impressive 27.7 points per game, culminating in a balanced record of 3 wins and 3 losses. The infamous free throw skills of Shaquille O'Neal were indeed treated as expendable, leading to their deduction by the system. During losses, Wang Feng genuinely feared that the system might strip away his S-class skills. As the preseason concluded, October 31, 2003, marked the commencement of the Pistons' first regular season game for the 2003-2004 season. In the month leading up to this, Richard Hamilton had sufficiently recovered from his concussion, yet he continued to wear a transparent protective mask. Surprisingly, Hamilton took it upon himself to practice three-point shooting, persistently clanking the ball off the rim without any signs of relenting, as if in defiance of some unseen adversary. Indeed, since Hamilton's return, an inexplicable sense of competition had emerged within the Pistons' ranks. His concerns regarding his tactical position were not without merit. He had considered himself the unassailable offensive linchpin of the team. However, his concussion allowed Wang Feng to rise swiftly in prominence. During the preseason, Wang Feng astoundingly averaged 27.7 points, 7.9 assists, and 5.5 rebounds, leading the Pistons to an equal record of 3 wins and 3 losses. It was evident to discerning observers that the new core of the Pistons was rapidly evolving. Wang Feng's ascent not only troubled Hamilton but also raised concerns for starting point guard Chauncey Billups and head coach Larry Brown. Initially, Wang Feng was meant to fill the void left by Hamilton, yet after 6 preseason games, Billups discovered that the Pistons' offense flowed more smoothly, with greater spacing and a more diverse tactical approach when Wang Feng played as the starting point guard. More crucially, his defensive shortcomings became less pronounced and less detrimental in this role. Wang Feng adeptly defends against point guards who are shorter than himself, effortlessly executing blocks and steals as if they were routine. This proficiency led Wang Feng to believe that his defensive skills had significantly improved. Consequently, Chauncey Billups opined that having Wang Feng as the starting point guard would be more advantageous for the success of the Pistons. However, this situation leaves the former starting point guard at a crossroads. Both Richard Hamilton and Chauncey Billups have made this observation, which did not escape the notice of head coach Larry Brown. He found himself in a quandary. He was certainly reluctant to trade Wang Feng for the 2 key players, Hamilton and Billups. Nevertheless, Larry Brown discovered the manual for utilizing Wang Feng effectively. Wang Feng exhibits a superstar-like performance when facing point guards with limited offensive capabilities or those of diminutive stature. Thus, the current configuration of the Pistons roster appears somewhat peculiar. Wang Feng, possessing the prowess to rival both Richard Hamilton and Chauncey Billups, is nearing the functionality of a dual-threat guard. If Wang Feng were to assume the role of the focal point, one among Richard Hamilton and Chauncey Billups would inevitably be rendered obsolete. However, Larry Brown is reluctant to relinquish either player. Wang Feng, sometimes rising to prominence too swiftly, may not be a fortuitous development. Wang Feng has come to realize this dilemma, feeling quite conflicted. Deep down, he had always aspired to be merely a terminator, a scoring weapon, without the burden of other responsibilities. However, he now discovers that he thrives in the role of a point guard. Alas, Chauncey Billups, I truly apologize. For not only must I vie for your FP trophy, but I also aim to usurp your position as the starting point guard. My sincerest regrets. Chauncey Billups and Larry Brown, I hope you both recognize the merits of this situation. On October 31, 2003, Eastern Time in the United States, the Detroit Pistons regular season opener took place at the illustrious Palace of Auburn Hills. The Pistons faced the Indiana Pacers, a formidable seed in the Eastern Conference. The Palace of Auburn Hills is renowned as a daunting home court, populated predominantly by the industrious workers of Detroit and the sales force of the Motor City, where entertainment venues are rather scarce. Thus, watching basketball and betting on games have become their primary sources of amusement. Consequently, the loyalty and fervor of Pistons fans towards their team rival that of the NBA's elite franchises, such as the Boston Celtics and the Los Angeles Lakers. Moreover, the Palace gained infamy due to the notorious brawl incident, which led to the most severe penalties in league history, with many players facing nearly a season-long suspension. Today's contest, while ostensibly a mere regular season game, is elevated by the presence of the passionate Wang Feng and the significance of the matchup between the Detroit Pistons and the Indiana Pacers, 2 leading teams in the Eastern Conference, suggests it could be a preview of the Eastern Conference Finals. The Pistons were the top team in the Eastern Conference last season, while the Pacers are among the few teams capable of challenging elite squads like the Pistons and the Nets. with a tenacious playing style. They are led by the illustrious Reggie Miller, the current king of three-pointers in the NBA, who famously achieved the feat of scoring 8 points in 8 seconds and is celebrated for his matchups against the basketball deity. However, the singular blemish on Miller's illustrious career remains his lack of an NBA championship, making this season his final opportunity to chase that elusive title. Regrettably, his championship aspirations were dashed by the brawl at the Palace, but we shall set that aside for now. The Palace of Auburn Hills is teeming with numerous sports journalists from both domestic and international arenas. Welcome to the Palace of Auburn Hills in Detroit, where today marks the inaugural game of the Detroit Pistons 2003-2004 season. The Pistons will be squaring off against their rivals, the Indiana Pacers. The league certainly knows how to schedule, as the first game of the season is poised to be a clash of titans. Now, let us welcome the players of the Pistons. With that, Wang Feng was the first to step onto the court. Although he was the first to appear, it does not imply that he is the leader. In NBA tradition, the first player to take the court is not necessarily the team's captain. Rather, it is typically the last player to emerge who holds that distinction. Due to the absence of a clear leader on the Pistons, the formidable Ben Wallace has temporarily assumed that role. Coach Larry Brown presented the starting lineup for the game. Wang Feng's name stands out prominently. Starting center, Ben Wallace. Starting power forward, Mehmet Okur. Starting small forward, Tayshaun Prince. Starting shooting guard, Richard Hamilton. Starting point guard, Wang Feng. The absence of Chauncey Billups from this starting lineup has left many astounded. It is perplexing that a celebrated player of the Pistons is not starting as the point guard, overshadowed by a brash young Asian player. Indeed, I too feel as though I am caught in a dream. What is happening in this world that such underdog scenarios arise? I cannot shake the feeling that there are ulterior motives at play behind this decision. Larry Brown is undoubtedly aware that such a lineup will provoke considerable controversy. Yet he has compelling reasons for his choices. The pressures applied by team general manager Joe Dumars and NBA president David Stern are formidable. Fortunately, these are merely the grievances and complaints of a few, as the Pistons players have not voiced any discontent. Perhaps some have been genuinely swayed by Wang Feng's talent, or they may simply be intimidated by Larry Brown's authority, choosing to suppress their dissent. Regardless, within the Pistons ranks, there has been no overt opposition to Wang Feng's appointment as starting point guard. Of course, Larry Brown must still consider Chauncey Billups' sentiments. Chauncey, this game is merely an experiment with the lineup. Please do not hold any grudges. In my heart, you will always be the Pistons' starting point guard. Chauncey Billups is renowned in the NBA as a consummate professional and recipient of the Best Style Award. Thus, even if he harbors some grievances, he remains focused on the team's advancement. Rest assured, Coach Larry, as long as the team wins, I will bear no complaints, even if I am relegated to the bench. Larry Brown recognizes that this is merely diplomatic rhetoric. Should Billups find himself as a bench warmer, he would undoubtedly seek a trade. The NBA is a commercial league, driven by financial interests. Without sufficient playing time, there are no adequate statistics, and without statistics, there are no benefits. Thus, playing time and starting positions are intrinsically linked to financial gain. If one were to accept such a situation without protest, they would indeed be a paragon of virtue. While players have not publicly complained, some inquisitive reporters have not held back in their critiques of Larry Brown's selection criteria. What exactly are Larry Brown's standards? Is he not hailed as a prominent coach in the NBA? Typically, NBA rookies begin as substitutes. If they excel, they transition into regular rotation players, eventually becoming starters, and ultimately evolving into core players. Unless a team is undergoing a rebuild, they would not assign a rookie a pivotal role from the outset. However, the Pistons are not a rebuilding team. They are a squad with championship aspirations. Such audacious personnel decisions could spell disaster for the Pistons. Who can argue otherwise? Could it be that Larry Brown has become disoriented by Allen Iverson's influence? To appoint a rookie with no prior NBA experience as the starting point guard, while disregarding the contributions of a stalwart like Chauncey Billups, is truly baffling. If this were a game against a weaker opponent, one might justify experimenting with the lineup. But today the Pistons face the Indiana Pacers, a traditional powerhouse in the Eastern Conference. The fact that a player like Wang Feng, who lacks defensive capabilities, can secure a starting position raises the question of whether the second overall pick from the 2003 draft could not also assume a central role within the team. It might be prudent to trade Chauncey Billups early on and completely make way for Wang Feng. Otherwise, Wang Feng's presence could eventually undermine the Pistons' team chemistry and cohesion. It must be said that the journalist possesses a keen eye, having swiftly identified the inherent vulnerabilities within the Pistons. The reason Larry Brown placed Wang Feng as the starting point guard is that Wang is tall and robust, towering over most NBA point guards, which significantly mitigates his defensive shortcomings. Naturally, while some harbor skepticism towards Wang Feng, others express optimism. Several domestic sports reporters have come to his defense, acknowledging his defensive frailties yet affirming that he is exceptionally suited for team-oriented basketball. With him as the starting point guard, the risk of being exploited defensively by opposing players can be minimized. Moreover, Wang Feng's offensive prowess is explosive, making it a grave mistake to overlook his contributions. By having him in the starting lineup, the Pistons can ensure that each player is capable of both offense and defense, effectively compensating for Wang Feng's defensive lapses. This configuration indeed presents a promising prospect for the Pistons' competitive spirit. Amidst the cacophony of opinions, the Indiana Pacers, the Pistons' adversaries, also took to the court. The notorious Ron Artest, the principal instigator of the brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills, was the first to make his appearance. Renowned as one of the league's most infamous players, his defensive style is notably aggressive, having once fractured the rib of basketball legend Michael Jordan during his rookie season. Consequently, anyone who is not a Pacers fan harbors disdain for his presence. As he stepped onto the court, the Pistons fans erupted in boos, chanting, "Ron Artest, get out of the Pistons' home," and "Ron Artest, you motherf." Though seething with anger, Artest refrained from engaging in a verbal altercation with the Pistons fans, who are notorious for their fiery tempers. Confronting them could lead to serious repercussions. Following suit, the Pacers players emerged, culminating in the entrance of their nominal leader, Reggie Miller, who was met with a chorus of jeers from the Pistons fans. "Reggie Miller, you coward," and "Reggie Miller, you loser." Having endured the brutal era of the 1990s, Miller does not perceive the taunts as insults, but rather as a form of admiration. As the saying goes, if you are not hated, you are mediocre. Amidst the jeers, Pacers head coach Rick Carlisle announced the starting lineup for his team, which is as follows: center, Jermaine O'Neal power forward, Jeff Foster small forward, Ron Artest shooting guard, Reggie Miller point guard, Jamal Tinsley in addition to boasting an enviable starting lineup. The Pacers also possess a formidable bench, featuring notable players such as Metta World Peace and Al Harrington, both of whom average over 13 points per game, providing substantial firepower to the Pacers' reserves. Wang Feng was well aware that this season, the Indiana Pacers had secured the best record in the Eastern Conference. In the 2003-2004 season, the Pacers achieved an impressive 61 wins and 21 losses during the regular season, marking the finest record in the franchise's history. When comparing the rosters of both teams, it was evident that the Detroit Pistons and the Pacers were evenly matched. The Pacers boasted bench players like Metta World Peace and Al Harrington, while the Pistons featured starters such as Chauncey Billups, who could seamlessly transition into a secondary role. It was apparent that today's game would be a clash of titans. Amidst great anticipation, the matchup between the Detroit Pistons and the Indiana Pacers commenced. This highly anticipated game was broadcasted live across the nation, courtesy of ESPN and TNT, both of which had enlisted commentators and analysts. As the game finally began, it was indeed a battle of formidable teams. However, on a personal note, I found little enjoyment in watching the Pistons face off against the Pacers. Both teams were characterized by their staunch defense and lackluster offensive efficiency, resulting in a game filled with missed shots and free throws, with scarcely a fluid offensive play. Watching such a contest was hardly more appealing than attending a baseball game, or even opting for a nap. I truly could not fathom how either team garnered a fan base. Scott, you clearly lack an understanding of basketball. If you enjoy offensive play so much, why not watch a boxing match instead? Despite the lack of fluidity in the Pistons versus Pacers contest, the execution of tactics is unparalleled in the league, I retorted. Nonsense. You don't grasp the game either. Your predictions have never been accurate, and you merely evaluate based on surface-level talent, following the crowd. As the banter continued outside the court, the game itself commenced with the referee's whistle. At center court, Pistons center Ben Wallace faced off against Pacers center Jermaine O'Neal. Nicknamed Big Ben, Wallace and the Little Shark, O'Neal, exuded a palpable intensity, as if two formidable presences were clashing in the air. Was this the aura of true strength? Indeed, they were worlds apart from the players seen in the Summer League. With a swift toss of the referee's hand, the two began their jump ball. Jermaine O'Neal, utilizing his height and wingspan, dominated Ben Wallace and managed to tip the ball. However, the Pacers failed to secure possession. Just as Pacers point guard Jamal Tinsley was about to gain control of the ball, a shadow descended from above. Wang Feng leapt high, effortlessly snatching the basketball from atop Jamal Tinsley's head. With a swift motion, he leaned in, toppling Tinsley in the process. At that moment, Wang Feng found himself unopposed. He dribbled and adjusted his stance, launching a shot from just a step beyond the three-point line. The ball swished through the net with a satisfying sound. A splendid display of both a steal and a shot. Who says the Pistons basketball lacks aesthetic appeal? I believe Wang Feng's presence has bestowed upon the team a unique and captivating allure. Wang Feng's maneuver left Jamal Tinsley utterly astonished. How could such a powerful individual possess such a delicate touch? Reggie Miller was equally impressed. This young man was no ordinary player, making a striking impression right from the start. Displaying his three-point shooting prowess in front of the historic three-point king was a bold move indeed. During the Pacers' offensive possession, the pace was notably slower without Wang Feng's aggressive approach. Jermaine O'Neal passed the ball to the point guard, Jamal Tinsley, who then entrusted it to the team's leader, Reggie Miller. Although Jermaine O'Neal served as the tactical nucleus of the Pacers, Reggie Miller remained their nominal leader, a role O'Neal accepted without complaint. Upon receiving the ball, Reggie Miller was quickly approached by Pistons shooting guard Richard Hamilton, who denied him an opportunity to shoot a three-pointer. It is worth noting that Richard Hamilton's defense was far superior to that of Wang Feng, leaving Reggie Miller struggling to find a shooting lane. Reggie was no stranger to such defensive pressure. After all, he had once faced the basketball deity, Michael Jordan. Even against the Bulls' defense, he had managed to navigate through their ranks with remarkable agility, almost toppling them. However, Reggie Miller understood that times had changed. Thus, he refrained from launching a three-pointer as casually as Wang Feng and instead signaled to his teammate, Jeff Foster, to come set a screen. Foster comprehended the cue and promptly positioned himself, allowing Miller to make his move while Hamilton was effectively blocked by Foster. Seeing the situation unfold, Mehmet Okur swiftly moved to help, attempting to cover Hamilton's gap. To everyone's surprise, Reggie Miller did not drive toward the basket. Instead, he executed a lateral step, retreating back beyond the three-point line. With an impeccably standard shooting form, he launched a three-pointer. The ball swished through the net, an exquisite response. Miller's three-point shot was undeniably more aesthetically pleasing than Wang Feng's push-shot style, reaffirming his status as the historical three-point king, still sharp as ever. Yet, one might argue that basketball, at its core, is a competitive sport. Aesthetics matter little compared to the ability to score. Both teams scored on their initial offensive attempts, and Wang Feng and Reggie Miller exchanged glances that sparked with competitive spirit. Although they were not directly matched against each other, an unspoken duel was taking place. As the Pistons prepared for their turn to attack, Wang Feng, serving as the starting point guard, opted not to pursue his own scoring opportunity. The primary duty of a point guard, or floor general, is to orchestrate the team's play and facilitate scoring in the most efficient manner possible. Consequently, Wang Feng casually dribbled the ball with crossed arms at the arc's top, keenly observing the unfolding dynamics of the game. Jamal Tinsley remained vigilant, lowering his body, stabilizing his stance, and adopting a textbook defensive posture. Wang Feng's offensive prowess had already been showcased multiple times during the Summer League and preseason. Subsequently, Wang Feng mimicked Reggie Miller by extending a finger, leaving his Pistons teammates bewildered. What could this gesture possibly signify? Wang Feng, in truth, lacked any profound significance. He merely wished to extend his finger in a gesture reminiscent of Bryant, a privilege reportedly reserved for the team's captain. After making the gesture, his teammates remained unresponsive, leaving Wang Feng in an awkward predicament. Fortunately, he possessed an unbeatable breakthrough technique. With a sudden burst of power from his legs, Wang Feng propelled himself forward with remarkable swiftness. Jamal Tinsley was taken aback, astonished by the speed. He promptly sprang into action, striving to catch up with Wang Feng. But in his haste, he inadvertently fell victim to Wang Feng's cunning. Wang Feng came to an abrupt halt, but Jamal Tinsley, unable to control his momentum, tripped over his own feet and fell to the ground. To the spectators, it appeared as though he had been toppled by Wang Feng. Upon witnessing Tinsley's fall, his teammates swiftly positioned themselves to cover. Ron Artest, the small forward for the Pacers, quickly advanced to provide defense. Faced with the approaching Artest, who could easily assume the power forward position, Wang Feng felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that this reckless player might inadvertently inflict injury upon him. Much like the incident where Michael Jordan suffered a broken rib. As Wang Feng was about to control the ball, he noticed that his teammate Taisya Ampulin was also advancing to block Ron Artest. With great elation, Wang Feng seized the opportunity, deftly maneuvering past Ron Artest and penetrating the Pacers' interior. Upon witnessing this, center Jermaine O'Neal and power forward Jeff Foster immediately sensed the impending action. Should Wang Feng dare to charge forward, they were prepared to bring him crashing to the floor. Wang Feng sensed the menacing aura surrounding him. Upon reaching the free throw line, he abruptly halted, poised to execute a sudden jump shot to conclude the confrontation. The Indiana Pacers' formidable center, Jermaine O'Neal, renowned as Little Shaq, could not idly watch as Wang Feng attempted a shot right before him. No chance for a shot. Jermaine O'Neal soared into the air, descending upon him like a mountain poised to crush. Wang Feng seized the opportunity and swiftly altered his strategy, executing a deceptive pass that cleverly delivered the basketball to the center, Ben Wallace. As Wallace received the ball, he found himself unencumbered by defenders. He advanced a step forward, leaped high into the air, and executed a thunderous dunk, thereby concluding the play. Following his impressive slam dunk, Wallace exuberantly celebrated with Wang Feng by performing a chest bump. "What a magnificent assist!" Wang Feng responded, "What a beautiful dunk." The Pistons' offense in these two possessions encapsulates the essence of their entire quarter. Wang Feng's sudden combination of offensive and defensive maneuvers inspired his teammates to exert themselves in defense. Under such relentless pressure, the Pistons secured a lead in the first quarter. As the first period concluded, the Pistons held a 7-point advantage over the Pacers, leading 29-22. For the Pistons, Wang Feng occupied the position of point guard. Wang Feng's performance has taken everyone by surprise. Initially, Larry Brown was compelled to place Wang Feng in the starting position due to the pressures from the team's general manager and the league's president. However, it has now become evident that allowing Wang Feng to play as the starting point guard is indeed a commendable decision. Not only has it not revealed any deficiencies in his defensive capabilities, but it has also allowed his strengths to shine brilliantly. Wang Feng's offensive prowess is sufficiently captivating to draw the defensive attention of at least two players from the Pacers, thereby significantly expanding the offensive space and strategies available to the Pistons. Moreover, Wang Feng's passing is nothing short of exquisite, precise, and unpredictable. It can be deemed the epitome of human passing excellence. This predicament escalates Larry Brown's challenges. Indeed, he finds himself grappling with a dilemma. Having just instilled hope in Chauncey Billups, must he now extinguish that very hope? Although Larry Brown is capable of such ruthless decisions for the sake of the team, adopting the demeanor of an emotionless coach, one must consider that Chauncey Billups is a star player whose departure would undoubtedly precipitate endless complications for the Pistons. All this rests on rational judgment. In the second quarter, Larry Brown opted to start Chauncey Billups as the primary point guard, while sidelining Richard Hamilton under the pretext of a recent concussion requiring rest. He then repositioned Wang Feng to the shooting guard role to face the reigning three-point king, Reggie Miller. Spectators were left bewildered, after all. Richard Hamilton is the tactical linchpin and a prominent figure within the Pistons. His absence naturally sparked questions among fans. What had transpired? Why was Coach Larry Brown relegating him to the bench? Had he suffered yet another concussion at the hands of the opponents? It was well understood that without him, the Pistons stood little chance against the Pacers. Indeed, what was Larry Brown scheming? Having demonstrated formidable prowess in the first quarter, why was he continuing to shuffle the lineup? Potentially unsettling player mindsets? Such tactics seemed perplexing. Yet, Larry Brown remained unfazed by the spectators' opinions, for he was the coach. And what did the fans truly understand about basketball? They merely chirped and complained. Richard Hamilton, however, bore no grievances. He recognized this as an experimental phase orchestrated by Coach Larry, possessing unwavering confidence. He knew he was an indispensable core player for the Pistons and would not languish on the bench indefinitely. Upon learning that he would be matched against the illustrious Reggie Miller, Wang Feng felt an inexplicable sense of responsibility. Was it possible that Larry Brown had uncovered the secret of his three-point prowess akin to Curry's? Given that the scoring guard is the offensive nucleus of the Pistons, Wang Feng now occupied a pivotal tactical position. As the second quarter commenced, he instantly grasped the essence of being a tactical core player. Indeed, at that moment, he found himself ensnared by the double team of Reggie Miller and Ron Artest. This exemplified the defensive treatment faced by one at the heart of the strategy. Wang Feng found himself disillusioned with life, resorting only to agile movements to evade the double team of Reggie Miller and Ron Artest. However, before he could extricate himself from their grasp, Chauncey Billups seized the opportunity. With Wang Feng drawing the attention of two defenders from the Pacers, the flank lay open. Billups decisively penetrated the paint, drawing the Pacers center Jermaine O'Neal out of position. Consequently, the power forward Jeff Foster was compelled to step up to guard Ben Wallace, leaving the Pistons forward Mehmet Okur unmarked. The synergy between Billups and Oker was impeccable. A mere glance was enough for them to understand each other's intentions. Billups delivered a bounce pass to the open Oker, who was not one to favor slam dunks. Without needing to adjust, he effortlessly executed a graceful layup, placing the ball into the hoop. Billups' offensive play took a mere 8 seconds, contrasting sharply with Wang Feng's flamboyant passing style. At that moment, Wang Feng was still entangled with Miller and Artest, bewildered as they withdrew their defense. What had just transpired? What had he missed? Indeed. While Wang Feng struggled to escape the double team, the Pistons' offensive play had concluded without him. This exemplified the Pistons' style of play. They required no singular figure to spearhead their offense. Every player was capable of scoring. Thus, it implied that the Pistons lacked a definitive core, or conversely, that every player was a core contributor. Any two players could form an offensive duo, capable of independently completing scoring sequences. The Pacers mirrored this philosophy to a degree, with Reggie Miller serving merely as a nominal leader, while Jermaine O'Neal constituted the tactical nucleus. Known as Little Shaq, O'Neal dominated the paint much like his namesake. In the ensuing possessions, the Pacers did not allow the Pistons to run rampant for long. Miller, utilizing his nimble footwork, evaded Wang Feng's defense, prompting the Pistons' small forward Tayshaun Prince to assist. Miller initially intended to attempt a three-pointer, but, upon noticing Prince's lengthy reach, instinctively passed the ball to the Pacers' interior linchpin, Jermaine O'Neal. Upon receiving the ball, O'Neal revealed his predatory nature. Sharks are inherently bloodthirsty. Once he initiated his offensive assault, his ferocity was unmatched, rendering Wallace powerless to halt his advance. O'Neal overpowered Wallace, who crouched in defense yet was helpless to prevent O'Neal from executing a thunderous dunk, incurring a foul in the process. Damn, this guy is as ferocious as the great Shaquille O'Neal. Wallace began to grasp the limitations of his abilities. Against prodigious talents like Shaquille and Jermaine O'Neal, his defensive efforts proved futile. It seemed imperative to consult Coach Larry about strengthening the Pistons roster with a formidable power forward capable of withstanding O'Neal's onslaught. Otherwise, the Pistons would struggle against the Pacers. As the second quarter unfolded, the Pacers orchestrated a 9-4 surge, rapidly closing the score gap. Throughout the initial half of the second quarter, Wang Feng, as the Pistons' offensive focal point, scarcely touched the ball, constantly besieged by at least two defenders from the Pacers at all times. Wang Feng was determined not to finish his second game without scoring, and he couldn't help but resort to taunting Reggie Miller. Reggie, you are a current three-point king who has battled against the divine. Why do you now hesitate to face me, a mere rookie, in a one-on-one duel? What is the matter? Have you lost your ability to shoot three-pointers? Have you also lost the courage to engage in a solitary challenge? Wang Feng's words and expressions were exceedingly arrogant, provoking an irresistible urge to confront him. In a certain sense, this was a transcendent face-off between the king of three-pointers. Wang Feng, embodying Steph Curry, was set to challenge the reigning three-point champion, Reggie Miller. Indeed, Miller was incensed. His eternal regret lay in his defeat against Michael Jordan. With a proud spirit, Miller, having faced deities on the court, was unwilling to concede defeat. He commanded Ron Artest to return to his small forward position, then directly called for the ball. Jamal Tinsley, as the point guard, found himself in a dilemma. The role of a point guard is to deliver the ball to the hottest player, yet both the nominal leader and tactical core were beckoning for it, leaving him in a precarious position. Fortunately, Jermaine O'Neal, despite his imposing stature, possessed a keen understanding of the social dynamics at play. Upon noticing his leader, Reggie Miller, also demanding the ball, he selflessly withdrew his own request and circled out, eager to witness his captain's display. O'Neal held a deep-seated respect for the man who had once stood against a god. Observing O'Neal's decision to abstain, Tinsley promptly passed the basketball to Reggie Miller. With the ball in hand, Miller stood beyond the three-point line, gazing at Wang Feng with a smile that dripped with provocation. So, you fancy yourself a sharpshooter? What is so impressive about shooting threes when you can still be bested by someone who only excels at twos? However, since you seem oblivious to your own limitations, allow me to show you what true three-point prowess looks like. As he spoke, Miller radiated an undeniable aura of dominance, a testament to his past encounters with the divine. Wang Feng gazed at Reggie Miller's imposing presence, nearly breathless. Is this the aura of a true champion? Astonishing. Reggie Miller wasted no time in his offensive maneuvers. He did not require screens, but instead executed a sudden sidestep three-pointer, effortlessly concluding the skirmish with the simplest form of the shot. Although the speed of his release paled in comparison to Wang Feng's own, it caught him off guard. As Wang Feng observed Miller's precise and confident three-point shot, he even discerned the contemptuous smile upon Miller's face. This expression ignited a fierce determination and fury within Wang Feng. A mere failure in front of the historical three-point king before me. How audacious. Reggie Miller's three-pointer swished through the net with a crisp sound, signifying that his shooting prowess remained undiminished over the years. This shot enabled the Pacers to surpass the Pistons in scoring. At that moment, Jermaine O'Neal transformed into a fervent fan of Miller, celebrating exuberantly on the court. To the unknowing observer, one might assume it was O'Neal who had made the shot. With such remarkable execution, Reggie Miller still reigns as the monarch of three-point shooting in this era. Indeed, he has not lost his edge. You speak of a timeless blade, yet I see Wang Feng's bewildered defense as the very assurance of Miller's enduring prowess. Had it been Tayshaun Prince defending, Miller might have faced interference with his attempts at a one-on-one three-point shot. Only against a defender as lackluster as Wang Feng could Miller shoot with such freedom. Of course, the journalist's mockery aside, the sight of Miller finally facing off against Wang Feng excited sports reporters who had awaited this moment for half a quarter. It is well known that within the Pistons, Wang Feng boasts the most formidable offensive power, yet his defensive skills rank as the weakest among the starting players. Thus, it is only in the face of Wang Feng's defense that a shootout ensues. This confrontation captivates the audience. After all, they are not interested in the collisions, struggles, fouls, or free throws between Jermaine O'Neal and Ben Wallace. Now, with Wang Feng squaring off against the current three-point king, the media had already conceived headlines. The clash between the reigning three-point champion and the future king. Who was the true monarch of the arc, Reggie Miller or Wang Feng? At this juncture, Wang Feng, infused with the essence of Curry, remained unfazed by the jabs of the journalists. His singular focus was to dethrone this historical three-point king. Reggie, as you've asserted, no matter how proficient one is at shooting from beyond the arc, it pales in comparison to the relentless assault of Michael Jordan. You are merely a vanquished foe of Jordan, a remnant of a bygone era. It is time for us of the new generation to take our rightful place. With this declaration, Larry Brown finally extended his hand for the ball. This time, no Pacers player came to assist, nor did any Pistons player offer a screen. On the NBA stage, the team leader enjoys the privilege of one-on-one confrontations. All must yield space, allowing for unrestrained isolation plays. This aligns perfectly with the laws of the Pride. The instant Wang Feng received the ball, the Curry-inspired three-point skill set within him activated. At that moment, Wang Feng truly embodied the spirit of Curry. Wang Feng transformed into a nimble sprite on the court. He first surged forward, drawing Reggie Miller's defensive focus downward and shifting his position. Suddenly, Wang Feng executed a swift ball retraction, performing 2 consecutive retreating steps to move beyond the three-point line, thus creating distance between himself and Miller. He then unleashed a rather ungraceful three-point shot, releasing the basketball into the air. However, despite the lack of elegance in his form, Wang Feng had completed all the necessary actions, akin to a program reaching its inevitable conclusion, resulting in a basket. With a swoosh, Wang Feng's three-pointer found its mark, cleanly swishing through the net. His exquisite movement and breakthrough, alongside the less-than-aesthetic shooting posture, rendered the beauty of the shot irrelevant. What mattered was that it went in. Reggie Miller was taken aback by Wang Feng's retreating three-pointer, astonished that one could shoot while stepping backward. Why isn't the referee addressing such an unconventional approach? He mused. If this continues, league players might imitate it, leading to poor influence on the youth. Little did Miller know, NBA Commissioner David Stern had already granted Wang Feng permission to employ this retreating three-point shot. The referee disregarded Miller's complaints about Wang Feng's traveling violation, signaling that the three-pointer was valid, and the game continued. Infuriated, Miller felt as though he was witnessing an affront to the very laws of basketball. Was there truly no accountability? How could this not be considered traveling? The referee must have been blind. Given Miller's established status as a longtime NBA star, the referees exhibited a notable degree of leniency towards him. After all, stars are the core assets of the NBA. Without them, the league would lose its allure. Fortunately, Jermaine O'Neal stepped in to kindly advise Miller to tread carefully to avoid a technical foul, which helped Miller regain his composure. It's merely a matter of altering a layup into a retreating shot. I can do that too. Though Miller had never attempted Wang Feng's series of retreating three-pointers, as a three-point specialist, he could not allow himself to be outdone by a technique he had yet to master. Thus, he resolved to experiment with this novel shooting style. Miller once again reached for the ball, closely followed by Wang Feng. The latter's formidable strength nearly unsettled Miller, who inwardly cursed, pondering how this young man possessed such power. Unable to maintain his position, Miller resorted to using his elbow to clear a path, nudging Wang Feng aside. Wang Feng merely felt the sharp jab of Miller's elbow, nearly losing his breath. Such underhanded tactics. Truly, a star forged in an earlier era. The subtlety of Miller's maneuvers was commendable, especially in an era that encouraged physicality, prompting the referee to turn a blind eye to the incident. After finally breaking free from Wang Feng's grasp, Miller gained possession of the ball, holding it with one hand. He froze in place, exuding an air of disdain reminiscent of Michael Jordan. This old fellow has no shame, constantly mimicking the very opponent who defeated him, he thought. Recalling that iconic figure. When Miller heard Wang Feng incessantly reference that man, irritation flared within him. How dare this upstart presume to challenge an old tiger? Even in my twilight years, I remain untouchable. With that, Miller dribbled the ball and, like a gust of wind, effortlessly darted past Wang Feng. Yet, in Wang Feng's eyes, Miller's prideful speed and rhythm appeared as inconsequential as a mere foul, unworthy of note. You think you can shake me off? Not a chance. In a swift motion, Wang Feng dashed to the side of Reggie Miller. Once again, Reggie Miller was taken aback by Wang Feng's astonishing speed. How could this young man possess such remarkable agility? What are today's children consuming to grow up so capable, able to run and jump with such vigor, and possess such immense strength? Despite his astonishment, Reggie Miller, a seasoned basketball star with a long-standing reputation and a history of competing against Michael Jordan, was not easily flustered. Drawing upon his extensive experience on the court, he executed a sudden stop and pushed Wang Feng aside with his arm. Wang Feng, caught off balance, was nearly sent sprawling by Reggie Miller's push. Reminiscent of Michael Jordan's iconic shove against Bryant Russell during the 1998 finals. Fortunately, Wang Feng regained his composure and swiftly lunged forward, attempting to disrupt Miller's shot. However, to everyone's surprise, Reggie remained unfazed, executing a graceful step back to beyond the three-point line and effortlessly launching a textbook three-point shot to conclude the offensive play. This was a flawless step-back three-pointer. Yet, much to Miller's dismay, this impeccable shot met with the unforgiving clang of the rim. Luckily, Jermaine O'Neal was there to seize the moment, vigorously grabbing the rebound and decisively dunking over Pistons center Ben Wallace. This emphatic dunk not only salvaged the play but also restored some dignity after Reggie Miller's unfortunate miss. Wang Feng began to mock. Reggie, you truly are aging, aren't you? Such a splendid opportunity squandered. It is a pity to waste the little antics you displayed earlier. Reggie Miller, unashamed, responded, in basketball, a bit of embellishment is quite common. It is essential to remember that the notorious bad boys of the Pistons were once a nightmare for the entire league. While other teams merely exhibited an occasional roughness in their play, the Pistons were a different breed. They were either brawling or preparing for a brawl. As if their purpose was not solely to play basketball, but to engage in a fight whilst casually playing the game. This notorious squad also made young Michael Jordan's life exceedingly difficult. Are you trying to provoke me, young man? Let me assure you, even the elite players cannot score with every shot. In basketball, both scoring and missing are perfectly normal. Wang Feng, exhibiting no semblance of politeness, retorted directly, "Oh, is that so? Today, I shall demonstrate the prowess of a future three-point king." Without delay, Wang Feng reached out for the ball once more. This time, Reggie Miller refrained from engaging in a one-on-one duel, for he had already experienced Wang Feng's remarkable strength and speed. Indeed, this young man could not be perceived through the lens of ordinary standards. Wang Feng observed that Reggie Miller, unperturbed by conventional tactics, opted for a double-team approach. He showed no fear. After all, which offensive superstar, be it Curry or Kobe, has not faced one or two defenders in their path? In the eyes of peak Kobe, encountering two defenders equated to absolute openness, presenting a golden opportunity for offense. Wang Feng leaned against Reggie Miller, successfully obtaining the ball, while Ron Artest swiftly advanced to double-team him. Meanwhile, Pacers power forward Jeff Foster positioned himself behind, ready to provide assistance at any moment. Wang Feng deftly executed a series of lateral probing steps, followed by three threatening postures, and then promptly launched his attack. Wang Feng leaned against Reggie Miller, overpowering him with sheer force in the post. Unable to withstand the pressure, Reggie was quickly surrounded by Ron Artest, who sought to halt Wang Feng's relentless assault. In a moment of urgency, Ron initiated a steal, compelling Wang Feng to pass the ball. Yet, unexpectedly, Wang Feng accelerated, pivoting and maneuvering past Reggie Miller, slipping through the narrow gap between them. Reggie was sent sprawling to the ground, while Ron Artest futilely tugged at Wang Feng's jersey. Helplessly, they watched as Wang Feng entered the paint guarded by the Pacers, preparing to leap into the air for a soaring dunk. Jermaine O'Neal and Jeff Foster had been poised for this moment, determined not to let him evade their double team. "Get down here," Jermaine shouted as he sprang high, ready to employ brute force to block Wang Feng's shot. Even if he couldn't directly block him, knocking him down would still be considered a victory in his eyes. Wang Feng was, of course, aware of Jermaine O'Neal's intentions. Undeterred by the impending confrontation, he approached with a flawless dunking posture. As Jermaine O'Neal leapt to block, Wang Feng, suspended in midair, harnessed the strength from his core, altering the motion of his arm. With an astonishingly unorthodox maneuver, he evaded O'Neal's block, gracefully executing a left-handed layup that, despite its difficulty, exuded elegance. Realizing he could not thwart the shot, Jermaine O'Neal resolved to topple Wang Feng instead. This was a consequence of his own recklessness. With the determination to incapacitate Wang Feng, O'Neal forcefully struck his arm, causing Wang Feng to lose his balance and crash heavily onto the ground. Observing O'Neal's underhanded tactics, Ben Wallace was immediately incensed at the sight of such an affront. Wang Feng, this young lad, has now become the offensive linchpin of the Pistons, an undeniable asset. How outrageous. Jermaine O'Neal, that insufferable scoundrel. It has always been the case that we, the Pistons, dismantle others. No one dares to inflict harm upon us. Should anyone provoke our band of miscreants? Not even Jesus himself could save you. In the midst of his fervent tirade, Ben Wallace forcefully shoved Jermaine O'Neal aside, causing him to stumble. Observing this, Wang Feng swiftly executed a lethal scissor kick, tripping Jermaine O'Neal. Witnessing O'Neal toppled by Wallace, the other Pacers players became incensed, swiftly surrounding the Pistons center, Ben Wallace. The referee, perceiving the escalating situation, immediately halted the game, prompting players from both benches to rush onto the court to intervene. Naturally, a few mischievous players attempted to launch surprise attacks. Consequently, chaos ensued, but fortunately, both head coaches, Larry Brown and Rick Carlisle, maintained their composure, physically separating the two teams. It was only when the head referee blew the whistle that the fracas subsided. Lying on the ground, both Wang Feng and Jermaine O'Neal felt a lingering trepidation. Especially Wang Feng, who genuinely feared a repeat of the infamous brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills erupting between the Pistons and the Pacers. It is worth noting that that particular incident had devastated both teams, obliterating the Pistons' championship aspirations and directly extinguishing Reggie Miller's dream of glory. Thankfully, such a disastrous scenario did not unfold. Wang Feng harbored aspirations of riding the coattails of the Pistons to an uninterrupted victory. Yet he could not afford to falter at this juncture. With resolute determination, Wang Feng was steadfast in his resolve to triumph in this opening match. Under no circumstances could he accept defeat. Wang Feng did not wait for his teammates to join him. Instead, he brushed off the non-existent dust from his attire and stood up resolutely. Wang Feng, addressing the fallen Jermaine O'Neal, proclaimed, "Young O'Neal, you have truly provoked my ire. I must inform you that inciting my wrath comes at a cost." Jermaine O'Neal, however, remained unimpressed and rather pleased with himself. Relishing the fact that he had antagonized Wang Feng, yet was now toppled by Ben Wallace. Regardless of the outcome, he believed he would still benefit from the referee's call. The referee is on my side. The advantage lies with me. As anticipated, due to the irrational actions of Pistons center Ben Wallace, a foul was called, though it would only be enforced after Wang Feng's subsequent free throw. Jermaine O'Neal's misconduct resulted in merely a standard foul, while Wang Feng's basket was deemed valid, granting him an additional free throw. Wang Feng stood at the free throw line, pausing briefly in contemplation before unleashing his mischief once more. Scoring a single point from the free throw line had never been his style. With deliberate intent, he altered his shooting technique, employing a rather unconventional grip to propel the basketball with precision. The ball sailed directly towards the inner rim of the hoop, soaring high into the air. However, to his dismay, it did not bounce outward. Instead, it descended perfectly into the net. This left Wang Feng momentarily speechless, exclaiming inwardly, "How on earth did that even go in?" Wang Feng scored a point from the free throw, after which the referee signaled for the Pacers to execute a one-shot free throw. Jermaine O'Neal, adopting a rather unconventional free throw posture, successfully made the basket. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Feng couldn't help but remark, "It appears that both Shaquille O'Neal and his counterpart are not particularly adept at free throws." Following the free throw, the game transitioned to an out-of-bounds situation. The challenge of executing a sideline throw is a formidable one on the international stage, yet Wang Feng showed no hesitation, persisting in applying pressure on the Pacers. Jermaine O'Neal, towering as a center and blessed with a broad field of vision, seemed well-suited to perform the out-of-bounds throw. However, he severely underestimated Wang Feng's swiftness and determination. As Jermaine O'Neal passed the basketball to the Pacers shooting guard, Reggie Miller, Wang Feng transformed into a bolt of lightning, intercepting the ball and leaving Reggie Miller to receive it in vain. Wang Feng flawlessly replicated Dwayne Wade's electrifying steal and subsequent fast break. Before the spectators could fully comprehend the moment, Wang Feng surged ahead, arriving at the front court for a one-on-none scenario, executing a two-handed dunk with a hint of flair. Reggie Miller wore an expression of resignation, while Jermaine O'Neal appeared as a remorseful schoolboy. At that instant, Reggie Miller found himself questioning whether time had indeed caught up with him. Even his swift dash could not keep pace with Wang Feng's lightning speed. From that moment forth, Wang Feng commenced his personal showcase. In the ensuing minutes, he fully embraced his individual prowess. He began with back-to-the-basket plays against Reggie Miller, followed by a fadeaway jumper, leaving both Miller and Ron Artest merely as spectators to his shooting artistry. Subsequently, Wang Feng accelerated past Miller again, executing a thunderous dunk over Jermaine O'Neal right before the watchful eyes of all. Perched atop O'Neal's shoulders, Wang Feng declared with fervor, "A gentleman avenges. 10 years may pass, but a rogue seeks vengeance from dawn till dusk. Though I am a gentleman, I too have my grievances, and they shall be addressed immediately." Jermaine O'Neal, incensed and embarrassed, attempted to tackle Wang Feng once more, but Wang Feng deftly evaded him, jumping off his shoulders with grace. Landing firmly, Wang Feng continued to taunt, "Little O'Neal, relish this game tonight. I shall ensure you experience the depths of despair." With his competitive spirit ignited, Wang Feng radiated an aura of ferocity, evoking memories of his old rival, Michael Jordan, in Reggie Miller's mind. In the latter half of the second quarter, Wang Feng was nothing short of a whirlwind. The Pacers found themselves utterly helpless against him. He executed three-pointers, mid-range jumpers off screens, step-back threes, and thunderous dunks beneath the rim, along with back-to-the-basket plays and fadeaway shots. His dazzling array of offensive maneuvers left the Pacers players bewildered, unsure of how to defend against Wang Feng. Observers of his performance could not help but exclaim, "This young man is truly an offensive kaleidoscope. His skills rival those of Michael Jordan, perhaps even surpassing them, especially considering Jordan's lackluster three-point shooting." In a mere 6 minutes, Wang Feng unleashed a barrage of scoring, amassing an impressive 18 points. After being sealed away for those 6 minutes, he returned with the might of a king. With nearly every possession, Wang Feng effortlessly sank his shots, leading the Pistons to forego their point guard and simply pass the ball to him, as if the task were complete. This left Chauncey Billups, the Pistons' point guard, eager to showcase his skills, exceedingly frustrated. Once again, the spotlight was stolen by this young prodigy. Each game revealed new facets of Wang Feng's prowess. Back-to-the-basket plays, fadeaway jumpers, his repertoire reminiscent of the legendary Michael Jordan. When had he perfected such techniques? And why had he not showcased them before? Witnessing Wang Feng's 6-minute spell of brilliance was akin to a dream. The Pacers players fell one after another to his onslaught. I can scarcely recall how many times Wang Feng had bested Reggie Miller or engaged in one-on-one battles with Jermaine O'Neal. It seemed he viewed them as mere dispensers of points. Indeed, his vendetta against Jermaine O'Neal, who had previously knocked him to the ground, was palpable. As for Reggie Miller, he was simply caught in the crossfire, their positions aligning fortuitously. By halftime, Wang Feng had already racked up 27 points, his offensive capabilities far exceeding those expected from a rookie. Even Michael Jordan had not achieved such heights in his debut. With just one half of play, Wang Feng was on the verge of eclipsing Jordan's debut scoring record, and I sensed that he might well shatter the ancient record set by the basketball emperor, Wilt Chamberlain. Chamberlain's inaugural game had seen him score 48 points and secure 28 rebounds. While Wang Feng might not reach the latter, I believed he had a fair chance to surpass 48 points. Of course, I acknowledged that modern basketball posed greater challenges than in the past, and Wang Feng's stamina might not endure for long. Yet, with this reminder from his teammates, the realization dawned upon everyone that Wang Feng might indeed be on the brink of establishing a personal scoring record that evening. The media reporters were also aflame with excitement. After a prolonged wait, they anticipated a sensational story. And this explosive narrative was indeed unfolding. Wang Feng was not merely reckless, he was a formidable force, perfectly suited to bask in the media spotlight. Such individuals are perpetually at the center of breaking news. Larry Brown, upon hearing the commentators and reporters discuss debut scoring records, instinctively sought to dismiss the notion. In his mind, such records held little significance. Only the pursuit of the championship was of eternal value. However, he refrained from imposing restrictions on Wang Feng. For the young man had already demonstrated the makings of a superstar and was proving himself as a capable dual-threat guard on the court. Should he evolve further, it would likely be towards the role of a swingman. With such evident talent, Larry Brown was cautious in his approach, unlike how he might treat an ordinary rookie. In the competitive arena, one must avoid offending a superstar, lest they risk being cast aside. His own experience with the Philadelphia 76ers, where he was ousted due to a rift with their superstar Allen Iverson, served as a stern reminder. Thus, Larry Brown was now wiser. During halftime, an eager teammate recounted the ancient record to Wang Feng, the debut scoring record held by the basketball emperor, Wilt Chamberlain, at an astounding 48 points. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng could not help but exclaim, truly deserving of the title basketball emperor, making an entrance at the pinnacle, undeniably a creator of remarkable statistics, scoring 48 points in his debut, rendering legends such as Jordan, Kobe, LeBron, Iverson, and Curry utterly insignificant. In truth, Wang Feng was not particularly concerned about whether he could establish a record, for such achievements seemed trivial. After all, there were many who shone brightly in their NBA debuts. One notable example was Michael Carter-Williams of the Philadelphia 76ers, who single-handedly challenged the Miami Heat's formidable trio, nearly achieving a quadruple-double and triumphing over the celebrated trio. This feat astounded the world and etched the rookie's name in the annals of basketball history. Yet, shortly thereafter, Carter-Williams faced adversity, fading into obscurity soon after. Earning the moniker of the human debut essence, his career's zenith was encapsulated within that initial game. However, before Wang Feng could respond, the system sprite, Xiao Xiao, interjected, "Master, creating a record is indeed a splendid accomplishment. Why would you not strive for it? Are you not aware that in basketball, beyond mere victories, individual statistics and honors hold equal significance? If you were to not only win a game but also break a record in the process, the rewards bestowed by the system would far exceed those of a simple victory. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider?" Upon hearing the gentle reminder from the system sprite, Wang Feng immediately felt invigorated. Winning matches, breaking records, and earning rewards. To continue winning, to persist in shattering records, and to keep reaping rewards. A flawless cycle of upgrade motivation. Although Wang Feng felt immensely fatigued, he was determined to secure victory in the match and etch a new chapter in the annals of NBA debut history. Thus, he promptly utilized LeBron James' stamina enhancement card. For the sake of posterity, Wang Feng was resolute. He could not fathom that the rewards from such a pivotal game would pale in comparison to those from the Summer League. Upon activating the stamina card, the weariness that had enveloped him dissipated entirely, replaced by a resurgence of vitality in his body. Was this the vigor of a true champion? Indeed. It inspired both envy and admiration. In that very moment, Wang Feng felt as if he could take on 10 opponents simultaneously. Having utilized LeBron James' stamina card, Wang Feng eagerly approached Coach Larry Brown to express his desire to participate. "Coach Larry, my shooting touch is exceptionally hot today, and I would like to play the entirety of the second half." Coach Larry was taken aback by Wang Feng's earnest ambition to break the 20,000 record. A flicker of displeasure crossed his mind. However, recalling Wang Feng's star potential, he suppressed his discontent, adopting a facade of professional composure. He patted Wang Feng on the shoulder and declared, "Wang Feng, for this game, I grant you unlimited freedom to shoot. Play as long as you wish. My only stipulation is victory. As long as we triumph, you may play as you see fit." Upon hearing this, Wang Feng was overwhelmed with joy. The privilege of unlimited shooting rights was undoubtedly reserved for the leader of the team. "Rest assured, Coach Larry, if we fail to conquer the Pacers, I will accept any punishment you deem fit, even if it means an additional month of defensive training." With a determined spirit, Wang Feng left, while Larry Brown retracted his professional smile, now filled with a hint of concern. Due to Wang Feng's explosive performance in the latter half of the second quarter, the Pacers nearly faltered. Fortunately, the combined efforts of Jermaine O'Neal, Jeff Foster, Al Harrington, and Metta World Peace managed to withstand Wang Feng's relentless onslaught. If the entire Pacers team could not withstand his offensive prowess this time, Rick Carlisle might resort to desperate measures. The previous physical confrontations were merely minor skirmishes. The real desperate actions would involve tripping or poking the eyes. Currently, the most adept at such tactics was Bruce Bowen of the Spurs, who specialized in targeting the opposing team's star players. Young man, I hope you don't become too arrogant after scoring. Otherwise, if you provoke the opponents, I will have no choice but to bench you. If you get injured, it would cause me considerable distress. Larry Brown secretly fretted. In truth, Larry Brown's concerns were entirely unfounded, for at this moment, Wang Feng possessed the three-point shooting of Stephen Curry, the boundless stamina of LeBron James, and the post moves and fadeaway jumpers of Kobe Bryant. He was a veritable amalgamation of these superstars, embodying the essence of an exceptional athlete. And there was no logical reason for him to be unable to penetrate the Pacers' defensive scheme. At this moment, I felt invincible, even if Michael Jordan were to appear. I would remain undeterred. Regardless of Jordan's prowess, he could not surpass the combined talents of Curry, James, and Bryant. Endowed with such gifts, I was an unstoppable force. Adept in three-point shooting, driving, post-play, and fadeaway shots. It was indeed enviable, my scoring explosion. In the first half of the second quarter, I had barely touched the ball, yet suddenly erupted, catching the Pacers completely off guard. Had it not been for the core players and bench reinforcements of the Pacers, they might have succumbed to my relentless assault. Presently, the Pistons led the Pacers by 9 points, 55-46, a favorable position for Detroit, but such details mattered little to me. I merely wished to witness an enthralling match in the performance of the Pistons rookie, Wang Feng. I hoped he could maintain his momentum from the latter half of the second quarter. Furthermore, I yearned for him to achieve remarkable statistics, surpassing Wilt Chamberlain's debut scoring record. However, to be pragmatic, the stamina of Asian players has always been a significant concern. I feared he might succumb to fatigue, leading to a decline in shooting accuracy or limited playing time. The halftime interlude swiftly passed, and the decisive battle between the Detroit Pistons and the Indiana Pacers was about to commence. In the second half, Coach Larry Brown adjusted the starting lineup, reinstating Chauncey Billups at shooting guard and placing him as a substitute for Richard Hamilton. This decision left Billups quite discontented, as he, a starting point guard, was relegated to a backup role. Meanwhile, Wang Feng returned to the Pistons' starting point guard position, for only with the ball in his hands could he pose the greatest threat to the Pacers. Thus, Larry Brown continued to assign Wang Feng as the starting point guard, facilitating his unlimited shooting rights. At this point, Wang Feng had already amassed 27 points, 7 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 steals, and 1 block, an all-encompassing stat line. With just one more quarter to play, he might well shatter Chamberlain's long-standing debut scoring record. Rick Carlisle, the head coach of the Indiana Pacers, also adjusted the starting lineup for the third quarter, opting to rest Reggie Miller, given his age and the necessity to conserve his stamina for critical moments. Maintaining his health and ensuring harmony within the Pacers' locker room, while providing three-point firepower when it mattered most was Miller's role. Al Harrington, Meta World Peace, along with Jamal Tinsley, Ron Artest, and Jermaine O'Neal formed the Pacers' formidable offensive unit. Commentators were astonished and envious to see both coaches simultaneously bench their respective leaders, Chauncey Billups and Reggie Miller, at such a crucial juncture. The surprise lay in the fact that both teams' spiritual leaders were absent during this pivotal moment. While the envy stemmed from the depth of the rosters of both the Pistons and Pacers, removing a starter did not hinder the team's operational efficiency or combat effectiveness. It appeared that Larry Brown and Rick Carlisle were gearing up for an offensive showdown, unleashing their strongest attacking lineups. Upon hearing the excitement in the commentary, I was thrilled. I relished a high-scoring battle as the constant fouls, free throws, and slow-paced half-court games failed to ignite my interest. Indeed, the rise of a star can reshape an era. Although Wang Feng had yet to earn any personal accolades, he already possessed the ability to alter the dynamics of both his team and that of his opponents. As the third quarter commenced, the Pacers swiftly capitalized, with Al Harrington effortlessly scoring over Wang Feng, securing an easy 2 points. Such pitiful defense. What right do you have to remain in the starting lineup? Harrington taunted. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng was instantly enraged. This Al Harrington, who clearly did not match up against him, had the audacity to come before him to showcase his presence. Silence, you rascal. How dare you flaunt your existence in front of me, Wang? With that, Wang Feng gestured for his teammate, Wallace, to quickly serve the ball. Wallace promptly executed the serve, and Wang Feng swiftly advanced with the ball. Jamal Tinsley was utterly unable to keep pace with Wang Feng's speed, leaving him in a state of despair. Why is it that every point guard on the Pistons is so difficult to defend? Chauncey Billups is one thing, being an established star, but who is this Wang Feng? How can a rookie possess such formidable prowess? although Jamal Tinsley managed to muster some speed to catch up with Wang Feng. He was taken aback when Wang Feng collided with him, sending him sprawling. Observing this, L. Harrington immediately rushed to provide support, their eyes burning with animosity upon encountering one another. Wang Feng disregarded L. Harrington's defense, effortlessly overpowering him with a combination of speed and strength. He then executed a sudden stop jump shot, concluding the offensive play. After releasing the ball, Wang Feng turned away immediately. He possessed unwavering confidence in his mid-range shooting ability. As anticipated, the basketball swished through the net. Wang Feng, adopting the tone of Alan Harrington, remarked, "Such feeble defense, what face do you have to play in the NBA?" Upon hearing this, the toppled Harrington was instantly filled with indignation. Rising to his feet, he prepared to confront Wang Feng, exclaiming, "What are you even?" In response to Harrington's provocation, Wang Feng immediately assumed a fighting stance reminiscent of Bruce Lee, delivering 3 swift kicks and positioning himself to strike at any moment. Observing Wang Feng's martial prowess, Harrington quickly lost his bravado. Meanwhile, Ben Wallace and Mehmet Okur hurriedly surrounded Harrington, intensifying his trepidation. Would these two formidable figures actually resort to violence against him? Although Wallace and Okur refrained from physical confrontation, they unleashed a torrent of colorful English expletives. "Damn it! How dare you provoke our newly appointed leader of the Pistons? You clearly have no understanding of the word death." The scene where Wang Feng's kick startled L. Harrington was witnessed by the entire audience and commentators, instantly igniting a fervor. Indeed, every Chinese possesses martial arts prowess. It was utterly magnificent. I want to learn this. Upon observing the commotion, the referee quickly blew the whistle to admonish both players, urging them to exercise restraint and refrain from disrupting the integrity of the game. Fortunately, this time Wallace had learned his lesson, adopting the demeanor of a gentleman who only engages in verbal sparring, thereby avoiding a technical foul. Nevertheless, Al Harrington, besieged by 2 formidable opponents, was visibly intimidated and retreated repeatedly. Had the referee not intervened to prevent further escalation, it is likely that both teams would have clashed again, with Harrington being the first to bear the brunt of the confrontation. His dismal performance on the court rendered him a figure of ridicule. Furthermore, Wang Feng faced a warning from the league officials for his excessive and impressive movements. The referee sternly reminded him, "Such combat actions are not permitted on the court." Yet, he silently added, "Although your kicking motion was indeed quite impressive." Wang Feng remained indifferent. After all, as long as he refrained from consuming the substance, he could say whatever he pleased. With the recent basket, his score had risen to 29 points, leaving him just 14 points shy of Wilt Chamberlain's record of 43 points. A mere 14 points, and with the privilege of unlimited shooting authority, it was well within his grasp. The mere thought ignited a spark of exhilaration within Wang Feng. The Pacers' offense increasingly relied on the synergy among players, rendering one-on-one confrontations akin to those executed by Reggie Miller, a rarity. After all, the Pacers players were never particularly known for their prowess in such duels. Consequently, Jamal Tinsley opted not to engage Wang Feng in a one-on-one battle. Instead, he brought the basketball past half-court and entrusted it to the team leader, Jermaine O'Neal, who would forcefully attack the defense. Within the Pacers lineup, although Jermaine O'Neal's offensive repertoire was not the most extensive, his shooting accuracy was unparalleled, making him the most reliable option. Thus, Jermaine O'Neal seamlessly succeeded Reggie Miller as the tactical cornerstone of the Pacers. His relentless assault left the Pistons' interior defense beleaguered. Ben Wallace's weight and stature were insufficient to withstand Jermaine O'Neal's onslaught, while Mehmet Okur, being a more technical big man, was ill-suited to guard against a towering and robust center. Therefore, Jermaine O'Neal needed only to back down Ben Wallace, rendering him utterly defenseless. Even fouling could not prevent Jermaine O'Neal from emphatically dunking the basketball through the hoop. Wang Feng observed the relentless prowess of Jermaine O'Neal wreaking havoc on the Pistons, feeling a bittersweet mix of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from the formidable resistance of the Pacers, which allowed him to accumulate points and prevented the game from degenerating into garbage time. The sorrow arose from the realization that if Ben Wallace struggled to contain Jermaine O'Neal, how could he possibly hope to manage the formidable Shaquille O'Neal? Wang Feng does not harbor doubts about Ben Wallace and the Pistons' defensive framework. Rather, he is simply filled with curiosity. However, at present, no one is available to provide him with answers, as it is difficult for anyone to believe that a team devoid of superstars could triumph over the illustrious Los Angeles Lakers, who boast the formidable F4. Jermaine O'Neal's free throw appeared to inherit the legacy of the O'Neal family, as he executed a shot that barely grazed the rim. Observing this, Mehmet Okur swiftly dashed forward to retrieve the ball that Jermaine O'Neal had missed. Upon securing the ball, Okur immediately sought out Wang Feng. For his offensive efficiency is the highest on the Pistons, and his pace is unparalleled. Subsequently, upon hearing this, Wang Feng swiftly initiated his move, as Oku executed a grand flick, propelling the basketball into the front court of the Pistons. Wang Feng seized the basketball and swiftly dribbled towards the three-point arc, a mere step away from the line. Without hesitation, he leapt and released the ball, which soared through the air like a cannonball. With a satisfying swish, the basketball found its net. 32 points. He was now just 11 points shy of Wilt Chamberlain's debut scoring record. The third quarter had only just commenced. With merely 2 possessions played, it seemed inevitable that Wang Feng would shatter Chamberlain's record. The Pacers, too, had taken notice of Wang Feng's remarkable achievement, as he had already amassed an astonishing 32 points. It was unbelievable. Wang Feng was merely a rookie, one who had yet to complete a single regular season game. Yet, this very newcomer had managed to score 32 points in just one half against the Pacers' defense. It was utterly insane. Consequently, the Pacers players began to conspire among themselves. They understood that if Wang Feng continued his audacious display, their team would be left humiliated. Hazlitt, have you observed Wang Feng's shooting accuracy and scoring? Coach Rick Carlisle inquired. I've been closely monitoring it, Hazlitt replied. His shooting percentage is remarkably high. It seems like every shot he takes finds its mark. I can't fathom why such a talented player did not gain recognition across the sea, only to explode onto the NBA scene like this. It certainly feels unusual. Are you suggesting he has an unfair advantage, perhaps using drugs? Carlisle questioned uncertainly. Hazlitt quickly dismissed the notion, stating, No, that is highly unlikely. Basketball is a complex, highly skilled sport, not a mere competition of speed like running or swimming. Therefore, the use of performance-enhancing substances would have little effect on shooting accuracy. For those lacking shooting talent, even the most potent drugs won't enable them to make a basket. Hearing this, Carlisle felt even more perplexed. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? Wang Feng's explosive performance upon entering the NBA was unprecedented. After all, scouts and sports journalists were not incompetent. They had an astute eye for talent. Carlisle, still puzzled, decided not to dwell on it further, as Wang Feng was poised to erupt again, and they needed to disrupt his scoring rhythm. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Carlisle immediately called for a lengthy timeout. Carlisle was not known for his patience, and as soon as the timeout was called, he gathered the Pacers players for a meeting. He began with a scathing critique. You lot, a bunch of underachievers. Aren't you always boasting about your defensive prowess? How is it that against a rookie from the Pistons, you all appear to have turned into soft-shell crabs? Unable to stand your ground. If this continues, Wang Feng will break Chamberlain's debut record. And do you wish to be mere props for him? Reggie Miller, as the elder statesman, naturally spoke up first. Coach, we underestimated him. We focused solely on Richard Hamilton and Chauncey Billups, not realizing that Larry Brown would start a fresh rookie as the point guard. This kid has performed like a superstar, and that is our oversight. However, we will not allow Wang Feng to continue his arrogance. I have a plan to counter him. We should employ the Jordan rule. We'll suffocate Wang Feng with double teams while letting the other positions go, engaging in a high-scoring battle with the Pistons. Jordan rule? Reggie, are you overly anxious? Wang Feng's abilities pale in comparison to Michael Jordan. While his three-point shooting may indeed be superior, invoking the Jordan rule seems excessive, Carlisle responded. In truth, Carlisle intended to double-team Wang Feng, but did not wish to reveal how helpless they felt against his offensive skills. Coach, this is a critical moment for the Pacers. We cannot afford any oversight. Wang Feng is unlike any player we've encountered. His style hints at the dawn of a new era. Miller's words instilled a sense of urgency among the other players and made Carlisle acutely aware of the seriousness of the situation. Should Wang Feng rise to prominence, no team in the Eastern Conference, or even the entire NBA, would be able to contend with the offensively potent Pistons. The Pistons' defense was already a top-tier force, akin to the San Antonio Spurs, a team that struck fear into opponents. In the current NBA landscape, when asked which teams were the least desirable to face, both the Detroit Pistons from the East and the San Antonio Spurs from the West would undoubtedly top the list. Competing against these teams felt like engaging in a brutal combat match. The aftermath left one sore and breathless. Ron Artest and the bench players were not intimidated by Wang Feng. If necessary, they could simply take him out of the game. Coach, if we cannot contain Wang Feng's offense, we might as well let him rest, Artest declared resolutely. Carlisle considered this approach, but quickly dismissed it, knowing the Pistons had their enforcers led by Ben Wallace, who specialized in neutralizing opposing stars. If the Pacers brazenly targeted Wang Feng, players like Jermaine O'Neal would suffer the consequences as well. Realizing this, Carlisle suppressed any reckless thoughts. "Ron, you must not act impulsively. Our opponent is the Detroit Pistons, a team known for its bad boys legacy. Injuring their core player would leave you all in dire straits." Artest, O'Neal, and Al Harrington recalled the near conflict from earlier, especially O'Neal, who had almost been on the receiving end of Wallace's fists. Harrington was haunted by memories of being pinned down by Wang Feng and surrounded by Wallace and Mehmet Okur, enduring their taunts. Artest, shaken, replied, "I understand, coach. I will exercise restraint." Since they could not openly harm Wang Feng, they would instead aim to exhaust his stamina. Once fatigued, he would be less effective. Without further hesitation, Carlisle swiftly devised a defensive strategy against Wang Feng. "Reggie, Ron, your tasks are crucial. Reggie, you will focus on offense, while Ron, you must lead the defense against Wang Feng. Ensure he is constantly double-teamed by our players. Additionally, Ron, you need to delay his shooting speed and rhythm to wear him down. Stick to him like glue." With their assignments clear, Artest and Miller returned to the game as the timeout concluded, and Wang Feng was about to experience the suffocating defense of the Pacers. Wang Feng gazed at the fearsome figure of Ron Attister before him and couldn't help but lament that Ron was indeed a brute. Entangled with him was far from a fortunate predicament. "To defend against me, two of you are insufficient." With that, Wang Feng launched another assault, breaking through from the flank. Blessed with boundless stamina, he spared no energy in his onslaught, his speed and strength rendering Ron Attister's defense a harrowing endeavor. Wang Feng skillfully dribbled the ball, executing a series of swift directional changes that left Ron Artest off balance, ultimately causing him to tumble to the ground in a comical fashion. Wang Feng, having swayed Ron Artest, was poised to take a shot, only to catch sight of Meta World Peace advancing to provide defensive support. Wang Feng did not force the play. Instead, he executed a ground pass that found the open Memetoku. With a delicate hook shot, Memetoku effortlessly sent the basketball soaring through the hoop. During the third quarter, although Wang Feng harbored aspirations of surpassing Wilt Chamberlain's debut record, he did not act recklessly, disregarding the overall strategy of the Pistons, prioritizing team victory over personal accolades. Wang Feng understood that without winning, all accomplishments would lack significance. Only through triumph could individual statistics truly reflect one's purpose. Wang Feng, through a series of incremental scores, disrupted the defensive strategy of the Pacers. When double-teamed, he adeptly passed the ball. When left unguarded, he called for screens and occasionally unleashed a sudden strike. Meanwhile, Reggie Miller, hindered by age, found his scoring efficiency and three-point production lagging behind the youthful Wang Feng, who was further bolstered by the advantages of numerous superstar attributes. Consequently, in their scoring duel, Wang Feng maintained a commanding lead, which also placed the Pacers at a disadvantage in their confrontation against the Pistons. As the third quarter drew to a close, the Pistons led the Pacers by 18 points, with a score of 63. Wang Feng astoundingly accumulated 13 points, 5 assists, and 4 rebounds within a single quarter. By the end of the third quarter, he had amassed a staggering total of 40 points, 12 assists, 7 rebounds, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. Judging solely by these statistical figures, Wang Feng emerges as a formidable superstar, exhibiting prowess on both offensive and defensive fronts. It could even be asserted that he single-handedly dismantled the Indiana Pacers. Almost every offensive possession for the Pistons bore a direct or indirect connection to Wang Feng's contributions. Of course, this performance also reflects the absence of a player of Allen Iverson's caliber, a dual-threat guard. Otherwise, Wang Feng's rather inadequate defense would have likely been exploited mercilessly by Iverson. The latter thrives on such defensive frailties. As the third quarter concluded, Pacers head coach Rick Carlisle was left in a state of bewilderment. He could not fathom why Wang Feng's three-point shooting was so exceptionally potent, why his drives and passes were so incisive, and why the Pacers' defense and offense appeared utterly futile. Despite employing the so-called Jordan rules to double-team Wang Feng, they still could not thwart his scoring or playmaking. It seems that the Jordan rules have become obsolete, necessitating the invention of the Wang Feng rule. This match was not characterized by a lack of effort on the part of the Pacers' defense or offense. Rather, Wang Feng effortlessly dismantled their strategies with his relentless attacks and precise passes. Observing Wang Feng lead the Pistons to dismantle the Pacers' defensive line over 3 quarters, Larry Brown felt a spark of inspiration reignite within him. Should he bench Wang Feng and allow Chauncey Billups to lead the Pistons for a quarter? Traditionally in the NBA, when a team holds a commanding lead, there is often reluctance to further decimate the opponent. However, this is typically contingent on the opposing team conceding defeat and withdrawing their star players. Nevertheless, Larry Brown's intent was not to grant the Pacers any leniency, but rather to assess his roster's dynamics. He wished to compare the Pistons' performance under Wang Feng's leadership against that under Chauncey Billups to determine which was more effective and stable. Benchifying Billups was already a disservice to him. Larry Brown contemplated utilizing the remaining quarter to allow Billups to play the entirety, thereby granting him additional court time and statistical opportunities, which would undoubtedly bolster his morale as the starting point guard. After some reflection, Larry Brown concluded that he could not afford to remove Wang Feng from the game. Otherwise, the young player would undoubtedly complain about his perceived inconsistency. Wang Feng is quite the troublemaker. When he is displeased, chaos ensues. Larry Brown contemplated a shift in strategy, deciding to allow Tyshawn Prince and Mehmet Okur to rest, while placing the second overall pick, Darko Milicic, in the power forward position for some development. Simultaneously, he intended to transition Wang Feng to the small forward position, giving him the opportunity to function as a swingman. Given Wang Feng's height, weight, and speed, he was more than capable of fulfilling the role of a swingman. Consequently, the Pistons would field an offensive lineup comprising center Eldon Campbell, power forward Darko Milicic, small forward Wang Feng, shooting guard Richard Hamilton, and point guard Chauncey Billups. Apart from Eldon Campbell's relatively limited offensive repertoire, the remaining players possessed a wealth of offensive skills. Larry Brown reasoned that if they were to train, they might as well utilize all available talents. Meanwhile, Rick Carlisle found himself in a quandary regarding how to approach the fourth quarter. Withdrawing the main players might tarnish their pride, yet retaining them would expose the Pacers to the unique challenge posed by Wang Feng, potentially leading to further embarrassment. Alas, every option seemed fraught with difficulty. After some deliberation, Rick Carlisle concluded that it would be best to deploy the full starting lineup. Even if they could not overcome the Pistons, it was essential to hone the Pacers roster. Wang Feng paid no heed to what Rick Carlisle might be contemplating. His sole focus was on shattering Wilt Chamberlain's scoring record for debut games. He was merely 3 points away and needed 3 more rebounds to achieve a double-digit figure. If I could attain a magnificent triple-double in my inaugural regular season match and lead the team to victory, it would surely be regarded as a historic accomplishment, wouldn't it? Wang Feng eagerly anticipated the arrival of this moment. In truth, at this juncture, the news media, basketball commentators, and analysts were far more anxious than Wang Feng, the primary player. It is essential to recognize that journalists and commentators thrive on such events. Matches replete with competition and controversy yield the most compelling stories. Record-breaking games are no exception. With only 1 quarter remaining, Wang Feng's statistical performance was already available, showcasing an extraordinary near triple-double, 40 points, 12 assists, 7 rebounds, 3 steals, and 2 blocks in under 3 quarters. It appeared that this evening, Wang Feng not only had the potential to shatter the debut scoring record of basketball legend Wilt Chamberlain, but might also eclipse the debut triple-double record held by Oscar Robertson. Robertson, the historical triple-double king, had achieved an impressive 21 points, 12 rebounds, and 10 assists in his debut against the formidable Lakers. Should Wang Feng succeed in surpassing the records of both Wilt Chamberlain and Oscar Robertson, I would be inclined to honor him as the greatest debut player. This title, the greatest debut player, is not unfounded. However, one must remember that Wilt Chamberlain's legacy extends beyond mere scoring. He also amassed an astonishing 28 rebounds in his debut. Which warrior among the modern players could possibly surpass that feat? I concede that the basketball emperor, Wilt Chamberlain, indeed possessed extraordinary talent, yet during his era, the sport lacked the plethora of basketball superstars, and the rules were not as refined. Thus, when Chamberlain entered the NBA, it was akin to a giant stepping into a land of diminutive beings. Such comparisons are scarcely fair. Consequently, the record for rebounds in his debut is likely to remain untouched, as it would be unreasonable to expect Wang Feng, thriving in contemporary basketball, to capture such a high number of rebounds. Amidst the fervor of sports journalists and commentators, the audience became acutely aware that Wang Feng might soon break the records set by Wilt Chamberlain and Oscar Robertson. The atmosphere in the arena was electric, as fans rejoiced. The United States has always yearned for historical significance, making them particularly passionate about witnessing record-breaking events. Consequently, the home arena of the Pistons, the Palace of Auburn Hills, reverberated with chants, Wang Feng, MVP, Wang Feng, MVP. Pistons. Champions. Pistons. Champions. As the fourth quarter of the game commenced, the Indiana Pacers faced off against the Pistons. And Larry Brown felt a surge of excitement at the crowd's fervent chants, sensing that history was about to unfold. The overwhelming cheers invigorated the entire Pistons team, a testament to why players relish competing at their home venues. The collective roar of the crowd was electrifying, momentarily banishing fatigue. The momentum of the Pacers was thoroughly suppressed by the exuberance of the fans. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere, Wang Feng and the Pistons' key players took to the court. The game began with the Pistons holding the offensive possession, and all eyes were fixed on this crucial moment. Should Wang Feng sink a three-pointer or complete a 2+1 play, he could potentially tie Wilt Chamberlain's scoring record. Point guard Chauncey Billups, not one to overshadow his teammates, received the inbound pass from Darko Milicic, crossed half-court, and promptly passed the ball to Wang Feng for execution. At the pinnacle of the arc, Wang Feng clutched the ball with one hand, while Ron Artest, appearing as though faced with a formidable adversary, spread his arms wide and lowered his center of gravity, clearly bracing himself for the impending challenge. Wang Feng did not keep the audience waiting for long. He swiftly dribbled the ball and initiated the offensive. Wang Feng's dribbling speed was not particularly swift. It appeared rather nonchalant. Yet, despite this, Ron Artest remained cautious, fully aware that a single moment could etch his name into the annals of Wang Feng's illustrious achievements. Confronted by the robust figure of Ron Artest, Wang Feng opted not to attempt a breakthrough but instead engaged in a back-to-the-basket isolation against Artest. Wang Feng dribbled with one hand, using his hips to sit against Ron Artest, attempting to maneuver inside. Ron Artest, equally determined, resisted fiercely, preventing Wang Feng from encroaching within the three-point line. Wang Feng maneuvered the ball, executing 2 consecutive half-turns, feigning a breakthrough. He then leaned against Ron Artest, effectively depriving him of a close defensive position. Ron Artest strained under the pressure, astonished at the surprising strength Wang Feng still possessed. This was simply inconceivable. Yet, reality would not bend to Artest's will. After completing a series of movements, Wang Feng chose not to drive toward the basket, but instead pivoted to receive Kobe Bryant's signature fadeaway three-point jumper. Despite having lost his defensive stance, Ron Artest was unwilling to concede. He lunged at Wang Feng with all his might, roaring, "You shall not score in my presence." Wang Feng observed that Ron Artest remained undeterred. Though he admired his tenacity, Wang Feng found that his shot was now uncontested. Artest's actions could very well be deemed a foul. Let the game begin. Wang Feng executed a graceful backward three-point jump shot, and with a swish, the basketball seamlessly nestled into the net, creating a delightful ripple. The moment Wang Feng made his move, he was immediately fouled by Ron Artest, who also twisted his wrist. Wang Feng landed gracefully, raising his voice to the heavens in a triumphant roar, and won. Indeed, he believed that this offensive play might culminate in a 3-1 opportunity. Fortunately, the referee seemed inclined to facilitate the birth of a historic record. A whistle sounded, indicating that Ron Artest had committed a foul. Ron Artest was not known for his patience. Upon hearing the referee's call, he immediately became enraged. With a scowl etched upon his face, he approached the referee to argue. "I did not foul. Wang Feng is merely feigning." The foul for violating the cylinder was deemed valid, resulting in an additional free throw. After explaining the decision, the referee gestured for Ron Artest to step away, warning that any further dissent would lead to an additional technical foul. Observing the situation, the Pacers players swiftly intervened to restrain Artest, preventing him from incurring a technical foul. Wang Feng stood at the free throw line, steadied his nerves. And if he succeeded in making this shot, he would etch his name into the annals of record-breaking achievements once more. Wang Feng executed 3 successful shots, employing a quintessential free throw technique, and effortlessly sent the ball through the hoop. With a remarkable 3-1 play, he achieved a 4-point score, surpassing the legendary Wilt Chamberlain's debut score of 43 points. With a total of 44 points, a new record for debut scoring was born. While not a monumental achievement, it marked Wang Feng's inaugural record-breaking moment, worthy of celebration. Observing this, Larry Brown immediately called for an extended timeout, not to strategize, but simply to grant Wang Feng the opportunity to bask in the adulation of the fans. Wang Feng. Pistons. Champions. Pistons. Champions. The audience erupted in fervent applause upon witnessing the rookie Wang Feng shatter a long-standing record in his first start. Journalists, commentators, and basketball analysts shared in the excitement. After such a long wait, This moment of glory was what they had anticipated. Congratulations poured in for Wang Feng as he eclipsed Wilt Chamberlain's debut scoring record. Yet there remained another milestone to behold: Oscar Robertson's triple-double debut record of 21 points, 12 rebounds, and 10 assists. Wang Feng's scoring was already impressive, and his assists were commendable. He only needed 3 more rebounds to complete an extraordinary triple-double. Initially, Larry Brown intended to rest Wang Feng, but upon hearing that he was on the verge of breaking yet another record, he chose to grant him the opportunity to play through the entire fourth quarter. Even as the Pacers withdrew their main players, Larry Brown opted not to substitute Wang Feng. After all, he was a rookie, and a little extra playing time was of no concern. Realizing that Wang Feng was poised to surpass Oscar Robertson's illustrious triple-double record, his teammates quickly gathered around him, declaring, "Leave the screens and positioning to us. Securing the rebounds is all yours." Wang Feng observed the exuberant expressions of Darko Milicic, Tayshaun Prince, and Ben Wallace, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. "I am truly thankful for your unwavering support. I shall not let you down as I strive for a magnificent triple-double and victory." Triple-double. Victory. The bench of the Pistons was enveloped in a joyous and cheerful atmosphere. Upon returning from the timeout, Larry Brown made adjustments to the lineup, reinstating Ben Wallace to the center position while keeping the rest unchanged. A defensive strategy of 1 against 4 was deemed sufficient. With 8 minutes remaining in the match, Wang Feng required 3 more rebounds, and arrangement was in order. The 8th rebound came courtesy of Darko Milicic, who, upon receiving an alley-oop pass from Chauncey Billups, unfortunately misjudged his jump height, and, coupled with the interference from Pacers power forward Jeff Foster, sent the basketball soaring away. Witnessing this, Ben Wallace shouted emphatically, "Quickly box out. Wang Feng, go seize that rebound." Wang Feng, of course, showed no restraint. For the sake of record and reward, the rebound absolutely must not be relinquished. "The rebound belongs to me." As his teammates effectively obstructed most of the opponents, Wang Feng effortlessly seized a rebound. At that moment, the Pacers players realized what this young man intended to do and swiftly reached a consensus to encircle him. Wang Feng, undaunted, swiftly executed a back-to-the-basket isolation move followed by a fadeaway jump shot. It must be acknowledged that this particular technique demands a high level of athleticism. Even the likes of Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant occasionally miss their mark. Consequently, Wang Feng's shot inevitably clanged off the rim. However, rather than feeling anger or frustration, Wang Feng was filled with joy. Indeed, this miss occurred at a most opportune moment. Wang Feng swiftly maneuvered past Ron Artest, intent on seizing the rebound. In that moment, Ron Artest found himself in an awkward predicament, realizing that Wang Feng's strength rivaled his own. It is noteworthy that Artest possessed the physique of a power forward, with defensive skills and power that were undeniably comparable to those of traditional interior players. Yet, Wang Feng managed to push Artest aside, successfully securing the rebound before passing the ball to Darko Milicic. This time, Milicic did not squander Wang Feng's assist, executing a powerful two-handed dunk to conclude the offensive play. With 1 more rebound within reach, Wang Feng was on the verge of making history. The players of the Pacers, now desperate, abandoned their usual strategies and resorted to triple-teaming Wang Feng. Observing this, the Pistons' teammates also rose to the occasion, engaging in a fervent tussle with the Pacers. The atmosphere grew increasingly heated. At this juncture, the Pacers seemed indifferent to the prospect of a comeback. Regardless of how grand the season opener might sound, it was merely a regular season game, akin to the so-called Christmas clash. No matter how well they performed, it did not guarantee a championship. It was simply a regular season match. Nothing more. However, allowing Wang Feng to continuously shatter records at their expense would be a tremendous embarrassment. The players of the Pacers were resolutely determined to prevent such a scenario from unfolding. Wang Feng gazed in at the basketball court, which resembled an arena of fierce competition. The records truly incited a frenzy. One would hardly wish to be merely a backdrop. However, today, I, Wang Feng, shall not allow you to ignore my role as the backdrop for this record. As fate would have it, an opportunity arose. Jermaine O'Neal, the center for the Pacers, made an offensive move, attempting a delicate layup that was thwarted by Ben Wallace's interference. Consequently, O'Neal's shot struck the rim, bouncing several times without succumbing to the net. Indeed, the ball did not find its way into the hoop. Instead, it circled around and emerged back out. Ben Wallace clung tenaciously to Jermaine O'Neal, preventing him from leaping. Wang Feng swiftly accelerated, evading the grasp of Ron Artest, and surged forth from the flank, snatching a crucial offensive rebound over the heads of the Indiana Pacers power forward. Jeff Foster, and his teammate, Darko Milicic. The arena's DJ, witnessing this remarkable feat, erupted in exhilaration, exclaiming, "Goal! What a splendid offensive rebound!" Wang Feng once again etched his name in history, achieving an unprecedented triple-double in his debut, a feat unmatched by any before him, and likely to remain so in the future. Let us rally and cheer for Wang Feng, the unparalleled rookie. As Wang Feng shattered Oscar Robertson's monumental triple-double debut record, he felt there was no longer a reason to remain on the court. In truth, he harbored a tinge of regret, realizing he had recklessly expended the unlimited stamina card bestowed upon him by LeBron James, leaving him feeling fatigued and ineffective with 6 minutes still remaining in the game. Just as Wang Feng had anticipated, his record-breaking performance extinguished the Pacers' resolve to continue their resistance. In the midst of the cacophonous cheers from the Pistons fans, Rick Carlisle withdrew his starters, signaling a surrender. At this juncture, the Pistons held a commanding 19-point lead over the Pacers, a margin that, theoretically, assured their victory. Consequently, Larry Brown followed suit, pulling his key players, including Wang Feng, Chauncey Billups, Richard Hamilton, and Ben Wallace, from the game to rest. Remaining on the court were Darko Milicic, Eldon Campbell, Carlos Arroyo, Hollis Williamson, and Tayshaun Prince. To secure the team's triumph, Larry Brown opted to keep Tayshaun Prince in the game, underscoring the wealth of talent within the Pistons roster, as there seemed to be no suitable replacement on the bench. Ultimately, bolstered by the efforts of the Pistons reserves, the Pacers' substitutes failed to capitalize, maintaining the 19-point advantage until the final whistle. The Detroit Pistons triumphed over the Indiana Pacers with a resounding score of 100-81, marking a victorious start to the 2003-2004 season. Wang Feng achieved a remarkable triple-double with 47 points, 13 assists, 10 rebounds, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. This extraordinary performance shattered Wilt Chamberlain's record for the highest debut score and also surpassed Oscar Robertson's record for a remarkable triple-double in a debut. Wang Feng's ability to produce such formidable statistics is largely attributed to his pivotal role within the team's strategy. Consequently, the Pistons have established 4 core figures: tactical core, Wang Feng; tactical core, Richard Hamilton; organizational core, Chauncey Billups or Wang Feng; and interior core, Ben Wallace. However, they still lack a defensive player on the wing. With Ben Wallace's height and wingspan, he cannot adequately contend with supercenters like Shaquille O'Neal and Jermaine O'Neal. This is something Larry Brown would never permit. Thus, as soon as the game concluded, Larry Brown began contemplating how to address this deficiency. On the Pacers side, no player managed to score over 30 points. Jermaine O'Neal recorded 21 points and 13 rebounds. Reggie Miller contributed 14 points and 3 assists. Ron Artest added 9 points and 7 rebounds. And starting point guard Jamal Tinsley could only muster a meager 5 points and 3 assists, which was rather disheartening. This match was initially anticipated as a clash of titans, yet it turned out to be more akin to a battle of mismatched forces. The Pacers displayed tenacious defense, yet their offensive capabilities were lacking. Jermaine O'Neal simply could not match the explosive scoring ability of Shaquille O'Neal, rendering him unable to achieve a monumental double-double of 40-10 to lead the Pacers to a comeback. During the post-game interview, when reporters once again mentioned Wang Feng's spectacular Lee Sanjiao, he smiled and replied, "It was merely an instinctive reaction. When my safety is threatened, I will ensure my opponent has a difficult time. I possess a wealth of combat skills." The atmosphere in the room became lively, filled with joyful energy as Wang Feng once again promoted Chinese martial arts. To the victor belong the spoils, and the vanquished shall eat dust. Nowadays, whatever Wang Feng says goes unchallenged, and no one perceives him as arrogant. After the post-game press conference concluded, Wang Feng hurried to take a shower and claim his match rewards. It is worth noting that today he had shattered the records of 2 legendary players, so his rewards should be substantial. Xiao, the game has ended. Where are my rewards? After all, I have broken the records of 2 titans. There's no need to rush. Your rewards are guaranteed. In light of your outstanding performance, the system has decided to issue an extraordinary bonus. Extraordinary bonus. Does this mean Wang Feng is about to soar? Just as Wang Feng was brimming with excitement, the system sprite, Xiao, began to dispense the rewards. Congratulations, Master, for defeating the Indiana Pacers. You have acquired the dunk skill package of the Pacers core player, Jermaine O'Neal, rated at A. Additionally, you have received a classic moment replication card of Reggie Miller's 8 points in 8 seconds, along with an SS-rated 3-point shooting skill package. Just as Wang Feng continued to anticipate further rewards, The announcement from the system sprite abruptly concluded. That is all the skill packages you have obtained from this battle. Please check your inventory. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng nearly leapt up in disbelief. What the hell? Is this it? Little Xiao, have you made a mistake? I have shattered 2 historical records, and this is the meager reward? The system sprite, Xiao Xiao, was not one to indulge Wang Feng. Master, do not be greedy. Initially, the system's deity opened the bonus mode specifically for you, ensuring that even a mere summer league or preseason match would yield substantial rewards upon victory. However, the situation has changed. The system has now entered a regulated phase. From this point forward, each match will only allow you to extract 1 skill package from the opposing star player, and the level of rewards will depend on your statistics and performance. Should you break a record, the system will grant you an additional skill package or item card. This is the new normal for your matches. Maintain a balanced mindset and do not lament your fate. Wang Feng was momentarily taken aback, realizing this was a possibility. Yet, he quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, the skill packages he currently possessed were sufficient for him to strive for success over the next couple of seasons. It is worth noting that the Detroit Pistons had nearly secured back-to-back championships. In the 2003-2004 season, the Pistons triumphed over the formidable Los Angeles Lakers, sweeping them 4-1. The following year, they advanced to the finals again, only to face a heartbreaking 3-4 defeat against the San Antonio Spurs, the dynasty of odd-numbered years. The thought of this filled Wang Feng with excitement. If he were to join, the Pistons would undoubtedly capture the championship title, and even pursuing a three-peat would not be beyond reach. Thus, Wang Feng resolved to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to any team boasting superstars, regardless of the cost and item cards. As long as he could acquire skill packages from these superstars, he had no fear of enhancing his prowess. Teams like the Indiana Pacers and the Sacramento Kings, which relied on teamwork to secure victories, were not worthy of his item cards. Even if he triumphed over them, it could prove a losing endeavor, as exemplified by his recent match against the Pacers, where he only received a lackluster Jermaine O'Neal skill package. Although Reggie Miller's three-point skill package was formidable, it paled in comparison to Stephen Curry's three-point prowess, rendering it nearly useless. The only redeemable item was the classic moment replication card of Reggie Miller, which could be of some assistance in times of need. Reflecting on the nearly worthless skill packages he had acquired in exchange for the infinite stamina item card from LeBron James, Wang Feng felt a pang of regret. He resolved to be more cautious in the future and to avoid any more unprofitable transactions. In a stunning revelation, a Chinese player made a debut that eclipsed the legendary performances of Wilt Chamberlain and Oscar Robertson, setting a groundbreaking record. The audacious Wang Feng, in his debut, delivered an astonishing triple-double of 47 points, 13 assists, 10 rebounds, 3 steals, and 2 blocks, truly deserving of the title the Maniac. The excitement surged as the rookie Wang Feng joined the Eastern Conference powerhouse, the Detroit Pistons, potentially marking him as the biggest winner. Across the ocean, the media fervently reported on Wang Feng's remarkable achievements. Unprecedented and unparalleled, Wang Feng's debut commanded attention and respect. The most formidable rookie, rivaling the first overall pick, Yao Ming, a future superstar. In summary, overnight, Wang Feng's visibility soared, rivaling that of the league's elite stars. Wang Feng paid little heed to such matters, for the media operates in this manner. When one is in the limelight, they elevate you to the heavens, causing you to feel as if you are floating above the earth. Conversely, when one experiences a downfall, they will undoubtedly revel in your misfortune, seeking to trample you further, wishing for you to remain prostrate forever, unable to rise. Ha ha ha. Kobe, did you catch the game last night between the Detroit Pistons and the Indiana Pacers? The Pistons rookie, number 24, Wang Feng, astonishingly made his debut with a staggering triple-double of 47 points, 13 assists, 10 rebounds, 3 steals, and 2 blocks, shattering Wilt Chamberlain's record for debut scoring and Oscar Robertson's triple-double record. This morning, the news was flooded with accolades for Wang Feng. If memory serves me right, you two faced off in the preseason, where you amassed 39 points, 5 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 1 block, yet fell short against Wang Feng's impressive 28 points, 13 assists, 7 rebounds, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. The Lakers' agile,